अब फ्लेक्स करा खम्मा गड़ी मनी लगे ब्लाइंड शेट काली मोजड़ी ने पेनू कर दे नाइकी गाना टॉप चाले लाडला तू कई चीज बारी पटे बेस पूरो देश बजे अब फ्लेक्स करा खम्मा गड़ी मनी लगे ब्लाइंड शेट काली मोजड़ी ने पेनू कर दे नाइकी गाना टॉप चाले लाडला तू कई चीज बारी पटे बेस पूरो देश बजे तेरी 10 दिन की दोस्ती को डस्टबिन में डाल मेरे किस्मत में स्नेक तो मैं भोलेगा साहब मैं जानता डिवाइन इसलिए सुनता हूँ नास मैं गिनता नहीं उनको जो गिनती के बाद मैं भजनों से आया पर सुनता डुपाक इग्नोर करा तू लेकिन भूलता नहीं बाप कभी अप कभी डाउन जैसे पुष्पा के हाथ कभी एक कभी वो तेरी चलती है ना अब फ्लेक्स करा खम्मा गड़ी मनी लगे ब्लाइंड शेट काली मोजड़ी ने पेनू कर दे नाइकी गाना टॉप चाले लाडला तू कई चीज बारी पटे बेस पूरो देश बजे अब फ्लेक्स करा खम्मा गड़ी मनी लगे ब्लाइंड शेट काली मोजड़ी ने पेनू कर दे नाइकी गाना टॉप चाले लाडला तू कई चीज बारी पटे बेस पूरो देश बजे मैं करता नहीं फ्लिक्स इनके फुट चलेगा तेरे शूटर सारे अंदर पकड़े गए काले काम हम शार्प माइंड से काम करते इसलिए है डिमांड नागपूर खड़ा है कि तेरे भावे सात राजस्थान तुला स्वतःला माहिती मी नागपुरी पोट्टा कोणासमोर हात नाही मी आलोय स्वतः पाठी मागे मारत नाही कोणाचा मी गोट्टा टाइम खोटा बादशाह रूट पे चला सीखे हम लोग रोड से
What up, chat? Be back with another brand new live stream, a watch party streamer. रुको Yup, a W watch party streamer. तो यार ये सब बंद करने दो. What up? देख कितना खुश है कल के स्ट्रीम से. अबे यार कल के स्ट्रीम तो मत पूछो यार तुम प्लीज. कल के स्ट्रीम के बारे में हम बात नहीं करेंगे. न्यू डे, न्यू स्ट्रीम, न्यू या आई होप न्यू नॉट न्यू RR प्री रिकॉर्डेड स्ट्रीम. शट अप यार. आते ब्रो आज
मोटाटो ठरक मंत्री टिप 50 रुपीज. देखो देखो आ गया थरकी बौना लड़कियां छेड़ने.
bro, you know what? Shut up! I'm doing EWC watch party today. Shut up! Not Bona, not Turkey. सालिया तुझे देखकर गुस्सा आता है तो पत्ते एक भाई. ब्रो 3 मिनट में स्टार्ट हो रहा है. I'm excited, bro. The chat. First match of the EWC Valorant. इंडियन टीम भी क्वालिफाई है ना. ये वो नहीं है, वो ENC था, वो नवंबर में होगा. अभी वो नहीं है. ये इंडियन टीम क्वालिफाइड है, वो नहीं है. इसमें जी है बट कल जी का मैच है, इसमें जी है. आपके थंबनेल में पतला इंसान कौन है? आपका भाई है क्या? साले हेटर. कैमरा के बॉटम राइट पे कुछ है. अबे वो कैम वो यही है. But I don't really feeling good to see you. Keep right. Love you, everybody.
100 rupees through super chat.
Thanks,
Motato,
my
really
man,
feeling good to see
for
you.
the huge
Keep growing,
100.
buddy. Love you.
W watch party streamer. तो ये कैम के नीचे क्या है? Yeah, I think all good now. EWC, yes sir! Holy!
Motato ठरक मंत्री tipped 100 rupees. Hats off to you bro. Congratulations. थरकी बोना has come too far. कल तक लड़कियों से खुले में सेक्स मांग रहा था, आज देखो।
Bro, that joke aside, bro, love you, bhai.
Play is in our DNA.
Not for your turkey bona.
Whenever we let it out,
-1. Chop.
it becomes
इसमें लिखना
our
+1.
superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
अरे मम्मी आज लैपटॉप पे आवी क्यों तो मैं दही नहीं कल तक खुले में भाग रहा था चुपके भागोगे क्या chat listen to me that was a unfortunate incident miss typo बोल सकते हो anything it was by mistake please कल की स्ट्रीम भूल जाते हैं न्यू कुछ नया आगे या प्लीज क्रंचीरोल यही ना यू वॉच एनिमेस मोटेटो डिजर्व हिट शट अप इसके साथ सोना पड़ा है बहुत बड़ी लैंग्वेज मिला है मेरे को फॉर्म फिल किया था लाडले मजाक थोड़ी है चिमनी हटाई कल की लोगों ने ऑलरेडी मेरे को क्लिप अपलोड करके ड्राइव में बेच के लिंक भेज दी तो फिर अभी मैं क्या ही प्राइवेट करता लोगों ने लिटरली मेरे को क्लिप कर करके ड्राइव के लिंक भेजी है डिस्कॉर्ड पे क्या प्राइवेट करता ऐसा क्या होता कल चैट में मत पूछो यार डिपन भाई जेम्स फॉर्म नहीं किसी ने अपने में
मोटाटो ठरक मंत्री टिप्ड 50 रुपीज मिस्टेक नहीं ट्रिक थी अगर रिप्लाई में यस अता तो भी विन और गली आई तो टाइप
ओए चुप साले पागल है फॉर्म नहीं किसी ने आप में फिल किया भाई ठरक मंत्री जोगर साइड भाई एक दिन आयरल मिल भाई मेरे को
And yet again,
एक
as
दिन।
we join
Let's
all
go!
together, it is the best teams in the world looking to climb the top of the esports mountain. And it starts with one of the best games in the world, Valorant. The 16 best teams have qualified on in, but only one can become the game title champion. Welcome everyone to Esports World Cup 2026, live
Go,
from Paris, kicking off with Valorant. Digon
EWC.
here, alongside my fantastic analysts, it's Kakuka and Big Time. Welcome back. We made it here in Paris. We're live, everyone. How you feeling?
So happy to be here. Happy to be in Paris. Happy to be with you guys. I feel like this is a like summer camp for me, but Valorant style. We get to see the teams in a different environment and competing for something different. And I get to share time.
अरे
with
कोई
you
बता
guys.
दो
So
क्या
it's-
होता है
it's
प्लीज
another
मत
10
बताओ
for me.
कोई
Yeah, I mean, I think it can't get any more exciting than this. It is the best teams in the world here to duke it out for yet another competition. Doesn't get any better than this. We got banger games lined up the whole way through, especially today. So it doesn't get any better than this, Digo.
Also, we have
Derek
so
Murray को
many
छोड़ दो।
storylines coming off of Masters London,
Yeah.
plus the returning members from last year. A lot of teams have requalified, but some of their
मुझे
rosters
बताओ कोई
might look
अबे
very
रात की
different.
बात
It's going
की
to
bro
be very, very fun here, Kukuka.
मोटाटो ठरक मंत्री टिप्ड 50 रुपीज अपने पापा से मिलने की इतनी जल्दी हो रही
साले
है क्या
तू देख कभी
आ जाता हूँ
Yeah, I
सूरत
mean,
कब
it's good for
एएयू
him,
बता
yeah. I'll say that.
आज
Five
नहीं आज
teams here.
कल
teams and sunset.
कल भी वॉच
If we
पार्टी है
don't win,
आज शाम को
Last year we had Fnatic versus Team
एक
Heretics
दिन
in
भाई।
the final. EMEA versus EMEA.
मैं
But
बता दूं, चुप
honestly,
कर
we
भाई।
have look, I would say across all 4 regions, how different and how good the teams are looking. I'd be down for some spice, but I'd say minimum one EMEA team in the final.
Sorry, speaking of EMEA, they were
Vegetarian regular, I
the
mean.
region that did the best last year. 3 of their teams making it on out. As you said, that all EMEA final. Big time. How do you feel like
खूबसूरत
Pacific's gonna be
रहता है,
stacking
हाँ।
up here given
You know
the
what?
recent history?
A lot has changed
बता
in
दो
a year.
A lot has
A lot
changed?
has changed in the
Okay.
landscape. You know, we have PRX, we've got the big dogs.
We have a
also
team
have
behind,
different teams
yeah.
qualifying. Nongshim, they lifted a trophy this year.
That's true.
We've got
Fair.
RRQ and Global, who are poised for
Global
upset on the
Esports!
stage.
Yeah, I think
So
people are interested to see how Global's going to do.
I think they're very interested. I think it doesn't get any more
Yup.
interesting than that.
Yup.
In fact,
WG.
that's one thing we got to watch out for as we move forward. But I'm always going to be proud of Pacific, no matter how we perform, and I'm optimistic.
Yeah, are you sure? Your voice just
Yo,
cracked there
I am
with-
biased for GE, by the way.
Let me see them play first. We'll get into it, and then maybe.
You know, speaking of optimism, you have to go ahead and look at the Americas.
किक पे
right,
शिम
with
है
squads
क्या
that
नहीं
are
आज नहीं
brimming
मैं कल
with
देखूंगा
talent,
शायद
but
मेरे को
last year
किक पे
did
एक्सेस
not
नहीं मिला
do
है
particularly well in this tournament.
मैं भी आज मैं DM
G2
उनको
number
मैसेज
1
करके देखूंगा
squad
अगर
from
मिले तो
Americas in London. Had that quick
मोटाटो
exit.
ठरक
They are in
मंत्री
the same
टिप्ड
group.
50
Team that they
रुपीस
celebrated
मतलब मुझे
earlier in
अपना
XLG.
पापा
That's
मान
going to
लिया
be a
है
fun
तूने
matchup on
नहीं
लव
भाई
यू
That's
बीटा
really what's gonna shake
कीप
up here.
ग्रोइंग
Yeah, I
बॉने
mean, we know that those are all teams with potential. When we look at who the Americas are sending, we know that then they can compete, of course, but it's just can they make it happen here in Paris? You know, G2, like you just said, we're looking for a rebound
by
from
two.
them. Really, they should be the top dogs. They should be the big guys in that
तो मैं
region.
मिलने आऊंगा
It's
ना
not
मैं
really work yet.
Yeah,
जिस
but
दिन भी
that's the same storyline
तुम्हारे
that
लिए
we've kept
गिफ्ट
for a
लेके
very
आऊंगा
long
मैं
time. The good thing is, you know, I've been talking to them about a very good
सरप्राइज
chat
गिफ्ट
with
फॉर
Valorant
यू
yesterday, and they're trying to approach things differently to kind of break that curse from like
सोच के
we can
रखा हूं
give
मैं
so much of us regionally,
ये तो
but then
सैल
when
हो
we
गई
get to
ना
internationals, this is
सैल
I think
टीम
that they're
थोड़ी
crossing
डिस्बैंड
things
होगी
off the list. It's like, was it this that was wrong? No, it was not this. Was it
टीम पर दिशा पटानी कास्टिंग कर रही है अबे सही
will be
में
the champions. And I think that even though we only have 3 Chinese teams, I think that we have great Chinese teams. I think that
सही में
will be
सोफी
a
भाई
surprise at the beginning of the year. XLG top 6 in Masters
London,
London. Thank you. And EDG.
Yeah.
It's EDG.
I
What do
mean,
we have to say? It's EDG.
Top
तो मैं
three
कैसे
was
देखूं
fantastic.
तो मैं भेजो मेरे को
Yeah.
Top 3.
So I mean, I think the sub is a huge storyline for
Yeah.
EDG. Where
चल एक सेकंड मेरे को दूसरा वाला खोलने दो एक बार खोल के ही रखता हूँ एक बार
मोटाटो ठरक मंत्री टिप्ड 50 रुपीस बेटा अपने पापा को सरप्राइज दे उससे ज्यादा खुशी की बात क्या हो सकती है
बजले भाई बजले नहीं बजले भाई बजले एक दिन आएगा मैं बजूंगा दिन आएगा मैं बजूंगा
back to try and defend their crown. They are joined by the Stage 1 winners of the VCT Regional Leagues, G2 Esports from Americas, PRX from Pacific, and Edward Gaming from China. As Team Heretics won VCT EMEA, but already qualified to EWC as the title defender, the second-place EMEA squad, Team Vitality, also received an invite. The remaining teams all battled their way through the online qualifiers to make it here. 3 teams from EMEA, Pacific, and the Americas earned spots through each region's qualifier, while the top 2 teams from the China qualifier also advanced to LAN. We kick things off with a GSL group stage featuring 4 groups of 4 teams. Teams will play a double elimination bracket. Win 2 matches, and you advance to playoffs on the main stage.
मैच कब
Lose
स्टार्ट होगा अभी
2,
10 मिनट
and you
5
head
मिनट में
home
होगा 5-10
early.
मिनट में
All
आज क्या पता नहीं कर रही है भाई
Yeah,
यही सही
definitely.
था भाई
Again,
अपना
very excited. One of the coolest parts, the trophy system here at Esports
Did it
World
feel
Cup.
running
As we take a
13, I
look
think?
at the teams here, we've listed off some of the names of the favorites, but there are 16 squads here, 5 from EMEA,
हर्ष
4 from all
भाई
the other
तुम ये
regions
जो कर
except
रहे हो
China,
ना
which has themselves 3 teams here. As we look at the groups and the setup, as there it is, Group A, it's EDG, RRQ, 100 Thieves, and BBL. We will be covering that first match here, EDG and BBL, but when you take a look at this group as a whole here, Kaduka, what jumps out at you?
मैचेस है
I'd
मतलब
like to see what 100 Thieves has been cooking. I know that they have new faces coming in from Ascension and whatnot, and I want to see how they're going to perform for the first time in internationals.
Yeah. I mean, I think for me, I want to see
about
RRQ.
RRQ?
I want to see RRQ.
Why?
Of course. Well, I mean, I think
Sell it to me.
they're making a player change. We haven't seen them go international again this year, so now could be a time for them.
Yeah, let's take a look at Group B here. You're excited for RRQ coming in as the #1 seed and probably the favorite to make it out here.
क्या बात कर रहे हो सोफी भाई,
But this
सही
one
में?
is a heated group here.
This is the group of death for this event. There's no doubt about
Heated
it.
rivalry, I see here.
इसमें लिखा
I
क्यों
mean,
नहीं
it's
है?
stacked. You know, NRG lifted that Champions Trophy. PRX so consistent.
वेट वो ओ अच्छा ये इसमें ये वाला है ना 100 थीव्स वाली मैच इसमें हो रही है ना?
The group of death, according to some of the people backstage. Talk to me about our squads.
My
We're gonna see
bad,
on the main
Chad.
stage open up.
A wrong
The
stream.
first matchup, we're going to see 100 Thieves versus RRQ. I think this makes a lot of sense because both
100
these
Thieves
teams
RRQ,
are
yup.
so good. I mean, when I'm watching them play, it's been phenomenal, but it's also been like they've been one step behind from making it.
YouTube वाला देखे चैट?
मोटाटो न्यूज फाइल्स टिप्ड 50 रुपीज। कल का रिकैप मोटेटो ने रिरी से खुले मैं की थर की
ओए,
बातें
चुप!
खुले मैं मंगा सेक्स।
चुप भाई साले, रुको भाई तुम सालो ठरकी लोग, तुम ही भाई मेरे को बदनाम करने, मेरे को YouTube का खोलने दो, EWC का, रुको YouTube पे देखते हैं।
Coming into an international event, but seeded ahead, unfortunately.
Twitch थोड़ा लललला चल रहा है, हम YouTube पे देखते हैं।
The right Group D on screen for you in just a little bit. But again, lots of teams here that are showing up.
Really, 100 Thieves, for me, it's EDG for sure, and then 100 Thieves second up
I
there.
love it. So you
Yeah.
guys are choosing each other's region or your own region
My
to be
own
the
region.
weakest.
You'll never catch me
choosing Americas. Are you serious?
तो भाई सही है ना ये?
All right, so that is a look at what's going down in Group A. We also have our second round of matches coming from Group B, and you said this could be where the people are
Lucky
most
by नहीं है,
excited.
bro.
Athena.
Oh my gosh.
We are going to see so many great games. All best of threes was the biggest change, though. So how does that affect your gameplay coming into the group stages?
Oh man, BO3s is awesome, I think, for a team because you have more than one opportunity.
चैट मैं पार्टी में बुला रहा था ऐसा लिख के, कैन यू कम पार्टी फॉर 1 सेकेंड, तो C और X बाजू बाजू में है, तो
Make sure you're not letting
Please,
those
yaar.
strong maps go through for the
Not
other team. And I think when
intentionally,
you're talking
bro.
about teams like PRX and NRG,
Motato
that
news
is
file,
super
Sana.
important because they did just both perform in London. They did both just play, and so everyone kind of knows what they're coming hot of.
Yeah, I think there's just going to be less parity. Best of ones always lead to maybe some more random
मोटाटो के नाम से गोन टिप
Vito
50
down onto a
रुपीज।
map.
मोटाटो
मैंने
अपनी
बोला
छाती से
कि तू
दूध
दिखने
मेरे
वाली
मुंह पे
चाहिए,
मार
bro,
दो।
आज मैं
सीधा
watch
दो
party
मुझे
कर रहा हूँ,
प्लीज
तू नहीं आना
सेक्सी
चाहिए,
मैम।
There's gonna be
साले,
less
चुप।
parity. You're definitely going to get the best teams heading through from the groups in towards playoffs because even if an underdog wins, you can't really take much away from it when they win a best of 3 instead of a
Yeah.
best of 1.
Now, I just came off a Call of Duty event in La Defense Arena, and we witnessed the Gentlemates, who are going to be competing in a number of EWC games,
Yes.
going wild for their squad. We have 2 other French teams in
अबे
competition
कब
in
start
Valorant,
करोगी?
though, and they have to play each other on day number 1. So who do you think has the bigger fan base between Vitality and Carmine Core right now for
Oh.
Valorant in particular?
Easily Carmine Core.
You reckon?
Surely. Yes.
I don't actually know. I'm not an expert on this. Personally, I'm more of a fan of Vitality.
मधुरा
but in
टिप
terms of
200
fan bases,
रुपीज।
I mean, I'm
I
actually
went
not
to
sure. I
London
know
as
regardless,
NRG
though,
my
that there's gonna
fab
be an
team.
insane
I meet
number of
Scuba
French fans.
and asked who is your fab Indian streamer. He said he liked the tomato guy. The neon guy and also
stop the
other
cap!
streamer like Blinks.
स्टॉप द कैप, सही में सही में।
मोटाटो ठरक मंत्री टिप्ड 50 रुपीज। भाई फुक ये गून तो तुझसे भी ज्यादा थरकी है।
हाँ ना ट्रू, इसलिए मैं आज गुन को बोला था कि वॉच पार्टी के दिन तू नहीं दिखना चाहिए। आई वेंट टू लंदन एज NRG, my favorite team. I met Scuba and asked who is your favorite. Bro, actually, तुमने Scuba, who's your favorite Indian streamer? He said he liked the tomato guy, the neon guy, and also the other streamer like Bings. Bro, please stop the cap. Madhura, seriously. Yo, thanks for the huge 200, Madhura. But सही में Bro, stop the cap. Nah. I don't believe,
struggled
bro.
a little bit in London to
That's a
get
good
that
opinion.
finals. Yeah, it's me, you know, PRX.
Madura, sahi mein?
Big fan. No, I think they're the ones that I'm going to be watching personally. I don't think Team Heretics has kind of really proven themselves to be up there, to be in that standard. That is, if they do end up having some crazy run again, which they've done before,
yes,
I wouldn't
it
be
was
surprised
true.
if-
I
And you
was
got
the
no
mic.
Leviathan here, right? So
No Leviathan,
final
no.
boss to
Yo,
deal with
Madura,
at the end of
please,
your
please
Valorant
tell
tournament.
me.
As we continue on with our group discussion, let's bring up more graphics and show you who all is in the
Love you,
competition. The
yaar, Nan bhai.
Gentlemates and XLG will be in Group C a little bit later, and I'm told we can cover that tomorrow. So let's talk a little bit about what we've seen so far. We know the prize money's $2 million. We know we've got 16
Yeah.
teams. and
Yes,
we're
it
starting
was
with
true.
groups
I was
on two
Kuba
different
there.
screens. So Athena, if you're just dialing in, you
Cheetos!
need to open up two
Cheetos
different
tip
windows.
40
which is the more
rupees,
important
day
matchup to start the
69
day.
saying love you,
absolutely.
Motato.
I think you got to watch both matches. But for me personally, this has nothing
Love
to do with
you,
a
mere
bias
bhai.
about me being from Americas and being
Day
on the Americas
69
team, but I
direct.
think
Love
this
you,
first
bro.
match, 100 Thieves, is going to be my favorite to watch with RRQ because, again, both these teams, they've struggled to prove themselves. And I think
Point
this
है
is
तुम्हारी,
going to be
अर्पित
kind of
भाई.
one where it's a
कल
battle
ready
of
होके आऊंगा.
creativity and a battle with the maps just to make sure kind of
EWC, bro.
what they have. Because
मधुरा
100
टिप
for me.
50
Never made it
रुपीस
global,
ऐप से
especially
झूठ
with
क्यों
Nah,
बोलोगे
nah, Madura,
Asuna,
please,
who's been on the
please,
roster for so
please.
long,
Nah,
hasn't
say
been
it's
able to kind of
cap.
prove
It's
himself
cap.
in a global either.
I want proof. I want proof. I want proof.
From America.
Excellent answer there. And
I
as
want
we're getting ready
proof.
for this matchup, I'm told we can take a look at our players. So Pilsky, do
Sahi
us the
mein.
honors. The RRQ boys are on the stage first. So who is the squad representing the Pacific
सही
tonight?
में.
They're kind of the team that has always struggled when it
Oi,
comes to
Tharak Mantri
internationals. They
dekh
did
raha
manage
hai.
to take a Pacific title last year, so they very much always prove domestically that they are some of the,
Nah,
the very
nah,
best
man,
in the
man.
region.
I think she's
Jemkin in the
just
duelist
kidding, no?
role. He might be one
She's
of
just
the
trolling.
best
I
to
think
watch
she's
in
just
Pacific.
trolling.
He is definitely a player to watch, as well as Xfero, who is
I think she's just
arguably
trolling,
the best
no?
sentinel in the whole league. They have
wow.
two really big heavy hitters, and they've got a great caller on Crazy Guy. The question marks start with really the rest of the roster. Kushi is a very up and down player, and then they've just added a new player. They are replacing Monyet with Zan. Roll for roll, that's going to be a really good swap, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to be ready for this
Nah, I think she's
international
just
stage and
trolling,
this
bro,
level of
nah.
competition.
Now, what I was going to ask,
Team
though,
change
is
कर
I
दिया,
know they've
इसमें वो
struggled
होगी,
internationally.
under
But
जिस
that
हमारी
could
में
have
जिसमें
been
हो
in
रही
front
है.
of an audience. Today, you're in group stages with no fans. This feels like you are practicing at a
मान ले
normal
भिखारी,
studio or
कैसे
even at your
मानूं भाई
home boot
मैं?
camp. It's a very, I guess, calm atmosphere in the venue tonight.
I would love to agree with you, but they were here last year at EWC in the exact same environment. Guess what? They bombed out of the groups. In saying that, though, so did 100 Thieves. Different roster this year, but some of the same players. So one of these two
But
teams, I mean, this game will be
roster
very
change
important for one of these organizations who also do compete in other games at EWC. RRQ's got teams in other games. They want to at least make it through the group stage here, and this first win is going to be super important, especially when you're staring down the barrel of an EDG, I
RRQ,
believe,
baby.
on the other side of things, or maybe a BBL. That's going to be potentially the harder game compared to this first one, in my opinion.
Coach is getting us fired up on the 100 Thieves side. Athena, it is your turn. Who is this beautiful man with the blonde hair in the
photo
front?
कब आ रहा है?
Beautiful
Yo,
man with the
Madura.
blonde hair. I didn't get to see.
You can type
but
in chat,
I'm
it's
looking
okay,
at-
but
oh, you're talking
सही
about
में, like,
Cryo.
I want
Of
proof.
You like the little blonde
Of
streak
course,
in
he's
there.
getting
मधुरा
fired
टिप
up for
Absolutely.
50
Dude,
रुपीस
Cryo
फेक
for me
था
is
क्यों
one of the
डोनेट
players
क्यों
to watch. Maybe the player to watch for this roster. There's so many hard hitters, but he's consistently been really good. Always fragging out, being really phenomenal on the Senti role, especially when he switches over to that chamber. When they've done that, they've done a really good job at enabling him, making him take that space, being aggressive with his operator, and he's held the lines for his team. But of course, the rest of the roster, they're all so good. I'm looking at Vora as the IGL.
मेरे को
I think
TTS
he's
इधर नहीं आया,
absolutely
मेरे से
phenomenal. Then
फटाफट
Asuna
आ
as well,
जा.
who's been on this roster for so
I
मतलब
want to
मैं
ask you about
long.
that because
Yeah.
I started with Valorant as a caster, and
Yeah.
Asuna was in all of the games,
Yeah.
right? He was the star. You would watch him on
Yeah.
Raze, Bind. He would just blow you apart. Is he still the star fragger? Is he the one to lead the team when it comes to kills?
So he's not the star fragger right now. Timotino is the duelist. That being said, Asuna has been the best flex player, I think, in all of Americas right now. He's been playing Sage, he's been playing Neon, he's been playing Phoenix. He's literally been doing almost
Few different
everything.
play styles in that group.
Few different play styles. We've actually asked him a lot of times, like, how do you deal with so many play styles? But for him, it just comes naturally. That being said, when he is on the Neon, him and Timotino have such good synergy. They're so good with the double duelist, and he can definitely get up there with the frags.
फेक
I feel
था
like
क्यों
towards the
डोनेट
end of stage
फेक
one,
था
that's
तो
when
क्यों
he really
डोनेट
started
करूं?
Uh-oh, I'm a little worried about some jet lag setting in. How you feeling about your Pacific crew? Okay.
Most cool
आपको भेजोगे
collected
कब?
player. I don't think I've ever seen him raise his voice above
कब?
a 5.
मधुरा,
And I think
please.
on the other side of things,
Please.
the cryo,
प्लीज
stylistically,
मधुरा, अगर तुम प्लीज रिकॉर्ड करके मेरे को भेजना, प्लीज 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 प्लीज, अगर नेक्स्ट टाइम तुम जाओगे सही में ब्रो, आई एम सरप्राइज्ड।
one is kind of like the Terminator. Like he's
डिले लगा दे, मैच चाहने होने वाला है।
He's gonna take his
डिले
time,
इसमें क्यों लगाऊं
but
मैं?
he's not necessarily, but he's very dangerous if he catches up to you and he's got things at his own pace. And I think that really is very much his
सही
style. He's a very
में।
dangerous player when he's able to activate.
We've got our players ready to go. We are just moments away from kicking off map 1. And reminder,
XLG
it
versus
is not
NRG
best
था।
of ones. We've increased the prize pool by $750,000.
No way,
We've
right?
increased your match length by at least one map. Let's talk about the distance. Will we get to a game 3? And Athena, walk
Chat,
me
who
through
you
how we're
guys
getting to game
supporting?
number 1. What map
RRQ
did they
100
choose?
tips.
I mean, this makes sense. We have the map veto. RRQ did ban Split, which makes a lot of sense
Split ban
against
kya?
100 Thieves. They've had a lot of success with
Yep.
that Sage comp.
I like
and 100
Split.
Thieves has followed up, banning that Lotus, leaving RRQ with that first pick. They did
100
pick Ascent,
Thieves.
which I want to know your
100
thoughts on
Thieves,
that.
I mean,
RRQ.
RRQ, it's a map that they've dabbled in for quite some time across
via
various different
RRQ,
metas with
Motato.
mixed success. So we'll see
Bro,
how it's going to go for them.
bro,
I think these
I'm
vetoes
really
between international
surprised,
teams
Madhura,
that don't
सच
play each
में।
other from different regions are always very tricky territory. I even remember going in as a coach to an international event and thinking, I've just got my best 3 maps in the veto, got like 13-6, 2-0'd, you know? Like sometimes you have a
RCB
certain read
any day.
that you have a very
What,
good
GG का
comfortability on
नहीं
a
है ना?
certain map.
कल है।
You look at how the
Chat,
other team
tomorrow
plays in their
G
region, but you
fighting!
lack the context for the regional strengths of some of the other teams and how they might be performing. So
मैं अपनी भी modified gaming chat दिखाओ यार, छोड़ो यार, अच्छा नहीं लगेगा ना इन लोगों को।
particular map here, is this kind of what you were expecting on
Ascent,
the defense here for 100 Thieves?
Yeah, this
Phoenix,
makes a lot of
Omen,
sense. Asuna has been
Cypher, Jet,
phenomenal
Sova.
on this Phoenix. We actually
That
haven't
volume
seen
सही है
them
ना,
play
दोनों
that
की
much
game
Ascent
sound
yet
and
with
मेरी
key
आवाज।
to it. So kind of interesting. I could have expected a Sage, knowing Asuna, he's had a
भाई
lot
please
of these
Madhura,
opportunities.
please
Just
please video
insert
बनाना।
that Sage into
Bro,
it. But
nah,
the Phoenix
that's
makes a lot
huge
of
for
sense.
me,
The
भाई।
double duelist for this team has
पक्का
genuinely
promise।
been phenomenal.
अरे
I'm
भैया,
really excited to see Timotino
bro।
on the Jet being able to take that space. I think this comp is pretty standard, pretty meta,
Yeah.
so it makes a lot of sense. But on the other side, I see a Sage and a veto.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ, they like to
Guys, can
get
you
a little bit tricky
believe-
sometimes. That'll be an interesting one to see as they
मतलब
go through
क्या
their
तुम believe
attack side
करोगे
here.
स्कूबा
It is
ने बोला
naturally
होगा
gonna
your
be a bit of a
favorite
slower comp. You don't have
streamer
as
is
much kind of
Motato,
punching power as something like a Phoenix.
Tomato
It's gonna
and
be a
Neon
little bit
guy
harder to work
and
the map. You know, you're working
Beings and all
towards
भी
A
बोला
main
था,
or
but
B, you're
do
taking
you really
mid.
think
A
मेरा
lot of
नाम
the
दिया
time,
होगा?
a blaze wall and a curve ball goes a long way
हाँ,
to
bro।
making progress, but RRQ is just a comp full of a bunch of guys with guns.
तेरी आवाज कम
There's
होगी
gonna have
तभी
to be a
चलेगा।
little bit more
चुप
contacting, and they're going to have to get much more value out of something like a drone.
Yeah, I think
अपने
it's kind of
देखना अच्छी
ironic that
बात
they're
है।
picking Sage
Bro,
against the Asuna Sage. That's been
पीछे
the
हो।
one that's coming up with a lot of these walls. I don't know
I
if you
think they're thinking
hold
about
on,
that. I think they care
hold
about
on. Do you not remember on Corrode when Asuna did the boost into that tiny
Yes.
little hole and
Everyone started
everyone
doing
started doing
that.
it?
Yep,
I'm
full
just
set
saying,
started doing that
he's
Pacific.
he's the first Sage.
This was
He's got
right
that
on.
unlocked. So it's kind of interesting to see. But again, starting on
वो मैंने बंद कर दिया बेट।
attack, it's kind of rough with that.
I mean, it's always going to be rough. That is
Yeah.
the age-old thing with Ascent. In a lot of metas, a very defensive side of map. I think if you're playing a double duelist mirror, that's a different story, but that's not going to be the case here for RRQ. Might be a little bit harder for them to get going on the attack. Hopefully they can
पीयूष
try to
जोशी
win
तो
the
पता है
pistol,
मेरे
try
को।
to get in with a couple of good
देखो
gun
chat,
rounds, and then when
मैं
they flip over to the defense, maybe
वो
they'll
एक
be
बार
a
खोल
little
के
bit
रखता
more
हूँ।
comfortable. I think it's interesting that Jovi is the coach of RRQ here,
Yeah.
though, and at least he has a little bit more insight and knowledge into how some of these American teams perform, because
Yeah.
he's been over there in that region. He might be watching it a little bit more actively than some other people in Pacific. So I'm kind of hoping that that's going to give him a good read on what 100 Thieves likes to do.
Yeah, we didn't even get the chance to talk
100 Thieves
about-
likes to do.
Yeah, we didn't even get the chance to talk about Jovi earlier on, but he's been absolutely phenomenal. I've actually
Please
worked with
देखते हैं
him
अगर ये buffer
personally
हुआ, we
on a
switch to
personal
YouTube,
level
okay?
on FlyQuest when he was in charge of that Game Changers roster, and he's so good at understanding the fundamentals of the game and making sure he's communicating that to his team. He's also really good
Bro,
at
reel जाती है,
anti-stratting,
reel
and
जाती है,
that's
मेरी
what
reel
I'm
जाती है
scared of,
Insta से,
because
तो पता है।
knowing
But
how
सही
100
में।
Thieves play, they are
mean,
very
stream
creative,
का,
but you can
crazy, no?
anti-strat them at the end of the day. And I think too, for me, when I'm looking at the Phoenix, when I'm looking at the Jet, it is kind of
तो
scary
फिर आप
when they
believe
do
करोगे?
switch over and switch
या
sides.
दर्शन भाई तुम
Trying to
believe
get
करोगे?
attack anywhere on either side of the map with that Sage, with that Veto, you're gonna have to bait out so much util before you're able to actually be able to do something.
Yeah.
आई थिंक ट्विच का मेरा लॉग इन है इसलिए भाई ये बफर ही होगा, यूट्यूब ही देखते हैं।
forcing out the Sage Wall, breaking that a little bit, doing the double pumps against the Veto. That's probably what RRQ has to have in mind. But that's where this man on your screen comes into the equation. Crazy Guy, very much one of the best callers in Pacific. It's really just a question of whether he has the best read at the time.
YouTube करना पड़ेगा नहीं है सोफी भाई, क्योंकि मेरा उधर Twitch लॉगिन है इसलिए वो आ रहा है.
And especially if a team like RRQ
Watch party का लिंक नहीं दिया इन्होंने भाई, उन्होंने दिया ही है.
Particularly starting out on this attack.
But दोनों जगह हो रहा है, YouTube and Twitch पे थोड़ा क्वालिटी बेटर होता है, but YouTube पे लैग नहीं होता, Twitch पे लैग होता है थोड़ा.
At the pass within the APAC region, but at an international event we haven't seen this player. He's going to be debuting in replacing Mon yet. But in general, RRQ a very, very good team when they're behind. A lot of tenacity to be able to make some comebacks and things like that.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because on the other side of the roster, other side of the stage, you have Bang, who has done a really good job and been in charge of one of the reasons why 100 Thieves has had a good championship run.
अबे इतना बफर क्यों हो रहा है?
Trophy. Bang was on that roster during that iteration.
मधुरा टिप 1000 रुपीज. आज मारा दोस्त मोहित का बर्थडे है. हैप्पी बर्थडे बोल दो.
Controller anchors I've seen in Americas too. This
Yo Mohit, happy birthday मेरे भाई, and you have such a good friend. Yo Madhura, thanks for the freaking 1000!
I
think it's a
oh my god, मैं ज़्यादा चिल्ला रहा हूँ watch party पे.
Like both of these teams are reasonably stacked. Yeah, there's some
question
marks in some of the roles or in certain matchups and things like that. But you know, I'm looking at 100 Thieves placements. I'm seeing a lot of 4th, 5th, things like that. I'm looking at RRQ. I'm seeing a lot of 4th, 5th. They just can't seem to get into the top couple. That can sometimes be.
But Madhura, please next time, please video वाला मत बोलना, please.
I think we had that in both Pacific and Americas. You guys had Furia in kickoff go on a crazy run. We had Nongshim go on a crazy run. So sometimes you just run into a team that's really hot, and sometimes you just run into one of the old staples that always makes top 3s and goes to international events.
Well, speaking of Furia, 100 Thieves actually beat Furia 2-0.
100 full stream नहीं क्या bro? You change watch party bro. मैं इतना चिल्ला भी नहीं सकता.
For this event, which goes to show
how watch party में भी ऐसा था कि तुम्हें गेम की आवाज ज्यादा रखनी है अपने से.
Thinking of a team like MIBR, it's the same thing.
And I'm shocked.
These teams
bro,
have
I'm so excited, bro. I'm excited for match. I'm thanks Madhura for the crazy 1000, bro.
Show that they haven't made it to an international. And I think for this team of 100 Thieves, when you're up against Leviathan, Crew, you have G2, NRG, MIBR. It's kind of really hard, but this is the time to kind of cement yourself and show yourself as a pillar of the Americas.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see RRQ take on an Americas team. I feel like at most international events, I'm used to seeing them play an EMEA. I feel like they've played Fnatic like 500 times, so I'm hoping this is going to give them a little bit of a different flavor, something a little bit different at the start of this group stage, because I think
start हो ही गया है almost. पता नहीं कुछ मैं भी fix कर रहे हो कुछ कर रहे हो क्या?
In my opinion, I think both of these teams will see this
Indian team में कल G का मैच है.
Looking at the other side of the bracket and seeing EDG versus BBL, both of those teams are going to be a nightmare to play. EDG's on a hot streak coming back off the back of London, and BBL is no pushover either. We already saw them earlier on in the opening, Masters event of this year do quite well for themselves, have a nice little run over in EMEA. Unfortunately, Foot kind of eclipsed them a little bit this time around, but these Turkish rosters, you really just cannot take them for granted.
Yeah, I'm really looking at these players. I'm obviously a little bit biased here, but for me, my prediction, personally, my prediction is that 100 Thieves is going to run away with this, but they're not going to take it easy. I think I'm looking kind of at a 2-1 here, personally, especially looking at the maps.
Yeah, I kind of feel like 100 Thieves is probably the favorite here as well. RRQ is a hard team to root for at the best of times.
Damn, you're not even loyal.
Oh, मैं mic बंद करके बोला क्या? कल G का मैच है. G का मैच है.
They always struggle, and I've watched all of their games internationally. It has caused me great pain.
I watch our yes sir.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And we can have a conversation about maybe if 100 Thieves would have done a little bit better or not. Been a while since we saw 100 Thieves win Americas. For RRQ at least, you could only need to go back a couple of stages, and they've already taken a title.
पूरे दिन मोटेटो में बहुत खुश हो गया. हम happy bro.
Not necessarily make it into the top couple.
भाई मैं आज
T1 Super Team, Nongshim going on a little bit of run. PRX is always just good. It's a hard, tussle to make it into the top couple of Pacific.
पता नहीं बट सच है कि नहीं वो बता दिया मैं.
Looking at these maps,
उसने बोला है तो of course सच ही होगा.
first, that is RRQ. RRQ's pick. Then 100 Thieves, they've gone and picked Breeze, which I'm actually surprised about. I don't know how you feel about this, but seeing that RRQ hasn't had the best of success on
यार
Breeze,
वैकी
and
भाई
seeing
वो
that 100
मैंने
Thieves has
मेल करना है
done
आज
phenomenal,
स्ट्रीम
essentially, every
एलिमेंट
time
स्ट्रीम
they've
लैब्स को
played
कुछ
Breeze.
ग्लिच
I'm
हो गया है
really
वो
surprised that they let that through.
कब स्टार्ट होगा मैच अभी स्टार्ट होना चाहिए था अभी
Breeze is going to be a bit of a false dichotomy for 100 Thieves, in my opinion. I think that RRQ, the whispers are that RRQ has been very good on Breeze. In some of the officials, maybe it hasn't gone their way. In kickoff in particular, they were the team in the upper bracket game and they lost 3 best of 5s in a row to be kicked out of kickoff and not make it to the opening Masters tournament of this year. And they lost every time on Breeze. Since then,
drink water,
they have kind of
flick.
mixed things up. I like the fact that they're kind of playing the KO Harbor comp at the moment. I think it allows them to mid-round quite nicely. I like the way that they play the KO. So I think it is quite a good map for them. I want to see if they rejig things a little bit, though, in terms of their comp in particular when we head through onto Breeze, because previously they did have Monyet playing the Harbor. He was okay
ईशान
on that,
भाई
little bit
बढ़िया
up and
ईशान
down,
भाई
but Zan mixed into this roster is definitely a
इस बात में
neon
मुझे
guy,
आजादी
and
पे कर दो
Jemkin
अभी
is
करता
not
हूँ
a
अभी
neon
करता हूँ
guy. He kind of just fills neon when they need to. So I'm wondering which
कितने
one of those
मैचेस
two
चल रहे
things
हैं
is
2
going to
मैचेस
take
चल रहे
priority,
हैं
or whether they'll actually just move in a completely different direction and start
कल
playing
एमएमवीआर
double
के
duelist
सामने
again.
मजा
I
आएगा
wouldn't be
अब
surprised to
जीई
see a lot of
वर्सेस
jamming on tomorrow.
एमआईबीआर कल
Dude,
है
I would love a double duelist
कल
matchup,
इसका
because
tomorrow is
100
very
Thieves on the
exciting
other
match
side,
bro
They've been doing that. They've been loving it too, which is kind of crazy considering as soon as KO was also really, really good in Americas, but they've switched over to that.
देखो मैच
Phoenix,
स्टार्ट
to
हो गया है
that
मैं
Jet.
देखो
I
वो
don't know
लोग
if they're gonna
ऑलरेडी
keep that
मैप उसमें
essentially
है
today, but from what I've seen, it's where they found their success. They're so good
मधुरा
at those
टिप्ड
aggressive plays. They're
1500
really good at
रुपीस
setting up a
मोहित
lot
ना
of these
काया
little
लव
mini
मोटा
trap
बही
plays
और
and
अब पका
denying a
मेरा
lot of the
टैरिफ
map
से
control,
पापई
because even on their defensive side, they've
मोहित ने
taken a
कहा
lot of that
लो
map
भी
control
मोटा
and
पर
are
आपने
thinking towards that
आपको
A
मेरी तरफ से
They're
अपनी
using their resources there to be able to fight, to be able to push back the other team and not make it easy. But moving on to that third map, we have the Haven, which is the decider, which for me, you're smiling right now. Tell me what you're thinking.
I mean, it's just stock standard RRQ, really.
Yeah.
It's just like dead in the middle of the map pool. I think this is a lot of vetoes, to be honest. I swear to God, Haven is a third map decider
Yo.
in like every second veto
Yo.
at the moment. It's because it's been in the
Madura.
map pool for such a long time. So
Yeah.
I don't think that RRQ are going to be particularly happy or sad that the third map is Haven. I
T-shirt और
think they're
टिप्पा
just
कलर
totally
सेम
fine with
है
it, and it's
यो
just going to be
मधुरा
down to the better team that wins at the end of the day.
Yeah, I
Thanks
think
for
both
the
teams just
freaking
pretty solid. From
RRQ is very happy
1500
with this veto,
Yeah.
if I was to guess. I
Really?
think the Ascent is a bit of a question mark pick for me, but they're always a little bit funky with their pick. I think that the Breeze
New mic
stats are a
incoming,
little bit
yes,
misleading. I think RRQ is
sir.
going to be a little bit better.
by
than
the
you
way
would
thanks
expect
यार
to be on
मधुरा
Breeze,
तुम्हारी
but,
डोनेशन में नए
we'll
माइक
see.
के लिए यूज करूंगा
The stats don't
मेरा
look
ये
great,
माइक
but
ऑलरेडी
I'm
थोड़ा
telling
खराब
you,
है
I watched and casted
So-
most of those games
Yeah.
Thank you
recently.
for the
What's the
huge
filter on that, by the way? How
ओए
many months
सो
are we
गया
talking
ये
about?
वो
This
नहीं जाग
is
रहा है well thank you
stage
for the
1
huge
and Masters.
Stage 1 and Masters.
Okay, does not include the EWC qualifier.
okay.
So there is a little bit
Total.
of
The
data
thing is,
missing,
though, if
so-
you add a kickoff to that, those stats will get worse.
oh my god that's crazy bro
Those
That
stats will
was
get
so
worse,
far.
though.
Wait, really?
They lost 3 in a row.
W मधुरा हाँ ना W
Oh,
मधुरा
boy.
bro
So look, Xfero, you can see he's locked in. He's ready for this game. He is very much meditating for himself and getting ready for this series, as are we. But we're going to take a little bit of a break, allow him to have a rest, and we'll be back with map 1 of 100 Thieves and RRQ.
holy
right after
bro
this.
let's go मैच स्टार्ट हो रहा है शायद
Sorry, I was like,
मधुरा बहन है वो सॉफी भाई मधुरा बहन टेक पॉज ऑलरेडी मैच स्टार्ट हो जाना चाहिए था Yo, thanks Madhura actually bro for the crazy dono. And ये reflex on plus boost कर लो. अब actually W Madhura. Tech problem हर Valorant टूर्नामेंट में होती है true.
मधुरा टिप्ड 2000 रुपीस मर को पता होता थोड़ी और देती
सही में सही में Yo, Madhura, chill! Yo, thanks for the another 2K. Your chat, please, Madhura OP, please. Yep, can we have some Madhura OP in chat? Yeah, of course, of course. W Madhura for holy bro. Yo, love you all, bro. Actually, हाइप तो कर दे भाई, और क्या करूं भाई मैं? Thanks for the I don't know what to say bro, but thanks for the W कितना हुआ मेरे को भी नहीं पता, बल्कि 1500 ऑलमोस्ट 5K 5000 Bro, almost 5K. Best of 3, best of 3. Support NRG, I'm supporting NRG. I'm supporting NRG. Yo, of course यार 100 में उस टीम में, come on. How? आपने बोला उससे पहले ही मैं सपोर्ट कर रहा था, वैसे ऐसा नहीं है अब भी कर रहा हूं। मुद्रा जी इज द बेस्ट, यस सर। यो थैंक्स मुद्रा, एक्चुअली ब्रो गेम चलना चाहिए ना ब्रो, मेरे को तो अब भी चला रहा है, मैं तो चाहता ही हूँ कि चली जाए, बट चलना भी तो चाहिए, कुछ टेक पॉज है ब्रो। अब आई लव यू की भाई। थैंक्स मधुरा फॉर द W दोनों ब्रो। कल ही आ रहा माइक, कल तो तुरंत नहीं लूंगा, एक टाइम ब्रो, मैं रिसर्च भी करूंगा थोड़ी, बट थैंक्स यार। बोल रहा है 5K में 25 लोगों का चिकन आ जाएगा, प्रोटीन ही प्रोटीन। साला यार नो वरीज यार मधुरा, बट नेक्स्ट टाइम तुम जाओगे प्लीज 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 प्लीज। ओए माहिका शट अप, डोंट टाइप रैंक। रिजर्वेशन वैन कल सब है, कल या परसों करेंगे। मम्मी आ गई, अभी कर सकता हूँ मैं, पर आज तो मम्मी सब साफ सफाई वगैरह में है, तो आज तो पॉसिबल नहीं है। Yo, Maika, can we stop flexing? बूस्टेड माही का दीदी स्पॉटेड, यस सर। या एक्चुअली मधुरा मैं कुकिंग स्ट्रीम करता हूं बट I'm थोड़ा वीक, तो रेज बिट होते हैं लोग, तो इट्स लाइक डब्ल्यू रेज बिट स्ट्रीम। यो मैच स्टार्टिंग इन 25 सेकेंड, लेट्स गो। अबे मोटे ऐड हटा, मैं लगा रहा हूं ये एड्स। ओए माइका को कोई कुछ नहीं कहेगा। ओए नहीं भाई, वो रूम नहीं देने वाली भाई तेरे को, उसके किराए पे नहीं मिलने वाला तुम्हें रूम, वो सब कैप था। यो माइका वो सेल्फिश बंदा है, उसको लग रहा है।
मोटा की चूसी ऊंट से ऊंची टिप्ड 50 रुपीज, कल सेक्स वाला चांस मिलाया नहीं।
Play is in our DNA.
ब्रो देखो चैट, कल इट वाज टाइपो, प्लीज साले।
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it.
चलो भाई, कोचिंग कब दे रहे हो मुझे?
Powered by Play.
तुम्हें कोचिंग की क्या जरूरत है? अब वो कांटेक्ट मिल जाएगा। यप, आई कैन मेक वीडियो। मैंने बहुत सालों पहले एक वीडियो बनाया था टीचिंग अ नियॉन, बट थैंक्स मधुरा, जो साइड ब्रो, थैंक्स फॉर द डब्ल्यू डोनो। क्रंची रोल, डब्ल्यू क्रंची रोल। कितने मैचेस हो गए? अभी टैग पॉज था यार, स्टार्ट होगा अभी। टैग पॉज चल रहा था दर्शन भाई।
Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a
मम्मी
day.
हम
It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
पड़ी है अब टफी को।
It's crazy. Our fan base is like really huge in France. I think
है।
most of the people like already saw some
जाओ तो
events
ले
we
जाओ।
did. So I'm pretty happy to be here. We missed out on Champs Paris last year. It's good for us to have an international event that we can play in front of
देखो चैट,
our
मैं
crowd.
मैं
you know?
मैं
I don't know if
जाता हूँ।
it's stress, but it's like
चल
it's
टफी।
a good pressure that we have. We of course want to represent the country of our org. Also, like I grew up in Paris, like it's a special city for me. So there is a lot of story about it.
We're extremely excited. We cannot wait for this opportunity. Obviously, we need to get out of groups first, but that's like even extra motivation for us to meet them all. It's our organization, home country, home city, you know. So that's one of the biggest goals for us for sure.
Feels good to play here, of course, because Vitality French org, and we're in France now, so it will be really fun to get into playoffs and share the stage with some of the fans too. I think that will be cool for everyone, one of us and stuff, and for me it will be especially like I am playing the French org. For me, like it's a really excitement.
चप्पल पड़ी किसी को तो टफी को
I moved
खाना
to
नहीं खा
Paris
रहा
when I
था,
was 7 years old, and growing
खाना
up in
ऐसे
Paris, like,
जूठा
I think
रख
has
के आ
been a
गया,
chance for me because
भाग के
I don't
मेरे
think I
पास।
would be there today if I didn't, like, if my mom didn't move to France. And as I said, like, yeah, I'm grateful for everything, you know, like I'm trying to stay
You know
humble, like,
Crunchyroll
work hard,
pirated
prove by what
website थी
I'm doing
पहले।
every day.
हाँ सही
Our group is
में।
definitely the strongest, but
Now
I feel
it's
like
official
also
anime
probably the most
website.
exciting
Crazy,
to
bro.
watch. We have a lot of fans here and stuff, so again, will be cool to play in front of them. And
यो
just,
मैच
feel the
स्टार्ट
support
करो
to
प्लीज।
some French
हाँ
fans,
5
especially
बज
when I'm
गए
watching
यार,
the
मैच
different
स्टार्ट
esports
करो
and stuff.
यार।
The crowd is usually like really good. Game by game, we have first KC, and then we'll see like who will play next. We'll just
ये
be fun to
थंबनेल
see.
देख के स्ट्रीम खोला, असलियत देख के जंप स्केयर हो गया। ओए लैंग्वेज
There's gonna be Vitality fans against KC
साढ़े।
fans. It would have been so good, but it's fine. Still, it's gonna be an amazing match.
कहीं मैं इंटरव्यू ओनली वाली स्ट्रीम तो नहीं देख रहा?
In last year's finals, we were in a tough situation. I think a lot of different words were said, different tactics to wake up, maybe some harsh.
अब वो लोग दूसरे बैटर से वो टेक डाउन भी करते खुद वही स्टार्ट किया था क्रेजी.
To give us that big amount of belief in ourselves that we can do it.
Even though it was
No. Do you love tomato?
I believe that it's possible. Can't stop believing.
Yeah, I like tomato.
Stop believing, then that's it.
Friends on 78 HP. He did the ultimate
Bro, the vibe, the energy, no? भाई स्टेज पे कितना vibe है ना. मेरे को एक बार experience करना है यार.
Especially, thinking like 2 hours ago we were in the worst position possible. It felt amazing. It felt like a moment of finally.
I think I kind of knew in my head that we would win it just because it's really hard for them to be mentally strong.
मारो जूता मारो टफी को पड़ रही है.
Like, there was no way in my head that we were going to lose.
Buy scammer.
Just on knowing what mental state they're in and what mental state we're in.
Yeah, I mean this year.
Potato, I like potato though.
Not in our roster. I mean, obviously I would have liked to play with my brother.
दिन में कितने केजी खाते हो? 6 से ज़्यादा में 6 is the like minimal target.
Similar in terms of play style. Of course, we have differences, but I think as a team we're very similar to last year.
I think it's a lot of good teams here, but we're here to defend our title. We're gonna try as hard as possible.
Motato land Kalabis Divla dip.
We were in last year, and hopefully we can replicate it this year.
We're here to defend the title, and good luck to the teams trying to take it from us.
आज गेम ऑन नहीं है तो मैं माउस इस मॉनिटर से इस मॉनिटर में यूं लेके जा सकता हूं. अल्ट टैप करके मिनिमाइज करके वो नहीं करना पड़ेगा आज मेरे को, समझा साले.
We're back from the break here at the Esports World Cup 2026, kicking off with
Valorant. मजाक कर रहा था यार माही का. Come on.
Teething issues here on the stage before we kick off RRQ versus 100 Thieves. The start here of Group A, I believe.
यार माही का तुम्हारा PC मिलेगा मेरे को एक हफ्ते के लिए.
Americas versus Pacific and Americas versus Pacific on the cast.
कब स्टार्ट होगा? स्टार्ट होने वाला था, टैग पोस्ट चल रहा था, बट अब स्टार्ट होगा शायद.
Yeah,
I think अभी स्टार्ट होगा.
On rotation, we actually whoever performs, not only do they have to get off the cast if you lose, you also have to just leave and leave Paris.
I don't issue.
So it's kind of insane.
I'm packing as many croissants into
by
my
me
suitcase.
Study NRG versus
They're pretty
light.
light. I can get a lot in there.
Bye bye and thanks Madhura for the W2 no bro.
There's someone who's done that, and I'm sure
मेरा
a lot
पीछे
of
ले
French
लेना,
people
कुछ
are
काम
mad
का भी
about it.
होना चाहिए ना.
Definitely. But while we're talking about
So thanks again,
French,
Madhura,
we're going to
for
be
the-
talking about Paris because this has been such a beautiful
वैसे
city to
जिसने
host this
details
event
भेजा था, I
in
have a
so
question.
far. And
ये
again, just to
message
reiterate,
कहाँ करना
the
है?
prize pool, $2 million prize
ताकि मेरे को
pool,
पता
first
चले
place
तुम्हारा
going
ID.
home with a big chunk of that money. They've increased the money. They've made it BO3 matches at the beginning. And so this is a huge event that we're here for and we're so excited for.
प्लेयर्स के आगे
especially
सर्वर्स
with
लगे
this
क्या? नो
matchup
आइडिया
today.
ब्रो.
Yeah, for
मे
sure.
बी
I mean, a bit more of a
वो
condensed
है ना,
format last
सर्वर इधर
year.
नहीं होता, जिधर
They
रुकनी होती उधर नहीं होता,
definitely
बट
are
जहाँ
starting to
टूरनी होती है ना
flesh
उसके
things out a little
आसपास
bit
कहीं
more.
होता है.
As mentioned before, the best of
Maybe
three is gonna
power
be huge
का
for the
वगैरह का कुछ
players.
सीन होगा.
I think it's going to allow them and the teams to really shine. You mentioned the vetoes and things like that.
सही में
but also
दर्शन भाई.
just getting more reps in an international event.
फिर तुम घर से क्यों नहीं
I'm from
खेलते?
Oceania, so I'm used to going to an international event or at least supporting a team at an international event. Being the 16th seed,
Okay,
you
humble
verse
brag.
What's the
that
favorite
first
team?
seed,
GE
and
fighting
you
कल है
get
G का
banged in
मैच.
the best
GE
of
versus
one, and then you go
MIBR.
home for 20-30 hours. So sometimes that's how it be. At this event, not the case. You get to play at least one best of three, multiple best of threes. You've got the GSL format, upper lower bracket. We're not playing round robin or any of that nonsense. And we're just going to go and send the 2 teams from each groups into the playoffs.
Yep. Sounds great to me. And for those of you that are just jumping in, it is 100 Thieves versus RRQ on this stream. And we've talked a lot about both these teams.
यार साथ अभी एक और बार लिखा है ना, बैन होगा तू याद रखियो.
About the vetoes. And while we're just getting things started here, I wanted to talk a little bit more about 100 Thieves. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed that I would have wanted to talk about 100 Thieves? But they've been so
Pop
phenomenal. But I don't I don't know. That caught me off guard. I don't know how you feel about this, but for 100 Thieves, for me, they've been one of the most creative teams that we've seen in Americas. I say this even starting in kickoff when they had the waylay. The way that Timotino was being set up to use that waylay was really well done. And I feel like I didn't see that many teams abuse it in a way that they did. They ended up using that Waylay to get a lot of that information, but be able to refrag back and be able to go really quick into another direction, just completely catch the other team off guard. Obviously, Waylay no longer that good in this meta, but I'm excited to see what they can kind of bring to the table here if they've made any changes to their comps.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, on the side of RRQ, you know, they tend to like to keep it pretty vanilla. Of course, they have their own flavor of things that they like to do.
They've just picked Sage and Vito. You can't say that in a safe vanilla.
In Americans, they go, oh my god, they changed one agent. Wow, this is really great. In Pacific, we're picking 3 to 5 duelists sometimes.
We're going to start roulette. I mean, spin a wheel
So
for a
yeah,
duel.
I mean RRQ. The thing is, RRQ stylistically
Yeah, एक Maggie वाला
would probably be
pillow है
considered a bit more of a vanilla team
और एक
because
poop
I
pillow है.
think a lot of people who don't watch the
I don't know
region
तुम्हें
might
दिख रहा है
regard
कि नहीं दिख
Pacific
रहा.
as like every team just runs it down.
Mm.
RRQ definitely plays a lot more like a European or an American team. They play
Just
a slower
saying chat,
pace.
ये
They move
mouse
around a
मंगाया मैंने
lot.
कितना दिन हो
They
गया ये
don't
देखो.
just play 30-second, you know, site exec simulator. They definitely do kind of work the map a little bit. They try to be a bit clever with the calling. They try to have some decent amount of prep. So yeah, I think that's going to be an interesting thing to kind of be tackling stylistically against a team like 100 Thieves. And I think in general, that's kind of my own opinion about why sometimes RRQ might struggle at internationals, because they often try to play like they're playing a team like Fnatic. And they're like playing a slower style, and it's like, we're just kind of doing what you're doing, but maybe a little worse.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
यार
Although they
sheep
have had some very
भाई
close maps,
गलती
but
से
in
हुआ था यार
Pacific, I mean,
please
they very much are
bro.
the team where they do like to slow down the mid-rounding a little bit more. They do like to mix up the pacing as opposed to some of the other teams that are a bit quicker. Your Paper X's, your full sensors, things like that. They like to send it a bit more.
Yeah, I think for 100 Thieves, they've definitely done a good job at balancing
Rolled
both those things.
का
Being able to play somewhat aggressive when they need to be, especially
You're
when
selling,
you're
bro.
looking at how they were playing versus Loud, which Loud is known to be super phenomenal with their fragging power. Players like Luke Show just going out there, trying to get as many picks as possible, but 100 Thieves were able to shut that down. They're so good at being able to play back when they need to.
Darshan bhai, I
Being able
think
to just
block
be
हो गया होगा,
aggressive
report and
maybe
block
running
हो
it
गया
down
होगा.
is the strat to do. They've done such a good
आज,
job. And really big props to Vora.
ये वॉच पार्टी जल्दी खत्म हो जाएगी तो दूसरी गेम वरना मेका तो कर लेंगे.
I feel like he's really
नई
driven
गेम्स
this
मेरे को
team to
2-3 मिली
success.
है.
And for me, when I'm looking at the coach and IGL synergy, Vora and his coach have
उड़का ले लो,
been
मस्त
so
है.
good at understanding each other, building these playbooks, building these strats,
Free में ले लो,
having
free में
such a
यार.
deep map pool, but seeing that in the server, nobody's actually lost or confused.
W
or
मिस टाइप
overwhelmed with
यार
what they
तुम
wanna
खुद
do. So I
देखो
think
यार
for me,
शिव
from 100
भाई
Thieves, that's
C
what I keep
और
talking
X
about,
में
their
क्या ही
creativity
डिफरेंस है
goes
बाजू
way
बाजू में.
beyond through and through the relationships, not just
अबे
in the
उस
server,
चीज
but
से
also
भाई
outside
अभी
of it.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of overlap, honestly.
इमेजिन चैट एक मिसटाइप किया अभी मैं ये 3-4 महीना तो एटलीस्ट सुनूंगा ये चीज.
You know,
एक
maybe
letter
Beatty
mistype
at
हुआ
times,
था.
star player that likes to just let the game come to them, evolving a core gradually, incrementally over time.
साथ
I
में
think that's the same
Frosty.
thing for RRQ. They've had a certain core of players. Xfer has been around since literally the inception of Pacific franchising as the centerpiece of RRQ. Then you had Jemkin, you had Crazy Guy come in a little bit more recently than that. Similar to 100 Thieves, you've got some players that have been around since the very beginning and they've kind of incrementally built the roster around them over time, changing in 1 or 2 players at a time over seasons until they end up with their current iteration. So,
ब्रेकिंग
I think both of these teams, as
टैग
mentioned before,
टैग चल रहा है चैट कुछ इशू चल रहा है देखो ना.
international qualifications. This event is a good opportunity to prove themselves against the global field.
Yeah, and as much as 100 Thieves have these veterans, you've talked about the globals, you've talked about the stages. This is the first time that 100 Thieves, at least this iteration of the roster, has gone to a global, has played on a global stage. So I'm really interested to see how they face
Frosty
up to
stream नहीं
that. Is
दिखेगा,
there gonna
watch
be a
party
shift in
stream नहीं
mentality?
दिखेगा, ऐसा
Is there
करेगा.
going to be a little bit more pressure? I'm looking at a player like Timotino, who's just come
चाहिए
up
मेरे को वो
from
मतलब ऐसे फ्री में नहीं लूंगा मैं.
This has been his first time in the VCT.
बट अगर वो नया जैसा है अच्छी कंडीशन में वगैरह तो मेरे को डीएम करो ना उसकी डिटेल्स वगैरह फोटोज के साथ.
Beginning of kickoff, but he's done such a good job. He's blossomed into a very well-rounded duelist player, someone who
और
does
मैं
his
नहीं लूं
job
पता
really
नहीं यार
well,
मेरे को
pulling
भी
those
अभी आइडिया नहीं है
crosshairs,
माइक
not
का.
necessarily constantly fragging out, but being able to do that job, get the movement in there, open up and make the space for the rest of his team. So I'm still it's honestly still a question mark for me how they're going to perform. I'm thinking, if I'm thinking of the VCT America's 100 Thieves, then 100% I understand where they are. I know who they are. I've seen them play. They're so phenomenal.
make sure तुमने right
when
आज
it's
वाला
moving
software बनाया.
to a different style, it's
काफी
kind of
बनाते
going
हैं
to
वो,
be
वही
interesting
बनाते
to
हैं.
see how they do on the global stage. But
मतलब इस
that
हमने
being
इस
said,
चैनल
we
पे
still
मैंने thumbnail
have
नहीं
a
बनाया तो
couple more
सॉफी भाई
things
ने
to
बनाया.
work
हम
on,
दोनों
and
में से
before
एक ही
we
होगा.
jump into the game, we're going to go into a quick break.
Again, quick break. Oh my god, bro. First EWC match, please. नहीं. भाई मैं जा रहा, अब मैं फ्री फायर खेलूंगा. ये स्टार्ट होने से रहा. अबे मैं क्या करूं यार. कौन सा कोर्स किया है तुमने मोटे? कोर्स किसके लिए? स्ट्रीमिंग कोर्स? यार मेरा डेबिट कार्ड एक्सपायर होने आया है चैट. मेरे को रिन्यू करवाना है. ट्वेल्थ किया हूँ मैं क्रिश भाई, उसके आगे नहीं किया हूँ मैं 12th के बाद. यो कम ऑन यार, कब स्टार्ट होगा चैट? इतना लंबा टेक. Buddy with the one gifted. इसको ही मिलना था, इसको ही मिलना था. थैंक यू बोल दे भाई, एटलीस्ट इसको ही मिलना था.
It's still Omen.
इसका भी अभी यही चल रहा है क्या? ना इनका भी टेक वाला ही चल रहा है शायद. ना ब्रो, क्या सीन लाडले. बुअट बाय, थैंक यू फॉर द वन फ्रिकिंग गिफ्टेड. अरे तुम्हारा गिफ्टेड अनेबल नहीं होगा होमलैंडर. क्या सीन भी भाई. क्या भुवन भाई, ये सब छोड़ो, मम्मी को कैसा है? द गोटेड गाय भाई, ज्वाइन वाले पे क्लिक करो और उधर 3 डॉट पे क्लिक करो, वहां आएगा. ज्वाइन पे क्लिक करो और ऊपर 3 डॉट्स हो गए, उधर से देखो. अभी तुमने देख वन भाई, अभी तुमने देख रहे हैं EWC कितने स्पॉन्सर. अभी हम देख रहे हैं EWC के कितने स्पॉन्सर्ड है. ये अभी हम देख रहे हैं कि EWC के किस किस लोगों ने स्पॉन्सर्ड कर रखा है. स्टार्ट हो गई, रिफ्रेश करो. पागल है भाई. अबे नहीं हुई स्टार्ट, रिफ्रेश करने से कुछ नहीं होगा, लाइव पे देख रहा हूं मैं, ये देख। स्टार्टेड नहीं हुई स्टार्ट ब्रो। चैट अगर तुम किसी और का आके देख रहे हो, बोल रहे हो स्टार्ट हुई है, तो वो ईडीजी वाली मैच स्टार्ट हुई होगी। हाँ क्लच की स्ट्रीम पे तो है, क्योंकि वो ये मैच नहीं देख रहा, हम 100 थीव्स आरआर क्यों देख रहे हैं, और मे बी वो ईडीजी वाली मैच देख रहा होगा, ये वाली।
Indeed, 2-0.
ये देखो
And this is where
बीबीएल
things get
ईडीजी देख रहे
interesting.
हो।
Coming into the full
I'm not
buy of
watching
EDG,
BBL
LaRock 2 away.
बट हम टेम्पररी देख सकते हैं जब तक ये स्टार्ट नहीं होती। हाँ वो दूसरा मैच है, वही 2 मैचेस एक साथ चल रही है, हमें आरआर क्यों देखना है ब्रो, बट हम ये देख सकते हैं जब तक वो स्टार्ट नहीं होती।
Rock already close to death.
Oh yeah, there's a hell of a lot of damage that's already
Achha,
been
sorry,
done.
yep.
LaRock almost gone, Rose almost gone. A lot of the danger of this round seems to have diminished.
क्या चल रहा है
Maybe if they can
बीबीजी
give Moita a
बीबीएल
gun, that would be nice, but no, it's Kankan
BBL.
just cleaning things up. Nice work from LaRock to at least get one back, but in the meantime, he was just selling a ruse, a push, going through to the other side of the map, and Gianni has already seen where Loiter is. His survival seems impossible, but he's managed to teleport back at least.
मैं रखता हूँ आई, थैंक यू यार दर्शन भाई। रुको ना जरा, स्टार्ट होते ही बताओ ना।
This is a fantastic start, but left alone, he'll have to do all the hard work himself.
1 HP?
1 HP and a bulldog,
Oh,
a clutch for the ages, and it's not to be. EDG sporting a few bruises though, and they were up against a very light buy. I think BBL can keep their heads held high exiting that round, and for EDG, the goal now is to deal with the full buy.
भाई जेट के हाथों में कोरोना में दिख गया, अब मन नहीं कर रहा है ये देखने का। हम ये नहीं देखेंगे, हम जब तक ये स्टार्ट नहीं हो रहा तब तक ये खेलेंगे।
After that point,
जब तक वो जेट आरआर की वाला मैच स्टार्ट नहीं होता, हम ये देख रहे हैं।
If that ult came online last round, it would have been great. Instead, though, it's come online for
No,
this
no,
one.
my diamond is good. Yeah, very good,
That was what I
bro.
was mentioning.
Very good.
About 30 minutes ago. I love his defensive side operator on that neon. The fact is,
It's
though,
good if you are
early utility
playing like decent in diamond. ऐसा नहीं कि तुम हर गेम bottom कर रहे हो।
Rock, there's the
Holy!
old pop, but Jenny's gonna snipe him out of the sky. Con controls the site, and walking
my
through that
God.
smoke was a brave and bold play for Rose. Now a 2 versus 5.
वो क्या shot
Seconds
मारा
into the round. You
उसने?
thought the damage last round was impressive. Well, they've basically won this one in the first 20. A save has to be called when Lovers Rock having an op as well. There's no way you want to throw this at a near unwinnable situation.
उसने सीटी पूरा hard clear
it's
किया है।
crazy how clean that
But
was.
they're
on
both
entry.
saving.
Especially Gianni's reaction
It's
shot.
2-2
just to
now.
be able to get rid of that showstop because it was
Again,
super
by shot
dangerous
मारा ना
on
उसने।
entry. But yeah, Kreven definitely under serious pressure early in the round, and I like it from EDG. A little bit more direct.
भाई भुवन भाई, आप
very
किस लिए
aggressive
पूछ
in
रहे हो
their
ये
stance,
बताओ?
and, when you have that operator set up on the other side of the
आप
map,
उस लिए तो नहीं पूछ रहे जो मैं सोच रहा हूँ।
some issues, but they basically won the round within the first 20 seconds.
समझ जाओ यार, इसके लिए मैं जवाब नहीं दूंगा यार, मेरे को डर लग रहा है।
Is where we end up for EDG
Peak
denying
पे ही
those
लगा रहे हो ना?
lemons. Won't be possible in the end. So at least BBL got out of there, sporting what they were trying to save. But
भूवी भाई not
that was such a
अबे
quick
मम्मी को
round
कैसा
from
ये पूछा था
EDG.
मैंने भुवन
It's
भाई
hard
अभी।
to even imagine from BBL's perspective. And the fact that they popped the showstopper, so it's costly not just because it ruins your economy, but it also takes a very big ultimate out of the round and out of the game for a while. Now leaving 3 players onto pistols. It's still a better chance to win than the last round in a 2v5, sure. EDG looks set to take the lead here.
Nope.
You need a hero play, and well, maybe the operator will be the one to do
shot.
it. Lovers Rock able to dip in, dip out.
Chat, if we are watching BBL EDG, तुम किसको support करोगे? EDG?
Not really possible, but they've gambled on the other 2 sides of the map. In fact, just look at where LaRock is already. Very deep positioning, pushing in on that flank. Sure,
Bro,
the
Neon
rotations
with
to the
op
B
is
side still
crazy, no?
possible, but that's being watched by Kreven, so they at least have information there. And if LaRock were to keep pushing, he might have a fast flank. However, that plant is going down, and with the time ticking in their favor, and still solid weaponry, I think EDG is still favored in this spot.
पता है सोफी भाई, मैं तो पहले ही समझ गया था.
They think he's here, and they certainly know it now. Now he's in trouble. Headshots needed to bail him out.
सर्जरी करवाना पड़ेगा.
Jenny comes to try to save the day. The pistols are doing damage, though. This is an advantage now for BBL, and they know where that last man is. But Jenny pops the showstopper. It'll buy him time, but he really wants that pick. Shots fired from behind. The showstopper won't land for the kill, though. LaRock ends up coming out on top by the skin of his teeth. That rocket almost took him out.
Yeah, he's actually a little bit unlucky. If the showstopper gets
Wait,
the
how did he
the fact that
won?
he's able to spin around and headshot the guy behind, real nice play, or real nice try from Gianni. But ultimately, that's a low buy round coming through for BBL.
UC थोड़ा मरा,
The
सोफी भाई
operator
वो.
of Lovers Rock, that flank from LaRock, but also just Kreven buying time. Like you mentioned it, like him able to get a kill or two in the mix. Important stuff. 3-2. Lead brought back, and the economy has taken a little bit of a hit, but the Blade Storm will pad everything they need over on that EDG side.
मतलब बहुत serious है क्या
This
बोन भाई?
delay on the C site from BBL worked pretty well. Looks like EDG want to break through and deal with Kreven.
The
But this
better
time,
shot if
it's
one
not
has to
Kreven.
go पहले
Instead, it's gonna be a full
Radiant.
setup. Initially, Lovers Rock takes the kill. A C's nade thrown through as well, keeps them back, does damage.
And
the
play
Blade Storm now
tournaments,
looking
bro.
a bit weaker. Skyhill comes through. Concon's back up to full, but running out of dash. Wants to get in. Oh no, he dashes in! It's a crazy
Didn't
play.
check, right?
It works out. He might die after one, but he buys the space. He breaks the
But team
defense
get trolled,
and sends them
team get
scurrying back
trade,
towards
no?
the C site. Numbers even for now, but the attackers have an easy
they are
time.
going
They're
B.
going to change direction, and no matter where they
Seekers.
go, they have an advantage.
Yeah, the Seekers gave it away.
But twice ही
Two
जा रहा है.
Seekers after you get 2 kills. You know, okay, that was 4 players on the C site. That means there can only be 1 elsewhere, and it was not B. The wall only just getting tripped, but even still, it's a little bit of additional damage done onto Kreven. However, he still manages to win the fight. Puts it back into
crazy
an
ult.
advantage. Weaponry not in their favor, and Lotus just spammed a bullet through the smoke. It leaves it all onto Signed. He needs to try and clutch on his first match for the team, and it's not going to be happening. Lovers Rock closes it down, and again, after a decent back and forth, the recovery is solid from BBL.
It's just a fantastic idea to come out of the gate with that aggression. We so often see it, especially the C's nade. When
Bro,
it comes to the
Kang
A site,
and me
much
are
more
the
rare to
good
attempt
for
it
this
here.
match. Shut up.
Leaving Rose embedded as well, at least trades out Concon.
4%
If he's not
bed
there,
rest
and instead he's
पे.
in front of that jet, it's a different game altogether. But keeping the numbers like
I
that,
hope
buying a
Bhuvan
little bit of
भाई
time,
सब
and then winning
सही हो
the
जाए.
fights
अरे
when it
help
came
चाहिए
to it.
इधर कोई
Also,
मतलब
a very lucky
तुम
spam by
अच्छे ही
Moira,
डॉक्टर
but
के पास
that's
जा
neither
रहे
here
हो
nor
बट
there.
कुछ और सी
4-2
हेल्प चाहिए.
For
Let
BBL,
me know.
it is a good start to their defensive side, considering the 2 rounds EDG
मैं
have,
क्या होगा
had,
कि
have
नहीं
been
लगा.
extremely dominant.
Oh, they love this C pressure.
भाई कुछ tech pause चल रहा है
I
chat
like the
उधर.
adaptation from BBL to put LaRock there. He wants to try and fight them on it.
No
Utility
license.
being sent out to clear him, and he's taken a lot of damage on the way back out. In fact, there's pressure in. The stinger enough for Concon to find the opener, and already Gianni has managed to add another.
ये क्या है?
This C site execute, once they've got into position, is doing so much work in terms of damage.
Yo,
Once again,
4-3
players on
already
the other side of the map. I was
5v2.
going to say, really don't have a choice but to save. However, right now, I feel like
He's
Lovers
not
Rock is
saving
looking
off.
for the classic, I got 1 kill, so, you know, that means I did damage. Bro,
Oh,
you're
but
going up
उसको
right,
पता है
leave.
पीछे से आ रहे
You
लोग.
can't leave
He
now.
doesn't have the choice.
Yeah, he could have before, but he can't now.
Wait, they're not
To
gonna
stand
clear.
his
Oh
ground,
wait,
the
वो
good thing is
clear
they
नहीं
don't
कर
know
रहे
he's
हैं.
here, and it looks
Wait,
like
they're
they're
not
gonna slip
clearing
right past him.
CT.
So for now, at least, if he continues flying under the radar, perhaps he'll get to keep it. He's not
Wait,
going for
it's savable.
a
Save कर
ninja,
सकता है. ये
surely.
save कर सकता है.
It won't work. Not with sign.
Or
God,
maybe
he's trying it. He's gonna try it.
Wait, he might get it.
He could have time here. I think he's got time, and no one's close by enough. It's gonna be a spam from Signed. Has he got it? It's so close!
Oh my God!
Lovers Rock steals the round away.
He's just on a 1v5.
What the fuck?
I can't believe we just seen someone 1v5 Ninja Defuse.
Oh my God!
On the first map of the tournament. I can't believe it.
Even as he was running towards the site, I didn't believe
Bro!
that's what he was doing. And they all left, Tom. Why did they all leave? The Vice Flash doesn't give you info. They just left him. Oh, what a disaster. Well, somehow this man's sticking around for 1 extra kill's giving him the round. 5-2 we go.
You can't blame me for not expecting him to do that.
Jesus, that's insane.
utter madness. And well, there's the 1 extra kill. It's at the beginning of the next round. Nice
Oh.
work from Gianni on the trade, but Again, some weaker weaponry in play here. Obviously, it's kept through from the last round.
Nah,
I can't
bro,
believe they didn't leave one Stinger player behind. It wouldn't even matter if that man went down, but...
I can't believe he won that, man. I can't believe he went for it even. Even just that was crazy, but...
Yusuf, I can upload Insta clips on Insta, right?
This round. A man down already. BBL changing up their Vice setup constantly, and it causes problems here as the Thorns slowed them on the push towards the A site. Left these players isolated.
PRX match के
now
PRX
are calling the freeze. They've waited for 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and finally they'll make a move. But BBL have waited as well. They are still sat in position. Of course they don't expect LaRock to be stood there. With the Vice wall covering his back, he doesn't care. They've left C completely open, but BBL are willing to take that gamble.
Crazy diff, bro, nah.
Pretty hefty advantage.
1v5. He diffused 1v5.
The second he tries to enter this site,
he diffused 1v5.
It seems like there were players watching it. Instead, they've reaggressed, looked to try and push behind, finding that there's nobody towards C side of the map. We'll gift them a plant.
So वो drive वाला जो वो optional था सारा कि तुम्हें use करना है तो you can use शायद.
However, the full force of the
I didn't think
defenders
so
will be
needed
there in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, that door swings open and they're already on their way. Showstopper pop. LaRock searching, has found his target. It's an easy kill with the paranoia going through. Plenty of players can still see him, but Chichu tears them apart at least for the first two. But it's back to winning ways for BBL. They're continuing on this crusade 6-2. What should have been at least a fight back from EDG guaranteed. This game has become much more one-sided. Of one little mistake.
There you go. The diffuse delayed so they can get the operator. It has been having impact.
नहीं ये वो ENC में होगा. वो नवंबर में है.
Been causing them issues. I do like the fact that we're seeing both Jenny and Kankan at times really look to put the pressure onto that operator. But it has been problematic to try and deal with.
Mas beta.
Either way, 6-2.
यार please बोल दो start हो रहा है यार. Come on यार कितना attack.
Of course, they've got plenty of credits to play with. They lost a round with 5 players alive. That is a rare occurrence.
Production, bro.
It's whether or not they can start putting the rounds on the board. And again, they go towards the C side. And this time, Lovers Rock is on that side of the map.
It's the same setup we've seen. Having the C's nade, having the op looking for the opening pick. EDG fell to this with ease last time. Bit more of a fight now, though. Good trade and they've taken Lovers Rock. The C side's wide open. They can run in. The smoke in their way shouldn't delay them by much. Still with nobody having a dog to clear that out, but they decide not to put it through. And in the time wasted, Krevins covered that gap. Look at the TP, though, by Loida. It's huge.
Chat पढ़ रहा था मैं
They think he's here, but dealing with him is another story. Chichu. Well, he found 2 to close out the last round before he died. This time it would be enough. Take it across the line.
Shot?
He's going to use his ult just to be
Wait.
safe.
अच्छा वो spike लेने के लिए ult किया. I thought.
Yeah, it might even work as bait, though. Because you're going to almost assume that he had it already.
Both have
a
full HP, almost full
long
HP.
Rotation back from Loiter. Time will be ticking. Chichu's had an opportunity to reposition. I think the only problem he might have is starting to doubt where his opponent
अगर इसमें smoke है तो he can.
Why is he taking so long? Has he gone all the way in towards our spawn?
Smoke tab.
He gone all the way around the
back.
But
उससे पहले तो I think fight होगा.
He sat in the corner, basically just trying to cover off as many angles as possible.
Oh, he thought I think main आ रहा
ticking
है.
away now for Loiter, and in the end for Chichu, it's all too easy. 3 kills for him in the round, and 3 rounds for EDG.
Yeah, a big clutch for Chichu. A much-needed round for EDG as well, as we said, after losing that 5v1 Ninja Diffuse. I genuinely can't I can't remember the last time I saw a Ninja
successfully
found. I think in the last year we got like
1v5.
one attempt.
Not in a 1v5.
Not in a 1v5,
no.
Absolutely not.
Never.
And then you think
how
about
funny it would be. Not even not funny, bro. Please don't give them ideas.
Against a team like this.
Yeah.
That is not the kind of mistake that happens at this caliber.
No. Crazy stuff already happening for the economy. A little bit rough. Well, Jenny, the showstopper has worked out this time. And
wait, but yaar Neon ka
the wraparound looking to come in from behind. The ult trying to pad the gap. And well, Kankan ends up with 2.
Yaar Neon kite only 10 seconds, bro. Oh, he got op? मतलब he got op shot maybe.
Decides he doesn't
Wanna
want
get
to face
op-
into the Kankan
नहीं,
operator.
वापस गया
Honestly,
वो.
that's okay. I don't think many people do.
Yeah, you start an eco or low buy round, a little bit of aggression, sure, but once you meet that operator, it's time to turn.
नहीं Sophie भाई.
Nice attempt by Rose to play sneaky beaky like, but he's been caught and now all onto Kraven. Guardian got the weapon for the job, at least. Already the first one tap under his belt, but Signed puts an end to that. 6-4 now. EDG with a chance to equalize still at the halftime.
Yeah, it was looking like, especially after the 1v5, potential for BBL to run away with this half, but that potential is slowly slipping away.
वो chat
from
WhatsApp में आ गया user
them.
name
Also on
का.
a regional
Sophie
standpoint,
21 वाला रखो सिर्फ
EDG
Motato
are
रखो.
normally incredible on that attack side, so I'm interested to see they're going to have that same sort of caliber on the defense. We've only seen them play the defense, really.
Yeah,
versus
Motato
DRG,
available
who
नहीं
they
है.
lost to both times. But of course, it's hard to doubt these players even without. Nonetheless, then we're going to see this early aggressive start from LaRock. And actually, he's going to continue his pushing, but it's almost worked out as bait for Loiter.
Oh, it's a great paranoia. Chinchu on a tear these last few rounds. He's found LaRock. Self.
यार कितना चल chat कब start होगा यार कि
Workable position. Rose is going to cover in the corner. Hooking on the left. There's a wall in front of him. And some thorns to his left. It might draw the eye of the rest of the squad, but they won't see anyone fighting them as they go through. They're suspicious! But Rose lands two
Spike
in a row.
उसके wall के
Quick
ऊपर है
double
देखो.
to Spike. To wait till that wall comes down.
Hello.
Wait, Spike
They
at
can
here
retrieve it, but not without a fight. Rose is still guarding it in that corner.
Oh my God, Rose!
The lead.
Nah, bro,
locked in
everyone
for
playing
halftime.
crazy.
I'm very surprised that Rose got as much done from that corner. I expect that to be a one and done. Of course, EDG were focusing more on the timing of getting
sound
over the
वगैरह
wall.
ठीक है ना?
And because of that, they walk through. One's looking his way. The other's obviously clearing the other angle. That player doesn't hit. He gets 2 for 1. It worked out wonderfully for the IGL
This
of
loot, yeah,
BBL.
Chichu, bro. Chichu playing 13-7.
Come out with an 8-4 half. Of course, 7-5 with a pistol and second round under their belt. It's kind of what's expected. But either way, operator waiting for Kankan. He knows that a player is likely already crossed. It's Rose currently holding the operator, allowing Lovers Rock to get aggressive. And
Wait,
now
is
peeking
Smoker
into
कितना aggressive
a
क्यों
double
किया?
of players. All going to be baited. But instead, they go back towards the C site, which as of right now is completely open. It does look like BBL is setting up for the retake, though.
Oh, on किया तोड़ने
That
से
it does. I
पहले.
mean, they've got 4 players having pushed up on A. A lot of space taken there. The whole idea is to just fight this outside.
सारे back से बाहर है. I think only Fade coming from Waters, no?
They go to the top. They go to the defender spawn. Taking that as a nice foothold. Seekers go out and tell them where to look. One player towards water.
Look at
That's
this
going to be
guy.
nobody searching for the kill.
Oh, W ult.
Trying to make this
Huge ult, I mean.
comfortable for that player.
Oh.
And now the Thorns, the ult going through. No more Thorns, sorry, for the attacking side. They haven't got anything to slow down this. So BBL going to run straight
Wait, gun
through.
भी मिल गया.
Already having dodged the ultimate. They've got their weapons in hand. And now Signed and Chichu have numbers against them. A smoke that's going to block them off and the defuse can now be tapped. A spam through the smoke, the best that it gets. But they found him. Rose is down. 4 for Chichu. And Signed is there to close it out. It will be 7-5 at the half. The lead for BBL, but ENG not that far behind.
Oh, another great round coming out from Chichu. I think you can put at least
Bro, I
2
think they
or 3
miscalculate
rounds.
ult
You can
and
at
push,
least
no?
put at least a
Ult
few
के साथ push नहीं किया
down
इन
to
लोगों
him
ने.
individually.
लोगों ने
Or
ult
just
के
even
साथ
the
push
spam
नहीं किया,
through the
right?
smoke,
थोड़ा
making
late
sure they
किया,
couldn't even
otherwise
get it to Harvey. And at
आराम
that
से
point,
retake कर सकते
Loiter
थे.
already knew
Am I right?
that round was over.
जल्दी घुसना
7-5,
था
a
ult
decent
में,
recovery,
exactly, no?
Especially when you consider there was a 1v5 ninja defuse in the mix and you didn't win the pistol. I think that's not too bad for EDG.
Yeah, you know, often we talk about the pistol rounds in a situation like this, 7-5. You're like, oh, the pistol made the difference here. That's what gave you the leg up. Another 1v5. The 1v5 ninja defuse is what gave you the leg up there.
Bro,
That's,
Hana 1v5 ninja
that's tough.
defuse, bro. Holy.
But for BBL, the lead by 2 indeed. It's something to work with, but I don't think they're out of the woods just
Yo,
yet.
please.
Mistakes from ENG allowing that ninja defuse through, that's a flash in the pan. I think this team is only going to get better and better as the tournament goes on as well. And that's always the effect that we see when you have a coach coming in to stand in. You think about Zeiss. Yes, he was great when he stood in for KC the first time around, but as the days went on, as the weeks went on, he started to grow more and more into that position.
I'm watching guys EDG वाला RRQ 100 thieves अभी start नहीं हुआ, उसमें कुछ tech pause चल रहा है.
Expect to see here for EDG that Sign will become more and more integrated into this roster over games.
I want to watch RRQ versus 100 thieves, but उसमें tech pause चल रहा है कुछ.
Any top tier player. And so he's coming in here with these guys. I don't just mean on-stage experience as a player. I mean with your team, right?
Yeah, of course.
And he's coming in here with a chance to build that day by day, already looking pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's also fun as well when you do have like a coach in the mix, because you can have those additional inputs that you might normally have to call a tactical pause for. So it can give you additional value. Of course, what you lose is Smoggy, who's an insane player. So it definitely, I'm not going to say it's a full positive. I think there's some pretty hefty negatives in there, but he's held his own so far in the game. And of course, you still have crazy caliber players like Chichu, who's just popping off at the moment. And going into the defensive side, we'll have to wait and see what they have on offer. As said, when it comes to their regional victories, it's normally the attack side where they shine. But a lot of the time, they dominate that first half so much that we don't actually see that much of their defensive side. So I'm excited to see what we're going to get. He's 17-8, by the way.
Like, genuinely, it's the last 5 rounds, excluding one. I remember he got like a 2K out of 4, then a 2K clutch, and a 4K to close it out as well. Chichu's having a game, man. 7-5 though. Pistol round.
Is that very important for EDG?
He said we're going to get a glimpse here at EDG on the defense, and it is 4 players towards C, 2 baiting that initial fight. In fact, Jet's the only one baiting it, dashing back and then leaving nobody embedded.
Wait, they instant rotate.
Like
No,
and it does look like BBL
they are going
late
C
going to
only.
fill into that space, but they're going to open the door. And that's where a problem forms for nobody. In fact, nobody's opened the door.
Oh
and
no,
that's
a double strat.
They're all around
But he
him.
still
He's
got
going to
fun.
be taken down, but the trade's at least favorable for EDG.
Yeah.
Great paranoia.
It did pretty well there, getting out of that with a kill. And
Oh,
then
imagine
setting up
rightly connect होता.
Chichu, who, I'll be honest, he
Oh,
doesn't
1
need much
HP already
setting
हो
up.
गया.
He's just managed to right-click a guy down to 8 HP through
How
half of the
did
bullets
they
hitting the wall.
fumble
Yeah,
this?
that's how the classic works. There
Still
you go.
उन
That's
लोगों
what
के
you
2
need.
बंदे down है.
It's like I'm pretty sure the wall ate
But
most
he
of
is
those
clear.
shots. I saw his health bar
जब
disappear.
प्लांटिंग है.
Like, oh.
Look at the
और
control.
डोर खुलने हुआ
Trevor's
दिखा होगा ना,
managed to get
मिनीमैप
an
पे
MPS.
दिखता है ना
The thing I
चेक.
like from EDG though, they've grouped up. Bar one player, that one player's Kankan. I'll allow it.
Safe enough pair of hands if he's on his own. Yeah, I'll certainly be believing in him. Plant coming through for BBL. A man down and a lot of HP missing on Loida.
Wait.
He's going to
Take
try
a
to be the
discipline,
snake in
please
the
hold.
grass, and I don't think
Hold.
they saw his pistol. There's a jump scare for Signed. But they're still hunting him down. Jenny, as reliable as he's been, it seems like Lloyd has hit another level in this pistol round. Already 3 kills under his belt, but he might need to do more. Kraven's the only one left on his team alongside him, but never mind. Holding the site proves easy. For the Vice, it is now 8
5v3, low HP.
And an injection of rounds
Oh my
in this early half
god.
could make this a very dangerous series for EDG.
Nah, everyone playing so clean, bro.
I agree with you. I thought that Loiter would be dead to rights. The fact he gets 2 while on 8 HP, that's the defining part of the round. If he gets even just 1 kill, there's still going to be that pincer in onto
Loita.
players of BBL. Instead, it gives Kraven a lot
Loita,
more
bro.
of an
Loita
opportunity
playing.
to
भाई
isolate
दोनों
some of those
ओमेन
fights.
डोमिनेट कर रहे हैं देखो.
8-5. Lead
ओ,
extended.
भाई नियॉन का स्लाइड. नियॉन
Wow. That was right with a sniper back.
प्री राउंड स्लाइड मारा देखा तुमने जो पहले हम करते थे जब स्लाइड रिमूव नहीं होता था सब बैरियर पे.
Lovers rock with a sniper. Nobody, the sniper being the outlaw, but nobody even having shields.
You're playing Omen like me, shut up.
Should be an easy cleanup for any fights.
You're correct. Nobody doesn't have shields.
But technically, I said nobody has shields. So
Exactly.
I'm incorrect because I said I would have said nobody does have shields. I
Hitting
meant,
A.
no player on the defensive side
और
has
ये
shield.
अब साइड पे कोई नहीं खेल रहा.
Sorry, yeah, my bad. I thought he had a shield beside his name, and it
जेट
definitely
खेल
wasn't the
रहा है
fact that
बट
his
वो
name
भी
is nobody
रीटेक
and
के
it's
लिए खेल रहा है.
an
इन्फो है
annoyance.
बस उस पे.
Something
डोर
someone
खुलने
and
का
nobody.
मैप पे
God
दिखा
damn.
होगा. They are rotating.
Well,
Sound like a hater.
it should be the cleanup, but the weapon he comes up against
still
is a
got
sniper
one.
on the other
Okay.
side, and in the hands of Concon, it's good
No,
enough for
side
the kill.
clear.
Problem is, everyone else has classics.
Yep. तीनों उधर से आ रहे हैं.
That flank position, but it does seem like the attackers have now sort of realized that Flash has left Rose so blind, but again, a corner unchecked. I think he's got almost all of his kills from corners unchecked so far. He got 3 from one corner.
Yeah.
That's a 4th. I think he may only have 5, but we'll ignore that.
And he got Con in the back from the corner on C long. So he actually did get all of his kills from corners.
There you go.
Incredible.
He's just hiding in corners the entire time. An easy cleanup for BBL, though, and now is where we basically need to see the breakback from the side of EDG.
Bro, ये 1 घंटे से टाइम आउट चल रहा है चैट. टेक पॉज चल रहा है. 1 घंटे से ज़्यादा टेक पॉज चल रहा है. या 1 घंटे से चल रहा है. 1 घंटे से ज़्यादा टेक पॉज चल रहा है.
Yeah, there's something poetic about seeing the IGL only getting kills from positions of outplay.
Yeah, you gotta be ratty sometimes.
I do like that. It's kind of how he should be playing. Well, for BBL, double digits if they can take this round. They've invested decently. 3 rifles, a Guardian, which is another rifle. I say rifles, I mean these ones. The big boys.
No tech pause. I heard his PC blew up. मतलब tech pause ही हुआ ना वो.
The plant now on the B side as a result, but of course Chichu not going quiet
just
yet.
Need.
A good name. But the cover equally as good.
नहीं मरा.
Yeah, with 4 HP.
Nice shot already.
He's 4 HP now.
As well. Leaves just 2 standing.
Dave call already.
Yeah, there's not really much of a choice. Now, it's interesting the position of that Vice Wolf assigned. It feels like they're leaving him boxed in on his own setup. Again, that's quite a common thing to do.
Look at the Vice wall, chat.
Is one of the normal positions for that wall is on B, so that you know that somebody's walked through. It's fine to not do that if you're very aware of the gap. I think you can tell from the way that nobody died. He was completely unaware from the gap. That can't happen again.
Yeah, it's not been the prettiest. Rose has gone down to the spike. Well, he was making sure they're not getting ninja diffused, and I can certainly appreciate that. Well played, Rose. But for EDG, uncharacteristic mistakes. That's the thing that's surprising. You had the 1v5 ninja diffuse earlier. You have this round as well, where BBL are allowed to simply walk up.
And Lorok's giving them a round of applause.
Of course he is. Of course he is. I haven't seen them stand up all too much so far, but hey, there's plenty more room to the series.
Comfy.
Exactly. There you go. Sponsors are gonna love that one. That was a great hit. We've planned out a few of these for the day, so
definitely.
What's next on the script? Well, 10-5 BBL.
Oh ये slide की बात कर रहा था मैं पिछले राउंड पे भी.
We spoke about it, EDG favorites, but we don't know how they'll play with the stand-in. To be honest, I'm not going to play them on the stand-in. Top down, it's looked a little bit messy in some of the rounds. We still need to see them wake up.
Little bit messy.
Very low buy as well in this one. Chichu, understandably, is the man with the rifle.
W wall भाई, triple wall लगाया उसने.
That's the other problem. That wall's getting tripped for free. Once that door goes up, and it looks like BBL definitely posturing for this A hit. They've allowed EDG to know it. All the info there for the defensive side.
Yeah, and I think that's the Bay. They're ready for Concon's push. Again, he might be a bit more of a surprise. The flash. Oh, hello!
No.
The timing!
Gets the timing. They found the rat this time. Now the split back to B, but there's a player ready and waiting. Again, he has his nade primed. Again, can just look to slow them down. Paranoia in, and there's the man of the moment. Chichu with that rifle.
वो छेद में से ढंग से नहीं गया ना.
From this, you're still walking back into another player in the form of Signed. He's got himself an additional weapon, but there's Lover's Rock. 2 quick shots.
मैं बोलने वाला था 2v4 है, can't win.
From here, the C site
Eastern
seems the
got
safest.
2 pick.
And that allows for that
C
rotation.
plant हो रहा है. This is so winnable now.
All the way back to the other side of the map and a post plant.
What is even happening, buddy?
Oh, Lover's Rock almost getting caught. But he's on the right agent for it. Quickly able to slip away. Back to the C site. They know the outlaw is lurking around, and for Signed, that's a big problem.
Oh wait, I think Vice को hold करके साथ में please bro, hold.
Ult's going to be put into
play.
Oh
wait,
from the shadows,
info लिया ult करके उसने.
Spots 1, maybe even 2. They definitely have the info to work with. Loida as the same himself. Lover's Rock wraps around. They
bro, how they are winning!
Leave Chichu in an unwinnable spot. Time against him. And a shot landed by Loida confirms it. A big lead for BBL. And honestly, I'm surprised to not see like a pause coming through from EDG, even just to
लेना ही चाहिए.
Yeah, I think it might be one of those games where you're just kind of going like, okay, let's go with the flow. Let's learn. a little bit of our own weaknesses, but also, yeah, as you sort of said, I think a lot of the mistakes have been
बता रहा हूँ
a
मैं
little bit
ना
more blatant, like gaps being left and things that I
Didn't
don't
they
think
pause?
you necessarily need to be told that need to be fixed. Chichu, though, still having an insane game. He's being matched, at least by one or two. Gianni tries to get aggressive, but they are just waiting on the other side to try and catch them out. Lovers Rock, he's already taken quite a bit of damage. They're pushing towards Chichu.
W fire neon, W fire neon, W fire neon. Let's go. Oh wait, मरा नहीं neon ult से. Sad. उसका ult refill नहीं होगा अभी. Don't have ult now.
Nice shot by
Shot, bro.
But we need another to pull them back into this round. The other problem being with plenty of members to this attacking side, they don't need to worry all too much about rotating that player through. Loida, but the flank coming through is a big problem. Signed has not been spotted. They seem to have no idea that he even can be here. There's a freebie on offer, and he will claim it, leaving Rose to try to fight back. And now finally, Loida does need to rotate through. But when he does, it's too little
कोई
too
भी
late.
round किसी की भी तरफ चला जाता है. हाँ?
I think that obviously Signed
He
great work
round-
on the timing on the flank, but the big player in this round is Khan. Because not only does he get these 2 kills, I do think this is audacious from Lovers Rock to even
तो
look
ये
in that
BBL का
direction.
winning round
But then he
था.
starts baiting for his teammate. Because eventually someone's going to look behind. But if you have a guy on Jet jumping around with his knives out, you're
BBL
looking at
जीत रही
that
थी
guy. You're
round.
looking at the guy who's the biggest threat in the server most of the time. And that's the moment that gives the Sign the
and
opportunity
Chichu.
to strike. 11-6. A break back after 4 in a row. But this is the first of
Bro,
many.
किसी की भी तरफ round जा रहा है बे.
Oh
my
God,
God,
having
bro.
no look when it comes to these showstoppers. He's picked out of the air again. 3 versus 4, damage done to Rose. He'll be taken down with ease, miles away, and the showstopper lands for damage. Not for the kill, but it feels like enough has already been done. They are throwing everything at this one. Even in the 4v2, no room for error. And EDG, well, EDG were making an easy meal of it, but now Signed and Chichu, one away from the ult on Loida. He can run, take the orb outside C, and then plant with ease. This has turned into a much more dangerous
क्या खेल
round.
रहे लोग?
There's the orb.
Watchman
It
X
does
is
seem
right
like
से
this has
क्यों
been
नहीं
thought of, though. Look at Chichu.
मिल रहा?
Chichu is so ahead of the
क्या
game.
बता bro?
He's so ahead of it. He's so ahead of it.
मोटाटो
He
ठरक
knows
मंत्री
exactly
टिप
what's
50
coming.
रुपीज
मिला क्या तू?
भाई बहुत कोशिश कर रहा हूँ पर तेरी कल की थर की हरकत भुला नहीं पा रहा.
But Chichu's brain is even bigger. Was there way before anyone would have expected it.
I almost don't care who wins this. I feel like
Let's
Chichu's MVP.
नहीं
The guy's just been put
Same,
in a
bro.
shift, man. So many impressive rounds.
यार that
across
was
this
crazy
map.
ना कल जो
He's
हुआ.
kept them in it.
तो
And this
तूने
would have been a
DD5 को
very
भेजा
flat
था ना
first
मेरे को
half.
मैसेज
If not
आया
for
था
him, it
उसका
would have been a game over.
स्क्रीनशॉट भेज के.
Although absolutely anyone watching the 1v5 defuse would have cancelled that. But 4 rounds left to go. The gap starting
Bro,
to narrow a little
literally
bit
मैंने
again.
स्ट्रीम
But
के
the
बाद
thing is, in the back
डिस्कॉर्ड
of my
चेक
mind,
किया है.
it is
लोगों
any
ने
moment that
स्क्रीन
BBL can
रिकॉर्ड
answer
करके
up.
मेरे
It's
को
not even waiting
डीएम
for
में
the next
भेज
round
रखे
when
हैं
the full light comes
क्लिप्स.
through. They're just as dangerous here with pistols.
मैं सोचा था स्ट्रीम एंड करके प्राइवेट कर दूंगा. मीनवाइल मैंने डिस्कॉर्ड देखा 10 लोगों ने तो मेरे को स्क्रीन रिकॉर्ड करके भेज रखे हैं.
And the ult for the defenders is pretty much useless.
Oh, whoa.
One of LaRock's weapons, but Khan's
By
push
phase
already gets it
guard,
open. Chichu very open
outlaw
ground,
is
had a
crazy,
high
no?
low, but
Nice.
it ended up a bit low in the round. Gianni at least keeps them the advantage. The Nightfall has been
Shot.
sent through and in quick succession.
He didn't check
both
left.
players pick up a
उसे
kill.
लेफ्ट नहीं क्लियर किया.
Nobody's been bottom of the team so far. But they need him to win this one.
Crept up, got Rose.
Oh wait, he
First
did.
kill might not be the easiest. Good flash, LaRock caught in the corner and caught by nobody. It's
भाई
been a
उसने
rough
क्या
map for
मस्त
this guy
swing
so
किया था.
far. But the win
Bro,
now
anti,
fills
man.
his sails. Again,
Anti,
a
man.
necessary clutch. BBL constantly on the edge of running away with this.
Tambok
And
wala
yes, it
nahi
should have been an
be.
easy round. They had pistols, yada yada. I don't care. For nobody, that's the round he needs. A clutch to get him back in the game.
I think they were all laughing after
हमारा
that one,
वही
'cause
अगर
it's
पता नहीं
definitely
तो
a
कौन
little
सा
bit
बोल
more
रहे हो वो
shaky
मैसेज वाला.
after you're full blinded with the flash, but very well played in the end. And well, you
Time out,
mentioned
of
timeouts
course.
earlier. It's going to be BBL taking one.
मोटाटो ठरक मंत्री टिप्ड 50 रुपीज डीडी भाई वाला सवाल मेरा भी है, मिलाया नहीं फिर से। गंदी सोच के आदमी एक्स नहीं।
ओह, मैं तो वो सोच भी नहीं रहा था ब्रो, तुमने ही दिया सो।
They can get this one over the line, because if it slips and then you go into an ascent where, hey, your opponents have picked it after not playing it. You can't have prepped anything going into that map. You start to feel pressure.
यो एक्स से याद आया, मेरा ट्विटर अकाउंट सस्पेंड हो रखा है यार। मैं कितने मेल डाला हूँ, मेरे को ऑटो जनरेट मेल आता है तुम्हारा रिकवर हो गया, बट अकाउंट रिकवर ही नहीं हो रहा। मैंने रेडिट सब देख लिया। 8% अराउंड उत्कर्ष भाई।
Power creep can go as we get later into this series, but I see the fist bumps from BBL. Their timeout coming to a close, and it's time to get right back into
Discord
the game.
में देख सकते हो, but क्यों देख रहे हो थोड़े यार?
Looks like Lloyd is matching his performance as
अबे
well.
कुछ नहीं यार, कुछ उनकी गलती की वजह से सस्पेंड हुआ सोमनाथ भाई। मैंने मेल डाल रहा हूँ, सबमिट टिकट किया तो ऑटो जनरेट मेल आ जाता है कि तुम्हारा रिकवर हो गया, हमारी गलती थी वगैरह, बट फिर लाइक फॉल्स बैन पड़ा था वगैरह, बट फिर वापस सेम अकाउंट रिकवर होता ही नहीं, बस मेल में रिकवर्ड आ जाता है मेरे को। ओह माय गॉड, वो वॉल ट्रिगर करने के लिए आया था।
Because of that clutch, you know. Wouldn't have had the confidence to spray otherwise.
Most people would have thought that nobody was there.
Yes, वो मेरा ट्विटर,
but not nobody. Kankan in position.
जिसमें मैं अपलोड करने लगा था 1 महीने से, तो सस्पेंड है।
Support, but in this case, with an advantage already, he's going to fall back.
Another pick for Kankan. This time the trade is there. It's Rose. Quick on the trigger, but Jenny, a snake in the grass.
Oh my God!
When they least expect it. Leaves it all on to Kraven.
तुमने एंगल क्लियर नहीं किया है।
The first doesn't come too easy. He's left on 5 HP, and that nade is hunting him down. He stands reasonably close to it, and okay. He's alive. The smoke fades. A player up top. Good flash! And now a 1v1. Surely not for Kraven. But the spike is down, and Jenny is protecting it. One away from a showstopper, but that's not going to come online here. That's for a future round instead. Kraven playing it slow. The problem is, without opening that door, Jenny's going to know you're coming from this direction. And Kraven, it's been so long, he doesn't know where his opponent's gone.
No time.
A single bullet needs to be a headshot. Jenny will be there to close the round. It is
कुछ भी हो रहा है ये गेम में।
an all-time clutch for Kraven with 5
2
HP.
राउंड बीबीएल जीत रही है, वो EDG जीत जाते, जो EDG जीतने वाली होती है बीबीएल जीत जाती है। कुछ भी हो रहा है इस गेम में।
On the back burner, just getting an operator into the round. You see,
Bro, look at this shot, bro. ये क्या crazy off shots मार रहा है। यो प्लीज यार, मेरे को ये मैच देखना है। ये मैच बहुत crazy होगा चैट।
Having another big round on the Rays. Of course, as said, we've seen him on Duelist in the past, but it's him swapping back to it for this. He's looking fairly comfortable.
Yeah, good work by Jenny. Just sat in the corner. Shame that there was no utility for Kraven to make that an uncomfortable fight on the other side. But for Larocque, that's a very big scalp to take early on. Jenny, not liking the odds of taking this round. Showstopper goes through.
Wait, what?
How? I don't know how he survived, got his weapon out, landed the shot, and now BBL, okay. They'll recover the rifle. They'll deal damage to Jenny. The advantage sat firmly with the defense for now.
Weaponry.
Oh, imagine.
A heal onto Jenny as well, so although he took damage early, that's now dissipated, and the other side can't have that same sort of luck. Kraven is down to just 45 HP. It would need to be a couple of instant shots once again. I don't know what you're going to do with that information. Yeah, there's a player there.
Holy.
Now for Kraven, he's gone back, but he's walked straight back into the hands of
They have a spike
that
now. They know fade bhi hoga ya A hoga.
Well, he's not been having
I think
the
they're
best of games
expecting A. Oh, but
might get one for free.
Kitna?
The second player could be a little bit harder to land, but he knows exactly.
Nah, he can't miss op shot. Come on.
Doing anything about it is a very different story.
Yeah, well, this is a team in the form of VDG that looked completely deactivated. They were making so many basic mistakes going through that first half. Even a little bit here. We always knew it's a matter of time before they wake up. I was starting to think maybe it would be a map, maybe it would be a series. But it looks like they found their form right in time. BBL slowing down.
Timeout.
Another timeout. The second for BBL being called, and quite quick succession as
Billy's,
well, as they're finding no answers to what EDG are putting out.
I feel like we're getting early spoilers of sort of what I was talking about in the next map, where it's like, oh, why would they go towards Ascent? It's like, well, if you can have Kankan with an operator on the defensive side, he might just kill everyone. And that's kind of what he started to do, like lightning fast reactions on the operator. And then you still have the likes of Chichu up the top of the board. Gianni started to wake up. We know that they have so much individual talent that even if a piece of their puzzle has been removed, the stand-in at times might not even have to do too much. And right now, well, what's that? 2 pauses in 3 rounds? 2 rounds? Like, you could see that BBL are really feeling that pressure. And you have to start to fear that if you let this map slip away from such a massive advantage, I don't know if the next one's even going to be remotely close. I think it is. It's within 2, right? Because they lost 3 in a row. They took a pause, lost 2 more, and took another pause.
2,
so
yeah.
I
Just
think
be
it is
honest,
literally
Be honest. Do you think nerf होने के बाद भी बहुत अच्छा है?
Round 22. A 1-round gap now. A team that was trailing and deactivated has found their way back into the game. Second wind, but it's Kankan to fall
the
right
shot!
away. The Rocks had no look on the showstoppers this time. He's finding his mark.
Nah, BBL 12,
Pushing
10,
up to
12,
12. This
12,
could
10.
be the round for BBL. Good damage, though. Jenny hunting down his prey. Blood in the water. And he's hot on his tail. The classic trying desperately to find him, and it will be nobody to do it. At least dealing with 1, but still a man advantage for BBL. And now the time is ticking in their favor.
Oh, they're using everything. This is literally just blitz all your ultimates at once to try and scrape your way through a round. This is a must win now for BBL. They'll have nothing into the next, but they are taking this one home. Signed, the stand-in, the coach in a 1v4, and with the credits desperately low.
Not at all.
Now listen, maybe he'll be a replacement on the main roster if he wins this one.
Easy to play now, I believe. I believe easy to play now.
Leaving to the other side of the map, fleeing for the save.
Jackson, bro.
12 for BBL. At
I believe
long last, it
it's
felt
easy
like
now.
an inevitability. 6
Neon
rounds ago, and
nerf
it
से
has been
पहले
a good
ऐसा ही जनता
streak
it's
from EDG,
hard
but
to
that's not
master. One of the
recreatable.
hardest duelists to master.
That was a big ult dump.
3
Cause of
high
movements
impact ults
वगैरह
in one
सीखने
round.
में.
And
Now
okay,
it's
sure,
like
Rock
one
got
of the
opening
easiest
anyway, but
agents
the showstopper
to
definitely
play.
helped get rid of Chichu. Okay, I'll say that the Steel Garden didn't really do anything other than slow 1 player down at least a little bit. But it has also put the economy on the back burner a little bit for EDG. No
अबे यार
operator
मैं
on their
कितनी
side. In
जगह
fact,
देख
it's Lovers
चुका हूँ.
Rock. And a little
सोमनाथ
bit
भाई
of
कहाँ
Blade, so
देखा
that's gonna
तुमने?
help, but there are definitely pieces missing here
I
and
hope
there.
भाई का ये गलत जगह ना
Immediate
देखा.
4-player aggression. Kankan 1 for 1. The nade won't quite kill off Loiter, and after seeing that many players, surely that's an immediate response from the attack to go back the other way.
Kankan's dealt with. Chichu still alive, and with the TP as well. He can move to this A site if noise is heard, but Sign not yet getting the read, and the push coming his way.
उन दोनों में से किसी ने react किया क्या?
And in a moment's time, you're going to see
सोमनाथ
Lovers
भाई?
Rock looking for that opening on the up for Sign. Oh, yeah, I think he's going to walk into it. Oh, no! Lovers Rock walks into him. Great shot from everybody on EDG. They have shut down that push. The danger averted. 12 We're going the distance no matter what.
Yeah, so I mentioned it. You get rid of the ultimates, and that round, even the last one might have not gone their way. And that is not how they would have hoped for that one to go. The individual stepping up.
I hope by react na kare.
4-14 right now. He's holding his own within the server. A man that was playing in the Ascension system last year. So as said, it's not like he is way out there of a player who's not ready to jump into the server, but it's still a lot of pressure going up against BBL, some of the best aimers you'll ever see, and while they're going to try and play off that now, Lovers Rock immediately.
Oh my god, भाई उसको cover मिला होता ना Neon ult का huge ult था वो. Oh my god.
14.
Inchi man, Neon.
At OT.
He's going OT, bro.
It almost
got a
feels
Stringer
inevitable at
and Vice Vandal.
Lloyd might be able to get some work done, but nobody
Vice
is
का setup
sneaking
भी
up
नहीं
on
है,
his left,
right?
and he has no idea. Great shot from nobody, and with Signed on a 3K overtime.
Nah, man,
locked in,
nah.
EDG
चालू हुआ क्या
I
रहा
can't
क्यों
stress enough how out of this game they looked at a certain
Yeah,
point.
yeah.
The mistakes they were making were unforgivable. Like for BBL, I can see a world where they win this, where they even look dominant on any map because they have the individuals coming out the gate, shredding. That wasn't the case. It was mistakes on the other side.
Look at this
And now
chat
that EDG
rolling.
have tightened up the game,
2
it's looking
घंटा हो
a
गया
whole
नहीं
lot
1.5
better.
घंटा हुआ
I wanna
1.5
go the
घंटे
other
से
way with it.
टैक वॉच चल रहा
BBL
है
win
चैट
both pistols.
आई थिंक
They
कुछ
win, I think,
हुआ
2
होगा
rounds
ऐसा ही
off of
कुछ हुआ
straight
होगा तो
BS, and now
रीजन
they've
की
gone to
कुछ
OT.
ऐसा इतना चल
This
रहा
is
है
a choke and a half. Like they were handed the map,
Also.
and now they are in overtime. Like the pressure is severely on them. I don't think EDG could have given them anything more to take this game over the line. If they lose from here, I'm not gonna lie, it's a little embarrassing.
Yeah, you come into a set then with a different mind frame than the quasi advantage
क्या
you might have
TTS था
thought of
उसका
for
कुछ
BBL
गंदा था ना
earlier, that hometown hero when it
याद
comes to
नहीं है
the 82nd province of Turkey.
but I'm cooked by I know right
You come in after a loss like this, and I'm not sure that matters at all. Confidence will take a
नहीं
knock.
ये 1.5 घंटे से टैक वॉच चल रहा है ब्रो
Start to this attack side. They've seen so many aggressive rounds out of BBL. Think about that C push especially that had a lot of success for the defense. So they wait. And now, push comes to shove. And that was very dangerous. The spike was involved in that fight, but it does make it out. Man advantage. Jenny, they know he's tucked in the corner, and they want to deal with him. That's a bold play.
Can't go with
he
an
said
attack side
fuck it I'm gonna
operator.
pick
He really has not been missing. He's
नहीं कर
got one
सकते
every
यार
single time. It's only
नहीं
if
कर
there's someone
सकते
ready
स्पार्किंग
and raring to trade him.
बट मैं उससे बात करता हूँ उसका नंबर है मेरे पे मतलब व्हाट्सएप नंबर है उससे मैं बात
Not gonna
करता
be
हूँ
caught. EG have just completely paused. They have left their opponents with little to
But
no
I think word
information.
censorship
The corner
शायद
being flashed, by the way, just to make sure there's nobody there. Rhodes is already dead. They were still wary that there could be a second. But now with a plant and an advantage extending even further, the lead looking like it's going to be taken. And the Hubert Kankan, you know he's not going to miss that shot. Lover's Rock needs to try and recreate it. And it is all but over.
यार सोमनाथ भाई बट यार मैं किसी लड़के को भेज रहा होता तो भी अलग बात थी
deficit now on map point.
And even this defensive round, it doesn't have that same flair as what we saw in the first half. The pressure they were putting on in the extremities, the early fights that
बड़ा
were
क्लिप
going their
इधर
way
मिलेगा
every
यार अभी देख लो यार
time. And
डिस्कॉर्ड पे जाओ मोटा मीम्स
shoes on the
करके
other
है
foot.
उधर
It seems
उधर
like
पड़ा
EDG
है
have the plot armor. They have managed to bounce back from a huge
लोगों ने लिटरली
deficit.
भाई मैं सोचा था कल स्ट्रीम तुरंत प्राइवेट करूंगा बट सबने स्ट्रीम एंड करके देखा सबने मेरे को गूगल ड्राइव का गो फाइल ऐसे सब लिंक भेज के रखे हैं
I expect them to get better and
क्या
better
फायदा
with every map under their belt. I didn't think it would be every half.
Let's finish.
Under their belt. A chance
EDG?
for 14 to close the map here and go on to a set. EDG's map pick, and often a hometown map for any Turkish team. Go in there after dealing a
वो
blow
चलता
like
है यार
this.
स्पार्किंग
That'll be a huge advantage.
ऑल थैंक्स टू स्पार्की हाँ ना स्पार्की
I think they
गाइस
just
गाइस ये
noticed
देखो
he knows
गाइस
the
ये देखो
problem.
इधर है ये राउंड
They
ये
might be
टाइप
Kong
ये
with the
टाइप
up. Why wouldn't he shoot it? Okay, let's go the other way.
आवाज क्यों गया वो कास्टर का आवाज गया सिर्फ
The attack side.
वो आ गया
Going to try and take back that space towards C. Kankan in position once again, and of course he doesn't miss the shot.
he never bro he never missed the shot
The man down, and the C site executes failure.
Oh, they got
The open onto
A.
nobody. That definitely makes things a lot more interesting. The A site is completely under their
मोटाटो थरक
control.
मंत्री टिप्ड 50 रुपीज सेंसरशिप लगा ले वर्ड लिस्ट दे रहा हूँ थरकी बौना जड़िया यही करेगा पहल
This gives BBO a pretty
ये
good
तो नहीं करूंगा बट वो बहुत है ना तुम नहीं करते तुम ये नहीं लिखते बट काफी लोग बहुत ऐसा लिख देते कभी कभी पता है कल जिशु भाई थे चैट में उसको नहीं लिख रहे थे वो सब की बात कर रहा हूँ अबे साले तुम्हारी ये जो क्लिप में है ना तुम्हारा इतना बड़ा टीटीएस बज रहा है साथ में और सब लोग देख रहे हैं तुम्हारी टीटीएस भी वेट उसने स्मोक में मारा
And with him taken out, the rest of the squad a little bit further behind, and a showstopper now online. The round is tied up in a neat bow. BBL not going to let this one slip just yet, and they'll get another chance at that defense.
Double round.
Back and forth continues. A much needed one as well. I feel like that resets this into an even playing field once again. I was just worried they were going to completely
Wait,
fall
BBL
out of the
कैसे
map
जीत गई
after
बे
coming
मैंने
all
देखा ही
the way
नहीं
back
पूरा
to overtime.
क्योंकि
seems
पहले
like BBL
इसको
still have
ऑफ
some
से
fight within
सी पे पिक मिल गया था इट वाज 3v5 नो या
Surprised that Kankan's
4v5
invested back into that operator once again. The defenders
खत्म करो भाई EDG इसको। नहीं बे भाई बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे दोनों, तुम देख नहीं रहे हो?
Waiting this time, not missing the shot, but he has missed 2 players already on the walk up.
Same space take from BBL.
वेट, उसको पता है राइट? उसने शायद देखा या फिर उसको पता है कि सी पुश्ड है ऑलरेडी। They're going A.
On the other side of the map is where EDG are focused.
But
Spike
वो
outside
instant
A.
backstep आएगा
The jump
Neon।
spot that they're hearing every couple of seconds.
Wait, they're falling
they don't
back.
know about Rose. BBL are setting traps on each extract.
I think ये B main clear कर गया है कि B main पे wall नहीं है वाइस का।
He knows the play and they are not.
They know कि B main पे वाइस का wall नहीं है।
Don't land. That was a huge play. Perhaps
They can just push B.
The BBL are going to have to find something else to fight with.
They can't keep up that fight. Means there's no longer going to be a flank. The
Nice,
is
good.
perfect though. That's the advantage.
Kind of whiff though.
Nobody waiting in position.
Bro, the
Kreven, however,
cross.
catching. This is looking like a round set up for victory, but still, Khan and Chichu wait, but it's a missed shot, an uncharacteristic one at that, and a flawless defensive side round coming out of the side.
मैं बता रहा हूँ ना कौन बोल रहा था EDG bro, they are playing
close out the
crazy.
map that they started.
Yeah, it certainly wouldn't be the blowout victory that it looked like. A complete mismatch in that first half. But the same can be said when you look at
Yeah,
EDG's
सबसे ज़्यादा
play in
inactive
the
नहीं है,
second.
काफी लोग हैं
BBL,
सबसे
this
ज़्यादा
is the chance to
inactive।
take it home. The attack side's being kind to them in that last overtime. It was LaRock having a fantastic round, finding that showstopper online to close it out. It looks like they will put a lot of focus towards this left side of the map. 2 players outside B, maybe 3. We could see that door swing open and an immediate challenge at the C site.
Swap up. Where we've seen Sim playing a nice shot from nobody off rip, but they're still continuing the walk up, and Jenny's just waiting on the cross.
I think GG bro. I think it's
Too
GG.
easy for those initial
I still believe
openers,
BBL निकालेगा 3v5 है I know,
personnel
but I still believe BBL निकालेगा।
you almost feel like it needs to be a mistake.
क्योंकि
for somebody
सेम
over on
राउंड
the
था
EDG side if
इससे
they're gonna
पहले
turn this
वाला
round back.
OTs गया जो गया उससे भी पहले वाला and BBL
You're just about going to
1
survive that
HP.
on
Never
1
mind.
HP, but
Okay, yeah, never mind.
I think
I was about to say, Khan doesn't miss.
Yeah.
14-14
He hit both shots and now signed. Waiting on the side, flash for him to
कॉर्नर्स
swing it.
कितनी बार मरे निशु पता है तुम्हें
plays it
ये
patient, plays it
कितनी
slow,
बार
makes a mistake. Nobody
कितनी
now
बार
dropped
मरे
it.
ये लोग स्टिल
Signed.
चेक नहीं करते।
Under pressure from that right side, the off of Lover's Rock. Now all eggs in that basket. Good damage done, but whoa, it's a bit shaky. They get there.
लिटरली 2 राउंड तो ये कॉर्नर की वजह से वो मरे फिर भी they are not checking bro. I don't know.
The entire tournament, it feels like we could be in for the long haul.
I don't know.
I have to wonder though, how the hell did nobody get a kill and get out when 3 players were looking at him? What the hell were they thinking then? Shift walking through. That was like 2 seconds later. Where do you think nobody's gone? And it wasn't even him. They've
No,
got
that was
another
what it is. They
teammate.
looked and they were like, oh, nobody's there.
Nobody's there.
14-14.
Please don't
Khan
miss.
Ops
I know you
survived,
never
but
miss, but please don't miss.
Not been purchased up on the other side. Seeming like both teams have now found their rhythm, but only one can take this map over the line. The map choice of BBL.
कहाँ गए उसकी टीम?
Definitely feeling a little bit more.
I think उसका प्राउलर तोड़ना चाहिए था, वो एक पिक ले लेता फेड का।
Less fast-paced rounds, patient stuff, and this has been a
B
big
wall
point
trigger कर रहे हैं।
on tech. Kreven just spams into the smoke again. This seems to be a regular occurrence.
Oh,
Just
वो सोच रहा है कि
picking
walk
a
in तो नहीं
timing,
किए।
spamming, and almost getting a kill.
ब्रो ये लोग सारे मैप में है बे, फुल मैप कंट्रोल है इन पे।
On the clock. And
सब
EDG
जगह है,
still
वो सब
spread
जगह
thin. The
घूम
spike
रहे
was
हैं,
alone
सी
outside
मेन
B,
बी
but
मेन
now
वापस
it's
ए
regrouped. Okay,
रिग्रुप कर
dangers
रहे हैं।
averted, but the problem is this bait setup. We saw it before from
Paranoia.
BBL. The jump spots
Now
there
B
from Lloyd.
also not.
He
Oh
swings
my
and hits
god,
the
that.
paranoia, but instead he swings out wide. Now goes down. Rose has to have a sensational performance. It's a bit shaky. Could have been 2. But 1
I
found.
thought he got 3.
At least for
He's
BBL.
gonna get
It's
3.
just a one-man
Ah.
disadvantage, and they've got the rotator in
He
just
died from
in time.
classic.
Lovers Rock and Kreven are here to hold the line. The early flank from LaRock, but Khan just keeps ripping them to
Never
shreds.
miss, bro.
It's EDG with the lead
Never
again,
miss.
and another chance to close this out.
He's just been getting better and better as the map goes on. Like we've been saying,
What is even happening, by
this is him finding
those panicked? I feel. I think
into the site with an operator, finding another couple, and then closing it with a blade storm. The better this guy gets, the scarier things become. By the way,
Kang, bro.
Concom was 15 and 15.
Kang, bro.
So he's had a little bit of an awakening.
Yeah.
A small amount. And it is scary to be in BBL's camp right now. The attack side having to be mounted again. That spam was decent. The Rock tagged up.
See the caster bolta hai, this spam is
that
decent.
engagement. Oh my god, Lover's Rock is going so fast. And he's caught Chichu completely off guard. And
Only W?
Under Lover's Rock belt. How has he gotten away with it? Now pushing in for more. A third will be found. This one not quite caught off guard. And that makes it even more impressive. Con. Yeah.
What is even happening?
This might put him back to sleep. A 1v4.
क्या W मारे ये Neon?
You gotta think he's got no chance. Yeah, I'd say so.
It's all Darshan and me. What do you mean by
Darshan?
Darshan?
Take the additional little bit of tickle damage.
No.
Like, I think he's just waiting to say, okay, surely someone gets green.
अगर 17-17 के 15-15 तो हो गया, bro.
Hunting for an additional kill. They do not.
Bro, he
never.
bro,
Again, it just
bro,
seems so clean with
crazy
it,
op chala.
This is just stat padding at this point, and eventually Lovers
Bro,
Rock
nah,
will close
the
out with a 4K.
op
It's almost
is-
identical to the last round. A duelist with a 4K closing out the round, and we are about to head into round number 31. Map 1. The entirety of the tournament is
Tab start
going the
hoga,
distance.
Chad. Clip
But
farming,
eventually,
bro.
for Insta
Literally,
Hub,
he's playing.
We do have to find a winner.
You'd think so.
Nah.
We've had some long games in our past. We've had some lengthy affairs.
By the way, this is the first match of EWC Valorant.
Of it, but it was
Imagine
BBL.
यही
I'm hoping
इतना
they're not gonna do
crazy
that,
है.
especially with the Senk
यही
coming
इतना crazy जा रहा है.
next. The opportunity for it to maybe even be even longer, but I'm going to see ourselves a timeout taken, a chance.
And I need to stop while we
talk
up. Shut
through
up.
The coaching staff once again. Of course, Key was pretty much trying to stem the bleeding all the way through that comeback
वही
from
तो
EDG, and
actually,
he
bro.
failed to do so. It's now whether or not he can find that little piece of magic. We've seen a lot of the attack side rounds that sort of defaults into the pace he hits have been what has worked for either side. And with both star duelists stepping up over the last couple of rounds, and we always talk about it, the rest of regulation becomes irrelevant. It doesn't matter if you got 30 kills or you got 2. If you can win an OT round for your team, that's all that matters at this stage. And well, thankfully we don't have anybody in the server with 2 kills. It is
I think इनका same plan है. वापस B wall figure करेंगे. But इस बार Reese आगे बैठा है. उसके Reese का info है बटन पे. Think judge. Wait.
Has bought a judge.
Might be Reese cooked.
Naturally, and he's going to find success with it as well. Now,
Obvious था
if
थोड़ा
Jimmy hasn't
वैसे.
just hit
Flash
his
पे info
desk, I
मिला
think
था.
That's what I heard. And I'll be very surprised. That's an upsetting way to have
मोटाटो के
the
गांड का बाल टिप्ड 50 रुपीस और
round kickoff right after the pause. EDG down a man, attempting to take some space on site. Chichu has a nice paranoia lined up, but it hasn't caught Krev, and he's stood up on top of the wall, and he's been spotted, but the blind was good in return. Krevin's found himself too. Signs surrounded is dealt with.
तेरी वजह से मैं ये crew
on
में
16.
Yeah, I think that might have actually been a coach adaptation. They've been walking into that smoke, tripping the wall. Sometimes you've had IGL Rose
Ale
in that
hitter.
smoke, waiting for them to come through. They killed him. This time you just put a judge there.
Nah, the judge is W play though. The judge is W play though. The judge is W play though. उसने judge लगा के बहुत से W. But जब उसने B में Sky के flash से info लिया था, तब उनको expect करना चाहिए था कि कोई बैठा होगा इस बार wall trigger उस करवाने के लिए, like hold करने के लिए.
But Concon's been able to find success, and again, he's walking about, pushing up on B to start with the flash blinded, so he knows there's someone here. Instead of continuing, he will wait for them to walk in. But this one, an uncharacteristic miss in a very crucial round. He goes in for more and misses once more. This could be it. EDG have lost one big player, the top fragger on the server, down and out.
You missed 2.
Tries to pull it back, but he's traded, and Lovers Rock finding signs seems to have sealed the deal. The A site, the plan on its way. And nobody in Chichu, all that stands
GG,
against him,
man.
nobody's at a
GG,
tough game,
guys.
but he stepped up in the moments where it mattered. And Chichu, well, he was on a tear. When this team was down and out of this map, he pulled them back in so
Ego
many
picked.
of those rounds in
Did he
regulation.
ego picked?
Now they have to do it again.
This is still so tough to break in on.
हेटर नहीं लवर हु टिप्ड 50 रुपीज या मोटा भाई अब मैं 50 देकर हेट थोड़ी करूंगा इट्स और आपके लावड़े से प्यार है
Chichu made it past. Loiter's position though. Are they aware that there could be a player over towards the box, trying to create a crossfire, trying to force someone into a peek, and that's what they've done. Chichu, once again, his opponent TP! The time! Looking like it's going to be enough as well. That is insanity from the side of EDG. How have they pulled back that 2v4?
I said it. And nobody's
मोटाटो थरक मंत्री टिप्ड 50 रुपीज बाप के वॉलेट से 50 रुपए चोरी करके यहाँ गाली देके कूल बन जाओ ग्रेट
वही तो
साला but this guy's been the highlight. Look at him
bro, how did he
That's the crazy thing. He had like 20 or was it 17 kills in the first half.
Yes.
Went missing for a bit and then goes, "Oh, you guys need me again. Cool."
It was like those last 5 rounds of the second half turned it up to another
Nah, Kang, it's time for redemption, bro. Come on.
And he's done it
Show us.
again. Map
Bro, fuck it, I'm supporting EDG now.
Going into Ascent. God, that could be series. But now, EDG, they get another chance at this attack side. Fight straight into C. They're wasting no time on this run. And indeed, wasting bodies because Concon, he's found his first already.
What is even happening?
Catches
What is even happening?
The wraparound. Jenny's left on 7 HP somehow.
Maybe it's Loiter's turn. Chichu, the man up against him, looking for the fight, and he'll win it again, no doubt about it. And it's left all onto Lover's Rock. This is not the gun you want to have in this scenario. Well, nobody's there to close it out. And swings and roundabouts once again, the back and forth of this game. Guess what? EDG have another at point.
I can't believe Jenny
Hit him
just
off,
survived
bro.
there. Rose was on his tail. Jenny was blinded up, looking the wrong way. Took a few shots, not even knowing from where. And ends up surviving on 7 HP. That's the face of a man who knows that should have been his kill. But also who knows this map is slipping away now.
Chat normal stream पे कर ले, watch party पे मत इतना TTS में normal TTS troll TTS okay गाली वाली इतना मत लिखो please और झगड़ा तो मत ही करो please.
And for EDG, this could be it. They dealt with Concon early last time. And this time another missed shot. But that was a harder one.
Please.
Oh, already a much faster pace take, but it's a ruse. It's a bait. They're pushing them in towards.
Or please no mom dad include. Please.
Getting smoked off. Chichu
Request for me.
I think they're past it. They are past it. A little bit further ahead than maybe he's expecting. One of the danger men gone. A post bomb.
I'm saying sorry from both sides, please, no more.
You could definitely lose a 2v4.
डरता नहीं है किंग
Let's even things up once again.
4v4
That's what should have won them the round. Leaving Lovers
bro,
Rock behind
literally
Robo, but
पूरे
nobody cleared
OT
it.
से नहीं
Nobody checked
half
forward, and now they can make
half
the
के
way
3
back to
राउंड
the
से
side.
बाद
Hard to
ऑफ
find
भी
value
चला
with
रहा है
the
वो
breaking through, but he finds it in
bro
the choke
literally
points. With the
और उसकी
lockdown,
ऑफ
it's
क्रेजी
all
भी चल रही है
number
जीजी now
one. EDG, they dug deep and delivered map number 1.
It's insanity. I don't think I've ever seen anybody with an operator get that many kills with that position. It makes no sense.
Chat,
Concon is just able to sit.
literally वो हाफ के 3 राउंड के बाद से ऑफ कर रहा है पूरे ओटी तक ऑफ चलाया है अटैक डिफेंस ना बट ही इज शूटिंग एवरीवन विद ऑफ ब्रो ना
And the desk.
played really well man he really played well.
Thank you very much, Tom and Mitch. That
बार-बार ego
was
off पे मार रहा है
crazy
bro
to have that happen
he
like
really
that.
played well
Just
bhai
insane. We're getting ourselves free Valorant off the top. I know that we had the pause to kick things off, but we basically had half a game right off of that one. Welcome back to Des Degon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. And it's just a great way to have our first round of Valorant here at
मोटाटो
EWC.
थरक मंत्री टिप 50 रुपीज हाँ जल गई भाई की ज्यादा TTS मत कर दिहाड़ी इस
BBL are gonna be so upset about how that game
मत करो यार मत करो प्लीज मत करो प्लीज प्लीज फॉर मी मत करो आराम से bro the ninja diffuse bro nah I'm
मोटाटो सपोर्टर टिप्ड 50 रुपीज ओम बोल रिया इसलिए शांति रिस्पेक्ट हिम सॉरी टू हिज मॉम एंड डैड
लव यू भाई ऐसा होना चाहिए देख रहे हो ब्रो W+1 रिस्पेक्ट फॉर यू मैन ऐसा होना चाहिए ब्रो थैंक्स मैन +1 रिस्पेक्ट फॉर यू मैन और ये टेक पॉज कब खत्म होगा कोई बताएगा मेरे को मेरे को ट्रोल नहीं कर रहा वो झगड़ा कर रहे थे टेक पॉज कब खत्म हो रहा होगा बताओगे कोई मेरे को और आई एम वाचिंग वन मोर EDG अबे कोई क्या हुआ है चैट किसी को पता है क्या क्योंकि इतना लंबा 2 घंटे से टेक पोस्ट चल रहा है लिटरली 2 घंटे से चल रहा है लुक एट दिस दे हैविंग IRL मैच नाउ नो मोर PC क्या हुआ क्या है ब्रो यार सब ऐसा मत लिखो यार हम किसी का बुरा कभी चाहते ही नहीं है नेवर से बैड थिंग बट या ट्रू सब थोड़ा
matching and then every single round, especially that
ब्रो कब स्टार्ट होगा ये I really want to see 100 his RRQ
I mean, we have to say it once again. ETG have a sub here. This isn't even their full strength roster, and they just won.
नाम शिलापी ब्रो बट मैं वही कह रहा हूँ झगड़ा मत करो ब्रो द मैच भाई देखना ये सेम चीज लुक एट दिस ये सेम चीज इस मैच में मिनिमम 7 से 8 बार हो चुकी है कि एंगल क्लियर किया नहीं और
We were speaking about him going back on the duelist. Some of those showstoppers, I feel like we were seeing it every couple entirety of the match. I know they was very of the match.
फुल स्ट्रीम करो ना गेम को क्योंकि फुल स्क्रीन नहीं करा क्योंकि मैच खत्म हो गया एंड आई एम वेटिंग कि इसका अटैक कब खत्म हो आई वांट टू सी 100 थीव्स RRQ और चेक्स की इंजेक्ट नहीं किए कितनी बार तो ब्रोहाना जीचू एंड ब्रो क्रेजी खेल रहे थे भाई तुमने देखा अगर कमबैक्स एंड ऑल लिटरली क्रेजी था
just the players, the coaching staff as well, on point here because it is so important in this group.
मेरे को लग रहा है इंटेंशनल टैग पोज है ताकि हम EDG का मैच देखें आई थिंक प्रोडक्शन वाले बायस्ड है फॉर EDG
Tactics on both sides, the shooting, the individual brilliance of a lot of these players really just coming to shine. But I think now as we move towards Ascent, the question has to be for BBL. You have to find a way to reset here because this should have been yours.
There is something very important that Tom was mentioning, and is the fact that, well, map 1 was long. If you are from EMEA, you know the Ascent and a Turkish team.
Oh, yeah.
It's a hell of a long map for that one, and especially considering that both Kanka
भाई
and
हाँ
Rock
मैं
are
देख
leaning
देवन
so
पे ऑफर्स
heavily
देखे हम
into the operator. Really looking forward to see both approaches from the teams because we did
मोटाटो से कुछ बोलना है टिप 40 रुपीज अभी मोटापे पर ट्रॉल क्री या किक तक वेट क्री
see that again. And most importantly, what is ETG
The
going to be
way
doing?
you
We're
are
going to see something
asking
very
to troll.
vanilla, very boring, probably because of the situation that they're in.
ब्रो ऑनेस्टली कुछ भी डिटेल्स कर सकते हो बट इतना बहुत से गाली वाली वगैरह कुछ भी लिख सकते हो बट इतना क्रेजी गाली वगैरह मत लिखो नॉर्मल फिर भी ठीक है क्रेजी गाली वगैरह मत लिखो आज की
Let's go with something
उस
spicy.
पे
They're not going to
बट ब्रो आई लव यू कि तुम पूछ रहे हो कि ट्रोल करूं बुढ़ापे में वेट करो TTS
Time to experiment.
That's
It's that
crazy.
GSL format, and you're a map up, so they can play that.
इसका ज्यादा हुआ था कुछ
standard
नहीं यार
boring
टीम भाई
course, but I don't want to see that. The one thing I do want to see is Kang on the jet.
ब्रो वेबसाइट पे उस मैप का चेंज हो रहा है क्या बात कर रहे हो अबे 0-0 तो है, कहाँ चेंज हो रहा है? नो, इट्स 0-0 मैन। EWC ऑफिशियल वेबसाइट। ये ना, ये EWC वर्ल्ड वाला, इसमें भी बी राइट बैक चल रहा है। इसमें भी चल रहा है ये। नीचे जाओ। ओ हाँ बे, 7-5 फर्स्ट हाफ। ट्रू। ट्रू बे, इधर 7-5 क्यों हो रखा है? RRQ7 100-5। ये लोग स्ट्रीम पे कुछ दिक्कत आ रही है, ऑफ स्ट्रीम चला रहे हैं मैचेस। क्वेश्चन मिल गया, यस सर निक भाई। दर्शन भाई है चैट में, पूरे दिन बैठा रहता है साला। PRX ही नहीं करोगे? अबे पहले ये खत्म हो, उसके बाद स्टार्ट होगा ना ब्रो। स्टैक टीम स्लीपिंग ऑन। वेट, इधर भी तो कहाँ स्टार्ट हुआ है? सब जगह ही तो बंद ही है, ऐसा थोड़ी है कि यूट्यूब पे ही नहीं चल रहा। पूछ रहा था। अच्छा, यो मोटेटो, आई ऑलमोस्ट mistook you for हर्ष खेल रहे when I look at the thumbnail. W thumbnail लो।
For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC.
बट नहीं, जैक्सन भाई, you're not wrong, क्योंकि इनकी ऑफिशियल साइट पे ये अपडेट हो रहा है, स्कोर देखो 7-5। रिफ्रेश करूं, 7-5 ही है अभी भी। बट हाउ? हाउ इज 7-5? इस पे भी ब्रेक चलेगा अभी स्टार्ट होने से पहले। एंड आई थिंक चल रहा है उनका ऑफ स्ट्रीम, चला रहे क्यों मैच? हर्ष की बड़े भाई लग रही है, सोफी भाई ने बनाया वैसे थंबनेल, नॉट मी। I'm getting frustrated. Damn! Bro, मेरे को 100 Thieves का मैच देखना है। RRQ 100 Thieves। Bro, but +1 एक अच्छी चीज हुई है कि हमने उसमें टैग पॉज चल रहा था, इसकी वजह से हमने ये देखा। ये मैच कुछ ज्यादा ही क्रेजी गया था, तो I'm happy though.
alongside Kukuka and Big Time, and yet again we're back. It's EDG 1-0 over BBL. EDG, the #1 seed from China, up against BBL, who
What do you mean? What do you mean? Bhai, अच्छी match होगी कुछ भी.
qualify on in as the final seed. They lose their map #1. Now we head to Ascent, Kukuka.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be an interesting one also
एक
because
कहने
of
में
the
लिख रहा
bar
था
that we were
electricity
speaking
problem
about
है.
that first Lotus set, but also because I think that they have to calm down. I know that the beginning was a little bit difficult because we have to wait and whatnot, and that might throw you off. They tried to stay on top of that, but it really looks like EDG has adapted very, very quickly to the way that they want to play. And it's because they have a lot of experience. It is very difficult to throw something at EDG that they haven't seen before. The aggression, yes, is going to work because, trust me, BBL can shoot, but eventually EDG will pick up.
Yeah, for sure. They're so good at adapting. You see how they get themselves back into the game in this second half. Their defensive side especially was so solid over on Lotus, but now towards Ascent. So it's EDG's map pick, even though they've been playing it, but Ascent is a notoriously Turkish map. It's a
गोल
map where the
मतोल
whole
राउंड
country
मोटाटो
seems to
टिप्ड
thrive.
100 रुपीस रायॉट वेल देख रहे हो तो जस्ट टू लेट यू नो दिस गाय इज वेरी हैप्पी एंड मेरी deserves more in life. PL is offer riot buddy.
But this
TY.
could be what we want, okay?
Sultan?
So Turkish Valorant, right?
Is it you? Really?
So
It's
they
you?
win Ascent, and then what do we get?
Is it you, bro?
Exactly!
That's what we want to see,
There's a
people.
plan.
Bro, is it you?
Plan. You need to plan. It's all here, guys. It's all here.
All right,
मैं मुंह धो के
let's head
आऊं?
on over on stage as they are getting ready for Agent Select.
Bro, मैं मुंह धो के आऊं?
Before we
चिमटी
toss
काटो मेरे को.
into
Is
the
it
match
you?
here, I want you both to pick one player to step up, right?
सही
It's
में?
all about earning things here, nothing given, everything
Ah.
earned. Who's going to be the hero for each team?
Can we wait until we actually
finally
see
बोलूंगा, bro. Thanks for the
agent picks, because I
W100.
wanna know what is going to happen with the sub situation and if they're
That's
going
true.
to, you know, playing in a different role.
That's true. Comes to a
So
question,
for
yeah.
that, for
अब रिफ्रेश करो वेबसाइट को. 10-8 bro, they are playing bro, they are 10-8 चल रहा है. Oh my god.
shine and with the players that
मैं ये साइट ये लिंक बाजू में रखता हूँ. मैं तुम्हें स्कोर बताता हूँ साथ साथ में.
I kind of want to keep seeing the operator duel. I'm kind of really enjoying the Kang Lovers Rock because none of them is scared of the other.
Oh, definitely
And I
not.
think Lovers Rock started so hot in that map one. He was consistently finding those openings down C with that operator, and you see it slowly come to a stop as Kang begins to activate. For me on the side of BBL, if he's able
Yo,
to be
Cloud, bro,
consistent,
thanks for the
he
sub.
can do so much work
So
for them.
subscribe,
But he
bro.
can't afford to fall off, or you start to see that composure, that experience from EDG outshine them.
Composure, experience, and also the mental side of this. We always speak about how it's easier to bounce back from a game where they just destroyed you, from a map where, as we said, they had everything in their favor. Winning the 2 pistols, some crazy rounds, the ninja defuse,
हाँ,
the ecos and
हाँ.
whatnot. So let's see
इसकी
where they are
साइट
right
पे
now.
भी BRB है.
And we have the agent select coming through.
Oh,
But-
Chamber!
it's
But
getting
इधर
spicy
स्कोर
for
अपडेट हो रहा है.
EDG.
देखो
They go
10-8
for
चल
the
रहा है.
Chamber. And I love the Sage here.
I love this.
See, no, you asked me, Kukuka, do you want to see them play standard or do you want to see them get a little bit spicy with it? And they've done exactly that.
I
They're not
love
afraid.
this.
But on the side of
Cheech on
BBL,
Sage, oh
Yeah.
god.
Ascent पे Sage.
Seriously, I want this to
Bro,
be an
Sage
absolute
Chamber?
stomp for EDG. I
Huh?
cannot believe that I am saying it, but I want them to destroy right now with this composition. I want them to give them
But how are
confidence
they
to
gonna
keep doing
play
it throughout the
Ascent पे
tournament and to do it in
Sage?
China as well.
Oh my god bro, इनका क्या डिफेंसिव कॉम है, इनका क्या अटैकिंग कॉम है.
burst through.
They're playing Deadlock, Cypher, Senti, the crazy hold.
It's going to be crucial for that double Senti of BBL to be able
And
to build up some
इस
numbers.
तरफ Chamber and Sage.
Again, this is a Group A matchup, EDG and BBL. Alongside
And why they don't have Phoenix? Phoenix is very good, right? अभी और इसी मैप इस मैप पे भी.
And for EDG, they were on the back foot and
Bro, nah, bro. This is like
spirit
very
of a
defensive or
champion,
this is like very
forcing
attacking
that
comp.
overtime, time and time again, going to all 5 overtimes, 34 rounds, but get the job done in that last map on Lotus. Here, pulling out this composition that is exciting. It's changing things up, as you said. It's been banned. Ascent has been their ban, and now showing up with something new that maybe BBL won't be prepared for.
And it's also the change of roles, right? Like we saw Jenny going in the race on Lotus. Now he's in the Omen, and it's going to be Signed who is going to be going on that Phoenix. There's a lot of weight on his shoulders because we see that even though you have
ऐसा नहीं था कल मैं इसलिए खेला था क्योंकि ऑलरेडी 4 बंदे थे जिसके साथ 3 बंदे थे जिसके साथ खेल रहा था और मेरे को पूछे बिना इनवाइट कर दिया था और फिर मेरे को कॉल भी आया था पार्टी में से कॉल कर रहा था फोन पे कि खेल ले तो फिर अभी मैं फिर नहीं खेलता तो थोड़ा ईगो क्लैश हो जाता तो इसलिए मैं सोचा कि खेल लेता हूँ ऐसा ही सोचा था एक खेल लेता हूँ और मैं तुम्हें सपोर्ट करता हूँ भाई इस चीज पे तुम्हें नहीं मैं स्ट्रीम पे भी बोला हूँ ना उस चीज पे तो मैं सपोर्ट करता हूँ ब्रो वो है ब्रो मैं खुद भी मानता हूँ आई वन अनफॉलो हिम इन इंस्टा तुम अगर तुम इंस्टा में करता तो फॉलो मैं कल 4-5 दिन पहले अनफॉलो किया एक वीक हो गया अभी
I think we might be in for a long day, but Kukuka says she
I
wants
don't
to see
support that
a blowout
type.
for EDG. A one-sided affair from start to finish.
It's kind of mad that we have an EMEA
start हो गया Owen
in the form
he
of
got
big time on the desk, and now Bayer starting
nobody
to do it too. I feel
he
like
got
there's full
nobody
conversion coming in, but we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, I would still love to see a lot.
King!
Is Kankan already managing to get
Blues,
a couple
please
of
music बंद करो please music बंद करो
as well. We were worried about the
इन्हीं में 2
entry
शॉट मारे बे
in towards the site, but it seems like Kankan has them covered in the pistol.
I know मैं बोला ना I support you bro for that
All to do and well for anyone that does want to see a blowout in favor of EDG, this is the start you're looking for. Look at Kankan already sneaking up behind. It could even be a knife kill being plated up, but said he's going to grab the easy one.
Whoa.
The kill 3 under his belt
3?
already. And Larocque with it all to do should be impossible and proves to be 1-0 for EDG. And this pistol is a lot of value to this EDG side. As you heard from Big Time earlier on,
इसकी बात हो रही
this
है
first half is going to be crucial for BBL playing the double senti. Now,
क्योंकि ऑन चैम्बर हाँ ना 3 मारा वो 2 हेड एंटर शॉट और एक क्लासिक से भी मारा मार्केट पे आके
double sentinel on the attack side isn't as weak as you would think. You're missing some pieces.
But I think उनको निकालना भी चाहिए उनका full attacking comp है
you have a lot more flexibility in terms of the utility you have to stop floods, to stop early aggression as well. So it definitely does still have its benefit, but I do agree with him that this is the half where it has the most for most teams.
Yeah, I feel like that's going to be the case for both teams. It's like you're going to... Normally with a Phoenix, you'd expect it to be more attack-sided, but I think just having those contact flashes is really good. But then also, you've got a Chamber and a Sage, both of which are always pretty deadly when it comes to that defensive side. Already, Kankan has managed to walk into their spawn. Now, of course, this is an eco round. I can forgive it in an eco round. In fact, it might even be worth it happening now
flank करके
rather
पहुंच
than
गया
any other time. Instead, he almost gets a collab. It's going to be
उसने पूरा मार्केट करके बी फ्लैंक आया वो
already though getting towards that tour de force, which is a pretty scary
we give one more pick to Phoenix उसका अल्टा जाएगा ना next round और से
the one to make that play, a weaker weapon in play in the form of Marshall. A very clean round for EDG. But I understand BDL in this round, you don't expect to see a player fishing for information like that because you're risking giving a weapon over and often grouping up.
By the way, chat RRQ versus 100Q का 10-8 चल रहा है हाँ RRQ winning 10 100 is 8
exposing his teammates to any. Now, the formality out of the way. The first 2 rounds.
साइन न्यू प्लेयर्स हाँ इसमें काफी चेंज हुआ है इसमें भी 100 इसमें भी
But now the spice comes into the mix. A bye for both teams and a strong third round for EDG. I mean, this is a bonus shirt, but they have credits and they've got pretty much a full bye here. McConkan already 5-0. A tour de force might not be far away.
B2B City भाई कितना flank किया वो oh he got one still he got one इतने spam में वो इतने spam कर रहे थे still उसने एक kill लेके dash किया
Now the contact, I like the wall boost. It gives them an angle that you wouldn't normally have. The spam damage has actually
उससे heaven का angle रहता है ना और under heaven का भी
into a move. Even still though, both
oh
players still
deadlock
standing
wall
it out.
but
You have that barrier mesh put into play.
बट अभी बहुत ओपन हो गया ना, स्मोक नहीं है तो
couple of players that definitely makes things a little bit more uncomfortable on that side of the map.
Oh, it's going to make this push a lot easier if BBL hadn't rotated so many players into position. That's the other problem. Now 4 standing by here with Rose covering the flank, and they will slowly walk away. They did make some noise. I think LaRock will have
भाई
heard
बी
that.
पे साइफर सेटअप है, ए पे डेडलॉक का फुल सेटअप है, ट्री का भी, मेन का भी, एक बंदा ब्रो आओ देखो ना अटैक.
He has to get something.
There's 3 players on that
मिड कंट्रोल इन पे.
Not even looking at him. It should be free.
No.
He gets nothing.
This has been a problem. He's been in good positions, but he's never been finding the kills, and because of that, they're going the other way. Now, the only danger is that they are a little low on time, but they're going to get past all the
डेडलॉक के
utility
ट्रिप पे
before
स्विंग
that.
करके एक मारा. They got
And
B.
also they caught Loiter on the other side. This is an opportunity for a great start, especially
no
with a
way
lurking
अगर ये
Khan
ADG जीती.
wrapping around the back and the re-swing as well.
How
A nice
did
attempt
they
from
won?
LaRock, but in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Great read from EDG. The second that they killed Rose, they realized, why would he be there?
RRQ 10,
It's because
13.
they've already
Oh,
rotated
100
because we
Thieves
made
जीत
so
गई
much
first
noise.
map.
Instantly, they
Oh
direct
हाँ.
themselves towards B.
Chat 100 Thieves won first
If he
map.
just
How?
even took a shot, they would have ran
10-13, 10-13 chat. अभी भी इनका यही चल रहा है अटैक, but 10-13 जीत गए, 100 Thieves won first map.
And a mistake there sends EDG miles into the lead.
Wait, wait, please, come.
And a very low buy for BBL in this round. They're saving credits for the next.
Nah, Neon is still
And
good, bro.
4-0
You should
for
play
EDG
Neon.
is a terrifying prospect, especially with the second round being clean. They have a lot of credits built up. And if this is clean as well,
A lot of credits, no
Very close to
ultimates
max.
used yet because they didn't get to any of them. So now they're built up for this round, and there you go. Run it back just to try and send it through some of that utility. Early pick coming in. Oh dear, another opportunity, but not taken. Krevin's only going to get the one, even still trading back into a slightly more even scenario.
Whoa.
They're not checking. They're not checking. He lands a shot, but it barely does any damage, and the
Oh my
spams
God,
will
shock
be enough
dart.
in the end. It's not clean. It's not pretty. It's not a round I want to remember, but it is a round for EDG.
yeah, I'm really glad they used that run it back to avoid any unnecessary damage taking place, or in other words, to avoid losing the round, because they didn't clear Krevin there. He should have even gotten more, and then Loida ends up landing a tag.
कॉर्नर क्यों नहीं चेक करते हैं ना? लोटस में भी सेम हुआ था.
But hey, they had a lot of wiggle room to work with
100
because
Thieves
they had a lot
won,
of
bro.
credits built up.
तो बेसिकली चैट टेक पॉज चल रहा है, बट उसका ऑफ स्ट्रीम गेम चल रहा होगा. देखो 100 Thieves won 13, RRQ 10.
With a full buy.
First
They have a
map.
total force to work with as well, so not even investing into the operator and still having that one-shot weapon on Concon.
Which one?
Told you, bro. 100 Thieves की भी अच्छी टीम है.
Him, it's all three.
I think ये RRQ 100 Thieves थर्ड मैप जाएगा definitely.
The Rock. Annihilation is available, but it's picking a time to use it that will be more important. He's definitely slowed
Oh
them down.
my
Now,
God,
a
bro,
little
ye-
aggression up the top, then use the Annihilation, tries to make it harder to break.
I think ये better-
Instead, he's spamming forward, and Rose will be the one to find the kill. Loiter in the corner has also done incredible work. And although it's taken them a little bit of
यार
time
सोफी
to
पे
get
टाइटल
going,
चेंज कर दो ना,
this one
अगर
will
चैट
be
में हो तो
clean.
ये डाल दो ना
You can
EDG
see
वाला
why
बिग बिल.
this comp is so strong on the defensive side, or why Big Time was talking about how important this first half will be for BBL, or more so for EDG, because the second half will be.
Bro, I thought ये ult बहुत waste वाला हुआ भाई, but
And here you see exactly why. You have a Cypher set
ult
up
के
on
लाइन
B,
ऑफ फायर
you
पे
also have
स्पैम
a
करके
push on
मारा
B
बे
as
उसको.
well. And then that deadlock utility not only helps on
BBL
a
1-1,
main
let's
play
go.
run out into a sonic sensor and get stunned, giving an easy tee up.
I
to avoid
want
the slam dunk at home.
कि
And
ये
then on
मैप
short as
BBL
well,
जीते
you
और
have the
थर्ड
net
मैप
going
जाए,
through, the kill from the net, and then the ult, which
but
also
not
killed
one
player
side.
who was hit by the net. So when you're out of the ult, you can't move, and it's the easiest follow-up of their life. For the defense, yeah, you get that one, but a lot of that came off LaRock's setup, catching them
W
off
Sophie
guard,
bhai.
and the ult being online.
Early bit of damage, but looking like a much more direct take. Again, though, that sensor in an aggressive position and executing onto it could cause an issue. Instead, they're going to try and utilize the Hunter's Fury to give them a little bit of extra space. The problem is, hasn't found anyone. They don't know what positions are cleared, and they do.
Bro, they never check
Another great
angles!
start to the round. The net has actually caught 2 players as well, but he's just making sure they stay safe at this stage. A lot
Bro,
of
मेरे
early
को
damage.
बीटी दे
The
रहे ये
short res are
लोग.
available, but is there an opportunity to use it?
Look at where the bodies are. Not only are they behind the wall, but there's 3 players ready and waiting for that res to come through or for another body to come
हाँ
through.
देखूंगा फुल डे वॉच पार्टी सब ये चारों मैच खत्म हो जाएगा उसके बाद वी गो किक और कल मैं ट्राई करूंगा कि आई कैन डुअल स्ट्रीम अगर पॉसिबल किक पे पर मिला तो आई कैन डुअल और अभी डुअल स्ट्रीमिंग ऑन किक एंड
Ideal if EDG just walk in, break the trip, and get a plant. But
लॉग इन डेली W वॉच पार्टीज करेंगे अब
they have enough time now to have rotated.
हाँ 100 दी वॉल फर्स्ट मैप था 10-13 देखा
Been hitting one here could be enough. They also know
शॉट ब्रो उसे स्मोक
friends
वो होने के
TP to the back of sight. He could just ignore it or at least
वो
try and wait out a little longer. His teammate in position and he has done the work. A back-to-back flawless round from BBL.
Bro, क्या निकाल?
I'm a little happier to see that it was Lovers Rock on the other side of the map. No offense to Rose,
Clean
but he's
down.
definitely been having
But एक बात बताओ ये क्या था
so far.
ब्रो EDG वालों
Lovers Rock not so much.
प्लीज टेक टाइम आउट और कोच से बात करो प्लीज
Map, Rose had only killed people who were looking the other way. So
yeah, and even when they were looking the other way, he still didn't get a kill.
I think it was about 50% conversion rate, so which includes going into the overtime, the run around onto Jenny.
इनकी आंखों पे वो घोड़े के आंख वाला बत्ती है
And sometimes he's hella clutch.
Sometimes the leaders call from behind.
दर्शन भाई सवाल पूछते हैं वो है ही ऐसा मैं भी इग्नोर करता तुम भी इग्नोर करने का ट्राई करो
Like even going through the qualifier, Rose was dropping 20 like almost every map. It was definitely a standout for this squad. And that's the thing, right? BBL have a lot to fall back on because he was the one that was discussed when they were going through that Ascension run through the Tier 2 that like, oh, all of these guys, the young guys on the team are going to be in VCT. Whether they qualify or whether they get picked up, we know it's going to happen. But people were like,
by the way guys exclamation insta please अभी थोड़ा
he's old, he can't aim and all these things. And then he showed us
एक पनीर आ सकता है अगर पनीर पोस्ट आ सकता है अगर थोड़ा इंस्टा पे फॉलोअर्स हो जाए जस्ट सेइंग
Yeah, I think as well he's one of those people where a lot of people will focus on the IGL stats.
Please so
I think
exclamation
it's
insta
completely irrelevant. Like the fact is this squad has talked about being like a family for quite a long time. I think that's why when Comeback initially left it was a devastating loss, but
यार सोफी भाई
the man who replaced
दिन में 2 रील डालना चाहिए क्या इंस्टा पे ट्रायल वाले पे I have अभी रील्स मैं डेली पोस्ट कर रहा हूँ I have रील्स अभी बट वही बात है
Now a good couple of rounds, like not just okay, you're looking at a scoreline 4-2, you're saying that's not great. 2 rounds where 0 people have died on the defensive side, and that sets you up wonderfully for rebuys. If you want the operator, you can have the operator, and I think for EDG it's going to be fairly important that they break back quite quickly. But this round, not looking too likely.
No, but I mean, headhunters on Con's basically an extra rifle every round. Raz online for Chichu might.
अबे मैं बोला क्या कुछ नहीं
That's an extra gun every round and.
ट्रायल में मैं देखा था सब भाई दिक्कत होती है बताया अगर 2 साथ में पुश करो ना तो एक को ही पुश मिलता है
Pass 2.
यार शाम को डालने का मन नहीं करता मेरे को वरना मैं सुबह शाम ऐसे शिफ्ट कर सकता
No time to explain.
बट फकिंग एटलीस्ट ये अच्छी बात है कि अभी इंस्टा पे डेली एक रील तो जा ही रही है
It's not my strategy.
No, it's a reference some people might get, some people might not.
I'm the latter of those. You can explain it to me for tomorrow. That's a trap broken to start with, but there is a second one here, and this was the idea from
love यार दर्शन भाई
have that little backup to give them space to contain the walkout, although not through the alley, but playing this very, very slowly. Initial contact on B. B players now from the defense in that direction, but this wall's going to cause problems. When you, oh no, it's not. In fact, it's going to cause problems for BBL.
उसने चेक नहीं किया
Who's walking up to it?
मैं देखा नहीं उसने चेक नहीं किया
Oh my, okay, maybe the pistols are actually a benefit rather than doing any damage. Concon with 2 Creven. He's trying to save the day though.
Bro, he got 3 where when
Like they can leave. Oh, a res there. Yeah, I was about to say that would just be sending that player into the wolves instead. Space is being taken. Concon's retrieved the gun. The res is available, so maybe he could play a little bit more aggressively. And he's been spotted, rotating towards that A side, but being spotted and dealing with him is.
बट चैम्बर ट्रिप है ना अभी और डोर भी क्लोज है बट वो बैकशिप आएगा बैकशिप ट्रिप नहीं है
To come through. Concon goes down. Of course, you can't bring him right back. Yeah,
बैकशिप ट्रिप नहीं है, जेट ऑफ लेके बैकशिप आ रहा है.
Rock will take his time, making his way through A main, hoping to catch an angle and find that shot with
और
the
वो
ult.
अंडर
His
हेवन से
target
मेन देख रहा है
right down
शायद.
below. It will be Con in hell that he's searching
Oh,
for.
he
The
saw, he
barrel's
saw,
been
he saw,
spotted.
he saw.
He knows now that there's one there. Kraven's trying to pull them out.
और वो reload क्यों कर रहा है?
Good job at that. Lovers Rock there for both of the
my
final kills.
God.
But a big round from Kraven gave them this chance.
देखा,
They
देखा,
should have been dead to
सुल्तान भाई
rights.
देखा,
It was
कैसे
3
इग्नोर
picks
किया वो,
going
देखा.
away of, the
मैं
attack
बता रहा हूँ
side
ना
in
ब्रो.
quick succession. 2 for Con is
हाइड नहीं हो रहे,
timing was
वो
perfect.
बंदा ही ऐसा है
Then wins the
सुल्तान
fight, and
भाई.
Kraven just
तुम्हें
turns
अकेले
the
को नहीं
round on its
करता, वो
head.
पूरे गांव को,
Mr.
मेरे
Impact
को भी
himself
करता है.
saving them once again, and it's going to be
वो बंदा ही ऐसा है.
at lead, slowly slipping. The 4-0 start for EDG.
दर्शन भाई, सुल्तान भाई कुछ लिख रहे हैं तुम्हें टैग करके, तुम पढ़ोगे?
What they can do in a second half on a on a
Tag
defensive
pause!
side,
No,
I'm sure
please!
going that far into
I
the
hope
lead,
2-3 मिनट
they
में खत्म हो
wanted to
जाए.
at least look to try and convert the half.
सही में, सही में, सही में, सही में. Guys, जल्दी बताओ. RRQ 100 थी सेकंड मैप और EDG ये BBL सेकंड मैप. जल्दी बताओ. I really want to watch RRQ 100 Thieves. माँ कसम इसका ऑल चैट में रहा. पॉसिबल है सुल्तान भाई. नहीं नहीं है, पॉसिबल है. मे बी ऑल चैट में तुम्हारी चैट आ रही है, वो लाइव चैट पे नहीं होगा. RRQ 100 Thieves डेफिनेटली बेबी आ जाओ. इसका वाह, तुम कोइंसिडेंस देख रहे हो. EDG का टैग पोस्ट स्टार्ट हुआ है और इनका मैच स्टार्ट होने वाला है. कोइंसिडेंस देख रहे हो तुम. इनका टैग पोस्ट स्टार्ट हुआ है और इनका मैच स्टार्ट होने वाला है. ब्रो ना, इट्स ऑल कैलकुलेटेड मैन. Oh, ये देखेंगे.
Versus RRQ to kick off the group.
Sir, I'm really excited for this
issues,
match,
but
bro.
don't worry, guys. I got my high vis on. I got on the tools.
Yep.
Should be all good now. Joined here by Athena, and we have a veto graphic here to have a little bit of a look at. We're going to kick things off here on a set picked by RRQ.
Yep, I like this. I think these map pools make a lot of sense for both
Ascent
these
Breeze?
teams. The split ban coming in from RRQ.
Heaven.
100 Thieves banning Lotus, but this Ascent, it's going to be really interesting. We did get a sneak peek
Let's
into
go,
the
me too,
agents
man. Yep.
earlier. Double duelists on the side of 100 Thieves, and then you have that weird comp of Sage Vito on the side of RRQ. But I think this is a really good round to get us started because both these teams have proven that they
अभी
have
पढ़
the
लो ना
strats
ऑल
it takes
मैसेज
for
पे
this
वो
map.
Yeah, we'll
हो
see
तो
which one
ऊपर
of them
स्क्रॉल
will
करके.
prevail. You do want to move on. This is a GSL format group.
Map
You
to
want to
software,
go
map
into
to
that
डालो.
elimination game, or rather into the progression game rather than the elimination game. We do
ऐसे
have
चलेगा, रहने दो, map to मत
EDG
डालो.
taking on PBL over there on the A stream right now for much the same kind of result. And so far, looking pretty good for China.
Yep.
I'm pretty happy about that. We'll see if that does continue
The
in that direction.
quadruple overtime was really fun to watch.
That was, honestly. That was
Oh,
a
इसका
banger
attack
game
pause
on
खत्म हो
Lotus.
गया.
CDG currently up 1-0 in that series, and I do believe it is ongoing. And of course, over here between RRQ and 100 Thieves, the loser of this game will play the loser of that series. Winner will progress into the progression game.
3-4, I hope BBL won.
Yeah, I've seen
That
a few
sounds right.
I've seen
And
a few
we got
GSL
third
groups
maps.
once or twice. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
I
as
know
long
what's
as they
going on.
don't lose 2 games.
Let's
then
go,
they make it out. There's 2
RRQ!
games that they, sorry, I think they play 3 games total if they do make it through.
Okay, cool. Well, hopefully you can make it through in the least amount of games possible, though. But here for these two teams, you want a strong start. Both of these teams.
Bro, I'm still not over कि स्कूबा मेरे को जानता होगा बे. And Sophie bhai?
It's going to be a lot easier not to get grouped if you just win this opening game for yourself.
That's true. That is how it works. You win this opening game, you can move on and play another. But I think I'm
Just
really
win the
looking
game.
forward. Just win the game. I'm really looking forward to what both these teams have to bring to the table because we talked about this a little bit earlier. But just again to reiterate, we see 100 Thieves that this iteration of a roster has never made it to a global event. Only a couple of the players have.
Yup.
And then you move over to our
अलग-अलग है हर हर्षवर्धन भाई, और ये EWC चल रहा है, ENC अभी नवंबर अराउंड में स्टार्ट होगा, और इसमें इंडिया क्वालिफाई हुई है, वो ENC.
International events for RRQ, including the Esports World Cup last year. They show flashes of brilliance, they show their potential in most of the series, but unfortunately
दर्शन भाई, टेल मी अगर आपको वापस इसकी चैट नहीं दिखी.
They've picked up a rookie in Zan. Monya has made his way out of the roster for the time being, although I do think he's at least warming the bench for now, at least what I've seen from the VLR pages and all that kind of stuff. So we'll see how Zan does go for himself. He's been kind of kicking it around in Tier 2 as of recently, coming on fresh off of Motive Esports. Also played over in Ascension for Naus previously. So he's got a little bit of experience under his belt, but only within the APAC scene. This will be his first chance to step up.
By the way guys, जो भी अभी देख रहे हैं, ये RRQ और 100 Thieves का फर्स्ट मैच ऑफ स्ट्रीम हुआ, और 100 Thieves won फर्स्ट मैप 13-10 से. 13 100 Thieves और 10 RRQ.
He's proven himself in the server, but he's
दर्शन
never
भाई,
been on
अभी
that
देखो,
global
अभी
stage.
है ना, I'm
Seeing
done.
how the
इधर से ही
pressure
पढ़ लो,
might handle.
pause
He
करके.
might handle the pressure. Sorry, it's going to be really interesting because again, when you're in that duelist role, when you're constantly kind of feeling that pressure of either fragging out or making sure you're committing to your role, committing to a lot of those hyper aggressive plays that your
Wait, मैं
team
तुम्हें
wants to
बताऊं,
do, it's going to
हर्षवर्धन
be
भाई,
really
यार
interesting to see
proper
how they
रुको
just set him up for success.
Yeah, there you go. Jemkin on your screen. A superstar player coming out of Pacific, often putting up the numbers for his squad. Do believe you'll be seeing plenty of him on the duelist going forward. And Zan will be that more flexible player, similar to what you saw from Monye. I think I might have even seen him on the Sage here, which is not too surprising. I remember watching Motive Esports. They also like to play quite a lot of Sage, and Zan was quite happy to pick that up for them. So that's well and truly within his agent pool, within his wheelhouse. We'll see how they do end up shuffling around the roles on this RRQ team, though, because
देखो, EWC Esports World Cup and ENC, it's Esports National Cup. That's why ENC रीजन वाइज होता है, और वर्ल्ड कप EWC जो पूरे वर्ल्ड वाइड होता है. तो अपने रीजन में हम इंडिया की टीम लाइक सिलेक्ट हुई है, तो क्वालिफाई हुई है. तो ENC ये EWC के बाद में होगा, जो कि अराउंड नवंबर को होगा. एंड दिस इज EWC. इसमें भी GE का टीम है, तो मतलब कल भी GE वर्सेस MIBR है. तो yep.
Owning me back then.
Yep. So good to see him still competing.
I hope समझे जिसको नहीं पता.
Here will be a set to kick things off. I do believe RRQ picked this map, and they will have to, as a result, as you often see, start out on the attacking side. Do have the agent select here. It is Crazy Guy on the Sage, actually. I'm surprised that they've gone for that particular direction. Seen plenty of Crazy Guy on Omen, but it's not much of a muchness. At the end of the
Cypher,
day,
Omen, Sova, Phoenix and Jet.
Stark between these two teams.
Jet,
You've got
Omen,
a slower
Sage,
double
Veto,
Senti
Sova.
that's going to be a little bit beefier on that defensive side, and the Veto is going to be very tricky. X-Pharaoh is a bit of a specialist on this
पता है,
agent.
but
He loves
इसमें
the Veto.
G है, मैं बोल रहा हूँ.
Recently, we've seen some Veto changes in the meta as well. He's going to be a player that loves to go for those picks and use the TPs and get a lot of value
भाई,
as well.
सुल्तान भाई, ये दर्शन का देखा ना, वो ऐसे मेरे साथ, तुम्हारे साथ नहीं, मेरे साथ कैसा करते हैं. मैं इसलिए मैं इसको इग्नोर ही करता हूँ. फिर वो कभी भी पूछता है ना, तो मैं इग्नोर करता हूँ.
I think also on their defensive side, they're going to have to do a good job of not allowing RRQ to get onto site, get into those post-hunt positions, because the amount of util and delay that you have to deny that retake is going to be so annoying to deal with unless you've baited or at least forced them to use majority of their util before it starts. But of course, I think switching over onto that defensive side and the attacking side, both these teams, they're going to be doing a lot of work because these comps tend to play.
Yup, ENC में भी different games हो गए, और वो ENC भी particular ऐसे वाइज ही चलेगा, मतलब प्रॉपर ही डिफरेंस इसमें और उसमें कोई भी सिमिलरिटी नहीं होगी. कंट्री बेस्ड और हर एक कंट्री की अलग एक टीम होगी, और ऐसे चलेगा ENC. और EWC रीजन वाइज चलता है, जैसे सॉफी भाई ने लिखा है ऊपर. और वो अराउंड नवंबर में होगी. अभी क्वालिफाई हुई है इंडिया, और वो अराउंड नवंबर के अराउंड स्टार्ट होगी गेम्स.
Stream, PRX will be taking on NRG.
That's going to be a good one.
There's also some good action already happening. I can see even just out of the corner of my eye, EDG and BBL is still ongoing. BBL very loud to start that.
3050, bro. 3050 is still good. Look at my processor.
And I stopped hearing you know,
The
Turkish
yelling,
players screaming.
the screaming,
Yep.
the yells of joy. As soon as you say that, they start yelling again.
I think they won a round. I could just track the score based on that.
Yeah,
अबे
looking at
रहने दो
this
यार
100
दर्शन भाई
Thieves
तुम.
team, man. Like, I'm so biased because I am America's. I am all of America's.
You are. I am America.
So I play on 120 FPS only on stream. Off stream around I play 180.
Opportunity, obviously, coming
But
here.
off stream
They
में
did a
खेलता नहीं
really
हूँ.
good job in the qualifiers. They 2-0'd Furia, who was literally at the top of Americas for the kickoff stage. And then they come in, they own Loud 3-0, which I think is a little bit expected, but it's kind of crazy that Loud, with that much firepower, just couldn't put up that much of a fight. And now 100 Thieves kind of on this stage trying to prove themselves. Again, we've talked about it a lot, how this is their first international stage in a while. And I think for these players, I'm so interested to see if they can keep up the creativity, especially because we are in the group stage, right? You don't want to show too much. You don't want to kind of give your hand away as often as you can. So I think this makes sense for them to just play kind of the double duelist combo, making sure they're just being hyper aggressive or at least taking those fights and showing that they can just win in terms of firepower before falling back into a lot of those strat heavy plays.
I think you'd have to be pretty
अबे
confident
क्या हो
to
रहा है?
take that
Start
approach,
करो
though.
ना वापस. Don't tell me ये वापस tag ले रहे हैं. ना अभी तुम लिखो वो इग्नोर करेगा दर्शन भाई.
Brutal, but there are plenty of teams that, you know, even the teams that are on the stage
Guys,
right now,
please
here on the
lock
big screen
in
that
and
haven't had that
start.
same kind of singular focus of a Masters event into something like an EWC. Instead, they have played their way through the qualifiers. You talked about the qualification for 100 Thieves, looking very convincing. I think for RRQ, I mean, they got a 2-0 over KRX, a very strong team in Pacific, and then they beat a Gen G that was pretty hot in that qualifier. Texture in particular was going ballistic. That went all 5 maps, but that's not too surprising to me because RRQ, when they win, they don't win easily.
Yeah.
It's always a bit of a slog. So the fact that they played a whole best of 5 is not very surprising to me at all.
Yeah, I think I remember watching those games and being like, dang, this is really going to 5 maps because it's just kind of crazy how RRQ tends to have a really good understanding of how they want to play when they have so many different structures to their team. It's really interesting to see. That's why I really like this kind of like mirror matchup in terms of a team that's so good at playing the double duelist, a team that's so good at playing the single duelist, but following up and making sure that they have those players in those flex roles just being phenomenal at whatever they're kind of filling into. So it's really funny to see both these teams facing each other, and that's kind of where I'm excited because they're both so good at the mid-round adaptation. And I'm just curious to see if this really falls onto firepower.
अच्छा
Is it
ये
just gonna be
सुल्तान
who's
भाई
having a better day in
इसको
terms
पता ही
of
नहीं
frag,
दर्शन.
or is it really going to be down to those IGLs mid-rounding, making sure they're pivoting a lot, baiting a lot of util, just being annoying overall?
तुरंत में कहाँ से अमरोली
Into
side.
the server, you can see some of the agents getting locked in here for 100 Thieves, and that is a very promising sign indeed. We're at least on the loading screen into Ascent. All
Oh, start हो रहा है, start हो रहा है, start हो रहा है.
But they'll only need the edge of them.
I think you lied because
Did I?
Crazy Guy stood up.
Oh my god. Pong, man, please. Please.
He actually heard you saying that and stood up on purpose.
He would do that.
He actually told me he was
He's
gonna
that
do
kind of guy.
Yeah.
Expect the unexpected. That's why he's the IGL. Gotta keep him guessing.
Oh man, that's funny. Looking at these teams, Ascent. You know what's crazy too?
Yeah,
is
start
I
हो रहा है,
think
start
they
हो रहा है.
haven't
Let's go,
actually
let's go.
shown their Ascent that much. I feel like in the past couple months they haven't played it very often. They've just been chilling on it, and I was actually kind of expecting to see a Sage. I'm not gonna lie. I thought Ascent was gonna pull out the Sage, kind of have a more similar comp to how RRQ is playing.
अबे भाई ignore
Phoenix
करो यार
makes a
आप.
lot of sense. He's been really good with those flashes. I think because he plays the KO, him and Timitino have such good energy when it comes to setting up the util, setting up the fights. And I think as well, his Neon has been insane for Asuna. So we know that he can be super aggressive when he needs to be. So I'm really looking forward to him doing that in the server.
वो चश्मा वो अच्छा मुझे लगा वो काले चश्मे पहन के खेल रहा
There's
है.
certain teams that are comfortable running it, and there's certain teams that aren't, and I don't really look at any of the players on
यार I really
RRQ
want
as
to
being
know
a bit of a
कि जो
Phoenix
लोग
guy. They're
कि
definitely
जो
gonna
लोग चश्मे पहनते हैं वो गेम खेलते टाइम तुम्हें वो डंडी वगैरह बीच में नहीं आती क्या?
though. So the Cushy Phoenix, you're right. He is a player that has been on the Flash in it before, and then he was on.
भाई
the
हाँ ना
Phoenix.
भाई दर्शन भाई कल क्या हुआ पता है?
Whoa. I wouldn't say it like that.
कल उसी ने
Don't
इनवाइट
quiz
किया
me
पता
on
है उस चमन.
anything. That That would be
But
awesome.
there was a game where Cushy
Yeah.
dropped 30 on Haven on Phoenix, and I was looking at the stats of that and thinking, what is going on here? We're into the game. Let's go. All right, RRQ. Starting on the
Wait,
attacking
start
side here,
first
they do
map,
have
first
actually
round.
A bit of a slower comp to start off this game, so they're going to have to really take their time here on the attacking side of this
Wait.
ascent, but they will be.
Why this is first map? Wait, UI बंद हुआ मतलब maybe changes हो रहे
They're
होंगे.
going to have to be a little bit more active. There's the progression smoke to A main, and RRQ just walks straight up behind it.
It's kind of crazy how 100 Thieves is just playing off of noise. They have 3 clears towards the spawn here. Asuna still sitting in the spawn. They're just kind of playing off of that contact with the Omen Paranoia here ready.
Yep. Bunker smoke thrown out by Bang. Reacting to what is a drone. Dash on in for Jemkin to close the door. There's the Paranoia in reaction, but that's a great scan onto Bang. Asuna flooding into the site. The rest of 100 Thieves ready to do so over on
but
tree
Asuna?
side as well. Xfero's waiting in the wings towards middle. Asuna finally finds his time, but Zan is well and truly ready for him, and now the spike starts to go down.
This post plan is going to be super important. Xfero getting the pick onto Timotino. Vora following up
1v3.
with Kaji. Now 3v2, but they have the full site
two
here.
hai,
And
Cypher
they
V.
have hold of that tree garden area. That Vito just holding onto it. Cryo creeping up just a little bit. Vora trying to find anything. Trying to get these picks, but RQ is so good at not giving it to them. Vora drops, gets the pick onto Zan, but Crazy Guy gets the pick onto Vora. Cryo all of a sudden in a 1v1 versus Crazy Guy.
Oh, दिखा
Jiggle from
उसको.
Crazy Guy. Cryo well aware of his position, but more time ticking off the spike. Juicy little right quick in on
दिख रहा है ना
there from
ऊपर.
Crazy Guy.
Wait,
Able to close
ऊपर
it out
दिख
as
रहा
well.
था ना box के
Big
ऊपर.
pistol for RRQ, especially given the comp
I mean,
that they're
fair though, I'm
playing.
supporting
That's
RRQ,
gonna
but
go
box
a
के ऊपर
long
दिख रहा
way
था ना
to
head
helping them
उसका.
build some attacking side rounds.
Yeah, the story of the pistol rounds. The pistol rounds were so important in Masters London. Felt like whichever team was getting the positive end of those pistols were then snowballing so quick. And I think all these teams have such a good fundamental knowledge of how to snowball, making sure their economy is set, making sure that they're
What do you mean
snowballing
4D-list
their
वाला?
ultimates as well, making sure they're not using them together at the
यार
same
मैं देखो
time.
एक
and
मैच
just
already
staggering
खत्म है,
them
हाँ वो
over
मैं
the
देखा.
round. So
एक मैच
really
खत्म हुआ
important here
13-10
for
ना.
both of these teams, and we're starting just a nice little default anti-eco from RRQ, holding all the way back in mid, but walking up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, this is very vintage RRQ. For those that aren't Pacific enthusiasts, they are one of the slower teams inside of Pacific. They very much play more mid-round heavy than a lot of teams. I know a lot of people think the entire region is just running it
भाई
down,
इन्होंने
but
mid पूरा
that's
खाली
definitely
की
not
छोड़ा
the
है.
case. As 100 Thieves playing that flood style in from spawn do take some B main control off the back of the dart. Jump spot not quite spotted out there by Xfero, but ready for the peek from Vora. Does give the opening kill to RRQ. In towards B main now. Couple of right clicks.
नहीं, so
but
वही
that's about
second map
it.
चल
One
रहा
kill
है.
for Cryo.
वो
And the
UI
rest of
update नहीं
100
किया
Thieves
maybe उन
fall
लोगों ने.
as it leaves it up to Bang here over on Catwalk.
Yeah, it was a really nice play, trying to bait out that pick, making sure they could hear the rush, and off of contact, they were just stacking that B main. That's kind of what you want to see when you're playing a comp with the double
First
duels,
में वो
just kind of
4 duelist खेल रहे
playing
थे.
on top, making sure that they're going together, grouped up, using that flash for abilities. But of course, this is just a pistol round, so staying grouped is probably your best
मैं
bet.
funny था
But Bang
Ascent?
here left in a 1v4, trying to get as many
तो
exits
ये
as
क्यों
possible,
लिख रहा है
just to
4
try to
duelist
ruin the
है?
economy a little bit for the side of RRQ.
I just go down to the spike
100
here.
Thieves जीती है first map.
RQ going to be very happy with this anti-eco, bringing through a lot of these rifles in towards the next gun round. And nice easy kill for Xfero. Barely needed to move his crosshair for the majority of that round, which is very,
Wait,
very
मतलब
much
तुम
within
कह
his
रहे हो
wheelhouse.
ये first map चल रहा है?
Kind of approach in from
Yeah.
spawn, reacting to what RRQ's doing, but I'm waiting for the moment where they flip the switch and start contesting the mains a little bit more.
You say that, but it looks like they're actually going to be contesting
maps
the
कहाँ लिखे हुए हैं?
that Cypher Cam going down. You have Timotino going to be playing off of that, playing off contact, just trying to break the drone. But RRQ, they've all grouped up towards this B main slowly.
क्योंकि जॉयलन है
using that
bro,
smoke
मैं
towards
दाढ़ी
mid,
नहीं
just to
कर
put a
रहा
little
इसलिए
bit of
जॉयलन
pressure
दिखती
down. We're
नहीं
going to
है.
have Crazy Guy just holding, making sure no one is aggressing too fast. Looks like a little bit more of a contact play here towards that B main, perhaps farming the orb later on, and the drone comes out for the
Cedric,
Cypher.
sorry for
Does,
pause.
looking for information. Dash into the trip here for Jemkin, who hasn't been taken out of the equation just yet. Nice entry from Xfero, and it's just Vora in the back of the site. Did tag up Xfero, able to finish him off. In comes the res from Crazy Guy, who's built up quite a lot of orbs, but Vora tucked in the bunker smoke in towards backside is buying a lot
Ascent
of
Breeze
time.
Yeah,
Heaven.
really good hold from Vora. Timotino's able to get here too, get that pick, but Xfero and Zan.
I don't know. Let's see half. 7-5 half
Get a
दिखते हैं.
third for Xfero and Asuna left in a 1v3. This is not good for 100 Thieves. Losing against this bonus round for RRQ is going to be really detrimental to their economy. Sparrow just jiggling. Drone tag onto Asuna. It's looking a little bit rough for him.
For sure. Can't find anything. Being given nothing. Another jiggle here for Cushy. Spots him out. Maybe a little bit too wide. Now definitely has a chance with only 6 bullets in the Phantom. And Zan biding his time. He's just run out of bullets and probably run out of time. Diving back out of the site. Dealt with... Oh! Dear God,
Wait,
he
he has
time
time
for that. Goes looking for Xfero. I didn't even hear how much time it ticked off the spike. That is an incredible clutch from Asuna.
Asuna!
To run it back and deny the bonus win for RRQ. That's going to be crushing for them.
RRQ was playing that so well. They just weren't giving him the peaks.
तो भाई
But all of a
किसमें
sudden,
लगा है
that
मेरे को
jiggle
बताओ
peek back sight got caught off guard, and Asuna
कैसे निकाला उसको पता था मार्केट है
he could get. Vora, sorry, doing such a good job of holding this site was the main reason why they could hold it down for so long. But of course, the flood retake just wasn't there. RRQ punishing Cryo so early too on that site. Super cool to see them kind of pushing and making sure that bonus round works out for them. But still, a lot of guns lost on the side of 100 Thieves.
That's just one of those rounds where you win the round, but economy-wise, you do not have the cash
तो
you need to
bro
reinvest into it. Xfero with the armor in play, looking to potentially punish some players. Timotino with the dash active, looking for the headshot. Takes a chunk out of Crazy Guy, but allowing RRQ a little bit more space into middle now.
Cat slowly being taken by RRQ. They're going to use that drone to get as much information here. They're going to see Timotino on that. But it's not going to pull too many rotates for 100 Thieves. Again, Asuna playing that rotator role, constantly being in spawn. They're going to hear that sage wall. They're going to know it's meant to be split.
The trip placement's been excellent. Once again,
मिनट के लिए बहुत अच्छा है ना
gonna have a tough time getting in on the
क्योंकि ओमन है तुम पे 2 ही स्मोक एक सीटी
here for 100 Thieves. Regardless, RRQ looking to break through it, run it back dealt with, and now they're going to get into the B site.
This is so crazy. Cushy getting the pick onto Bang instantly, just clearing around that corner. Asuna using as much util as possible to clear. Timotino trying to get a pick, but Xfero is going to shut that down, and Asuna's going to save the only gun that they have left. Man, that's an expensive round
so
again.
अगर ये 7-5 गया, RRQ 7, 100 is 5. So yeah, it's pre-recorded or RRQ already winning. Let's see.
Very nicely.
कल की स्ट्रीम तगड़ी थी
up middle in both of the anti-ecos. Sage roll towards top middle and just kick off a nice little mid to B. I think
तुम लोगों को तो मजा आता होगा ना
honestly. You can see all of the players that died there. Log, spawn side, they had all the right pieces where they needed them. The Phoenix was playing for the fast flood in through spawn side with the runner back active. Wonder if Asuna's going to be able to hold on to this gun. I thought he definitely should have been spotted there. But RRQ not quite ready for them. Zan, though, that's exactly what I'm talking about. This is the rookie coming back in for RRQ. He is mechanically been very solid inside of tier 2. And good reaction there onto Asuna. 100 Thieves now, though, back into another gun round. Unfortunately, without the run it back as Asuna tries to throw it into the eco to have some impact. And doesn't really do much except take one gun away from RRQ.
Yeah, I think the gamble was definitely valid on his part because we do have that Sova
इसके बाद होता है आदि भाई
just to kind of delay or make sure that for any post plants they're able to retake clearing at least tree on A or being able to punish that B main. But I'm really looking at players like Cryo and Bang here to step it up.
Actually, इन लोगों का attack pause 2 घंटे चला.
Really close, but they're going to hear 3 of these players. The Sova is going to be expended, not going to catch anyone, not even a single ounce of information for them as well. But all the players for RRQ are grouped up towards A.
Yeah, I'm not sure that 100 Thieves are necessarily reading this pacing super well for RRQ because a lot of the time they have been hitting in the mid round. Yes, they did one or two
going for
rounds
7-5 of course, but
with the steps being made, baiting out the Sova, you're feeling a little bit sheepish as 100 Thieves now. RRQ just have the whole map. As soon as going looking for information, courtesy of the
rotate करेगा अभी.
But they're really trying to look for a fight towards Catwalk here, it looks like.
The drone coming in, going to get some information. This is finally a good ounce of information for them, but Jemkin actually getting a pick onto Timotino on the other side of the map, but the execute is not going to go well. Bang! Beautiful hold on that spray, and now 1v4 all of a sudden for Jemkin.
क्या मैं BBL versus EDG देख रहा हूँ?
Catches him. find a kill on the lurk earlier, but yeah, that mid to A split didn't work particularly well for RRQ. Caught off guard is Jemkin, but the reactions are very fast so far. Would have been on for the ace, but Asuna wrapped around nicely. Main with that chokehold going down.
BBL versus DG देख रहा
already hit the deck, and 100 Thieves, a nice gun round put together, courtesy of
MSG to साथ the mod tip 40 rupees. आपकी पंथ की जिप खुली है. Just saying.
Both of those players over on A side go down. They see two players on A, and as such, don't feel the need to check the corner in Catwalk, where Bang is just waiting in the wings.
Yeah, that was definitely a little bit scary. The util, really good timing from 100 Thieves to re-clear, using that Phoenix flash towards the A main and then the drone towards mid. Kind of almost
तो सोफी पे मैं वही कह रहा हूँ, ये वो मैच नहीं है ना, ये सेंट, ये अलग मैच है. क्योंकि उसमें 4 डुअल लिया था ना, वो बताया कोई चैट में, तभी तो एक शॉट बताया ना.
Trying to get a pick with those knives from Jemkin.
काम तो खत्म होने दो, ओए साले.
Yeah, not much invested in this round for RRQ. Eyes on Kushi and Jemkin to get some one-taps going for the squad. In goes the dart and the Phoenix Molly as one flash is returned from Asuna. Doesn't quite find the right timing he was looking for. Cryo waiting inside of heaven, spraying away, but Jemkin's dealt with him as well, and now Bang is
Bro,
very
I feel Jet knife
over here on this A side. Good thing that Vora is in for the flood on spawn side. He's dropped the spike now.
Beautiful paranoia from Bang
बहुत.
to kind of delay, and Vora getting the pick. Bang and Vora playing really well towards this A heaven, trying to deny it. Timotino in here. The rotations were really nice,
का I think bad day चल रहा है
from
chat.
100 Thieves, but again, it's still so scary seeing players like Cryo and
अच्छा वो मैच सस्पेंड कर दिया, so test match. Okay. So it's the first match of RRQ versus 100 Thieves, right? Okay, I'm happy.
To get those, make sure they're able to kind of hold an anchor on their own, because it's getting a little bit scary. But of course, really good try from RRQ. I actually think that could have been around for them.
भाई ये वोरा का बैड डे चल रहा है ना. आपका वैलोरेंट में बॉडी काउंट कितना है? What do you mean by वैलोरेंट में बॉडी काउंट?
Catch the defense out of position, and as we mentioned, especially with a Phoenix Jet comp, you're expecting 100 Thieves to make some moves. Most of those are in middle right now. Timotino playing some of these off angles, haven't had to activate his dash just yet. Asuna having a little bit of a look into middle, but there it is, the mid walk, very classic, getting on a deep line, and is going to get on that deep B info line and try to cut the map in half, but RQ are wrapping back towards middle now.
Yep, they're gonna walk up here. Timotino trying hard not to be spotted. The flash comes in, but Zan gets a pick. Timotino immediately trades, but he's stuck in mid. No one here to help him out. Cryo's creeping up towards mid, but he doesn't need help. A pick onto that top mid, pushing towards Tiles, gets another pick onto Expero, and Vora just cleaning up with Crazy Kai, leaving Jemkin alone in a 1v4.
Now tell me!
Can he do it?
Now tell me, कौन बोल रहा था? Why we are watching this match? RRQ easily winning.
Quite heavily around it. Another tailwind active, but no one really playing any of these close angles, so it might just elapse before Jem can even really try to take an angle here. Cryo,
tell me,
a little bit of a jiggle, doesn't feel the need to activate the neural theft. Or
oh, by the way, guys, जो भी mods को hate दे रहा है, please mods को, सारे mods को hate मत दो. If you want to hate mods, parking को दे सकते हो.
Some good recovery.
उसके अलावा कोई भी mod को hate मत दो. Thank you.
In the mid round and always finding the right angle. And
है सारे नल्ले.
Unfortunately for RRQ, they've just handed an op straight into Timotino's hands.
But Sparking को दे सकते हो.
They've done a good job of adapting, understanding the slow play style that RRQ has now adapted. It feels like maybe RRQ is going to lean back a little bit more towards that B main, because that's where they were finding success. A lot of the B splits or the B main
don't hate mods or hate Motato
of this game has found success. And I think the main reason is because they're just punishing Cryo for not having that much support, using and breaking all his utils so early. So definitely need a proper plan in order to get into that site, be able to play those post plans, because it's been almost impossible for 100 Thieves to flood in.
We'll see if there's any adaptations here for RRQ. Do hold on to the one
मैं और सोफी भाई काम करते हैं mod वाला.
Not a lot to bring into it. 100 Thieves
Zip बंद की
haven't
तूने?
quite built any money just yet. They'll look to do so in this round. Try not to take too much damage to the Sheriffs and the single hero Vandal here. Hunter's Fury is at the ready. RRQ almost ready.
They
with
only
the
have
res, and it's
one
a bit
Vandal.
of a pacing in towards A main.
But
Cushy uses his Sova ult, goes fishing. Not really
one
finding too much
Vandal
though.
round निकाल सकती है.
Gets a tag onto Asuna, but the run it back has
But
been
उसकी ult
activated,
को
so it
tag
doesn't
किया ना?
actually affect him. It clears all of mid.
But उसका ult huge ult भाई, वो इसका ult क्या? Phoenix ult बहुत crazy ult होता है.
And all of our RRQ has chosen to just walk back towards B, trying to end it towards
they
there.
walk
So
by walk करके spawn तक गए. They are running now.
Get some sort
But
of
सुवा
information
drone
and
कर
help
रहा है.
use
अगर
the
सुवा के drone में
from
spot हुए,
Vora. I don't think he's
Oh, then
gonna spot
no.
anyone if they just
Oh,
stay
nah,
behind
they
the wall,
spot
but as soon as I say
everyone.
that, he sees
5.
all of them.
पांचों बंदे spot हुए उसके. पांचों.
Now on the front foot, looking to try to cut the map in half.
He's
Yet
trying.
again, not punished on the fallback as he uses that blaze wall to be able to deny information to an RRQ who are now looking
Shot
for a
nahi.
on the line. Confirms that they're making their way
उसने
towards
मारा
B main.
heading.
It's a little bit of a tag through the wall. As the drone is dealt with by the Op. Beautiful crosshair placement from Jemkin. Op is dropped on towards top middle, but RRQ, it's quite obvious where they're headed here.
Yeah, Jemkin has been absolutely on fire. That pick is so important. 100 Thieves. Asuna getting a pick. Cryo trying to stay alive.
Good
on
revive
site.
on
Comes
Eco.
In, the Sage Res for Zan. Another
और
spam
वापस
through
मर गया.
smoke from Asuna getting the pick. The
Now
walls
Crazy
coming
Guy
in.
have
They're trying
Vandal.
to split over lane, but Four is here to get a 3K. Gets dropped off, but Asuna.
कौन बोल रहा था सोवा विप कर रहा है? Come on.
For 100 Thieves.
Yeah,
Bro, at this point कुछ भी होता है यार ये इसमें कुछ भी.
Too much success from RRQ.
वो रहा अभी तक उसका बैड एम चल रहा था. He's whipping it out. Suddenly he got 3K.
Gathering in the mid round has been supplied.
Some
They are
headshots.
always taking space in middle in the mid round, droning to find the team where it's needed and rotating accordingly. It always feels like 100 Thieves know exactly where RRQ are
Who's
going.
a favorite in
It's
this
been really
match?
nice too, seeing the forward
Particularly
drone come
this
out. They have
match,
these kind of
player
set
is
plays
Asuna.
around it too, whether it was towards mid with the Phoenix Flash or on that retake towards A Heaven. They used the paranoia from
Who is
Bang
this guy,
to
bro?
trade with a little bit of those trap setups. So it's been really nice to watch. But now, if you're RRQ, what are you thinking?
I mean, they've already had
और
quite
निखिल
a deep
भाई
playbook so
लॉल
far.
लिखा
The
है बस
pacing
तुमने.
has been pretty
अच्छा क्या
samey,
से
but
लिखा
they
था क्या?
have,
Sorry.
you know, thrown a lot of different late rounds in. Whether it be towards B main, they did try to kind of go fishing to catch the A main control in that last round. Does seem like they've gone for attack pause here to kind of discuss their options, give Jovi a chance to get involved in the conversation. I mean, as far as RRQ is concerned, they've already picked up the 3 rounds and picked up the pistol. Yes, you'd love to dominate the attacking half with this Senti comp, but that's just not very realistic most days of the week. So if they can just snag a couple more gun rounds towards the mid to late tail end of this half and go into the defense nice and strong, I don't think they're too
Map 3 for
concerned just yet.
BBG BBG बोलता हूँ मैं पता नहीं.
Need to
BBL
not get
versus
caught off
EDG
guard by a lot
W's.
of the
W's. I
mid-round
hope EDG
things
won.
that 100 Thieves are
Third.
doing, and it looks like they've opted to go back towards this B main. Kind of tried and true now in this game so far. We have Zan holding it down. Asuna taking all that space towards A main.
But
they're
nah, bro,
still not
crazy map.
rotating any of these
Crazy
players.
match tha,
Really
bro.
sufficient with Cryo and Jet set up on this 100 Thieves side.
This is a classic drop-off. Xfero has been dropped
Opposite
off at the pool.
Peak
Unfortunately,
advantage.
Timotino
This is
has
called
drowned
a
him,
peak
and
advantage,
RRQ
bro.
now trying to kick off a B split that never really got started in the first place. Jemkin trying to employ a little bit more of that contact.
The
heavy style
angle,
you've seen
the
a couple of
angle,
times
the
from him, but
angle.
Timotino is already posted up onto this
wall
line.
bang लगाओ नहीं लगा
Doesn't
उसको.
tag Jemkin actually as the Hunter's Fury comes in from the defense across the other side of the map, trying to make RRQ a little bit more uncomfortable. Nice entry on in from Jemkin, but Bang and Timotino are having impact here.
Zan and Cushing a 2v4. Timotino on site on that stairs trying to get another pick, but waiting for the rest of his team to come in. The drone is going to come in. 2 shorties facing each other. Timotino with another 3K to secure another round. Make it 4. Just kidding.
You saw shorties and नहीं बना वो.
Diffuse is online.
Hell
for
nah,
100
nerf, man.
Thieves. Feels like they're just having so much success here with
यार
finding
मिस्ट्री
those
भाई
initial
sorry bro.
opening
Really
picks.
sorry बोला
I
क्या
feel
हाँ
like
मैंने
Timotino
DM
with the
किया
op
था
hasn't
उसको.
really been super aggressive, but just playing passive, playing on site.
ऑरेंज मौसम्बी टिप 50 रुपीज. आपको देखकर पता चला आदमी कितना भी चुटिया क्यों ना हो दिल से अच्छा होना चाहिए.
If you're not hitting a good paranoia timing, or you're not actually able to, you know, contact your way into a
Somehow,
decent position
bro.
before you burst.
I
as
hate you, but I
RRQ,
love
or
you.
The aggressive attacking side op they've had a couple of times doesn't find an entry, then you're kind of out of luck, honestly.
2 ults online still for RRQ, the veto ult. But they're on a little bit of a weird buy. 3 Guardians.
Somehow, I
sorry,
hate
2
you,
Guardians
but I
across the
love you
board.
though.
They're gonna use that towards mid. Walking up once again. I think they're trying to beat that timing of a lot of the re-clears, or at least bait out that drone so they could switch it up and go somewhere else.
भाई इसका कौन है वीटो का वो देखो सेटअप प्रॉपर उसने बीमेन लगा रखा है बे और वो देख रहा है गार्डियन से.
They're very much just trying to bait 100 Thieves into a rotation, but the drone is perfectly timed yet again. In comes the curveball from us, and that catches all of
W Molly, W Molly, W Molly.
with any of them as the paranoia pushing the defense away, but 4 is perfectly positioned here, and once again 100 Thieves have the better end of the trade.
Vora has been phenomenal this game so far. Feels like he's getting almost every
तो ना
single
1 HP हो गया था पता है वो वीटो को पकड़े वीटो
The mid split begins once again.
उसे छोड़ दिया
Getting the pick onto Asuna, but Timotino stuck in B main. Vora denying anyone from flanking.
क्या कर रहा है वीटो? Come on!
Getting the 3K. What an insane round by Timotino.
Let's play with his food and his point. The jet up on the defense is well and truly taking over the game.
I think
there is
Vito
no
fumbled, bro.
recourse here for RRQ, who since picking up the pistol
I think
have
Vito
hit a
fumbled the
pretty
round.
big dry spell.
Vito fumbled the round.
These nice adaptations are all over this. They very much understand the pacing that RRQ are bringing into this game.
Type 1,
The
if you think
operators
sparring
having
should be
ridiculous
unbanned.
impact. The drone is always perfectly timed. And now it's up to RRQ to go back onto the Sheriffs and see what they can fashion for themselves. Just try to avoid getting 9-3'd at this point.
Yeah, Asuna now with that third run it back of the half online. He's not going to be using it just yet. They're just going to keep sticking to this default setup because like you said, Mitch, none of these players have a means of kind of playing around this operator, being able to push it back or at least deny. Asuna using that molly to deny a lot of that map control. The drone's going to come in and tag him, but nothing really to follow from that.
Yeah, once again for RRQ, it's a little bit one-dimensional. Very clear where they're headed, and 100 Thieves are rotating accordingly. They're quite happy to play retake B with the Cypher setup in play. Dash active, in goes the Sage Wall.
Wall में
Paranoid
gap
exchange
है.
on both sides do give both teams pause for thought, but in comes the run it back. And the curveball from Asuna. Bang trying to turtle inside of the site here. Timotino's arrived at the party.
He
and
climbed the
it's another flight and
wall.
a shutdown from 100
और wall में
Thieves.
gap भी
Oh my
था,
God,
right?
that is a terrifying sight when you're trying to cross into sight and there's 4 players just running at you. 3 of them just rotating in and Timotino just flying in from heaven. I think 100 Thieves, man, they're doing a phenomenal job of being able to consistently trade off of each other, being set up in positions where they're holding those crossfires or at least ready to peek off of any set util. And of course, Vora being the main reason behind that.
Kimorone
The
is
drone,
just
the
you, but
IGLing, all these
in
setups have made
white
so much
version
sense for 100 Thieves.
with space.
Towards B main then. Bit more of a singular
Explain me,
approach here.
please.
But Timotino
Oh,
straight
he's
down
pushing
the peak
mid.
towards Tiles, does get a fair bit of information. In comes the drone, it's a full Cypher setup, but once again, 100 Thieves are rotated quite nicely here. Dash on into the side, Jemkin very low on HP, separated from the rest of the team. This is Xfero just running through all of the utilities. He's got his ult active, and the flood actually backfires this time for 100 Thieves.
Oh, अच्छा Vito का ult था ना.
Bang and Cryo versus Crazy Guy and Kush here, but the 2 players on RRQ are going to be leaving this site after breaking so much of that Cypher util. They
But
know that they
Omen
don't
spawn
have
में
any
है,
information
Omen
here
spawn में है.
unless they just use their bodies to peek. And now over-rotating into that A, going to go through that cat, but both players from the side of 100 Thieves, they don't know anything yet. It's going to be a 2v2 retake.
Oh, नहीं.
Problem is RRQ just don't really have much left over. 10 seconds on the recon bolt. Crazy Guy, if he is given the plant here, will be able to have access
I
to
think
the res, but
they're
just give it
thinking
over
the
to
fucking
Cushy. I
retake
don't
में
think they're
खेलते हैं
too
if they're
interested in
planting
it
here.
for the time being. Does have the Hunter's Fury for this post plant, and Bang bringing at least 1 dark cover into the retake here.
चारों पे full HP है, but they have a Sova ult. अगर इसको एक पिक मिला Sage को, तो उसका ult भी है. So they are trying कि Sage को पहले पिक लेने दिया जाए.
Crazy Guy spotting, getting
And
the
he got
pick onto
one.
Bang immediately.
Now Sova should
Now
pick
Cryo
no,
in a 1v2.
ताकि उसको revive bait भी कर सकते हैं.
Turtled up bottom side, they
Oh
get the
nah,
pick.
they really
But
played
Cushy
well,
ends it,
bro.
and RRQ
They
finally
really played
another
well.
round to end this half.
Yeah, look, a big dry spell. Got to give a lot of credit to 100 Thieves for how clean their defense was looking there. They made a lot of nice mid-round adaptations. It felt like they were always
really
on top
played
of the
well, bro.
information game. But RQ, especially running through a brick wall with that veto ultimate, were at least able to brawl their way into a winnable
Please read
2-on-2.
my last chat
Nice pivot
proudly.
back towards the A side. Gives them
Parking
at least 4 rounds on this attacking
वो
side. That's
उस
not terrible given the
कजीन
comp they're
जैसा है
playing.
जो
Now they're
नानी
going
के
on to
घर पे
defense with,
बात
this double senti
लेकर
comp.
आता
There's
है
still
और
potential
फिर
here for RRQ to get this one done, but the
उसे
pistol will be
उसी
very
ही
important
बात
with how far behind they are.
से
Yeah, interesting to see that they're actually setting up Jemkin here to go for some sort of A main peak with these players. 4-1 Sage on the other side, going to use that
पार्किंग
wall
वो कजीन
probably off
जैसा
of
है
noise,
जो
off of
नानी के घर
contact,
पे
or
बात
just
लेके
off
आता है
of
और फिर
a
उसी
timing.
की बात पे
Four of
मारा
these
जाता
players
है.
from 100 Thieves are also grouped up towards this top mid, maybe taking some sort of mid
बैट लेके आता है वो बैट लेके आता है.
here, and it's looking a little bit interesting now.
पढ़
Again,
भाई.
100 Thieves, they lost that first pistol, but they're still up. If they win this, they could get a pretty big snowball of a lead here.
Saw a couple of frenzies purchased up. That's
I
very North
apologize.
American, is it?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever
Actually,
Orange
the
Mosam
North
bhi.
American meta right now is 1 ghost and 4 sheriffs and just no util.
Yeah,
I
mean,
apologize,
that's
man.
definitely like a fanatic Gen G
Yep.
look from back in the day. Just buy like 3 sheriffs on the pistol round. I'm a big fan of that. I haven't seen frenzies in ages though. I don't think I saw a single
तेरे
frenzy
वहाँ पे
purchase
kick
this
ban क्यों है,
entire last
Sparky?
stage of Pacific, if I'm honest. So that's a bit of a throwback.
Feels like the bandit has been a lot more prevalent in Americas over the frenzy.
इस
So
बार
actually,
जिंक्स
right,
बहुत
I don't think I've seen it
बहुत
that
टीम
often,
चेंजेस
but
है, बहुत टीम
for this
चेंजेस
team,
है.
I feel like they definitely have some sort of really quick strat, really quick push up together where they're just planning on trading and using their firepower to kind of win out these 1v1s instead of trying to play too much into the mind games.
अब किक पर आ गया exclamation mark kick daily stream करते हैं, daily सब गेम करते हैं, daily different game mechas वगैरह सब खेलते हैं सबके साथ. If you want
as
to
a
play,
team and
if you
being
want to
able to
watch.
just play together. So
Exclamation mark kick.
Sorry, and Timotino, really good job, really good synergies when it comes to playing together and pushing a lot. So I'm really looking forward to the synergy duo on attack side.
All right, into the second half then. This is RRQ's map pick, and they are getting battered a little bit, so time to get this defensive half working for yourself. Getting ready for some AP control here. The tension is palpable. I feel like this is a movie trailer as we're kicking off this pistol round. This could be RRQ's run back into this game of Ascent.
Jemkin hearing a lot of that noise towards Cat. He's going to push up, get this A main pick. Zan and Jemkin immediately
My bad.
trading.
8-4?
Really good reactions to take that A main space as they hear them up Cat. But Asuna with a
बेचारा
beautiful
बेचारा
flash
मार भी
curveball
नहीं पाया फ्लैश
into that
में.
A main, and Jemkin now sitting here with Zan trying to get another pick.
Asuna,
Thanks my
he's walking off on the
goat
line.
for the sponsor,
This
man.
is really cinematic stuff as Zan is getting able to get in there with a very nice right click. A 3K for Zan so far, just down to Timotino in a 1-on-2. Very high on the HP. Does have
Thank
the
you
sheriff to
Ultravis
work
bhai for the
with.
sponsor. Thank you for being in our good gang. वैसे भी आजकल members बहुत कम है, but love you bhai.
I've got tears in my eyes. Timotino to walk out onto this A main line. He's been able to actually game RRQ a little bit here. So they wrap around towards mid for just a moment, but sliding back onto the line on a nice timing. There is definitely potential here for Timotino. He is waiting. RRQ just playing this cheeky little high-low now that
अरे
they've
मेरी
cleared out
membership
middle,
किधर
so he's
गई?
definitely
Bye
gonna
करो
have to
यार.
pick into 2 players here.
1v2, the high-low is not going to get punished. Jemkin getting the pick. And now another pistol going the
I
way
believe
of RRQ. They've
कि
now
पता नहीं
won
Riot
both.
उस पे already छोड़ो यार, मैं भी सीन पे नहीं बोलना
Have some rounds to
चाहिए.
work with here. Beautiful, really good reactions from RRQ. I really love to see that. They knew they lost that tree space. They knew they lost the garden space. Immediate reaction to take into a
Kickstake का, you know
and
ना.
they punished as well because that spike got dropped.
I
And
know
all of a
Sophie
sudden
bhai.
that retake was so much harder for 100 Thieves. They didn't really have a plan to go on the flank. Just letting Timotino try to go for a pick off
अगर
that
मुझे
cat. Now
मैं
into the
25
second
gifted
round.
करूँगा.
Pistols on the board for 100 Thieves.
Jemkin on the line, waiting out that Sova dart at least.
I thought he
trying to
got
find
one.
the timing straight through it. Here comes the paranoia. Oh my god.
Whoa, 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 the
Oh,
timing!
that is a
और
big
उसको A
problem.
मिल गया अभी.
At least able to
Imagine
kill
he
the
get
Phoenix
Veto
with
2.
the
Oh
Orbex
nah,
Pharaoh.
thank God.
Finally clears out Bang. That was the biggest spanner in the works thrown in by 100 Thieves who are now starting to filter into a B site, but Zan is all over it. Bandit does a fair bit of damage. Cushy able to clean up after that. 3 guns taken through for an RRQ who are chugging along nicely on defense now.
Round going the way that you expect. The anti-eco going the way of RRQ. They've been really good, really disciplined when it comes to these rounds. Not overextending. Little scary for Crazy Guy there with his wall out. Definitely not a position that you want to be in, especially if there were more
पहली
than one
बात तो
player that were
DPA
following
हमेशा
up, ready to
800
go.
और
But
1600
at
के
least the
बीच में,
stage
not
wall
more
went
than
down
1600,
unbreakable
not
with those
lower than
pistols,
800.
essentially. But
उसके
now,
बीच में कोई भी
3
माउस हो
of these
ज्यादातर
players for RRQ
ऑप्टिमाइज
are looking to be
DPI
a
उसमें
little
होती
bit
है.
aggressive
शॉल
towards
शकर
this
भाई,
B main.
टूल शकर भाई.
The B main scrap on the cards here.
तो
Cushy
पहली
really
बात
with
तो
the
तुम्हें
shot dart
DPI
off the
पहले
back
चेंज
of
करनी
Zan's
चाहिए.
contact. Dart doesn't get dealt with because the judge has been able to creep up on the line. In comes the curveballs and up close.
वो
gets
judge से
nothing. That is a bit
we
outrageous.
should judge, no?
Timotino with the opening pick and now the orb on offer for 100 Thieves.
The timing with these two duelists.
God with the tier 2!
Taking that wider angle. Suna being able to hold that close. This is the synergy that I was talking about. Yes, it's a bonus round, but it's still really nice to see a lot of these little micro plays that
God
they're doing.
damn,
Now,
bro.
just
Thank you for the
holding,
tier
being
2 membership, bro.
patient,
Thank you
waiting
for the
some sort of
sponsor.
regression from RRQ, but it looks like that regression is actually towards the other side of the map. Vito sitting in that mid smoke.
नहीं बेटा
Trying
आप
to hear
किसी
any
को
information,
ऐसे
but
गिरे
three
मोड बनाना
RRQ players
चाहिए थोड़ा
gambling the wrong
दिमाग
side.
Yeah, this is just no-nonsense stuff for 100 Thieves. Minimizing all the risk with a nice drone timing. In comes the dash onto Switch.
प्लस 1 यार बट अब ये गलती से बना दिया, अभी हटाना अच्छा नहीं लगेगा ना यार.
Stacking on the wrong side of the map.
Thank you Saad for being a good gang man. Give it the sponsor.
In damage as Xfero closes in on this B main flank.
Is he saving or exits ले रहा है? Yeah, he's trying to get exits.
Looks like they're not going to give it to them. Playing very passive, very disciplined, not going to overextend anywhere. But three of these RRQ players.
ये लोगों को spike से ही मरना है या तो exits लेना है. और at least by Veto का position थोड़ा वो है. I think Veto को hold करना चाहिए ढंग से और कर ही रहा है I feel. But उसको मिलेगा एक दो exit तो at least एक तो मिलेगा ही. पांचों आ रहे उधर. पांचों.
For sure. I mean, this B site on Ascent is one of
the
best places to play
expecting,
exits.
bro.
On the defense. Oh,
anti-man.
does get himself the runner back online. So that is worst case scenario for an RRQ who don't really get too much done in that bonus round. Zan had a chance to have some impact at close range with the judge in B main, but from there things kind of just a domino effect. All kind of fell down.
नहीं टूटी नहीं होगी, वो कंटिन्यू रहती है. साथ अभी होगी तेरे पे 10 मंथ वाली. रिफ्रेश कर और माइलस्टोन सुपर चैट वाला होगा वो देख.
But this right here, that was really nice here. Suna immediately getting the pick onto Xfera 2, denying any of those exits was really nice. And then run it back already online for Asuna. He can use this really well to find that operator.
But Sol Shukar bhai optimize नहीं होती उधर.
But he's using that ult towards that A main, getting the pick. Oh, sorry, Bang getting the trade onto Zan. Zan immediately getting the run it back. And the really quick A split coming in from 100 Thieves.
I give you a suggestion जो मैंने किया था, but एक ये round के बाद.
Allow Jemkin any vision at all. Xfero tacking himself in towards Generator, going to TP out of the site, which leaves Cushy high and dry. Crazy Guy at least able to catch one on the cross, healing up his teammate, and now into a 3-on-3 post plant.
Zemkin have
all to be able to cross that heaven safely, but they do manage to get it down to a 3v3. Jemkin using this tree side to get that pick, trying to walk up, get anything that they can, accompanied by the
expecting कि इधर से आ ही रहा आने वाला है, but shot.
Walks into the smoke, gets the pick.
Good trade, 2v2.
Immediately trades. Crazy Guy trying to go for a pick. Actually getting 3 through that.
इसको शूट भी कर रहा था वोरा को. Nah, man.
That's a really nice retake for RRQ here.
एक दिन बाद आता है नहीं, तुरंत आता है ना, रिफ्रेश करके आता है.
This next round, 100 Thieves should definitely go for the reinvestment off the back of that spike plant and have a chance to at least damage or
शुक्र भाई सुनो, तुम DPI कैलकुलेटर पे जाओ, अभी तुम्हारा EDPI कैलकुलेट करो, फिर 1600 DPI रख के तुम्हारा EDPI कैलकुलेटर को तुम्हें जो रखना है वो पहले वो रखो. उसके बाद सेम एम लैब्स डाउनलोड करो. उसके बाद एम लैब्स में नया फीचर आया है सेंसी फाइंडर वाला, उसमें जाके तुम्हारी अभी की सेंसी डाल के प्ले करो, वो तुम्हें तुम्हारी आसपास की सेंसी बताएगी. Try this.
Really interesting to see how they've managed to abuse that on the side of RRQ, just going out, taking that swing, taking their ones in the
तुम्हें उससे आइडिया मिलेगा.
Jemkin going for a B8, but he's not going to find anything.
Liquid!
At least initially. Comes the wall from
Thanks for the 5 gifts! Jinx को क्यों मिला बे?
Kind of undecided, but they did force out the interceptor there, so that's a very nice little dark cover shock dark combo.
Holy bro, thank you for the 5 gifted.
They know the Sage is going to go down relatively soon.
And this is what we were talking about, where the defensive side, it's going to be so important how they use their util, because there's so much delay in 100 Thieves. They know that, so they're just waiting.
उसमें नया फीचर है, वो ट्राई करो, वो वाला प्रीमियम के बिना अब आ गया, प्रीमियम के बिना आ गया. अभी ट्राई करो. मैंने अभी रिसेंटली माउस लिया ना, एक वीक पहले, तभी खेला मैं.
Sage to hold down sight, and the drone comes out from Vora.
Slow ult from Crazy Guy, but he's very much.
अरे खुशी नहीं देखी जा रही, खर्चा कर भाई.
Gets tagged. Will he get spammed on through? No, Zan has joined him on the site now, courtesy of the From the Shadows, and they're going to tuck themselves
Yo,
in nicely with
Sultan
that
of
focus
Liquid,
one.
bro. Thanks for the
One
W5
exchange by Zan as
gifted.
100 Thieves try to close in and clear out backside. Nice pick from Bang. Zan goes down as well, but Cushy at least able to trade one back.
3v3 retake for RQ. Jemkin with the
Cypher pick
operator
करेगा.
holding, trying to get a pick on anything.
Double
Whips on
pick.
Cryo, the trade.
Bro, the 3-2-1 is crazy.
And the evolution ult online for Xfero here. He's going to try to run into that.
Oh, W3-2-1 किए वो लोग, देखा तुमने? Cypher और Jet.
100 Thieves, they're not giving them any of these peaks. Timotino holding that cross, gets the pick. Xfero
Anti-man.
gets the pick onto Cryo. 2 gets another one. 1v1 versus Vora.
No,
Up on the
anti.
line now,
Of
Vora,
course,
beautiful
anti, yeah.
little jiggle peek to give 100 Thieves double digits.
Double क्या triple, double
Very
क्या
dangerous in those
3-2-1
clutch
किए बे.
situations, and you can see exactly why, especially with the evolution. But 100 Thieves, that is a massive clutch.
Yeah,
to
Uganda
close.
रहता है या
Both
नेपाल
teams
रहता है.
very low on money, and that will definitely have reset RRQ. Really fought hard in that round, considering the circumstance, honestly. Crazy Guy was very much left on his own. Zan does a good job to try to TP towards the other side of the map with the Omen ult and buy time, but unfortunately, I think the call from 100 Thieves was just a little bit too good. Xfero makes it more interesting than
Gifting
it
कभी
probably should have been.
59 वाली नहीं जाती. Bro, thanks for the 5 gifted भाई. Actually भाई महंगी वाली. अब तो YouTube में भी प्राइस बढ़ा दी ना 179 bro.
Vora just getting a spam through the
कितने की पड़ी 5 gifted? 5 gifted कितने की पड़ी सुल्तान भाई बताओ चैट में. और by the way खुद के पास membership नहीं है, just सिंह और gift कर रहा है.
They're just going to keep overextending here, recycling that Sheriff onto
That's W though.
Onto Zan. Cushy, I can't speak.
That's
this
okay.
is your team, that's why.
Yeah, that's all right. American names are a little easier. I understand.
Is it? Say Timotino 10 times fast.
Timotino.
कोई 5 gifted करके दिखाओ वापस कितने की बढ़ रही है.
Timotino is feeling very good
नहीं
about
but कोई check करके बताओ कितने की हो गई बे.
He got himself a pick inside of B main. So 100 Thieves looking good. Xfero on the other side of this though, Sheriff in hand. Yeah, nice little angle for him, but how much can he really do? Let's be honest. Nice opening pick onto Asuna. Interceptor active.
Oh my god.
Timotino to dash straight into the side there, and as such, 100 Thieves.
Oh, main क्यों दिख रहा था ये?
Spike down nonetheless. That's a nice Hunter's Fury for Vora.
Dude, Xfero has been on fire with these picks. His fragging potential is insane, and he's just constantly been getting his 17 and 15.
Xfero भाई देखना वो 17-15 खेल रहा है.
I think granted the last couple rounds he's just been alone in a lot of these fights.
No, अभी भाई.
But it doesn't matter because 100 Thieves, they've almost secured this round. 4v2.
No,
Two
so.
pistols on the line here. Zan trying to
No,
get one
so.
before he's going to shut it down, and Cryo picking off Cushy. Now,
by the way, you are one of the guy, बहुत rare guy सुल्तान भाई जो gifted करता है.
I'm kind of hoping to see them kind of switch up their setups a little bit. I don't
जाता है 59 अगर उसका tier 2 membership महंगा है या बहुत वो है ना तो ही जाता है वरना नहीं जाता. मेरे में option नहीं है. तो मेरे को tier 2 महंगा करना पड़ेगा.
A little bit more of an aggressive setup. Set up Jemkin somewhere with that Sage and off of contact, putting that wall down, because right now 100 Thieves, they're just abusing the timing on them.
Well, another timeout coming in. Not sure from which team
500
at this point, as 100 Thieves are definitely closing in on the end of the game here.
नहीं मेरा फ्री में चला अभी. क्या बात कर रहे हो? अपडेट करके चेक किया तुमने?
Last round, so they built up a little bit of a
Auto update ही होता है, I know, but still.
grease in here from RRQ to make it inroads back into this game. This is their map pick, so you know that they've got a lot of depth on this defense, especially.
मैंने मुस्कान तो 29 वाले किए थे 10.
100 Thieves, both defensively and offensively, have just been calling an
देख
excellent
रहे हो?
game. This feels like their game on a silver platter,
देख
especially
रहे हो?
because they've got a little bit of cash in the bank.
Yeah, it almost
इधर
feels
member
like
नहीं है
they've anti-stratted
और
this in a
मुस्कान को
sense where they
इसने
know a
30
lot of
वाली
the
10
habits that
membership gift की
RRQ
थी.
is going to be doing. That Sage wall not
Just
being
saying,
a
by
problem
the
for
way.
them, and I think it also stems from the fact that you're playing with Asuna. That guy is the Sage god almost. He's been playing that for so long for this team all across Americas for so many years now, and him being on that Sage, understanding the timings, being able to kind of tell his team how to play around that, how to abuse the fact that Sage is not that strong after that wall is down, and using the slow on a timings is the only way to kind of add more delay. But Jemkin, beautiful spot, getting the pick onto Timotino.
इधर से मारा उसने?
To be honest, that might have just been pre-fire. Close range here is Zan with the judge. He's got the weapon for the job, that's for sure. Dart up onto the tree. Doesn't quite scan him. I could have sworn it would have at that close range. Asuna just around the corner as the jump comes through from Zan. That
Bro, ये ले सकता था ना?
Odin's man coming through from Crazy Guy, and indeed it was double up
Ishil
from
got two.
Zan, and 100 Thieves shut down before this even really gets going. Bora left with too much to do, and
I
that
hope
is a
RRQ
good
come back.
response from an RRQ who needs to start working their way back
Toti
into this
jaye.
game.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a nicer setup that I like to see from RRQ. Having the Sage be there, playing off contact.
ना 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 वाई रिप्लाई नहीं है, ये फर्स्ट मैच है. जो RRQ 100 थी तुमने इसमें देखा था ना, उसकी साइट पे वो टेस्ट मैच था. वो 4 ड्यूलिस्ट खेल रही थी RRQ, वो जो टेस्ट मैच. किसी का पीसी में दिक्कत थी और दिस इज द रियल मैच नाउ.
Cement around it is their winning condition at this point. But Crazy Guy with this.
तब चालू हुआ वैसे फर्स्ट मैच.
At the start of it,
Yeah, he's once again all on his own, being thrown a lot of utility to try to safeguard any pressure towards A. He's just going to play retake on the
फिर
side.
tier
That's
2
not
फिर
the
कोई
same
लेगा ही
choice
नहीं
to
ना
work with
सुल्तान
as
भाई.
The rest of the setup for RRQ very much is over towards B.
काफी 2-3 लोग हैं जो tier 3 तो है एटलीस्ट जो tier 2 लेते हैं रेगुलर. लेग भाई अपने
And try to see if they can get themselves into a post.
एक भाई तो है XT भाई, वो जब मेंबरशिप खुली थी ना तब से tier 2 अभी तक कंटिन्यू. वो स्ट्रीम पे आते भी नहीं है, तब से कंटिन्यू करते हैं. उनका वो भी हट जाएगा. अभी मैं प्राइस वगैरह बढ़ाऊंगा ना तो उनका ऑटो वाला भी हट जाएगा और पूरा उनका जितना इतने मन से ले रहे हैं ना वो भी हट जाएगा. Oh, the W ult. Oh, so spot तो
has been cleared. Timotino now on a very dangerous
नहीं,
lane.
अब नहीं
And
होता.
RRQ are very far out of position, especially given the fact that they had that B
Smoke
main
में
info
ऑफ लेके
line
बैठा है
right at
वो.
the start of the round.
Yeah, a little bit slow for those rotations, and of course, Crazy Guy getting picked off didn't help
Intel
either.
नहीं,
The delay
PG.
wasn't there, but there's only so
Intel
much
नहीं
you
लेता,
can
PG
do, and they
लेते हैं.
could have been out on site 10 seconds earlier with that drone. So 100
Wait,
thieves
wait,
now
wait,
in
सोआ
this
गया?
first line. Cryo getting a pick into the smoke. Timothy, everything's just going
well it,
wrong
how
for
the-
RRQ. The flood did not work. All these players are just
But
hiding
explain
in
me,
these smokes and getting
उसने
those picks.
ड्रोन से हेवन चेक किया, उसको स्पॉट हुआ, स्टिल उसने अल्टी क्यों खोली?
Strong retake plan if you're going to play a setup like that, and it didn't look like they even had the opportunity to really
Intel
play
नहीं लेता,
that. I
PG
think
है
that
ना?
100 Thieves, the run it back through tree side and getting the jet on such a disruptive angle allowed them to just be one step ahead of this retake coming back in for RRQ, who was so far out of position. Like, it kind of shocks me that they didn't lean at all towards A, given the fact that, like I said, Jemkin had all info on the B side.
सुल्तान मैं देखता हूँ, मैं पक्का देखता हूँ स्ट्रीम के बाद.
100 Thieves now on map point.
एक बार मैं चेक करता हूँ. ये YouTube के प्राइस अपग्रेड हुए ना उसके बाद मैंने भी नहीं देखा. एक बार देखता हूँ क्योंकि महंगी हो गई ना tier 2 अभी. पहले 159 थी, अब 179 हो गई.
Trying to get any info towards that mid while his team's working B main. Asuna with that curveball flash, they're gonna hear the Sage slow towards that main, tapping that orb, trying to get that all online for Asuna because it is not. He is pretty far though, only 2 on the block. But now 5 of these players for RRQ. 2 of them have weird buys, Bulldog and a Stinger
One way.
on the side of Crazy Guy and Zan. And they're just playing
तो दिस वन वे स्कैरी नो. मैं जब भी ए मेन एंट्री लेता हूँ ना ये वन वे से मेरे को बहुत बीटी होता है. अगर ओमन का क्लब उसका है तो छोटा होता है, ओमन का बहुत बड़ा स्मोक होता है ब्रो.
Straight up middle as they spot out the TPs from Xferro. That'll help them read the setup at least a little bit as the drone comes in from the defense, clearing out B main.
Timotino's literally almost into their spawn here. They have some sort of idea based on that util being broken from Vito, but are they going to be ready? They're rotating right into his crosshair.
Big lurk pick from Timotino with the forward dash. Cushy
I thought
cleans him up
एक
as
और
a
मिलेगा
result, but
उसको.
this is going to be a difficult take from 100 Thieves because A main is so dirty. Zan and Jemkin need to make sure they
Please.
don't overcook this one with only 20
GG guys.
seconds on the
Oh no
clock.
no no
Nice
no
trade
no no
back
no
from
no no no
Jemkin.
wait
It's thrown
wait
from
wait.
Heaven cleaned up by Asuna with only 13 seconds. 100 Thieves are putting that spike down.
2v2, all of a sudden the spike is down. They know that these player is in a main. Asuna 1v2.
Ah, he kind of will, but W.
To win that round, and all of a sudden 100 Thieves, they're not getting success
Yeah.
in the end rounds of these games.
Jinx.
Yeah, it just took a little bit too long to get into the mix there. So denied an opportunity to close this on that point. RRQ, I mean, this is just classic RRQ, honestly. They really like to drag out a game. They really like to struggle to get a gain across the line. Overtime is very much on the cards. This definitely could have been a 100 Thieves game.
जिंक्स में अभी लियोसन ई-स्पोर्ट से खेला था. SATL के सामने, सभी RNTX के सामने, SATL के सामने, सबके सामने खेला था.
Yeah, this round is a must-win for 100 Thieves too. Not only just to end the game, but if they lose this round, they will be broke the next round. They'll be forced onto that 50. They're gonna hear that same Sage wall towards B main, and they're holding these two players towards A main. Just
बट अच्छा खेला
seeing
था
if
बे
there's
जब
any
एज द फर्स्ट
aggression.
टूर्नामेंट
I
अच्छा
think they're
खेला था
gonna
आई
read
फील
that
कि
this
ठीक
is
है
more of a
भाई बहुत
mid-stack, 'cause
प्रेशर
at
था
this
बे मेरे
point
पे
they have that full
एक
run
अकेला सोलो
on A,
डुअल
on
पे
B.
बहुत
They've
वो
heard
था
that Sage wall. They know this player's
दो
probably
थे डुअल
playing
बट स्टिल
towards it. The drone
फर्स्ट
coming
एंट्री
in,
डुअल था
trying to
मैं
get some sort of info here
एसिडल
for
तक
the
दी थी हाँ
side of
एसिडल के
100
सामने
Thieves.
अच्छा
They
खेला
will
था मैं
spot out at least one
एक राउंड
player. It's cushy
दो राउंड बट
on
अच्छा
that
खेला
A
था
heaven, but they're just playing it slow because again, they know that Sage wall is down instantly at the
नाम
start
ही
of
और
the round.
ऑफ कोर्स खेलूंगा ना ब्रो बट बहुत प्रेशर हो जाता है जिंक्स
What the setup is for RRQ, who do not budge an inch. In comes the drone in towards A main from Cushy, but from thrown out from Heaven's side.
ऊपर से मेरे को पता नहीं था कि इतनी लाइक बड़ी टूर्नामेंट है हर्ष भाई वगैरह वॉच पार्टी कर रहे हैं उसकी चैट में मैं देख रहा हूँ मोटेटो चल रहा और मैं वहां हग रहा हूँ भाई साहब भाई जो प्रेशर होता है ना
30 seconds left.
The execute coming in for 100
ओ
Thieves.
जेट ने
The paranoia
वुमन
going
ब्लैक
out by Zan. Good
वुमन फ्लैश
defensive
में एंट्री लिया
util,
है
smoke on sight, but Timotino's
ना
gonna finish that as soon. Also
ना
getting hit. Timotino
GG's
to heaven with that updraft, immediately getting one.
how they won
Crazy guy. And Xfero fighting hard back into this round. Rez comes out on
wait wait nah
there from Kong.
GG GG I know it's 3v
Oh, what is that? The spam through in towards Hell puts it into a winnable 2-on-2. There is no business in this round for RRQ to be coming away with it. Xfero walking up on the tree line. Needs to deal with Bang. We'll catch him with his back turn. This is an illegal retake from RRQ as the spike gets tapped. And they've been able to do a massive 4K from the IGL of RRQ. This game should have been well and truly over already. That was, what, a triple entry into A, no? That was
Dude,
like a 2-on-5.
We literally need to study Crazy Guy's peaks on Heaven because he's gotten one every single time on that angle. And it's been phenomenal. And I think Honor Thieves, they're struggling to deal with this Heaven over and over again. And so it's kind of crazy seeing how these players are just able to get away with so much. Crazy Guy, that third kill on Bora was kind
how
of gross.
did they won
That hell spawn.
Jinx I don't care I want RRQ to win
Oh
but
my God.
how did
Massive
they
play from Crazy Guy to keep RRQ in it. That's just pure entertainment. As we head back into a lull, this may be a tack timeout from 100 Thieves, who feel like this is getting a little bit too hot under the collar. As you mentioned, money wasn't great heading into that round. They probably would have thought it was already done, honestly. When you're in like a 5-on-3, 5-on-2 post plan on that A site.
I mean, how?
He's playing just this dry Senti comp that doesn't have a lot of business getting back in. You're thinking you've probably wrapped it up at this point, but that one has definitely slipped through 100 Thieves' fingers.
Yeah, they need to clean up those late rounds, late to end round retakes. They're just allowing so many 1v1s to
यार
be online
गाइस वो
for
जियो
RRQ.
ब्लास्ट का टूर्नामेंट था प्राइस पूल वाला टूर्नामेंट था बड़ा टूर्नामेंट था बट ऐसे वो नहीं था क्रेजी और स्विफ्ट प्लेस थे कॉम्प प्रॉपर कॉम्प्स नहीं खेला था बट बहुत बड़ा टूर्नामेंट था
And so many 1v1s are being taken for a reason that I'm not really sure of, especially seeing how initially on the first half
Oh, UI.
these players on 100
Nice.
Thieves have been so good with their positioning, so good with their training. The second that someone's going anywhere, they get a pick. But a B main push here for RQ.
Good ball in from Asuna.
Bro,
Unsettling the
I
defense here,
believe
applying a lot of pressure with the bandit. They do
देखो
not want to be tapped at close range. That's for sure.
12-11 तो पक्का है ठीक है क्योंकि 100 Thieves का इको राउंड है But I believe RRQ इसके वाला
What an entry in from Timotino. Bladestorm active. And once again, we've been forced to put RRQ in a retake scenario.
The Molly going in. Asuna trying to delay Timotino, getting two with the knives on, getting two as well to trade back. That door is closed. 3v3, but pistols on the side of 100 Thieves for this post round. The drone's going to come in, not going to tag anyone. And three of these players going towards that tree side. Cryo gets seen off, delaying as long as possible, gets two with the bandit. And now all of a sudden, Crazy Guy in a 1v3. Two of these players in hell, unable to trade, gets two for Crazy Guy, and it's a 1v1.
It's at the spike, very much running out of time. Cryo very good in these situations and good enough to win the map for 100 Thieves. 13-10. It's naught but a pistol round to get it done. What a blinder of an entry from Timotino straight up tree. Rips the Bladestorm and the rest was history.
I love to see that. The confidence and the aggression going in from Team Atino, kind of planning a lot of these things around him. And that's why 100 Thieves has been so phenomenal at setting him up for success, because he is such a beast to be reckoned with. But of course, both these teams putting up such a good fight for this first map of Ascent. I feel like I've seen enough from both these teams to be convinced that they could make it out of this one.
I mean, it's just a classic game from RRQ, really, at the end of the day. They won both pistols, Puckett, and then they lost the map. Like, I guess NA too good. My bad, guys.
Americas, thank you very much.
Americas.
They don't want to. We don't want to hear you.
All right, now I'm up. Yeah, that was a rough one to watch because I have written down 100 Thieves throws round 22 could lose game. True. Then you have Cryo picking up 2 pistol kills and the final 1v1. You can't get it done.
Bro, was hard eco. Maximum उनपे bandit था. Not even a good gun. Pistols पे खेल रहे थे. उनको definitely around हारना था ताकि वो next round buy कर पाए. Or they can maybe try to win. और I thought ये तो निकल गया RRQ के लिए, next round निकलेगा तो they can go OT.
Weakest team to Mitch at the start of the day. Pilski nails it. And we're going to see RRQ group for now. On the other side, we have a game 3 that is still brewing.
We still have a series here, Puckett. Don't get ahead of yourself,
man. Why are you talking about them over there?
But
I was told this was
ब्रेक चल रहा है फटाफट EDG विसेस वो देख देते हैं, BBL देख देते हैं. क्या चल रहा है?
The moment they're confident, it's not like they then go, okay, now maybe we play a bit past.
10-1 BBL,
running and gunning. They keep taking riskier and
Third
riskier
map पे by the way ये.
and they all pay off. 8
English समझ रहा है language bro. पैदा में उधर इंग्लैंड में ही हुआ था.
Defensive side half, and unfortunately, it feels like EDG might have used all that energy in map number 1.
Hunter's Fury sent
Dominate
through
कर रही है
here for EDG,
BBL.
a desperate attempt to open the round, blind fire, nothing found, and the judge is still in the corner. The smoke up from Loida. He's seen two. He knows there's danger. That's a risky res with the judge still in play, and they'll find themselves more than a few. A 3 versus 2.
By now the BBL versus EDG going crazy. By first में भी बहुत crazy गया था. Second में जब हमने देखा नहीं क्योंकि हम दूसरा दिख रहे थे. But third is also going crazy.
Looks like him and Kraven are almost
by WW by Neon alt walk बहुत अच्छा होता है.
Lovers Rock.
Oh, but you're not even peeking. Last round is
worth the risk.
Okay.
Know exactly where their opponents are, and
but they are cooked. देखो ना उसको तीनों जगह से लोग देख रहे हैं.
The problem is the second player is ready for the contact, ready for the swing, and in the end it is
11-1 half.
A singular round. It was only their bonus round.
11-1 half.
Every other round in the half has gone the way of BBL.
Hard to really believe the series we've had so far for BBL Ascent. Like we said, EDG picking it seemed like a mistake. You're coming up against the Turkish team. It could have been what sent this 2-0. And honestly, looking back, maybe EDG would have preferred that. Lose the overtime and save yourself the embarrassment here on a final map.
I always believe EDG comeback कर सकती है.
It's not been around for a while. And it looks like a lot has changed. The Viper
I always
wall is
believe
so
EDG comeback कर
towards B
सकती है.
main. It's burning utility or burning the clock as you take main control. The deadlock seems to always be in the right place at the right time. And then Rose and LaRock, I don't know if we need to check their PCs, if we've given them access to the internet in between these games, because it's they have shown up on another level.
दूसरे shotgun low लगा था यो.
Oh yeah, I think there's been nothing missing from this beat.
ये कितनी देर में start हो रहा है?
Popping off across the board. You've got utility perfectly placed to just create disruption.
Bro, I really want
I think we've had
ये
a
लोग
load
इसको
of
fix
paranoia.
करे और इसका मैच बाय मैच रखे. मेरे को EDG वर्सेस ये भी देखना है, BBL देखना है, RRQ वर्सेस 100 Thieves भी देखना है. Please same time मत रखो यार मैच.
Towards the B site, his snake bite just delays, and then they have the operator there. Like, think about the kills that Lovers Rock has had. It is, okay, my teammates have held ages on this side of the map. I'm now here with an operator just to end it. He has been just as annoying as everybody else, and unfortunately, it just feels like there's nothing to break through all of that utility on the other side. There has been no player that can dive in. The Phoenix hasn't worked. The later lurks, even though we have seen aggressive rounds, at times, they can walk into Konkon's angle and seemingly eliminate him. It has been uncharacteristic, and yeah, sure, we've got the caveats. We know that this is a squad that has weaknesses, but I don't think we ever expected it to just be this dominant.
Not at all. On any map, to be honest. Like, coming here to Sunset, it felt like even with the stand-in, we're going to have a fairly even to favored fight for EDG. That timeline is utterly ridiculous. 11-1.
Ishan bhai, hello bhai.
Rock 17 and 5 rows. More importantly,
Sinha,
16
तुम्हारी
and 4.
सरनेम Sinha है.
Look at Loiter.
Sinha सुनी हुई है, बताया मैंने.
16 assists. And a lot of those are paranoia, by the way. It's not like, oh, they walked through a smoke and I got... No, he's actually been...
EDG को ये round जीतना ही पड़ेगा, otherwise it's GG. Can't come back 12-1. But 11-1, I still believe क्योंकि उसको एक round का safety है.
It will be EDG having to force... Well, I guess even if they win the round, they are going to force. But yeah, no matter what. And they will need a flawless defensive side.
Oh, they're certainly not in a rush. Towards Konkon now. The slide
Blue
forces
DB.
him back. See the confidence. Not quite there.
Stick
around as Rose takes one. The sneak up by Signed at least evens the playing field somewhat, if not for the fact that Rose was in a known position, right? He closed the door. They know that he's here, but this fight could change the game. It could bring them back towards
imagine.
He won't win it at least to start. It's a staggered fight. You can see Chinchu just running away. Rose in the back lines, but no one left on the site now. The plank can be found, and now
लोगों ने ghost buy करना बंद कर दिया है. Bandit ही everyone go for Bandit.
To leave Signed alone.
और 1v3 BBL. Nice, GG bro. 13-1.
Unfair ask, but it's a necessary one. He needs to clutch this. He's at least managed to get the first.
But whoopsie, imagine
diffuse this
he
behind the
come
box,
back.
or at least bait them into thinking that he is. Already though, it's being watched, waited for. The X1 goes his way as well. A chance for the stand-in to pull off the clutch, and Signed will keep them in the map. The coaching staff pulls off a massive 1v3 and gets EDG their second round.
Well, I'm sure he's had a lot of game plans they attribute to victories, but that one right there, that's got to be the highest impact he's had. Crazy round from Signed. The super sub sneaking up inside B main and taking a 1v3 across the line. And yes, there were mistakes there from BBL. They lost.
भाई मैं बता रहा हूँ ना, मेरे को ये गेम भी देखना है.
Signed to capitalize on those opportunities. He set himself up as the top fragger now for EDG, but one good round's more than enough for anyone to do that. I don't know.
It's the smallest of lifelines, but nonetheless,
Louis भी था, चमन headshot मारा उसने.
it is a lifeline. It's something to play around. It's a hope that they can maybe do something in this game.
Sultan bhai, thanks for the 5 gifted,
But
bro.
realistically,
Shit bhai.
gonna have to be
Actually, thank you for the 5
huge
5 gifted. I'm sorry.
BBL, no
Huge
reason
5
to
gifted.
overinvest or put too much into this round. You have such a mammoth lead. A chance, maybe, to put some pressure onto
Did
Signed.
they
force? नहीं ना. BBL?
Not the one. They're still ready to fight up close. And in return, they've landed one of their own. Lovers Rock and Krevin, the ones to come out ahead. The Pistols not dead in the water just yet, it seems. And a very late lurk from Rose outside
Bro,
this
the
inside.
read! वो spawn से A जा रहे हैं.
But it's Konkon that you're up against. And he's found the first. Rose a little ahead of the pack. This wraparound, I don't think has been heard just yet, but
They
they
figured
know
it
it's a
out.
possibility.
Yeah, no, they've cleared every other angle that it could possibly be, so they know exactly where they're going.
Oh, he got
Jenny's already
timing,
gonna drop
bro.
the
He
spike,
got
and now the
timing,
last man
man.
standing is Krevin. He's still going to make this even more costly. Still, to win this is going to be difficult, but an isolated fight, time ticking down, and
Anti,
Gianni will save the
bro.
day.
Almost
This
निकाल लिया
round,
था
They should have
350.
needed a savior, but they did.
They need many more.
यार
as
प्लीज
this
जल्दी
game
खत्म
goes
करो ना.
on. If it goes on, feels like a matter of time for BBL, and look at how much they were
Discord
able
क्यों
to do
खिला है?
here with just pistols in their hands. It's a scary
ये देखो ये flick
prospect for EDG to struggle
optimizer
this
try
much,
करो.
to be down by this much. We don't just need to see them win up against this full buy, where, by the way, they're coming in with a lot of disadvantages.
Well, Sugar
We
bhai,
want
if
to
you're
see
watching.
them dominate. They're putting credits on the line. 3 players unable to rebuy in the next, and Ult online here and now, though, 4 signed. The problem is looking at the map, it seems he's on the wrong side. And if they can bait that out, be a big piece removed early on. That was dangerous.
Bro,
Concon's
वो
left on
जिंदा
5.
कैसे है मैं मेरे को नहीं पता.
I'll at least get the heal. I mean, he gets to live to fight another day. Nobody trying to just jump spot, but do look like they're going to try and split
भाई
back
BBL के लिए
towards this B site again.
ये राउंड निकालना पड़ा ऐसा है कि if they
At
lose
least might
एक
get the
और
game away.
again
The
eco.
paranoia leaves him in an awkward spot. Counter to try and slow down the attack, as he does have a teammate in tow, but Kreven's aggressive positioning is going to make this problematic. In fact, it's going to end the round in his tracks.
GG 12-3 12-3 3v5
That was the main
3v4
way back through
2v4
for
2v4.
EDG. They were bringing signed into position so he
Might
could
have a
play
bulldog.
in the spawn and pop that
No
ultimate,
util.
run back through, lead the
Chamber
charge for
की
the
TP है
team.
बस.
He gets popped like that by Kreven, threading the needle through market, and it's done. You would think, because they invested so much. And still with the Phoenix ult, it's a 2v4. You're not winning this round, and thankfully they're walking away. I got very
Yeah, they're
scared. seeing
saving.
them
Nah, bro.
closer and
You should not save. But हाँ ये भी तो है कि वो सोच रहा है कि एटलीस्ट नेक्स्ट राउंड के लिए करे. क्रेड्स नहीं है, किसी पे क्रेड्स नहीं है, बस ओमन और फिनिक्स पे है. इन दोनों पे हो जाएगा तो फुल बाय कर सकते हैं नेक्स्ट राउंड.
Map that I
And
feel
then
like even just letting them get to 12
lost one
feels
more
like a death
gun.
sentence. And
The problem here, Tom, is that like I agree with you. I agree with you entirely. Like I could have seen a world where they do that, and I wouldn't damn them for
ये
it.
चीजों कितना
But
दूर
when you
मॉनिटर रख
call
के
the
खेल रहा है बे.
save, you can't go looking for picks. What use is a pick for you now? Oh,
ब्रो
they've got a
प्लीज
little
एक
less
राउंड है
money.
खत्म कर दो. प्लीज एक राउंड है
can
खत्म
buy
कर
so
दो. मेरे को
many
ये
times. You
देखना है.
can't.
मेरे को आरआर की
Why would you
123
do
सेकंड
that?
मैप
Anyways,
देखना
that's a big
है
mistake.
और उसका
And
थर्ड मैप
EDG
भी
now
देखना है.
have
फिर
one
मेरे को
rifle
किक भी
carry
करना है
forward for a round they
प्लीज.
didn't even try to win.
और नहीं एक और मैच भी है उसके बाद वो भी देखना है फिर किक भी करना है प्लीज.
Standing has an ult and a rifle. Kankan, I think, will be forced to play just a headhunter into this round, and the opposing side have everything bar their ults. That's the only thing that's currently an advantage for EDG, and wow, just look at the paciness
शर्माना
of
मत
this
ओम
early
भाई.
move.
रुको रुको एक
Kankan, he
सेकंड
needs
से.
to win this battle, and he
Nice.
does. That's a good upgrade.
TP!
Immediate trade, late trade, but it does the job nonetheless.
Worst part is he instinctively jumps to dodge the spray, but it meant he couldn't TP. So he was ended up.
जंप में था इसलिए नहीं कर पाया ना. ट्रू 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 ट्रू.
So we go 4v4 for BBL. Those are the rounds that they've done extremely well in, and it's been threading the needle. It's been sneaking up like that. Rose, the one to do it this time. He's caught nobody. He's trying to embed it in a nice spot. They're going to do the same on the other side of the map. Chichu's walking up. He doesn't expect Larocque to be sat crouched on that
कितना
corner.
परफेक्ट रीड किया उसने.
That is a
होल्ड
scummy
करके बैठा
play.
था.
The ult for sign will at least find one.
The 360
but they're on the wrong
flash.
side of the map.
But wait, उसकी
They're gonna
बॉडी
find him,
पे.
that's the problem. His ult's going to take him right back to where he was, and now Gianni is all that remains. He's just seen a player die on the other side, and because of that, he's going to start rotating towards the B site. But as of right now, Spike is going back the other way. He doesn't even know that he's currently been played. Maybe that's 1 for 3. That at least gives him the knowledge. That's a lot of value found. What was a 1v3?
It's a charm, bro.
Break the wall before it's
इस राउंड
truly
देखना है मेरे को.
formed,
थैंक गॉड स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ.
will eventually forced to go down.
Come on, yaar, bro. 2v1. I think it's GG.
Traps set ahead of him. He's giving them information with every step
Oh,
he takes,
but
every move that he makes, and eventually.
GG BBL, congratulations for your first win of EWC. EWC का पहला मैच Valorant का, and you congratulations.
Nervous, man. We're going to continue winning pistol rounds. They're 100% on pistol rounds.
Great.
That's the way we're looking at
Can
it,
we
okay?
win gun rounds, bucket?
Every third.
ओम भाई शर्मा मत ओम भाई, लेकिन पता है आप कैसे हो? वो ठंडी रात को कैंप फायर जैसे भाई अच्छी बात है ना. वो तो एक warm blanket and a small warm cup of tea. हाय हाय कप ऑफ कॉफी आई मीन कभी सूरत आया तो एक जापड़
The decider could be on Breeze.
जेन्युइन सूरत हो तो बताना I meet you.
I'll take that.
You
I'm
don't-
just going
you
to
don't think
focus
that
on
best
this
of seven
game.
was real? You don't think that?
I don't know, but I can't think about that right now. Pocket,
हमको
we got a
आप मेरे
game
से
to
2
watch,
साल का
man.
बड़ा है 2 साल भी नहीं 1.5 साल की
I'll let
बात
you
है
play.
Hopefully soon.
I think our guys are locked in. The coaches are smiling. Production's all smiles.
जब
Let's hand
भी
it over
लिखा
for
है
our
love
agent
you यार
selection. Can I
बट
ask real
जैसे
quick
अगर
before
सच
I
में आओ
go?
तो सूरत तो
Are
बताना
Jet and
टेल
Silva
मी
gonna be in
एडवांस
every
में
single
थोड़ा
game today?
Potentially so, honestly, but it depends on some of
Definitely
the other
meet you, bro.
maps. We do have a little bit of a change up from RRQ, though. They are not playing the KO Harbor anymore. They will stick to what they
हक
played
बोला जब भी
on
माय
Ascent.
बैड
However,
माय
I'm wondering if
बैड रियल वन साइड विन अभी देखा
I
सोफी भाई
think that
Those are the
might
comps from
not
last
be
game?
real.
That's my guess. Is game it's a little hangover. We're
मुझे
just
लगा ये
gonna
डबल डबल आवाज क्यों आ
replace
रही
those
है
graphics with some fresh agents.
I'm going to need a Bloody Mary right now.
I was going to say, there's no way both these teams play without a Viper or at least a Harbor or some sort of wall controller on this map, because I think it'd be almost near impossible if you play with just the Omen. So definitely a little bit of a slip up there for the agent select, but I'm really wondering if 100 Thieves have stuck to their guns and committed to that double duelist,
Yeah.
because again, they've had so much time to prep. They may have made those changes.
Yeah, for sure. I think...
तो एनआरजी पेपर एक्स इसके बाद ही तो होगी ना इसके बाद ही तो होगी कैसे देखूंगा अभी इसके बाद अगर थर्ड मैप गया तो और लेट होगा बहुत टाइम हो गया दर्शन भाई उसका वो लोग सरप्राइज दिए थे जेन्युइन भाई मेरे को पता भी नहीं था जिंक्स भी आया था उस दिन इसके बाद होगा वो पेपर एक्स वाला मैच अबे साउंड क्यों नहीं है
I'm getting whiplash, man.
I was looking at you trying to be like,
getting
no,
whiplash.
you're
Okay,
fine.
let's just focus on
Yes,
the
so-
task at hand. RRQ dashing on into that A site. They do have a lurk
Breeze,
waiting in the wings. It takes a little bit of
yeah.
chip damage onto 100 Thieves who are going for a quick flood onto this A site.
ओमन का पोजीशन देखो
Really nice execute here, taking that backside space. Jemkin going to get the pick onto Timotino, but Cryo is
Protection.
here to trade. 3 of those players on RQ have dropped to 100 Thieves. Make it 4, and all of a sudden, Crazy Guy
ओमन
left
बहुत
in
लेट हो
this
गया ओमन बहुत लेट हो
1v3.
गया
The spike is already being diffused. He's nowhere near. It's not planning for him. And Vora going to get that final pick onto Crazy Guy. And now that 100% pistol win rate for RQ has gone down.
नहीं रिकॉर्डेड नहीं था रिकॉर्डेड नहीं था
That's exactly what you want to be doing with the Harbor. Just a quick flood straight through middle, dominated the entirety of the map. They didn't get caught out by the lurk. Throw up the high tide and then just cut out that A side in half. Really helps you kind of simplify what you
बे
need to
जिंक्स
clear.
तेरा क्या सीन
And I don't think that RQ
तो
really offered much
आजकल
resistance.
है
They're
या
now
नहीं
back down
सूरत
onto an
में
eco, and unfortunately
प्लान
they're going to take a
करते हैं
little bit
ना
of a back seat now on this attacking side of Breeze.
Yeah, the fast flood working really well for 100 Thieves. And for RRQ, I'm just kind of interested to see how they're going to farm these orbs, who they're going to farm them on, the dart going in, just making sure that there's no one close enough.
देखो
Taking
ADHD
that
दे
aiming
रहा है
space, the orb is going to be picked up by
OCD होता
Cushy
है ना?
now. Looking for another A execute again for this side.
Yep. Bang,
Bully.
spamming away straight through the Viper wall. Just going to play for the retake. They're quite happy to allow RRQ to have the site, at least for the time being, while this Viper wall is up. Up goes the Blaze wall as well. Suna looking to once again try to isolate some of these players from RRQ, but they're actually connecting a little bit with the pistol. Bora silencing that for the time being. He's been tacked up, going to dash
इको निकालेंगे
into
नहीं
safety as Cushy cleaned out from the site. It's all onto Clutch Master Xferro himself, but Cryo with the late lurk
I thought
on
we
through
I
from
thought
middle,
save निकाल
will
लेंगे
give the round to 100 Thieves.
God, Vora's positioning this last map and this map so far has just been so good. Able to just dance around
Recorded नहीं था,
those
bro.
pistols, making sure he's not over-aggressing, not
Production
over-peeking
तो
into
delay
those
में चल
angles
रहा है,
that
I
he could
think
get
UI.
punished by, especially close range. Vora been so good as such a strong kind of rock player for your team. He's not necessarily anchoring, but he's
तो
always
guys
there. He's
मेरे को
always rotating. He's
fracture
always
देखना है
ready
पता है
with a plan. And now we're
पता
going to
नहीं
see
क्यों तो
Cryo actually setting up
want to
onto
see a
this B
fracture
site. And another... Oh, sorry. I was going to say another Thrifty. The HUD
ये
almost
क्या है
came
ये
off
क्या है
again. I
0
almost
0 0
lost the
0
HUD,
0
but
0 0
we
क्यों
are
है
going to see a gun round coming in from RRQ. It is currently 2-0 for 100 Thieves. The op online for
Yo
Jemkin.
please
Now on the
UI
attacking side. And 100 Thieves have taken A main in the meantime. one way is going to allow Asuna to kind of maneuver his way on through. Something to think about actually pushing the issue.
Bro,
Sitting in a 1-3-1. Spotted by the drone, so I think 100 Thieves have got a little bit better of a read on what they're playing against now.
Yep. 2-0
doing, bro?
again for 100 Thieves. Slow start for RRQ. Like you said, 100 Thieves understanding, adapting, not taking too many rotations, but still able to get a lot of that mid-round information.
यूनिवर्सल वाला ही थंबनेल बना देना पता है क्योंकि इसमें काम है हम दोनों मैच देख सकते हैं ना ब्रेक पे अभी मैं वीडीजे वाला अभी भी देख रहा था जस्ट
As the trip wasn't actually caught by the shock. Second one will clean it up. Zan now diving into the site. Catches Cryo completely hit by that relay bolt. Doubling up there. Jemkin dealing with the Asuna. The flood is ensuing, but Timotino is the last one left. I thought वो दोनों ले लेगा. Really good job of just brute forcing their way into B there and pushing this last player for 100 Things. Bang. He's in another postcode at this point. He's got a lot of running to do.
सूरत में ही हूँ unemployed. अरे जॉब का क्या हुआ तेरे?
Bulldog though. Trying to go for at least one more weapon down because getting 3 weapons down on their first gun round is a little bit expensive. The jump peak gonna get punished just a little bit because she got a spot out. Bang, bang. Sees just a little bit of that pixel. He's gonna go back towards that elbow.
Bulldog save कर रहा है. यार round कौन सा चल रहा है? UI.
3 guns down would be kind of expensive. You're forcing the majority of RRQ to
just rank up to immortal for first time. Congratulations, ma'am. इतनी जल्दी. X reset के बाद बहुत जल्दी, bro. Nice, bro.
Jemkin denies any chance of catching those players darting back off the site. Nicely done from RRQ. Just a very slow 1-3-1 to open up this attacking side. Gun round. And then a really good B execute just to kind of simplify things. They really dealt well with Cryo there. Like he had the perfect setup there on the Cypher. Cage on the site, really kind of making them guess about what his positioning was. He had double trips to kind of keep himself safe, but it was just perfect utility from RRQ. You had the shock dart dealing with one of the trips and the relay bolt into the back left, and from there it's a little bit easier for RRQ to path their way into B.
I think this is the 5th round शायद और इन लोगों का 100 का bonus round था.
Run it down, run it back,
वो आ रहे
pushing
right?
it all the way down towards
bonus
elbow. Doesn't get a pick, but Timotino's gonna punish Cushy. Zan getting flashed, but it doesn't matter because he gets a pick onto Timotino. All the while, 3 more players have dropped, and now all of a sudden it's a 3v3 versus these 2 teams.
Too complicated, too much angles, too much
wo. Just gonna re-clear towards his mid, but the spike is actually down.
I'm not even sure 100 Thieves are aware of that. I think they're a little bit confused as to why RRQ hasn't kind of pushed the issue a little bit. That's a terrible spot to be leaving the spike in a round like this, and 100 Thieves a little bit, yeah, I think they must have seen that. I mean, both, on the outside of the door,
I think they
killed both of those players. So I think they must be well aware that the spike was dropped there.
नहीं पता है.
Zan, gonna pick it up.
नहीं पता था, वरना वो spike hold करने के लिए आगे hold करता. नहीं पता था.
You definitely don't want to get caught on the cross here as Zan.
Oh, the timing.
Very risky maneuver, but Vora gets off the line at an inopportune time, and now Crazy Guy can throw.
Oh no, वापस जा रहे वो.
He walks back. He walks back and get the pick. Okay. Back to B now, I guess.
Dude, this is stressing me out, but the orb gonna be a contact point of noise here. 400 Thieves, they don't really hear it because Cryo's not close enough.
But Omen watching mid, अगर Cypher rotate करेगा from mid, he got Cypher.
But of course,
but वो spawn से जा रहा है.
RQ,
or Cypher, why so fighting solo?
On purpose, Xpharaoh here, backside, almost gonna get a peek into Vora. He doesn't know.
Clear backside and wait for Cypher.
Nobody knows, but Xpharaoh gets a pick onto Vora, and now Cryo alone in a 1v3.
Yeah, difficult situation to be walking your way into, and I think at this point, just looking for exits, if anything. Another gun to be saved over for 100 Thieves, who doesn't have much money to buy around it.
I want to say NRG PRX is the
2 gun rounds in a row. Very slow stuff in both of them, and honestly, a pretty awkward situation to navigate their way through. Some good calls in the mid to late round, maybe a little bit of good fortune, to be honest with you. Just a couple of times it felt like 100 Thieves, if they had just held down that midline for a little bit longer, probably could have ended the round outright. But as it stands, another gun round picked up for RRQ.
It's time to buy new.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. The start of this round was just this heavy elbow fight from both of these teams. 100 Thieves again trying to do that trap setup. We're off of contact. Phoenix has that flash out in his hands.
तो भाई टोशी भाई ने अभी लिया माइक एक बार वो देख के बताओ वो लेना चाहिए क्या?
I think it does work out for them, but it just was crazy how RQ was so quick to get those trades and punish, especially Timotino.
Nah, PRX is gonna win, bro. Easy win PRX.
Able to get anything, but
यार NRG भी भाई बहुत अच्छा है. I support both. The next match I'm supporting both team NRG and
Zan up on the line, taps the orb nicely. In comes the curveball and the relay ball. Counter Hunter's Fury coming in from the attacking side as a gun is dropped in the open. Crazy guy going to deny Timotino get his hands on it.
Good night,
it's a messy exchange that still seems to go the way of RRQ.
Good night. अभी कौन सोता है पागल हो?
Some potential shoving their way into A main there, but now they're unfortunately
Thanks for the W200 भाई, but अभी कौन सोता है?
B-side on his lonesome.
8 बजे भाई खाना खाओ go dinner bro.
Try to bait any of those setups and
have dinner
out onto this B side. Cryo alone on this side isn't able to get one. 100 Thieves have done so good with the bandits so far, but it just didn't work out in his favor. Vora now and Bang in this 2v4 trying to get out on site as fast as possible. But man, this is going to be hard. Both kind
भाई
of
इसके स्पॉन्सर के ऊपर ही आ रहा है सोफी भाई अपना.
Both of these guys using that wall to get some sort of map control, to get that space. Both drones coming out, but Xfero's actually creeping all the way up the side of that wall. Tap on that spike. The dart is down. Another dart coming in. Xfero getting both those picks onto Bora.
Yeah, he was just waiting, seeing what the rest of the team could kind of bait out, but all of the guns kept on through for RRQ, who are starting to pick up a little bit of momentum on this attacking side now. As I was kind of saying before, with Zan being
इसके बाद एक और मैच है, उसके बाद किक भी होगा.
Playing double controller, they were playing Harbor KO for quite a long time. Now they're kind of leaning into Jet Neon because, as I mentioned before, Zan is a very comfortable player on the Neon. It's a bit of a specialist agent for him. And Jemkin quite happy to be back on his signature Jet. As RRQ looking into another gun round here. It's looking like a quick mid to 8.
Super quick split, Zan stopping because of
I don't understand.
Being able to push all the way up. The drone coming in from A main, but they've put a hold on it because they hear Timotino coming back around through this mid doors, waiting with a judge. Zan gets the pick onto Timotino, gets that off of his hands, and Vora using that Sova, trying to get as much information as possible. But Cryo, he's still set up. He gets the information. He sees that the rest of the team is out on site. So as soon as it's going to go down mid, try to re-clear, try to get that information. And the retake wall has come in from this harbor.
See, RRQ just really slowing this down around down, waiting for some mistakes. In comes the Arbor, though. Arsene has found one. Great spam through from Cryo, making things very difficult for RRQ, and they're just starting to crumble. Crazy guy trying to pick up the pieces, spotted out by the neural theft, and it's all down to Xfero. They know exactly where he is, and he's been flanked by Asuna. Nice little response there from 100 Thieves. It felt like RRQ were very much in control of that round. They found the first pick. They slowed things down. But credit to 100 Thieves for putting the pieces back together.
Yeah, they did a good job.
यार मैं कुछ कह रहा था, मैं भूल गया बे. क्या कह रहा था मैं? अबे हाँ बे. चैट. ये लोग अनअवेयर है नियॉन टेक के लिए या फिर वो लोग यूज नहीं करते. अगर ये मिड डोर्स पे नियॉन का डबल स्लाइड यूज करते, तो वो फिनिक्स को फ्लैश करने से पहले ही पकड़ लेते.
Was kind of crazy too, because that was the spike as well, but. Obviously into this next round. 3-3, both teams able to get full weapons, but it's kind of crazy because if RQ loses round, they might force onto another Thrifty here unless they get those picks.
See how good of a salesman Cushy is. Has a little bit of infill pressure to that B side. Drone goes through elbow, looking to try to fish for a bang here with the paranoia. Blazewalk goes up, and it's a disengage for 100 Thieves.
Really quick rotate, but it gets punished because Kushi, he's walked all the way up mid. Vora, unable to get traded by Timotino yet, but RQ doing a good job at just waiting. Both these ops meeting each other. Timotino turning around every time, but as I say that, he gets the pick onto Jemkin, a 1-for-1 trade, and now all of a sudden, the numbers are equalized.
भाई ये इसका हार्बर का को अलग नहीं दिख रहा. मेरे पीसी में ऐसा क्यों नहीं दिखता?
Timings that they've been looking for in the mid round. Once again, slowing things down. 40 seconds on the clock as the spike starts to trend back towards that A side to meet up with Xfero. 100 Thieves are very much in front of this, though. It's just Cryo being left solo retake on that B site yet again here. while the rest of the team is ready with reactive utility. You've got the Storm Surge and the Phoenix Molly. So I'd imagine that they're going to have a really good time dealing with this. Up goes the fast lane. Timotino finding that opening. Big bang inside of the bunker. Smoke is giving them a lot of problems. Cushy tapping the spike. Timotino able to deal with him. And Crazy Guy is so far out of position here. Panic TP into the site. He will have a little bit of space to plant, but Timotino should be able to just deny that spike. There's no time.
No time,
even
man.
if Crazy Guy gets that pick.
Bro, Timotino played really well, bro.
Again, in the mid-round, things are just really not coming together for them.
मेरे को तो ऐसा नहीं दिखता, bro.
Yeah, a struggle. It feels like 100 Thieves so quick
उनका
to
PC महंगा है,
collapse. The
true.
rotations have gone a lot
यार जिंक्स तो
quicker
PC
here.
लेने वाले था ना,
They're
क्या
kinda
हुआ?
just
सोचा
walking
तूने PC
around
लेने
through
का?
mid because it feels like they haven't been pressured enough by RRQ either. So much mid space is given to them to the point where they're comfortable rotating. That being said, Bora did get caught off guard, so we're going to see a little bit of a change maybe towards their clearing that mid properly before they do those full rotates. And now, still able to buy, getting that operator on the side of
ये लो मेरे पैसे.
Runner back secured
Milestone super chat है by the way.
Full information for 100
But thanks for the 9 months. By 9 महीने हो गए, क्या बात है?
One of them dealt with. Up goes the cage. Inside of the smoke is Timotino.
Yasin,
hiding
अभी
in the opposing team's fast lane, and he's found a decent timing. That's a hell of
अभी
a
मैं
trade
छुपा
back
था
from Zan.
Neon Wall
As the
की.
Hunter's Fury coming in does deal with Cryo, or at least make him uncomfortable enough for Crazy Guy to do his due diligence.
Three,
and
but,
RRQ will take this A site.
That was a really good zoning out from Cushy. Just being really annoying, forcing Cryo to get that peek over the wall or
But
take
off.
his run. The drone's going to give so much
But
information.
off,
that these
अबे वो
players
backstep
are
आ
on
रहा है
site.
बिहार
Still
पर.
don't know where Jemkin is. He has this full flank control. As I say that, he turns around, run it back, down on side. Soon it gets the big onto Cushy, just jumping around. He's able to get it, and Crazy Guy now back
Mic
side.
issue,
And Jemkin
मेरा.
with the operator in mid.
It's a nice flank timing, but
Hello,
Asuna,
अभी सही
they
है.
were not sure where he actually completed that run it back from.
थोड़ा खराब है,
Now
bro.
Jemkin being locked out of this round by the high tide. Asuna's got him marked. Up goes the Blade Storm, but inside of that cloud burst, Asuna was ready. And this will be a nice little defuse from 100 Thieves to get themselves on a nice streak of rounds here. They've gotten very close the last 3 in a row, but every single one of them has gone the way of 100 Thieves.
Again, it's this post.
अभी क्यों buy कर रहे हैं, bro? अभी wait for GTA 6 man. अभी कितना ही time है?
Get at least one on the side of 100 Thieves, getting one of those picks.
3 महीना, 4 महीना.
Waiting for long enough that the rotates are here so quick. You can see Asuna and Bora zooming, running them, holding W through that side. And of course,
But वो
the
तो PS
flank,
पे
of
आएगा ना?
course. So much pressure on both angles for the side of 100 Thieves. They're able to just be really annoying in that sense, forcing RRQ to kind of take that timeout because now they've lost a couple of those rounds that they should have won. It feels like they've had a numbers advantage, position advantage, but it's just been kind of
नहीं है gainful software सेम ही है वो अभी ठीक होगा मैंने कनेक्ट डिस्कनेक्ट किया तो वो थोड़ा अब है ना सच में फट गया है पता है वो ऐसे मैं चिल्लाता बहुत हूँ ना तो वो फट ही गया है पता नहीं क्यों मेरे को ऐसा माइक चाहिए कि मैं कितना भी चिल्लाऊं फटे ना बे
little bit of a faster pump towards B was one of the faster rounds that we've seen from them, but it's always a little bit telegraphed by the Sova drone and the fact that they have to actually take their time clearing a lot of these cypher trips. So that's really kind of slowing them down, even if Cryo's not having the best of fragging impact so far. I think the cypher utility has been worth its weight in gold so far.
Yeah, and he's been switching it up almost every single round too. When he is on that B, yes, he has a couple of the same trips, but the cage has just been really annoying. He switched up his position.
रोड का ले लो 10K वाला इतना बजट तो है नहीं ब्रो मैं अराउंड 5-6K तक का लूंगा
from that A to B site. So it's been
5K तक का लूंगा कि मेरे को एक कॉलर माइक भी चाहिए
100 Thieves.
वो भी लूंगा मैं थोड़े टाइम बाद अभी नेक्स्ट वही लूंगा माइक के बाद एक कॉलर माइक लूंगा देन I'm gonna fully gonna save for PC 100 जो भी आ रहा है ऐसे एक चॉकलेट भी नहीं लूंगा
They've got no map control to speak of in a 4-on-5. It's kind of a nightmare scenario for the attackers here.
Really scary. No map control other than this elbow. They're holding this double doors, waiting for some sort of aggression. But again, 100 Thieves not
DJI का बहुत महंगा है, मैं सस्ता वाला कोई लूंगा.
those easy fights anymore. Full A main control here. They're hoping that someone taps the order.
मेरे को लोग सब लोग वही सजेस्ट कर रहे थे बट मैं कुछ 10,000 15,000 का वो मैं कुछ 4-5,000 वाला ही देखूंगा.
Using his op to kind of catch anyone off guard, but he's not going to find anything just yet.
Contact play in towards mid doors has to find some impact here. Xfero, if he plays this one in first, is in for a rude awakening. That's a brave TP for Crazy Guy, and we'll leave it at that. Bora turtling inside of the site, trying to play the crossfire with Bang. It's a beautiful little recon dart in from the Sova, and even if he's pinned into the corner and dealt with, Jemkin on only 50 HP has not much to do
He was
here.
cooked there.
Timeout completely
क्या करता
ineffective
बेचारा
from
वो?
RRQ, and 100 Thieves slapped them away with 4 alive.
Crazy guy living up to his name with that TP into Nest, huh?
They didn't have much going
उनका
for them,
मिलेगा
you know?
10K में
If you
एक,
don't make
मतलब?
big plays, you don't get big results, Athena, okay?
Well, I think there also was a really good timing from Timotino's part because he did just cross into Nas. But yes, this opening pick.
मतलब प्रितेंशु भाई मैंने एक दो माइक देख के रखे, एक 5000 का, एक 6000 का है, वो दोनों में से एक लूंगा. मेरे को अभी याद नहीं है, मैं ऐसे नाम नहीं ले रहा अभी. और कॉलर माइक में डीजे का बहुत महंगा है, तो मैं सस्ता वाला उसमें भी 4-5 हजार का कुछ देखूंगा, अच्छा दिखूंगा मतलब.
By 3 stringers across the board, 2 sheriffs, and they're going.
Oh, W Molly, bro.
Phoenix Molly is really doing them a number here. As RRQ looking to dive into the site. Beautiful little spray control from Asuna, and the curveball's even better.
उसको पता है स्मोक में ऊपर में.
Crazy guy has TP'd up to try to get something done, but Asuna is all over it. Only 1 bullet left in his Phantom. Xfero's in the back lines. They're very much trying to give Asuna the ace here. Reloads the Phantom and he'll get it done. Beautiful defense there from 100 Thieves. It's needed really to shut down that attempt from the Stingers on RRQ's side.
Those are the types of rounds that when I go home, I'm like, maybe I should play on high sense like Asuna does because he does it so good. He's so consistent with it.
Hana Darshan bhai, Hana.
RRQ with the Stingers here, if they get in the site and get the pit down, that's actually a losable round for 100 Thieves, especially with the comp that they're playing. So cannot understate. You know,
just na gameplay average eco ace.
You're like, yeah, that didn't really matter.
Eco Cobra. But nah, bro, अच्छा WS.
Put some multi-frags together.
Yo, is this the first ace of EWC?
For that round, and we're gonna see early double drone from both sides, getting as much information as possible. Vora getting spotted out by the drone. They're not going to get any more information on the 100 Thieves side now, setting up for some sort of
संस्कार भाई, संस्कार नहीं है इसमें.
About to get peeked by the op by Jemkin. He's just holding.
तो जो पहले पिक करेगा वो मरेगा, right?
The first move.
Yeah, जो पहले पिक करेगा वो मरेगा.
Tense stuff. So RRQ is set up in elbow. Down goes the operator. Kushi looking for the trade as the dark cover goes in towards Ness. RRQ putting a lot of pressure on.
Unlucky man, unlucky. उससे double bounce दिया, पता है?
Really going looking for him with the run it back. This is messy stuff. Zan's been able to time him inside of it as he comes off the back of the elbow. 2K from Crazy Guy to open up B. I cannot believe that RRQ put themselves in a winning position as the spike gets scooped up by the RGL.
That's insane. Zan actually getting all the way up into Nest.
अभी सही है chat.
Through that tons. It's insane how he actually got that timing to get in and punish Asuna. But a bang. In this 1v3, it's not looking too good. We have 3 of these players ready on site, and Sphero
अभी सही है.
That flank peek. Kind of insane that round.
इतना क्या कि अभी सही है हाया ना.
Shambles for RQ after that initial pick from Vora. Obviously the dart, nobody could.
यार मैं कल ऑर्डर कर दूंगा माइक
देख
के.
Because they had this mid setup, but
मैं चालू हो गया, पता है GG हो गया माइक. Expired now, bro.
I think this is just a round where, I mean, I've been praising our 100 Thieves for their patience for the majority of this game. They very much just try to crunch middle, and sometimes that just backfires for you. They really sent it in with the runner back and didn't quite find the right timing that they were looking for. Sometimes that happens.
आवाज सही आ रही है मेरी.
4 attacking side of rounds, even if the last,
Sorry बोल दिया क्या, मैंने DM किया था.
5 or 6 rounds have not looked particularly close, so we still have 4 on the attacking side for RRQ. So they're doing their due diligence at least. Blaze will and Storm
अब सही है ना? Thank you.
Main control going for the orb is bang. In goes
तो
the
मतलब कल नहीं ऑर्डर करूँगा.
RRQ looking to punish but unable to do so.
The A main fight coming in. Asuna getting that pick onto Zan, and he's gonna fall back now, trying to give too much away. Give another peek for RRQ, and all of a sudden, that's their Neon down. But they still have this op online for Jemkin, but he's been unable to find an opening.
Good team
so
that
far,
day. Bye
towards this B side where Cryo's just playing on site, playing patient on his
हर रोज कुछ ना कुछ होता है भाई स्ट्रीम पे. पता नहीं क्या हो रहा है भाई आजकल मेरे साथ.
Gonna have to use that dart at some point to get some sort of information because RRQ again slowing it down in their mid round.
The darts back up for the attackers as well. Xfero does have the pip for the afterplant. Jemkin looking for a peek over on elbow side, and RRQ kind of waiting for him to get in the mix as Crazy Guy going to go for an information TP. Asuna Here's that all being picked up. They know that there's at least 1 or 2 players for RRQ. Hold on. They're starting to get some picks. Bang able to trade one back, though, and he rips his ult. Timatino's arrived at the party as well, and that's a great shutdown at the end of the half for 100 Thieves.
Okay.
The perfection from the Neon and the Harbor to stop RRQ.
ये मरने के बाद जो नीचे स्प्रे मारा वो क्या था अल्ट का?
That was such a nice setup from them. Really good positioning. Timatino as well, not being phased by all the pressure coming out of A main. The players
मेरे पॉपकॉर्न के पैसा वसूल हो गया था। पर पता नहीं यार, आजकल ऐसी स्ट्रीम्स आ रही है। आज भी इतना ऐसा तो नहीं हुआ, but still bro.
These are so nice to watch. The 3K for Timatino, and now we've jumped into this halftime. Looking at the scoreboard, 14 and 14 for the double duelists on 100 Thieves.
Yeah, doing quite well for themselves.
ये स्पाइडरमैन का गाना क्यों बजने लगा?
We once again have the cinematic music really egging us on in this series.
It sets the tone.
It does.
Another 8-4.
It does what I couldn't. As RRQ, they've got their work cut out for them once again. Down in rounds at the half, moving on to the defense. Pretty similar to what we saw over on the Ascent side, but 100 Thieves calling has been pretty excellent today. And they're not playing that different of a comp stylistically. Again, double duelists, couple little different bits and pieces. I'm interested to see
इसके बाद वाली मैच crazy होगी
chat.
chat.
They're going to have to get a reasonable amount of value out of the fast lane and the cages, I'd imagine, because they're only playing the Harbor as a single controller.
Yeah.
Which is not too common. Usually you're seeing that kind of paired with a Viper or something like that a lot of the time. Or you even have Astra or Omen in the mix.
Yeah, I think for both these teams, they've switched on to the stronger sides. Sorry, the weaker sides. There we go. Because that Omen on the defensive side is really good at just delaying and using that smoke to block off those choke points instead of using them to actually execute into a site. Especially when you're playing with a Viper. Once you put that wall down, it's gone. You
मैं जा रहा PRX एनर्जी देखने कैसे देखेगा चमन इसके बाद है.
Like B, when your Viper wall is on A and same vice versa. And then on the other side of 100 Thieves with that double duelist, it's going to be a lot harder to execute because the retakes, once they use a lot of that util on that retake or at least on the execute, they don't have that harbor wall again for quite a while. They're going to have to cycle, like you said, those Cypher cages or something else that's going to help them through. Maybe the
इसके बाद है bro.
Here, but kind of
इसके बाद है 100 Thieves, इसके बाद PRX एनर्जी है. मैं वही सोचूं भाई इन लोगों ने कहीं और स्टार्ट कर दिया.
Starting off with 3 players towards the safe side.
मैंने तो दोबारा देखा सुबह ब्रेकफास्ट करते हुए.
Xfera retake on B does have a wall to slow things down if possible.
पता है मैं वो स्ट्रीम प्राइवेट करने वाला था, बट मैं स्ट्रीम एंड करने के बाद इतने लोगों ने मेरे को डिस्कॉर्ड पे ड्राइव लिंक पे क्लिप भेजी ना, मैंने बता दी क्या ही करूं.
He's having a little bit of a look in towards elbow. That's fantastic from Cryo to shut the jet down, and now RRQ are very much under the pump.
Post plant here for 100 Thieves. RRQ seeming to decide against the quick flank towards elbow. They know Cryo's holding it, but they're walking up. Timatino pushed all the way up, gets a pick onto Cushy, but Zan gets 2 here, dropping 3 players from 100 Thieves, and all of a sudden a 1v1 Sheriff v Sheriff. Vora
but ये one shot है, वो 2 shot है.
Holding it down, tapping the spike, but Vora gets that final pick, and another pistol going the way of 100 Thieves.
It's a good way to start the offense. With Jemkin inside of elbow, and despite some heroics from Zan, those were some very nice shots indeed, coming back in on that retake for RRQ. 100 Thieves able to win the 1v1 that was
necessary. एक बंदे ने डिसलाइक किया है तुम्हारा शिम क्यों किया यार.
2-1 by RRQ at the first
इसके बाद है PRX versus NRG bro. मेरे को भी देखना है bro. इसके बाद है.
It's going to force RRQ to once again show their resilience. Something that we know they have. You know, when they're in really good form, they're great at these comebacks, but I don't know, I haven't seen anything too inspiring today from RRQ. I don't get really the sense that they're in fantastic form, but this is a nice B stack at least.
Yep, 5 players from 100 Thieves.
इसके बाद है हाँ भुवन भाई.
Holding back, they're just going in together. The trades are all in. Cushy somehow manages to get 3 with the classic.
You should wait. अगर ये 100 Thieves RRQ जीती तो थर्ड मैप भी जाएगा. उसके बाद NRG PRX स्टार्ट होगा. Also want to watch.
On that site, high low. Towards this, tons. The peak is in, and Cryo
but
gets the pick.
100 is winning.
Nicely navigated at the end of things, but the B stack does get a little bit of damage done.
Yeah.
So That's the first little test passed for RRQ. At least make
तो
the
तुम्हें कैसे पता एक दिन डिसलाइक किया
as you head into your first gun round. See how much 100 Thieves are going to invest.
0.5x से इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ क्योंकि मैं 50 बार बता चुका हूँ. इसके बाद है. फिर भी पूछ रहे लोग.
Probably feeling quite confident as 100 Thieves to keep the good times rolling.
Generation clip थी यार.
Up once again. I think at this point they're just taking that double duelist comp and running with it. Trying to get aggressive, especially in their post plants, taking a lot of map control because like we talked about, when you have just the harbor, it's hard to cycle those and prevent the retakes from flooding in. And now an A execute on the lines here. That firewall is going to go up first. The harbor wall is not the initial util that's being used to cross into sight. Asuna with the running back, trying to get one, doesn't find anyone, but Crazy Guy and Jemkin are the ones to stop
Jump timing हुआ ना उसके साथ.
execute. I say that, but Cryo and Vora, good for their own.
Plan going down for 100 Thieves. Man advantage. If they win this bonus, it would be a death sentence for RRQ. That's Cushy working his way in. Drone to try to read the setup here as the site is cut in half by a nice high tide from Bang. They know that the Phoenix inside of A main, but Jemkin has probably got a lot of work to do here. And waiting out the high tide is probably going to really time RRQ out of this round. The Cove will further stall things like this.
बहुत अच्छा होल्ड है. बहुत अच्छा होल्ड है. RRQ के लिए पॉसिबल नहीं है. बट हम पुश क्यों कर रहे हैं?
Diving in out of the Cove there, RRQ. What a gorgeous little retake as Jemkin.
Am I the curse?
I did not think that they were going to get back into that one. But that was very much necessary to start to close the gap.
Am I the curse?
This defense.
That was insane.
ये कितनी भी बार हुआ है कि मैं बोला हूँ और तुरंत इंस्टेंट वो हारे हैं या जीते हैं.
Movie because that was kind of crazy, but 100 Thieves, man, they took the site. They made sure that they had the space back site. They just struggled to fight together to trade. I think Asuna here also taking that fight solo was a little bit of a struggle. We were complimenting them on cycling that util, making sure that the harbor util is actually the final piece.
वो extension सही नहीं होगा bro. वो बहुत fake extension मिलते हैं.
And it ended up not working for them, but that being said, both
आप ही कर सो bro. It's happened कितनी बार?
With their guns online, and a super aggressive start here for RRQ.
Yeah, Timotino under pressure. Jemkin's dashed into the window, and he certainly wasn't ready for that.
Okay, let's try one more time. Let's watch this round. RRQ winning flawlessly, not flawlessly, but easily.
Thieves that I don't think they necessarily were expecting, and now Arsena taking this space into middle. Drone reply in from Cushy, trying to push them away. Xfero has been scanned out under a lot of pressure here. The shock dance, the Phoenix Molly, he's pinned into a corner and there's nothing for him to do. The rest of RRQ here just waiting on the other side of the high tide as 100 Thieves start to scramble into 8.
Really quick response from RRQ, trying to collapse immediately to help out Xfero. He did fall, but 3 of these players here towards mid, they just need to make sure that they're clearing it out because Bang here holding that off angle towards doors with Asuna. Nice little crossfire here, gets 2, peeks for the 3rd, but Asuna is there to trade instantly.
That's rough for RRQ. Try to go for something a little bit aggressive on elbow side, and honestly, it kind of worked out until that spam kill came back through from Vora.
Yeah.
And I think the mid-rounding was excellent from 100 Thieves. As soon as they lost elbow, they took that mid-space, they isolated where that solo A player was playing. And as you can see here on the replay, they dealt with Xfero without really needing to do too much.
They literally lose flawlessly.
Shock Bolt and Phoenix Molly combo. And then just set up a beautiful crossfire across middle. There was not really much.
I guess I know your internet personality.
Has been so good.
Bro, they literally lose flawlessly.
Like we've been talking about him a lot, but his flashes have been great for trap setups. His wall being used on their executes, and that molly, of course. It's so nice to see.
Now RRQ eco, by the way.
These micro plays that they're using that ends up making
eco.
them just a tiny bit cleaner, makes everything look a little bit easier for 100 Thieves, like taking map control there and being able to trade those crossfires. Really nice stuff, and I'm so excited to see how
इसको support करता हूँ हार जाती है,
especially for the rest of this competition.
Jemkin on the op. Not sure it's something 100 Thieves will be expecting.
Bro, but genuine bro, मैं मजाक से हट के मैं खुद सोच रहा था, पता है कितनी बार ऐसा हुआ मैं GG बोला instant they lose.
Nicely. Hunter's Fury comes in. Sad trying to chase them down with the overdrive active, but 100 Thieves are punishing every little aggressive maneuver for RRQ. And now with the high trade across yellow and the spam through from Bang, this is looking like a serious point for 100 Thieves.
12-5 saving, yeah.
All the space, they have the numbers. They're forcing Crazy Guy and Xfero to fall
Argentina को support करो.
They have to save these weapons. This is not winnable for them.
एनआरजी को सपोर्ट कर, पीआरएक्स को नहीं। मुझे आपको सपोर्ट करना चाहिए, बस पनौती वगैरह नहीं। मैं नहीं मानता। आप मेरे भाई हो, लव यू मेरे भाई। भाई सीधा बोलता है, ऐसे टेल भी तुमने हराई।
Still doing it with conviction, still doing it with strategy.
नाम मेरा जिंक्स है, लेकिन काम तुम्हारा, काम तुम्हें
to get those picks. They're able to just trade off of each
Bro,
other.
but I'm also surprised.
Yeah, I mean, that setup is just a bit of a domino effect.
Yeah,
I didn't
he
even
wants
mind
my
it. I
emails,
think
karo,
the
please
off
shut up.
was something that 100 Thieves running a bit of a slower round were not necessarily ready for.
But I'm supporting both team, bro. I love NRG also.
A little bit too early there and gets
But
caught
थोड़ा
on the
ज़्यादा
timing. If he
PRX
finds an
को।
off-peak dashes away there, that could be a completely different story.
वो इसने हाथ
Especially
में
with
मस्त
the
पहना है,
overdrive and
देखा?
the Hunter Fury coming in on the retake, which was kind of just used in desperation after that. That is what Cryo does best, though. Just an instant headshot, even onto someone holding an op line, and 100
PRX की
Thieves.
team
Now
change
on
हुई है
serious
ना?
point, this has been a very convincing day from them. Breeze in particular, I mean, you could see why they picked this map into
Official
the
website में
series.
देख रहा, don't do
100%,
PRX NRG,
they've
shut
been
up.
performing on a map like Breeze, but Timotino going for
मुझे
that
कभी
initial
support
pick,
मत
demolishing Jemkin, absolutely
मैं बता रहा हूँ,
destroying him,
guys.
and now
मैं बता रहा हूँ,
4v5
guys.
just like that. RRQ are
जिसने लाइक नहीं किया कोई बात नहीं भाई, तुम्हारा दिन भी बहुत अच्छा जाएगा।
these numbers, getting the information with that drone. They're
तुम्हारा
gonna
भी
spot out
ऐसे
a
पूरा
Sunir,
साल बहुत अच्छा जाएगा।
but Zan unable to do
चलेगा
anything
अगर
with
तुम
that.
नहीं
The
कर
drone
रहे।
coming in answer, and they have all this information, just holding for 100 Thieves. They
Let's
don't need
see.
to overpeak anywhere.
Yeah, it's very telegraphed from RRQ, and 100 Thieves are all over it. Great patience. Timotino diving into the site.
Big
Flushes
spy
Crazy Guy
era.
into Cryo's angle. Hunter's Fury really zoning the rest of the rotators away. Blows up Cushy on double doors. And Timotino up close as the Harbor ult comes through. Will catch at least Zan on 5 HP. Out comes the Shorty, and Xfero is tapping away. That is ridiculous, but Cryo is finally coming into it.
भाई उसने बहुत अच्छे
13
शॉट्स
for 100
मारे थे।
Thieves. They absolutely demolished.
Now it's time for NRG versus PRX. Yay! Yup, hyped.
Together, the synergy,
NRG
the way that they're
versus
coming up with these
PRX
strats,
of my
the
chat
mid
में हो
round
गया।
before, of course, has been phenomenal. Feels like they haven't been punished for a lot of those plays, other than a couple of trap setups. And once it hasn't worked, they've still had an answer in the middle of the round of how to recuperate.
Yeah, I felt like for the majority of that series, 100 Thieves, definitely the better team. RRQ, once again, a little bit sleepy, a little bit slow at an international event, given that they are still betting in Zan very recently, picking up this player heading into this event. But I definitely know, especially all of the
वोट करो,
Pacific
वोट
fans
करो,
know that
वोट करो,
RRQ
वोट
can
करो,
play a
वोट
little
करो,
bit better
वोट
than that,
करो,
and in
वोट
the lower
करो,
bracket,
वोट
they'll only
करो,
have
वोट
one more
करो,
chance to do
वोट
so.
करो।
Makes a lot of sense.
Gamer
I think
versus
also coming
gamer
off of that
time.
Masters run as well. They're still a little bit tired, but I still think I see
यार,
a lot of
निखिल भाई
faith,
रुको।
especially the way
And with Y something Jing and for second. And with Y Jing something and for second. And NRG में सेम टीम है, हाँ पता नहीं चेंज हुआ था ना, बट इसमें सेम ही है। Ethan, Keiko, Brock. By the way, just saying, मेरे को आज पता चला है, आई डोंट नो ये कितना सच है कितना फेक है। ये चैट को क्या हुआ बाय द वे, कि हमारे चैट में एक मधुरा करके थी, वो अभी वहां से मैच देखने गए थे। दे आज कुबा कि तुम्हारा फेवरेट स्ट्रीमर कौन है इंडिया से, एंड ही सेड मोटेटो गाय, द मोटेटो द नियॉन गाय। जस्ट सेइंग कैप, मेरे को भी अभी भी कैप लग रहा है, बट उसने बोला मधुरा ने कि मैं वापस वीडियो, ऑफ कोर्स वो क्यों ही जानता होगा मेरे को, बट उसने बोला कि वापस अभी नेक्स्ट टाइम वो वीडियो ले लेगी, वीडियो प्रूफ ले लेगी। मैंने भी प्रूफ मांगा, उसने बोला कि नेक्स्ट टाइम वो वीडियो प्रूफ ले लेंगी। तो आई डोंट नो ये सच है, आई थिंक उसने वीडियो प्रूफ का बोला, तो आई बिलीव कि इज नॉट कैपिंग, बट क्रेजी ना। वी नीड प्रूफ, आई नीड आल्सो प्रूफ ब्रो, द नियॉन गाय ब्रो। एक सेकेंड ज्वाइन पार्टी, साले बूज भर दूंगा ना मैं अभी। डीएम, अबे हाँ मैंने बोला, उसने वीडियो नहीं लिया था, उसने बोला कि नेक्स्ट टाइम, अभी वो सेकंड टाइम भी वो जा ही रही है, उसने बोला मैं तब वीडियो ले लूंगा। डीएम स्कूबा नहीं भाई, पागल है, देखेगा अभी।
Okay, it's not working.
You're trying to see if
अजीब नहीं लगा?
None of it is going to work. All right, we're looking at some of the highlights.
Chat, are you excited for NRG PRX? इसका क्या चल रहा है? KC VIT सेकंड मैप 2-0। मेरे को टाइटल चेंज करने दो, मेरे को टाइटल चेंज करने दो। लेट मी टाइप NRG versus PRX। Yup. I changed the title.
National Lance in Pacific, they are a very good team. But they're
इसको
having a little
पक्का
bit of
TTS
struggle at the
पसंद आया
moment. That's
होगा।
why you saw the roster change come through. And yeah, well, hopefully they can pick it up in the lowers.
Who is the
Of
best?
course, और अगर PRX हारी तो तुझे अनसब करूंगा, मुझे क्यों भाई?
He's a gamer.
I'm neutral अभी।
Maybe best Sentinel in Pacific.
Cryo's done a good job. He's done a good job. He's done his job every single time. He's switched up his setups, but Xfero's just been fragging out the whole time
And
too.
then on the other side, who was the most impressive duelist? We had 2 stages going. You guys missed the
Ooh.
action from Edward Gaming, but I saw quite a few highlights on stage A. What was the best player or player camera to watch
I
on
think
stage B?
Timotino
Yeah,
today.
Timotino was
Or
really good.
Asuna.
He really impressed me with the op. I think the way he was kind of maneuvering around, he really helped their setups as well a lot of the time, on a sense.
भाई,
So I was loving Timotino. I
ऑप
don't
तो
know if
भाई
he's got
कैंग
over
कैंग चला रहा
Kamkam,
था
though.
ऑप ब्रो।
I don't think anyone has it over Kamkam,
Yeah, no.
honestly.
He's a beast.
All right, audio. We are going to be getting into an interview here shortly. I just got the thumbs up from Ginny. She's
That's
ready
big.
to rock.
Interview
And it's
किसका?
not Timotino. It's his better half. He goes by the name of Asuna. And he was
Asuna?
here since the beginning of the Thieves. Let's go to the main stage.
Interview सुना, I wanna see, I wanna see.
Asuna, congratulations on that win that you got here today. A quick 2-0, just another day in the office.
Yeah, Ale
This is your
Asuna!
first round for EWC.
Yeah, happy to have a quick win, especially against a tough opponent, I would say. You know, any team from APAC will always give you a run for your money.
कब स्टार्ट होगा PRX? अभी स्टार्ट होगा, 10 मिनट में होगा।
So always good to, you know, have a clean win, especially for the international stage. To get
मैं नहीं
build some
बता रहा यार
momentum and
भुवन भाई,
hopefully
मैं
top
गाली नहीं खा रहा।
Alright, I'm
मेरे को
looking
लग
forward to
रहा
that,
है,
but I want to talk about your
but
individual
honestly
performance
मेरे को
as
लग
well
रहा
on
है
the Phoenix, especially. Like, it was pretty good. So talk us through the
कि थर्ड मैप जाएगा
preparations specifically that came into coming
and
to the
NRG
tournament.
जीतेगी
Not a lot of
somehow,
like,
but
preparation in the sense of
यार
focusing
I
on the team,
I
mostly on
support
ourselves.
PRX,
So
but
just, you know,
लग रहा है
working on
NRG
our
जीतेगी,
individual
पता
game
नहीं
and
bro,
we just
I'm
love
not
thank you to
biased
Pencil
by
Mates
अभी।
for lending their gaming house to us. And yeah, we were able to practice for a week in Paris, which led us to have a really good, comfortable showing. And yeah, we're taking this event very seriously. And
PRX
hoping to
हारी
win.
तू पिटेगा।
So when you're talking about the expectations, you're saying topping your group, hoping to
As
win.
I
In
said,
general,
मेरे को
when it
लग
comes
रहा
to
है
the
NRG
expectations for
जीतेगी
this
by the way,
event,
but
of course it is to lift the trophy.
support
But are
PRX
there
though.
any other nuances that come with that?
No, I mean,
अरे यार,
obviously
अरे
get
मैं
experience. I
एक
think that's,
टीम
like, the biggest
एक टीम की
thing,
तरफ
but
थोड़ी
winning
बोल
this,
रहा हूँ।
event will mean everything.
All right, and when it comes to your next opponent, it's BBL. I do want to say on that last map against EDG, they won.
Oh, by the way, कल क्रेजी मैच है, G versus MIBR.
Doesn't come back to bite me, but have to be confident.
All right, well, thank you so much. I'm going to let you go. Appreciate it. And we're going to be heading back over to the desk.
Nailed it. I thought she was going to leave him hanging. I'm not going to lie. Athena, I'm told that you got to
मुंह
go.
पर
We're gonna
दही
be swapping
शक्कर ठूस।
Avril onto the desk for the next
तेरे
match. Before
मामा
you go,
का
though,
लड़का
what do I
नहीं
need
है
to know
जो
about
इतना
PRX? They're about
बढ़िया
to
से
take the stage, and everyone
हाय
says
सकुना।
they're in the S tier.
Oh my God, PRX, they're a phenomenal team. I feel like every single
Hi,
player
Asuna.
on that roster has really good understanding of their role and the way that they're playing at Masters.
ऑलरेडी
was insane. They
अबे
did-
लकी भाई कल की स्ट्रीम में प्राइवेट करने वाला था, ठीक है, मैं अभी 50 बार लगाऊं, बट मैंने नहीं की क्योंकि ऑलरेडी लोगों ने क्लिप डाउनलोड रिकॉर्ड करके डाउनलोड कर ली है। मीनवाइल आज मेरे को पता चल रहा है क्लर्स भाई के डिस्कॉर्ड, हर्ष भाई के डिस्कॉर्ड, अभी जिशु भाई के डिस्कॉर्ड, सबके डिस्कॉर्ड में ये वाली क्लिप्स में क्लिप पे 3 4 5 लोगों ने बेच रखी है। आई डोंट नो लोगों ने रिएक्ट करा कि नहीं, बट आई होप नॉट। और ऊपर से भाई वो क्लिप में ये मोटेटो वो मिथ मंत्री वाला भी की टीटीएस भी चल रही है बैकग्राउंड में।
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower.
मैं नहीं दिखा रहा भाई जैक्सन भाई।
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
गोड टीटीएस वाला ना भाई।
For every click, every clutch.
somewhere 100 kills.
We were there for the years of grind, and we're here.
और उसमें BBL
Now,
वो तो आपको पता है 100 kills। सेकंड में भी गया, थर्ड में भी नहीं गया।
W Lenovo, the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
जानबूझ What do you mean विश्वास होगा ही नहीं? जानबूझ के किया ही नहीं है मैंने। That's so weird भाई।
Last year's finals, we were in a tough situation. I think a lot of different words were said, different tactics to wake up, maybe some harsh, maybe some inspirational.
I think all it took was winning that third map to give us that big amount of belief in ourselves that we can do it.
Even though it was so bad, we still inside believe that it's possible. Can't stop believing, because if you stop believing, then that's it.
Brienne's on 78 HP. He did the ultimate, but so much crashes.
I think the trophy felt unusual. I mean, it was my first Valorant trophy. I think for all of us as well, especially, thinking like 2 hours ago we were in the worst position possible. It felt amazing. It felt like a moment of finally.
I think I kind of knew in my head that we would win it just because it's really hard for them to be mentally strong, being 2-0 up and then going to 2-2. Like, there was no way in my head that we were going to lose that last map just based on knowing what mental state they're in and what mental state we're in.
Yeah, I mean, this year, many boys.
पक्का क्या? मैं 4th को स्ट्रीम करना जरूर। उस दिन मेरा बर्थडे है एंड उस दिन सुपर चैट करूंगा मस्त। बर्थडे आपका, कलेक्शन मेरा डील। इसे डाउन सिंड्रोम है क्या? पता नहीं वो क्या होता है ब्रो।
I think it's crazy. Our fan base
यार जिंक्स डिस्कॉर्ड में जा और मोटा मीम्स में देख ले भाई।
So some events we did, so I'm pretty happy to be here. We missed out on
तो कल वाला क्लिप बोल रहा
last
है।
year. It's good for us to have an international event that we can play in front of our crowd,
देखा तुम्हारा स्पेलिंग मिस्टेक था।
But it's a good pressure that we have. We of course want to represent the country of our org. Also, I grew up in Paris. It's a special
10 मिनट तक, हाँ बे 10 मिनट तक वो मैच देख सकते हैं हम।
The overdrive
खुद तो
at
क्रेजी
A-Main
हुआ।
to try to take control of that space you do, and that allows KZ to get into pretty quick position there, set up that Hunter's Fury, clear out the 2 players on site, and then they have
We are
such an
winning?
overwhelming numbers advantage there, and with the help
मतलब
of
round
the
advantage?
Cypher ult, kind of know where the players are, and you can just lock
ये
it
क्या
down.
है? 2 राउंड जीती, 4 राउंड वो फ्लॉलेसली जीती है।
Durka operator.
They won again one.
Didn't have any targets early. It's just a relay bolt to kind of thwart Vitality, and then they're looking again to try to see if Vitality was going to double down on this C hit early. But it's just a scoop of an orb.
And Kitsyampi one away from having that next Hunter's Fury online. Chronicle similarly right there, ready for that first lockdown to be coming through.
Got a good opportunity here if you can get that Killjoy ult on, because Ava's just used that Hunter's Fury, so be a good opportunity to clear some space, set yourself up for the plant. But
ये क्या काम था?
been pretty aggressive with their tempo early, been pretty high pace, but a breather. Try to feel out the map a little bit more. I think maybe some early aggression from Levin previously has set them to kind of alert mode where, hey, we need to make sure that we're not giving up that space and that we're kind of clearing the map a little bit more efficiently, more effectively. Get into some more favorable post-plant scenarios.
I think they're just going to go for a double dash, refract, and drone fake onto this A site.
नित्यांश भाई मोटा म्यूज में है क्यों देख रहा बता रहा हूँ बट मोटा म्यूज में डिस्कॉर्ड में मोटा म्यूज करके चैनल है उस पे इट क्या हुआ ये राउंड 10 सेकंड देखो प्लान तो मिल जाएगा 2v3 Omen blend 1v3 1v2
this one standing knows that they've eaten some damage, knows that they
you can't win, no?
Tagged up, but
can't win now, like
try to isolate and pick them apart one by one, both players tucked into the corner.
वो heaven check कर रहा है क्योंकि Omen है उस पे can TP
they bolt try to isolate. This is going to be a jump onto the window.
Well,
he will be able to find the first. He cannot find the necessary second. Not be able to get it done.
वो ड्राइव गो फाइल वाली लिंक होगी प्रत्यांश भाई वो है
Well, this is one of the rounds that I love to
ये
see
बंदूक
from this
किसने चलाई हाँ
where you have options available to you. You can sell those fakes. I talked about it earlier, using the Waylay to sell the fakes. This time they integrate the Sova into it as well. And then you have the bailout of Profix ult because he's been able to get into another one. Had a really good start to this. 8 kills already on the board for the Omen. So you have that little bit of extra layer to this.
इस बार काफी टीम चेंजेस हुआ है जिंक्स 100 थीव्स में भी काफी चेंज है काफी बहुत सारी टीम में प्लेयर्स थे इधर-उधर हुए हैं
Sure.
खाना नहीं खाता क्या खाना नहीं खाना तुझे मुझे लगा खाना नहीं खाता हूँ खाना क्यों मुझे खाए खाऊंगा बाद में मेरे को स्ट्रीम पे खाना पसंद नहीं है पता है फिर भी किक पे थोड़ा ऐसे ऑप्शन नहीं है तो खा लेता हूँ स्ट्रीम पे खाना खाना पसंद नहीं है मेरे को इवन वॉच पार्टी कर रहा हूँ स्टिल मेरे को पसंद नहीं
Slow and silent approach. Meanwhile, Sayonara with a quick check back in the mid narrate. None the wiser, not ready at all. Caught on a timing. Falls the wayside and Sayonara. I mean, it's in the name. Good lord.
He save करेगा. I don't think so. Ace. I don't think so. Ace. I don't think so. Ace.
He wants his ace. I don't think he's going to be able to find it. DOS9 escaping back through.
Go for it, buddy. Go for it.
Into A, so this would have to be one hell of a quick hunt here if he wants to be able to find it. But Vitality,
I don't think so. मिलेगा इसको.
Way to move up to 6.
Well, this is exactly the player that's been promised. This
young PRX साथ एक ब्रेक चल रहा है. ब्रेक चल रहा है. 10 मिनट का. और 5 मिनट है. और 5 मिनट के बाद भी तुरंत स्टार्ट नहीं होगा.
Convergent paths already. Just takes over for Vitality. I mean, you get a bit nervous there.
Is cooking, not gonna lie, Hana.
Got 4 into the back lines, almost gets Durka as well, but Durka able to escape, and that's huge for them. Keeps things a little bit confusing. Oh man, just
timeout liya.
And okay, finally gonna get that timeout.
AC.
And it feels like this is still quite late. There's an opportunity, of course, to recover this half, but getting brutalized by Sayonara and Yampi in those last couple rounds. Ult's still working against you. Aves only halfway to that next Hunter's Fury, and Chronicle just hasn't had a chance nor a real need to invest this lockdown quite yet.
Yeah,
PRX कब है?
Any opportunity kind of presented itself, it's been thwarted by Casey's
4
really
minute
aggressive early play, and I think that's why a couple
वही
rounds
देखेंगे
ago
हम
we
वही
saw,
देखेंगे
Vitality slow things down to try to look and figure out what was going on. You know, Casey was starting to take risks early with DOS9 pushing out, with Levin pushing out, things like that. That were causing a little bit of problems for Vitality, but the recoveries were really nice. They were able to use that individual skill to turn some of these rounds on their head. Now for KC, got to talk about how you want to avoid. You don't want to get caught in another convergent paths like you just did a few rounds ago, where you just lose 2 players on site and it's basically GG, go next. Going to be a Marshall there for Levin, Sugetsu, Bulldog. DOS9 did carry the gun over, but a couple pistols otherwise. So let's see looks like no early convergent paths this time, so
बढ़िया ये गाली से ना उधर की लैंग्वेज में गुजराती में जान टोपा
both their duelists out over. Boss 9 is
मतलब इतनी क्रेजी गाली नहीं है
underneath him.
बट
Timing there bit tricky for him.
और नहीं बोलता यार मैं गाली, मैं आयरल भी कम बोलता हूँ, बहुत कम बोलता हूँ गाली, बहुत मतलब बहुत रेयरली बोलता हूँ.
It does. Finds 2 damage.
The little things.
वो दिख क्या उसको?
For investment. Oh my God, Turka. It looked like he was
What
asleep
a
at the wheel.
flick!
Adrenaline kicked in. He jolted awake. Managed to pump the brakes in time. Spares himself from crashing out of control.
जाने टोपा मतलब अब नॉट बेसिकली इतनी गाली नहीं है, मतलब ऐसे स्लैंग बोल सकते हो कि तुम बोल रहे हो चल बे साले ऐसे.
See the ponytails, but they haven't seen him.
Wait,
That peak in
you should peek no जब आउटलो रिलोड कर रहा था. Oh my God!
Another fast adjustment.
But ये peek क्यों नहीं कर रहा Phoenix?
Shot. Narrate now boxed into a corner. As okay, the timing will be found. Narrate able to find that elimination. Molly out, 15 seconds. They do have to commit forward into the site. Narrate absolutely needs to try to hold the line. But Chronicles here on the backstab. He's got the elimination secured. Now it is just Alves on the approach. Now noted. Tagged at 15. Finds the first recon sent. Might just connect onto the player, but either way, he will be dead to
वो
rights.
Phoenix bait क्यों किया दो लोगों को?
Vitality confirming a lead at the half now, looking to make this potentially 9-3.
It just gets really weird in this round with everybody kind of having to rely on those instant reactions in this case.
अबे
from
भाई
Durka.
मतलब
That is
बहुत
crazy
कम
stuff
बोलता हूँ
inside
मैं,
or
बहुत
staying
कम
underneath.
बोलता हूँ, ये नहीं बोला ना
Levin's
बिल्कुल
nose
नहीं
and
बोलता हूँ.
Levin not able to find those
बहुत ही
martial no
कम.
scopes. No damage really done there, and then it's kind of fall apart piece by piece for KC. And then the scarier thing here is KC,
कैसा
you're
दिख
getting
रही
into another
वो इसमें चल रही है बे. अबे नाइस नाइस नाइस. इसमें इन लोगों ने देखो फिर ये देखे क्या अपन, बट इसमें साउंड नहीं आ रही. इसमें देखो ये लोगों ने इधर स्टार्ट किया है टाइम आउट की साइड में. गुड बाय गुड गुड.
Trying to get the scale forward, but the quick pivot arc is coming through as KC get 3 players onto this A site. Frack to be taken back out towards safety. So far, no kills to be found, but Prophet has been tagged to 1.
That was a nice stall out. Able to tuck far enough back. They're looking to try to triple face him.
They know that he's in this corner. The lockdown now going to be invested, but he's able to find the first.
Huge
but cannot
ult
scale
though.
forwards. The space is going to have to be respected as Narrate will backpedal away. The site able to be taken now as the spike is going to be ushered around towards long. Narrate, however, quickly can get it on an angle.
Instant idea.
Whoa! Immediately he's able to find Sayonara. The spike now down on the floor.
Smoke क्यों नहीं है उसमें? नहीं है smoke?
Prophet at 1 stood no damn chance.
Nah,
As
the
Narrate
huge ult, man.
out of heaven, able to find the kill, and now it's
But
all down
so
to
पीछे आ
Yampi,
रहा
but
है.
he will be
Oh,
noted.
man.
Sugetsu, wise to it, turns back, finds the kill.
20 seconds हो गए बट तुरंत स्टार्ट भी नहीं हुआ. आओ यही देखते हैं चैट. स्टार्ट होने वाला है. बंद नहीं करना था मेरे को.
Welcome back. It's the Esports World Cup. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, alongside 2 beautiful casters. The first comes from New Zealand. The other one, next door neighbor in Australia. We've got the fantastic dynamic duo. There it is. It's Avril alongside Pilski. What's up? Avril, you have been buzzing all day. When everyone's energy was dropping low, you were there to bring us back up. Why have you been so excited about this match since you woke up today?
First of all, I'm very caffeinated. Second of all, guys, I mean, this is a match that is worthy of the grand finals. PRX. NRG, probably match of the day for the entire opening round.
Yeah.
There's no better game than this.
Yeah, totally agree. Honestly, we saw them both play each other in Santiago earlier in the year. It went one apiece. PRX knocked them out of the tournament, very deep into the tournament, and then went into the grand finals over there. So, I mean, not quite a grand final. I agree with you. It definitely could be a grand final, but a lower final nonetheless. And these are 2 of the very finest teams for their regions.
And we got adjusted groups. Now, reminder, 2 teams are going to move out of every group. You need 2 wins to do so. 100 Thieves were able to do it. We saw over on the other stage, it was BBL taking it in our opening round. 2 new winners here in our second set of matches, and I got to get your opening thoughts. Pilski, who is the leader in this match when it comes to the predictions? Do you think PRX has a big lead?
Yeah. I think so, especially fan base wide. They've been so consistent at internationals. NRG have been making it to the internationals at least, but unfortunately just not making it as deep, even though, as we all saw at the end of last year over at Champs, the core of this squad at least very good enough, very much good enough to be able to win the very biggest events in Valorant. So we'll see
Are you guys
how good their form is
excited?
coming here into the Esports World Cup 2026, and I think that starts right from the get-go. They don't have any easy game to start things out. They are playing a world beater right out of the gate.
So PRX, of course, are our Pacific champions from Stage 1. Over on the other side, we've got NRG, who are the top team to come out of America's qualifiers. But first, let's take a look at the boys rocking the blue and pink. PRX, Silver Surfers this year, yet to lift the trophy. Can they get it done at EWC? If so, it'll come with a $600,000 paycheck. If you're looking for stars on this squad, who do your eyes go to first, Pilski?
Hi, Darshan by W match going now.
Simplify it for the new guy.
I could take something here. I mean, he's been phenomenal. We are in a jet meta as well, so he is really just running around doing a lot of damage. Jing if you get a raise map, but I think something is the player that really does kind of tantalize the viewer.
And now we can take a look at a ferocious squad rocking the black tee of comfort. Avril, this squad doesn't need a jersey to make a statement. Are you going with the Mullet Man? Mullet Man number 2. Who is your star to watch on this squad?
Everyone is mogging, bro.
I think Brock still is a guy that you have to look out for. Guy is known for the Odin, kind of pioneering that. Ethan as well, former world champion and double actually now, given that he's the IGL on NRG. And I think this is a team led by Ethan that really wants to get back in that form. They've had some good results this year. A couple of third places. You talk about PRX maybe being the bridesmaid second place slot. Well, NRG have kind of had that third place too many times for them, and they're looking to get back to number 1.
No bronzes. They want gold here as
अच्छा
well.
अच्छा टाइम बोल रहे हो क्या 7 बजे वाला 9 बजे शुरू हो रहा है चलेगा ब्रो.
That is a huge step forward, knowing the rest of the competition statistically should be easier. Let's take a look though at how they should face off here in the best of 3. Last time around it was in Santiago. That was months ago. So do we have new maps in this map pool that you can expect either team to maybe pull from?
Yeah, I think Pearl was a really important map for NRG, and that's gone from the pool now. So that's going to be very interesting as a map that I think PRX otherwise probably wouldn't have wanted to play very often. And the fact that Royal G Sunset being added back in is a bit of an unknown. Obviously, a map that was really famously played by PRX last year as well when they sort of won in Toronto. So looking forward to see how that all sort of shapes out.
Pilski, what about the strengths?
The strengths?
Yeah, what maps could they really just flex like we
Mana
just saw 100 Thieves do?
I don't think necessarily that, like, both of these teams are so strong that I don't think it's going to be like a slam dunk veto for either of them. And I think both of them have a history playing Sunset with that map coming back into the pool.
पीछे देखो वो लोग warm up कर रहे हैं setup लगा के.
They played it many times.
Gekko's gonna be back in the lobby tonight?
Maybe. We'll see. Because PRX, especially lately, have been the kind of team that's like, I'm not going to change my comp too much, or especially when they haven't had time to prep, they'll just run the same comp. We saw that over on Ascent. For NRG, they did also love to play the Sunset back in the day. I think that was the 5th and final map of the Champs Grand Final that they won. It was very impressive to watch them do so. So I think both of these teams know their way around Sunset. They'd be happy to probably take it there. But I'd imagine a bit of a handshake veto will be going down here. I really wouldn't be surprised to see like a map that's super strong for one team or the other, really.
I would like to see Fracture. I think that was one of the most dominant maps. You saw that in the Grand Finals versus Lev. PRX dominated on that one. They might want to run that one back and say, look,
अगर देखा जाए अगर on time हुआ होता तो अभी खत्म हो जानी चाहिए थी ना. मैं तो एनर्जी का फैन हूँ. सेम भाई. I love both team भाई. PRX और एनर्जी.
I feel like really big right now. Having a great time.
Gonna be big for a big match.
Yeah, I just looked behind us, and we've brought in the biggest of our referee bouncers. We have up to 6 referees on the stage right now, and the engineer in charge of the PCs. Everything's looking ready to go. We're just making sure the players are comfortable, and then we'll begin this match. But I just wanted to take a moment and kind of reflect where we're at. This is a brand new building. They are building around us as we are in week 0. We haven't even kicked off the EWC. And shout out to the people behind the scenes who decided this year we're not only going to add $750,000 to the prize pool, we're also going to make sure everything is a best of 3. This is a treat for the fans. You guys are about to be showing it. And the question I have is, who is going to be the flashiest? Like, if I'm new to Valorant and I'm about to watch the best players, what do I need to be looking out for, Pilski?
PRX. If you talk about flashiness, that's PRX in a nutshell. If you want to talk about
finally bro got to do watch party, हंसी हो रहा है भाई उसके पीछे.
Like aggressive team versus the team that likes to think a lot, likes to make a lot of decisions, likes to kind of play the macro and things like that. So
So we hate NRG, we love PRX if you're ADHD.
I mean, I'm from
Chicken,
Pacific, you're from
chicken,
America, so I think
veg
that's about as simple as it gets.
Chips,
PRX, Pilsky wasn't wrong when he said earlier. Who's the best on PRX? Who's the one to look out for? All of them. Every single player on this roster has been absolute lights out. But I think NRG have a lot to show here as well. Again, former world champs. Something PRX is still chasing. PRX themselves been second a number of times. NRG have done it already. They're trying to climb back into that one. And I still have pretty high expectations for this team. We're in the post-SOM era of NRG now as well.
Veg chicken क्या होता है, bro?
What this team looks like with Kiko. I mean, you could say similar things about PRX having
Veg chicken क्या होता है?
Batman, so both players making some roster adjustments compared to where we had them last year. PRX obviously had a much better result at EWC than NRG.
प्राइस पे बोला मैं बोल रहा हूँ रोनाल्डो ने ऐड किया है.
EWC was kind of like the first version of this newly formed with Scuba lineup that ended up winning the world champs at the end of that year.
As you take a look back on the stage,
ये कब तक होगा? हो रहा है मैच, मतलब ये भी तो स्टार्ट भी नहीं हुआ, अभी स्टार्ट होगा फर्स्ट मैप. बेस्ट ऑफ 3 है तो ये स्टार्ट भी नहीं हुआ, अभी स्टार्ट होगा. रेड चिकन है, पता नहीं भाई, कुछ भी बोल रहे हैं वो. शांत भाई, कैन यू एक्सप्लेन? और भाई क्या सीन? किस जाने का तो कैजुअल है, मैं स्ट्रीम करता हूँ, मैं पीसी पे बैठा हूँ ना, तो मेरे को हाथ खराब करना पसंद नहीं है, तो मैं चम्मच से खाता हूँ.
You might be to hear it as well.
I feel like
कुछ कोई भी चिप, अगर पोटेटो ऐसे वेफर भी खा रहा हूँ तो चिप्स से ही खाता हूँ.
In like a coliseum or something like that, down to the people, like maybe from a balcony and like a.
डॉर भाई, ये मैच ऑलरेडी खत्म हो जाना चाहिए था, बट जो इससे पहले RRQ वर्सेस 100 थीव्स हुआ, उसमें 2 घंटे का टेक पॉज चला. तो ये 7 बजे स्टार्ट होना था मैच और अभी 9 बजे स्टार्ट हो रहा है, 2 घंटे का टेक पॉज की वजह से. और थैंक गॉड कि RRQ और 100 थीव्स का थर्ड मैप नहीं किया, वरना अभी और लेट होता ये.
Good, drinking good. What has been the best part of your trip, Avril?
Being in France for the first time. This is the furthest I've traveled. I think the same for you as well. I mean, we come from the opposite side of the planet, literally. So this is about as far as you can go, unless you go like all the way to the UK. So enjoying Paris just in general for me so far, but that's some nice food.
Pilsky, I heard you brought your partner out here. We're making it a family affair. What are we thinking about Paris? We loving the city of love?
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice, but I'm here for business.
Nice.
I stand on business pocket, and I'm here for the games. So I'm not even thinking about that right now.
I think ऐसा ही हुआ था डॉर भाई, पीसी फट गया था, किसी का नया पीसी लाए वो लोग.
Okay.
ऐसा ही था डॉर भाई. सच में ऐसा ही था.
He's giving us away. He's giving us away.
What's up, EB?
He's having a good time. He's having a good time.
We're all
I think he just
vibing.
is this how you make friends?
चालू करो ना मैच, क्योंकि पीछे ये लोग इतना कास्टिंग वगैरह इसलिए कर रहे हैं क्योंकि पीछे प्लेयर्स वगैरह अपना सेटअप कर रहे हैं. तो अभी क्या दिखा है, सेटअप कर रहे, वो तो नहीं दिखा सकते. तेरी एक वॉचिंग होगी अगर सिर्फ मेरी, तो भूल तू इग्नोर ही करेगा, मतलब.
Talk about for our opening
Arush bhai, what up bhai? What's up bro? क्या लिखा समझ नहीं आया, बट अच्छा.
That's a great question. I have a little bit of a look at the
We're
video
gonna
here.
check that one real quick.
Usually would be.
I know we
have
throw
a little bit of a
softball
look down
questions.
there.
I asked you about Paris. You
But
didn't want
पता
to
नहीं
talk
ऐसा
about
fucked up
food,
कैसे
so
हो
we're
गया,
gonna
but
talk a little about the game. Who's this team? Who's this?
We're eating good right now, Pucker. I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, I'm sure we'll have a video
I
graphic,
only
but the team that did get to pick
Phantom
the first map
shop
was
right
PRX.
now.
Okay.
I think that's great. I mean, they could kind of set the tone in the series. I don't want to spoil the video. I'm not sure if we have the graphic or not, and we could talk about it.
दोनों मत लो
I
bro.
have no idea for you either. Sorry.
I don't know how. And then NRG's got to pick a map after that. That's how vetoes work, Pocket.
True.
Just for the layman.
Wait
you
for
know,
night
I know
market
that I need to
brother.
kind of,
एक भी मत लो
explain
दोनों में
how
How
से.
does it work again? Could you walk me through from the beginning?
I've never heard anyone give the play-by-play of like the stage movements. I honestly applaud you for that. That's a big talent of yours.
You find things and you see things, and what do you see? What do you not see?
हाँ?
Moving off.
What do you not
Perhaps?
see? No clickety clack.
हाँ जी, तो मैं खाए थोड़ा मोड़ो.
We're about to begin, ladies and gentlemen, which means that veto graphic might come up.
It might come up.
And we might also see the agent selections. So can we go there next? You mentioned Gecko might be seen. We've got some
if
weird
we get
comps from
Sunset,
PRX.
it'll be seen. I'd be surprised if we got Sunset, though. I think both of these teams, it's a low risk
Mapito
kind of
guys,
video. We're very
Mapito
early on in
guys.
the tournament. It's the first time they're playing each
Mapito
other for
guys.
quite a while, even though there's a little bit of a rivalry and a matchup there. That's mostly gone the way of PRX, but it's always very competitive. I'd expect a bit of a handshake veto. I'd expect 3 maps. If we get the graphic,
अच्छा ना ओनी लेकिन ओनी स्टिल पता नहीं मेरे को पसंद है प्राइम.
All right, so
I mean, दोनों अच्छी स्किन है, but पुरानी है, bro. I think you should buy new
and then
new
brings
skins.
us the decider.
कब आ रहा
So
है
you said
Target?
you wanted to see
That's the
PRX
thing.
pick a fracture.
ये
Yeah, I
month
think
के
there's no
middle या
surprise
end
there,
में
right?
आएगा.
Fracture coming
Around
out straight away.
20
That was one of their best
20
maps
के
coming
आसपास.
when we looked at them in London as well. Absolutely dominate Lev on that one. Split being taken out is probably no surprise. I think NRG
Oh,
have not
तभी
been
हो
the
गया
biggest
क्या?
fans,
मेरे
but one of
मैं
their
टूटा का
kind
पता
of
नहीं था.
bands, I guess.
There we go.
So looking at it now, we actually legitimately have the graphics. So
Yes, shout
time
out to
get into
production.
it.
Heaven
We've got the
split.
bands in, so the
मोटाटो का गांड फाड़
ओए!
फैन टिप 50 रुपीज। मुझे आपके पीछे मैगी नूडल डालकर आ
साले आज मेरा गेम
This
ऑन
was,
नहीं
you
है,
know,
मैं
a dominant map
मिनिमाइज
from
नहीं करना
PRX. I think
पड़ेगा
they pick
गेम
it
की, मैं
straight
TTS
out of
पॉज
confidence.
करने
They wanna
जाऊंगा,
get
पूरा
back to
बच
a
जाएगा.
roll, start,
हाँ?
get that 1-0 locked in, put the fair into NRG.
first look at Lotus for us here on stream.
अभी माउस ऐसे ही करना पड़ता है, एक
I feel
क्लिक.
good about it. I think at the same time, though, PRX are very famous for their Lotus. It's a map that they play quite a lot for the last little bit. I think the same can be said for NRG on Fracture as well. I don't think that they're necessarily poor on this map by any stretch of the imagination. And most of the games that they lose are
Don't
very,
buy
very
एक
close
बंदा है,
games.
daily
So
आके यही लिखता
I
है.
think with that and Breeze being the decider, I don't think, as I said before, either one of these teams has necessarily got
फर्स्ट मैच फ्रैक्चर. मैं आज ही बोला था मेरे को फ्रैक्चर देखना है. अबे मेरे को देखना है how they play fracture, bro.
You should have a pretty good day at the office.
Yeah, I think Breeze is a nice finisher here. I mean, obviously, that was probably one we expect them to win a little bit.
Only
more
still
handily in
good,
the grand
but
finals.
पुरानी
They got
skins
pushed
है,
a little
मतलब
bit
समझ
from
रहे हो,
Liv.
अभी नई
But,
बहुत अच्छी
as
अच्छी
a side,
skins
I
आई
think
है.
overall, I mean, you kind of call it. This is a veto that does look like a pretty standard one for the teams. Everyone's should be pretty happy with it.
I think so. I think both of these teams are going to be relatively happy with the veto. I think it's just going to be a low-risk veto in a best-of-3 where you kind of want to play it out as cleanly as possible. Like, I think this could be a very, very close series. I think these two teams know each other stylistically very, very well at this point. So I think it's good to just have kind of a clean, fair 3 maps to see who's going to be the deserving victor in this best-of-3 and move on to this qualification
Would
game.
you be willing to put on a wager for your region that PRX will win this?
Yes, I will. And I'll tell you as well, Puckett, I'll be very sad if I have to come in here tomorrow and America's have
You have any idea next night wait कब आएगी? Around 20s में आएगी, bro.
That will be very sad.
इस month
I don't know if you knew this, but this is pretty good year for
20
USA.
से 30 के अंदर आ जाएगी.
You guys say that every year.
Doing all right in the US in the World Cup. We're looking alive in a lot of other sports potentially coming August, like American
you know
football.
the only team alive from Asia Pacific in the World Cup?
No,
Australia. Yep.
Let's go.
All champions or potential champions.
Can we
still
start,
here
please?
At the desk. How about our friend?
Pastor, no offense, but can we start, please? We are already running late. Please, I really want to watch match.
I promise you, we're kicking off this match. I can't wait for its PRX taking on your favorite friends, NRG. We'll be right back.
Did he say be right back?
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower.
PRX versus NRG.
Now
First team.
imagine an entire city being charged. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Crunchyroll. कितनी बार बजाएगा फ्रॉस्टी? चैट क्या मेरे को वन पीस का एनीमे देखना चाहिए?
Play is in our DNA.
एनीमे का नाम लेते ही चैट में सब जाग गए.
Whenever we let it out, it becomes our.
देखो मैं एनीमे कभी नहीं देखता हूँ, ठीक है, बट I watched वन पीस का नेटफ्लिक्स वाला जो सीरीज है ना, जो सीजन 2 अभी आया, और I liked it. मैंने फर्स्ट सीजन तो 2 बार देखा है, सेकंड सीजन ऑफ कोर्स 1 बार. शुड आई वॉच? और ये शायद एनीमे से ही इंस्पायर्ड है ना, पूरी स्टोरी वगैरह सब. तो शुड आई वॉच एनीमे? इसका स्टार्ट हो रहा है.
And we're on to our second match. We've got a team that has been in multiple grand finals this
AOT
season.
देख, Attack on Titan देखो.
It's PRX on the other side. One of America.
Tell me, One Piece और Attack on Titan, दोनों में से एक, choose one wisely. क्योंकि ये डिपेंड करेगा कि मेरा फ्यूचर एनीमे टेस्ट पे डिपेंड करेगा. अगर मेरे को पहले ही पसंद नहीं आया, मैं कभी एनीमे देखूंगा ही नहीं, और पसंद आ गया तो मैं भी देख भी लूं.
Feeling coming into this.
Yeah, fantastic.
So,
and
please choose wisely.
Fans blown air. We'll get the real fans in. The crowd.
Watch all. नहीं, मैं पहले एक देखूंगा. अगर पसंद आया, then I go for second.
I'm sure the fans, if they were in the venue for this game, though, they'd be going absolutely insane. Particularly, you know.
To be honest, like this is the game where.
One Piece से 1500 episode है.
Things like that. But given that we're in
Attack on
Paris,
Titan.
the game on the A stream is where the fans would be at right now. Carmine Core
AOT gets too dark.
Vitality right now is a bit of a crazy French derby going on. Do you know if we have any?
You should watch Death Note first. इसका बताओ तुम. AOT. मेरे को इतने सारे लोग AOT बोल रहे हो तुम.
So I think they're still in.
Wait, तुम वन पीस को, सॉरी, अटैक ऑन टाइटन को बेटर देन वन पीस बोल रहे हो. मेरे को वन पीस का वो बहुत ही अच्छा लगा था. द स्टोरी, द बॉन्ड बहुत अच्छा लगा था. और यू गाइस सेइंग वन पीस से बेटर है ओटी.
to help the players kind of get into the right mindset. You know, different players kind of have different mindsets getting into some of these games.
Bro, AOT is peak. AOT better in every way. AOT better. AOT trash? नहीं, AOT खत्म होगा. One Piece has 1500 episode.
Hey streamers,
They're trying to be sneaky.
they're too tall for that.
I find it amusing that we could see Kakuka trying to squeeze past, but big time, he is 5 foot, so he was able to make a pass safely.
Death Note दे game से बढ़ेगा.
We did not see him.
Death Note दे game से बढ़ेगा.
Let's take a look here at your agents as we are locking in. Will I actually see a raise in this time?
Yes, yeah, absolutely you will.
मोटाटो के छूट एम उंगली टिप्ड 50 रुपीज. टफी मूव मार.
उसका कटवा के रखा है बाय द वे. येड़ा है क्या भाई तू? वो तो है.
Flavors for both of these teams running the double duelist, but not in agreement about how they want to be doing it.
Yeah, I think both teams are just going to be.
End of the discussion. AOT. और चलो फाइनल से यस, मेरे को AOT देखना चाहिए, क्योंकि मैं रात को जब एडिट करता हूँ ना, आई लाइक टू वॉच कि सेकंड मॉनिटर पे कुछ चल रहा है और साथ में मैं एडिट कर रहा हूँ. क्या मेरे को AOT देखना चाहिए, हाँ या ना? The name is crazy. Shut up. तुम TTS को इतना सपोर्ट मत करो. वो एक और लिखेगा.
Yeah, for sure.
और इसमें कुछ इससे भी ज्यादा लिखेगा.
It's going to be interesting to see how they navigate this one. Fracture is not a map that they've had heavily repped in the last 3 months. You know, they've only had a couple of officials on it. A few of those over in Americas.
नहीं, अच्छे से देखूंगा bro, अच्छे से देखूंगा, ऐसे ही नहीं.
Very tight
We're
game
starting the first round.
It's a tried it true map for them. They have been picking it a lot.
और अब ये बताओ
they've had some pretty good runs on it.
कि कहाँ से देखना होता है, मतलब कहाँ मिलेगा?
Santiago that went quite well for them. We won't talk about the rest of the final. That's not really relevant, Kev. What's relevant is they need this opening
PRX
win here against
NRG first round.
All right, well, we have PRX on the defensive side, NRG on the attacking side, looking over towards the top so far on Arcade. First up will be Jane. Beautiful shot with the Kiko and a follow-up from Dubai as well. It's gone pretty down
kind
well for PRX, you would say. Minus the fact that Jing does trade his own life.
Yeah.
4 versus 2 in the pistol.
Holy.
Scoop up. Trying to contact their way upstairs. Out comes the guarding life for
4v1
Forsaken and pushes them away nicely. You had the Sky Smoke invested there
Come on,
for
Scuba.
something. There's no opportunities given for NRG to be able to get back into that round.
मोटाटो की गांड एम उंगली टिप्ड 50 रुपीज. MTLB टफी.
Looking over to a PRX first round victory. Low HP here for Scuba as well.
Yep. Tapping away with the bandit.
End it on, end it on, end it on, end it scuba.
Put him down. A nice setup there on Arcade from
End it scuba.
PRX. Jing in the perfect little off angle, tucked behind the box, and that is a very good way to start your defense.
Comfortable. PRX. A team that we expect to go very far in this
मैं
tournament.
बता रहा हूँ तुम GTS वाले को
Last
support मत
EWC,
करो.
but in terms of the Masters so far this year, 2 second places NRG themselves really
तो
competitive.
सॉफी भाई ऐसे देखने में मतलब
They
बुराई
do
नहीं
as
होती.
well in last year's EWC. I'd like to make sure they hit the top 4 minimum this time, if not taking it all the way.
Soniko here for NRG. Looking to work towards Dish. PRX on the other side of things have taken aim and control. Trailblazer all the way through the south side of the map. They know exactly what's happening on bottom side, and Timmy the Turret has got Dish on lock.
Taking it slow, but waiting to explode here for NRG. Being stalled out by some utility coming through from Divide. Grenade from Jing as well. Oh, big damage actually onto Ethan. Put down to 8 HP, but they got to commit to this one. Flash is coming on through. Divide swings into a triple kill. Beautiful stuff. Rock the only one actually gets the kill. And PRX handling this anti-eco.
Holy push!
Yeah, I mean, they cleared out all the bottom side. They had double nanos on Dish. They dropped the nade on that exact position. It felt like they were all over. The information game knew exactly where NRG were coming from and had
Venture roll free hai kya?
In the perfect positions. Saying that though, for NRG, not much in that one. Just a handful of pistols. They've handed 4 more towards the lockdown of Divide going forward, and now PRX into what looks like a pretty clean bonus round. They've definitely got some punching power here.
Divide definitely getting ahead in terms of the kill department, 5 and 1.
Oh, 4 liya
for
wo.
the lockdown. Let's see what kind of timing we get here first. Round of rifles coming through NRG. Going back over towards
they know.
Information there from Forsaken.
They know.
A big stat though from PRX.
Yeah, progression smoke for NRG over on Arcade. That'll be given to them. They're looking for the lurk here of Scuba as the cam is dealt with. Forsaken looking to push the issue, but cannot find the Cypher. It's a complete disengage over on the other side of the site. Inside of this Arcade smoke doesn't go well for him. Something's found one on the site, picks up the Phantom, but Forsaken's got him covered nicely from stairs side. What a nice pivot in from PRX. This bonus round looks like it's theirs on a silver platter.
Yeah, I mean, I expected even that Envy was going to get something that he gets found early, but the rest of the players Forsaken ready
to get the trade.
And so, you know, a little bit more in terms of damage being done, but mostly while they got up 2 players still alive. You take that bonus, 3-0 NRG after a bit of a rough one.
1 bonus!
Yeah, it's never ideal to be in this position. Having a loss versus the bonus. PRX, you can see already looking pretty locked in. Smiles on the faces is exactly how you want the opening of this game to go on your map pick. Divide getting close to a lockdown as we head towards the first gun round. Same for a showstopper. All of these big impact ults are very much well within the wheelhouse if they can get towards round 5 here for PRX.
He got 1 away as well. But unfortunately, just doesn't quite have the equipment.
It's been 4-0, right?
The ultimate not to be able to use in this particular round. Stemmed up Forsaken, taking advantage of that one. Not expecting too much here. Rifles versus nothing. Forsaken earns his ultimate. And
again,
we're just getting prepped for the next round as well.
Farming
Ethan taking whatever he can out of this map.
Jing flying around as he's often liable to do. And despite a dink in from Ethan, that is a flawless anti-eco for PRX. They are really running away with this game with a bit of a landslide to kick things off, but can only imagine NRG will only wait so long before they actually start to crack through with the
PRX on this particular map. For that to happen, we'll need to start seeing some real life come through from NRG soon.
See what they put together. You did mention they
guys are
W
vandal, bro.
Guys are W vandal. That can really be one of these ults that helps you simplify things a little.
Open line as well. Mata wants to get something done here. You have to really get anything on board.
Op liya hai Mata.
He will be
Finish
it does seem like PRX are heading in that direction.
The read.
Little satchel up on in, and now you got the showstopper as a result. Does clean up despite the refract. Ethan at least able to take Jing with him, but it's a good start for PRX nonetheless. And now they're trying to read the position of the rest of the attackers with these Seekers.
Now, Seekers will reveal the bottom side of the map pretty comfortably so far. Scooper kind of gets away though. He wasn't one of the players that actually got revealed by the Seekers. Still 3 players alive.
Jing did his work. Jing did his work.
Get on site pretty comfortably for now, as most of these PRX players have fallen off somewhat, minus something which is in play. And he's
oh my god, something!
He'll die for towards the end, but the rest of the
Mode की
players,
चूसी
no
ऊंच
issues
से
there for
ऊंची
PRX.
टिप्स 50 रुपीस अंधी बंदी सांडी
Unreal.
अगर ABC की TS म्यूट की तो 30K नहीं होंगे
through the smoke despite being at a man advantage. NRG not
मत
quite
कर
able to
यार,
get comfortable.
अंडी मंडी संडी वर्क कर
And
जाता
they
है
will
कभी
take a
कभी, पता है
timeout.
तुझे?
As a result, this has been a bit of a battery to kick off this game of Fracture from PRX, a map that they're very familiar with, and it seems like they're going to run away with another landslide victory over an America's team, unless you start to get some quick adjustments here from NRG.
Well, they certainly are from the north side of America, and that's
Bro, the 4 second, the spray transfer
is the scoreline. But what a way
spray
for PRX
transfer,
to handle
bro.
that aggression that we saw from potentially Mata setting up a bit of a line there, trying to catch a player up from PRX, and the instant util coming through, the stun, Jing wanted to get in, the showstopper, completely blowing up that setup from NRG.
See what the adaptations start to come through from NRG. You've seen them mostly lean
Timeout
towards that
liya na?
arcade
Needed
side of the
timeout.
map, and mostly hitting one side. Hasn't really been working out too well for them. I feel like PRX have often been quite happy to stack that side of the map and play a little bit more retake towards A.
Timeout already noobed
So
यार.
that one round,
Shut up.
they had an eco 5-man
जरूरत ही भाई 5-0 है bro.
completely slowed down by all the utility.
अगर 4-1 हुआ होता ना तो timeout नहीं लेते.
Everything else. There we go. Again, a lot required here from NRG. Still waiting for that run it back, which needs to be an important ultimate here. But Nightfall
NRG
also
पे
earned by
किसी पे
Ethan.
shield नहीं है. किसी पे नहीं है.
Towards the dish early on here for PRX.
Even
Once again,
playing
it's the
half
guiding
shield.
light up over the top of Arcade, but that's only really there to condition NRG, who are starting to walk their way into A main and take some map control.
Yeah, first time we're really seeing anything from the
bro. मेरे साथ भी होता है उधर मैं stun whiff करता हूँ.
Find here as PRX wanting to make sure they retain control of Rogue's information found, and okay, decent kills, Mana and
Jing भी
Kiko
मर गया.
finding their mark here. This is 5 versus 3. The first big opportunity for NRG, we'll say so far in this entire half.
Fault line a jump spot from Envy. NRG
इसने तो rope ही ले लिया.
to organize themselves well and punish some of this aggression in
बहुत
the
big
mid round
rope.
from PRX, puts them at a pretty massive
Yeah,
advantage.
good decision.
Spiking the
Regroup
scoop
and
up there
push.
by Broad
Man
to join up
advantage,
with the
good-
rest of
good
NRG,
decision.
who have
Very
taken
good
this A main
decision, bro.
control earlier, but Forsaken and Envy are already on this A side of the map, and Tobias on the rotate.
Yeah, he looks like he wants to move off. So it does
मोटाटो
still
की
have
गांड
the
एम
util to
उंगली टिप्ड 50 रुपीस टफी का लंग ज्यादा कला एच या आपका
here. Envy will be spotted. Flash as well. He's got no chance, but a better flash potentially against NRG. Envy now.
Huge aftershock.
He have to at least trade his own life. 1 versus 4 now. Divide with a lot of work to do. No ultimate, and all of his util still
Sale.
over towards B. Was not going to get a single shot in there. Scuba will find his head right out of the smoke.
Yeah, nice adaptation from
5-1
NRG.
finally.
Punish all of that
NRG
mid-round
won.
aggression and then just keep things simple. Pivoting back to where they took that A main control earlier on in this round. So
What
a
the fuck
successful
we are
timeout.
doing? Why they are throwing? हाँ ना इसने solo push नहीं करना था. Jing ने भी dish पे solo push किया. दोनों solo push किया and they fumbled.
The smokes there
ये
also
कौन है
cutting
22
off a
साला?
couple
हाँ
plays from
ना?
PRX, making sure that the breach of Envy was going to be isolated, despite a pretty good flash coming through from him against basically all 5 from NRG.
ये जानने के लिए करेगा ये जान
Nightfall the only ultimate
के
spent as
किया.
well, so pretty cheap in that ult economy side, you'll say is. Let's see what we get done
ये
from
जानने
NRG.
के लिए
Back towards
जान के
Arcade.
क्या करेगा? True.
Forsaken on over here, trying to disrupt this one as the runner back comes in. Gonna throw out his guiding light, but Kiko is all over it as see the dash in from Mata.
Holy.
Here comes the orbital from NRG just to try to zone them away, but in the meantime, you've seen Envy be able to at least pick up one and deal with the runner back as something is pressuring the bottom side
ये
of the
बात
map.
बताओ जान के क्या
What can
करोगे?
Scuba do here though? 2 players in front of him.
जान के क्या करोगे?
PRX really off-site, should be a free plant. Scuba, oh, he needed to hit that.
रंडी मंडी संडी cancel. नहीं rubber pencil कुछ तो होता है ना?
Support here for Scuba, so he just needs to be able to hold this on his own.
Instant one tap from something though. That does not feel particularly good for an NRG who are now getting ulti dumped on the side. Out comes both the breach ult and the brim ult. Kiko's been able to
ulti dumped?
flash to set up something. Talk inside a tower.
क्या करेगा
Very
उधर
low
वो
here. The lion's
इंसान?
share of the work has to be done by Kiko as the brim molly tries to delay the plant for a little longer.
Workable. 2 versus 2 now. Operator have a divide. Maybe not the best in terms of weaponry for this. First tap on the spike. Wall fades. Device are looking for targets. Something on Debrog. It's just Kiko left alive, and he just can't quite hit
Why
with something. Doesn't even matter that he's not on a duelist. He'll find the aim. He's got the sharpness
क्या
of
कर रहे हो
it.
chips?
Saw how sharp that was up against Scuba. He'll make sure he'll finish up the last 2 players.
फिर क्या
of
होता है अंडी
NRG,
मंडी कैंसिल करने के लिए? रबर
despite
पेंसिल
being planted there. No
रबर
dice for
रबर
round.
Yeah, very nicely navigated by PRX. He pushed bottom side through A main right from the get-go. I think this opener was fantastic from Kiko, using the runner back just to be able to
Look
set
at
up
this
NRG
util dump,
for
bro.
success, but PRX mid-rounding
Ulti किया है, उसके बाजू में nade किया और plus flash.
on that site. really helped them kind of narrow
by the way
down
too
where
तो
NRG
रागी
were playing the
चिप्स खा रहा हूँ
post
bro
from.
healthy
And
होता
that's
है
something 9 and 2. Just a phenomenal multi-frag from him.
And even the utility usage, I mean, you look at the orbital strike completely
same crosser
isolating
थोड़ी है इसी
Ethan.
पे सब पे
You had the nade
very
coming through
different
paint
crosser
shells
bro
from Jing,
this
followed
इसका
by
dot है
a,
इसका देखो
flash
अलग है
as well. Now something. Just going to fire a couple of shots into holes, but here come the rest of the players.
वो लड़की को कैसे नहीं लगा ये?
Collateral there. No theft now from Scuba to reveal the rest of the members. The rest of the members are coming in nice and quick for PRX.
Scuba inside of the cage. NRG fighting hard in towards Sandside, and they punish the flood so
Oh my
nicely.
God, bro.
Read it with the neural theft, and they knew
Come on,
that
now we are
PRX really
throwing?
wanted to try to get in.
I guess इसके लिए तो हम लोग जाने जाते हैं, right?
Down to something, and he wasn't ready for Scuba to have slipped through already onto the A side. A second round for NRG.
Seems like the 2 rounds NRG have gone so far have come through from the fact that they can find some punish early, particularly over towards, you know, that's A side of the map. Find those early picks, handle the flood coming in through from PRX, and sort of twice in a row for the 2 successful rounds. That seemed to work out for them. B, on the other hand, has been a bit more of a worrisome part of the map. They've recovered 2 here. They can at least get 4 to 5. You'll say it's an okay half for them, but otherwise PRX looking for that 7 to finish up our first half to make sure they're in the lead.
Be a big round for NRG.
ये सारे
Money is
तू है?
starting to get a little bit dry for
एक बार
PRX
बोल दे
after
तू है
their
एक और बार ये सच में बता ये तू है
landslide
तेरे
of victories to open up this half. Starting to run out of cash here. Op picked up by Mata. Hasn't really had a chance to get involved in this game. He's often just been dashing in and refracting in on the entry.
हाँ तो लोग सेम टाइप का कर्सर यूज कर रहे होगे it's not अबे साले एक और TTS ऐसी तू बैंड
Forsaken looking for information with the Trailblazer.
You'll see just the one. Kiko, not really too much information there so far. A lot more movements starting to flow over from both of the teams, you'd say. Well, Forsaken wanted to make that play happen. Not going to be the case now. As time starts to run out, that smoke comes down.
Chat, we found the imposter. ये TTS वाला ये Frosty है.
On the bottom of the map does not go well for the Rays, unfortunately. Scuba really keeping that A main push in check, and I dare say that this is going to prompt a little bit more aggression for a PRX who just don't really have any info on what's happening on the map. They've got the A info line, but that's about it.
भिंडी लंका
now
है क्या?
PRX have to commit a little bit more over to the A side. Something waiting. But as time starts
We're
to
going
dwindle,
A.
it looks like NRG will be finishing over towards A. Just
They're going
something
NRG going A.
to slow this one down.
But
Rest
force,
of PRX.
bro, there is
wanting to stack over towards
something.
B.
There is
There's the
something
first
right
spot.
there.
Okay, Molly to slow it down. Haunt will spot him, and they already knew
Oh,
he
he's
was going to
cooked.
be there. Conversion pass, you shouldn't expect too much
Andy,
from
bro.
something here. A little bit more aggression, though, from NRG, because they got to get the spike down. Time is running out here, and Forsaken scores
Time
some
नहीं है.
points. Survives
Time
on
नहीं
as
है.
well.
Time नहीं है.
Stops the front for coming on through, and they're just isn't enough.
Now, Kiko really needed to win that last tool. Lockdown invested there from the
Bro,
Vi just to be able to keep
anti,
things
bro.
interesting. And if he was able to win enough of those tools, could have really created some magic for PRX. But as it stands, unfortunately, NRG capitalizing on that nice opening advantage that they had, grouping up together.
Mod
and even with
change.
the clock running down,
You
they've
had a
shown the
Madura.
kitchen sink at that round. They understand just how battered and bruised PRX's economy was.
वो अच्छा
And winning that
मुझे लगा
round
ये
is
क्या दिखा
phenomenal
रहे
for
थे
them to start to make a bit more of a resurgence into this first half.
Barely any time left, and they have to get that last kill. And Divide falls just in the nick of time here. So still trying to rescue the scoreline a little bit. Is going to be NRG in first time. We're going to see PRX really in the eco. Haven't really seen their money run dry just yet, as they want to get aggressive over towards the bottom side of the map. 3 players stacked up so far, and NRG walking to the turret.
Yeah, just Defy here. Doesn't have
Oh,
too
W
much
Molly.
help. Mollied out of position, not much
बहुत
room to
अच्छा
do.
Molly था
All on
बे
the
वो.
side of the map though. That's a nice opener from something. Trips now down. Rifle looking to be picked up. Guiding Light will enable that, and Paint Shells even to push Ethan away. NRG set up on the side, but haven't got the spike down just yet.
Okay, well, here it comes now. One go to Jane. Guess what? That's ultimate ready to go.
ए,
Be sure
मधुरा
that
भाई नहीं है
could
वो
be a big one for
मधुरा बहन
this
है
round as well. Something's also one away, but might even be playing for exits here if they're going to play this one slowly.
Soaking up on the line. Tapping away. He knows kind of
Really?
where Kiko
You
is,
know-
but
you
not
know,
quite able
right?
to deal with him. The seize is going to slow him down. PRX not really making too many moves elsewhere. Aggressively punished. They're very much keeping
She's
NRG
going.
pinned into this site. In goes the showstopper. Molly on the spike from the attackers, just trying to buy time and time PRX out of this round.
वो मौली का वेट कर
Showstopper
रहे हैं जाने
invested.
का
Envy is on the defuse. Something up inside of the smoke. Wrap around there from Ethan, and Mata
Mata,
closes it out
come
with
on.
2 outlaw shots. Spike goes off. How many NRG players
Give
will
him
survive at the end
time,
of that
at
round? I
least.
couldn't tell you. But that definitely would have gotten expensive for them.
Showstopper kind of gave away false info there as well, because I think Jing thought he had cleared tower, but not to be the case. Throw that one in there. Dealt a bunch of damage, but no kill actually coming on through. You can see how slowly PRX ended up playing that round. The fact that they were even in position to actually make a play for the defuse, though, that's got to show that they have the capability.
Yeah.
But 4 now found for NRG.
Very patient there. Money.
What's up, man?
Fantastic for NRG. But they've definitely made a big dent in this round deficit that they accrued early on. Slow things down on towards the bottom side. Once again, Ethan trying to create a little bit of pressure towards Dish on his lonesome.
Survive back on A. Helped a little bit by Forsaken. Both teams not wanting to make any early moves. Last 2 rounds of this half as well. NRG looking to scoop them both if possible. Still plenty of decent ultimates.
Holy भाई, 2 घंटा लगा उसको फ्लैश करने में. उसे इंस्टेंट पॉप भी नहीं किया. Imagine वो फेक करके पीक ले लेता.
He's going to layer in a guiding light there and recognize that there's at least a couple of players over here. Saturate goes on in.
क्या हो रहा है पता नहीं यार मधुरा.
By the op as the Prowler pushes in back.
Okay, Nightfall coming on through. He'll catch maybe one player, not quite. Perhaps Forsaken, but he managed to dodge that one out in time, and the rest of PRX now slowly moving on in. First duel, Forsaken wins it, Scuba down. On the side now, Divide trying to hold this one. Brock on as well. That's a spike on the floor, by the way. Doesn't look going down. Tomato, some damage come through from the orb. Still pulling through a decent number of kills. 2 versus 2. The runner back is gone.
Careful here.
Ethan needs to scoop up the spike here. 20 seconds on the clock. Molly going down. Kiko with the late wrap over through onto Sand. Deals with something. It's just Jing by himself. He knows the spike hasn't gone down. It's an awkward exchange here for NRG, who are investing all of the util just to be able to cross. Jing up close to the blaze wall here. Satchel trying to cancel the plan. Not quite able to do it. That's going to go down for NRG. Now they're just playing this crossfire off of Ethan.
Yeah, this is going to be so hard to do. 1 versus 2 through the wall. Double swinging. Jing doesn't even get a shot off. Dangerous situation.
मोटाटो मूथ मंत्री टिप 50 रुपीस 200 रुपीस एम अच्छी सर्विस मिल गई मुझे आपको भी चाहिए.
Before the plan comes on through. A difficult 1v2, but yeah, we're really getting into the weeds of NRG's comeback on this first half now, because they were down by quite a few rounds.
Yeah. Look at that, 4 in a row. Very good.
200 में कौन सी बाइक सर्विस करवा रहा है बे
तू? A lot of credit to NRG there.
200 में?
PRX now really being made to sweat.
और ये इतना पॉज लेके क्यों बोलता है ये TTS वाला?
Has got the outlaw juggling that with the Vandal. Maybe kind of rethought his purchase here.
TTS is
really
wild.
trying to isolate Scooper on top side. He's made it out of dodge though. Investing the cage, and now you're seeing NRG speeding up on the other side of the map.
Yeah, Scooper's going to get crunched on, and NRG will make some moves now after hearing all of that noise. Still, look at Forsaken. He wants to go for the chase. Scuba's about to make his way onto B, but the spike and the rest of NRG looking over towards A. A big flank, though, from both Jing and Forsaken.
मोटाटो थरक मंत्री टिप 50 रुपीस. ये फेक मूथ मंत्री कौन है?
फेक था?
नाम चोर.
Will get that shot in first. Ethan, no response.
फेक था ये. पकड़ा गया.
Very tense here. Forsaken's found another one.
मेरे को ये राउंड देखने दो. ये लास्ट राउंड है आपका. Make it 6-6.
Gonna drop the orbital.
टूटी जाना चाहिए.
From PRX, but unfortunately Divide with the last second shot, and Jing ready for the flank of Scuba. It's a 7-5
PRX
with their nose out in front at the half.
Yeah, well, unfortunate. Thought the orbital might have done a little bit more. Oye,
कौन है भाई ये imposter TTS वाला?
Yeah, doing quite well for themselves.
But I said 6-6-7-5.
I mean, that's what we know them for. Got great leadership, great coaching staff.
तो आज गलत काम करके आया हूँ ना.
After they made the adjustments that were necessary, it's a much more competitive half from there.
ओ ये कितनी पानी की बोतल है? ये देखो.
They're quite happy to leave it in the veto.
बंद हो रही है.
And handling the aggression well as well, in terms of knowing that, okay, well, the first 2 rounds NRG won largely came off the back of PRX wanting to explore the map, wanting to take some angles, wanting to sort of fight for positions on the map, and NRG all too happy to receive that and punish.
यार OT जाना चाहिए ना UV भाई.
Times when they play each other, they
till W come back.
PRX to slow down a little bit sometimes. Quite happy to just sit back, hold some of the angles, and wait for PRX to make the move in the early to mid round that they're looking to punish. You saw a lot of that from NRG. Scuba given a lot of space to kind of work on his lonesome. Mata with the offensive operator.
Would love to have seen a little bit more out of that op. Unfortunately, you sort of mentioned that, but Mata didn't quite have as much impact on that first half as we would have liked. particularly on the ops side of things. I mean, the first round that we saw, the RP instantly got U-Tool pushed out.
Yeah. That's just attacking.
Why is everyone ignoring the
you're not really going to be the
Netyan?
fragging duelist on the way they often when you're playing. Phoenix is definitely the one to be doing the majority of the fragging, to often be
Motato
following
थरक
up
मंत्री
what
टिप
is
50 रुपीज असली मूथ मंत्री मैं ही हूँ इंस्टा पे एक रील भेजी है बौने नहीं हो तुम उस पे
the one farming up all of the run at backs. But NRG, I think they're quite happy with what they've done, especially given the start in that opening half. Kind of halted the momentum of PRX as they head into their defensive half now.
यार रुको पीसी पे नहीं देखता हूँ.
Hopefully a bit better showing from America's team against PRX on this particular map. The NRG the confidence to move forward and
तुम्हारा अकाउंट है ना ये?
lead in the second half if possible.
मोटाटो मूथ मंत्री टिप्ड 50 रुपीज एक 20s गुजराती लड़की ने सर्विस की मेरी बाइक की साइलेंसर से सारा मल निकल गया
बोना नहीं क्या पेटिट पेटिट कहते हैं उससे गवार तुम कहना चाहते हो मैं बोना नहीं पेटीकोट हूं स्टार्ट हो गया नहीं
smoke to try and slow things
स्टार्ट ही
down.
हुआ जस्ट
Starting to cause a couple of problems. When do we get the explode? Finally it comes on through, but just
Holy scuba.
Ethan is scooping all the kills. Brock likes Dink into the kill as well. Not just Divide. He has the capability to get those kills. He got the first one of this potential clutch, and he's got another as well. Divide versus Kiko, and Divide's got the hot hands. And I'm not talking about Phoenix here. Kiko's the one playing that.
शरीफ है बट
Has he got the capability?
देखो इसको तो बॉट वो इस पे शील्ड भी है वेट इसमें हाफ शील्ड बैंडेड कैसे है उसने उठाई होगी ना डम होगा
He's got a lot of util to work
But
with as
wait.
well. Curveball and a molly. Divide really waiting for a mistake, but he's the one who has to make the first move here.
Util plus
Back up. I think that's what he must have been waiting for.
मॉली प्लस वॉल प्लस हाफ शील्ड प्लस बैंडेड कैसे उस पे पिस्तल पे
He doesn't know, but he doesn't quite know where Kiko is standing.
अरे 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 उठा ले
Kiko just waiting for Plant at this stage. Turret will be the one spotting him out first.
Spike planted.
As the molly comes on through and Divide with the 4K and the clutch. Instant headshot. He started that one on Motato. He'll finish it onto Kiko. For another pistol for PRX.
Yeah, you're kicking yourselves as NRG. They rotated so well despite losing that opener
Divide!
on Motato inside of A main.
उदित भाई वो
They were
तुम्हारा है
ready for
यार
PRX to execute. They had a big crossfire on the side, but Divide very sneakily able to construct himself a 1v3 on that A side. He opens
यार उदित भाई तुम्हारी तो बॉडी है
The smoke coming down from Brock, and then the meat grinder, Scuba and Ethan just doing work. But Divide coming on through and just
ना
diffusing
AI
the
जनरेटेड
scenario.
पिक फोटो लगाया भाई
Another
तुमने
early pick.
स्टॉप द
It's
कैप
fired down again. Unfortunately, something is just going to make mincemeat of him. Ethan will at least get the all.
AI generated PFE.
Get so far.
Trailblazer does at least find the buy onto Scuba. Two players spotted out over on that B side of the map, so you're going to get the pivot back across. Something quite happy to sit in dish side. The rest of
आप
PRX
पेटीकोट नहीं मेरी जिंदगी का जैकपॉट लव
He's gonna have to hide
यार
there, and that should be a little bit of info, but do they know it's the exact corner? They absolutely do. They see the hands. This will be easy. Yeah, shouldn't even lose a single player to Kiko despite the wonky shots from Jing. Now the crunch over on towards A. Brock to try and hold on to this one, but Pistol not going to do you too much good. Easy 9th round here for PRX, 5 versus 2.
One enemy remaining.
Might not even lose a gun. Indeed, they don't. 5 rifles brought through into the
इको दा इको दा
as PRX. NRG
You
once
missed
again
that shot,
gonna have
bro.
to
कुछ
play
crazy
the
हुआ
opening
क्या?
part of this half from behind. So we'll have a look at how
ब्रॉक
their
की ओडी
first
निकलेगी
defensive gun round
इको दा
does
इको दा
look,
इको दा
but,
इको दा इको दा
I mean, they were quite resilient in the first half, so have to give them the benefit of the doubt for sure.
The real worrying thing was the fact that PRX did convert the bonus.
यार
which
वेज
is,
ना यार
that
निखिल
ended up
भाई
being
मैं
5 rounds in a row for PRX in that first half, and for NRG wouldn't want that to be the case again. An opportunity here, potential for Kiko to at least drop one gun
भाई
down.
तुम्हारी PFE
It's,
तो
honestly, when you just have the classics there, it's a little tough. See what the bonus looks like for PRX this time around. NRG really wanted to win the first gun round of this half. Prowlers will get their mark.
Know that there's at least one player hanging around outside of
Thanks,
A main.
bhai.
That's a Molly being prepped for tower. I do think that they're just going to try to drop off Jing up there with the
Thanks, bhai.
Trailblazer. Keiko under a lot of pressure, pushed out by the utility, and that's an opener for Devi inside of A main. He's
I got
punished the
two.
push
When,
from
where?
NRG on the other side of the map when the pressure was coming through into tower, and now NRG are reeling in their first gun round here.
PRX is, they can just abandon B at this time as well if they want to go towards A, but they'll slow things down. They'll say, let's recommit. Force the rotations from NRG first.
Oh.
Devi can even go for a little bit more if he wants to, but on the other side of the map is Envy and Jing. Yeah, they've just completely dominated. It's always
N5?
the first half. Groundhog Day here for NRG.
Yeah, he's saving. Nah,
Just
definitely he's
can't
saving.
that
Can't
third
win
round.
1v5.
It's rough. I mean, they were well aware that there was a player hanging around outside.
Hello
They
observer, कोई
confirmed
बात
by
नहीं,
the
replay में
Prowler,
दिखेगा
but
ना,
Devi's
replay में
just been
दिखेगा.
on one. He's having one of these
रितेश भाई
games.
एक बात बताओ.
Been in some excellent form as of late. When he
क्या
takes
आप वहीं
over a
जा
game
रहे थे
for
जहाँ मैं
PRX,
सोच
there's
रहा
just
हूँ?
really not much he can do. Brock last alive, trying to hold onto his rifle.
Oh.
Spotted out by the guiding light.
Just wants to save, my man. Just wants to stay alive.
Down and out.
He's been spotted. Devi, he's going to go for a little bit more. And
Whoops.
well, just saw the back of the player.
Whoops.
Brock really shuts him down. Devi's got locked down either way. He'll be happy. Brock's going to convert another kill.
Yeah, don't feed him an orbital. He's only one off at this point. If he's able to get one more kill.
Nah,
he'll
bro,
have
वो
it.
भी मर
I
जाता
think
उसने
his,
headshot
respect has
मारा
been
था
earned here
wall
as
bang.
PRX hitting double digits. Not able to bring as many guns out of that round, but when you win the bonus, I don't think you really care too much.
Yeah, I mean, you got so many rounds in the bank at the moment in terms of where this lead is going.
I guess.
You got Ultimate starting to come online as well. You got Devi winning a 1v2.
You can't even win in 1v1. Chairman?
If you are NRG.
वो दोनों मंत्री कौन है पता नहीं यार. I think एक तो ये बाइक सर्विस वाला तो फेक है.
Timeout now, and I think they need it.
Yeah, and see what they're going to construct here around this singular save Phantom. Got to be some level of investment here for NRG to try to keep things interesting. They did manage to take
nice
some guns
guess.
away from PRX. They'd love to do some more economic damage, if not give themselves an outside shot.
Motato Tharki Mooth मंत्री tipped 50 rupees
hello?
और बौने पेटिको.
Fracturing.
लड़कियों को सक्स के एम एस जी करता है स्ट्रीम पर. रियल लाइफ में टू.
This is the PRX.
Real life में
Out of
तो.
the starting gates and
Oh.
into the immediate sprint. We saw them take in London in the grand finals, just dominating on the opening map. But this one is definitely.
सुन मेरे भाई. Joke aside. 3 महीने. I'm gonna mock you, bro. Abs नहीं. Abs 4 महीने, 6 महीने मान लो abs के लिए. But 3 महीने में I'm gonna mock you. ऐसे करके बोलती थी से ऐसे करके दिखाऊंगा मैं.
This is the opening game of EWC.
फिर मैं स्ट्रीम पे हर दिन नए कोलैब, नए गर्ल स्ट्रीमर्स के साथ डेली.
Well, half buys coming on through. Obviously,
But I'm
Brock did save
surprised,
that
bro.
one rifle. See if he can be the hero for this particular round.
Main taken again by NRG.
Okay.
Lockdown being invested on this B side of the map. PRX playing it a very
Abs
slowly.
नहीं. Abs से टाइम लगता है ना थोड़ा. सुना है मैंने ऐसा कि टाइम लगता है. अबे
See what they
sound
saw at the Claire once the lockdown has concluded. Obviously, we can see the
पूरी
NRG
side खाली है.
party here a little bit as Jing wants to start that party. He'll go down though. Doesn't anyone showstopper again? It's Mata and Ethan getting on the board here. PRX left.
अबे उसके मुंह पे डैश मार के गया वो.
Still NRG coming
Oh
on
my god, bro. उस पे Aftershock, Brim, Molly, KJ, Swamp, कितना यूटिलाइज है.
In comes the Nightfall though. From NRG, trying to complete this retake in from Gen side. Envy disrupting, he's got a nice crossfire in with Devi, but that player on the side has gone down. Devi now knows
बैक से आ रहा है, but बैक से आ रहा है.
Could have a really good flank timing here as
Hello?
we head into a 2-on-2. Kiko, that's a huge pick to be able to get across to the side. They know exactly where something is, but the movement is a little
Come
bit
on!
too good.
पहले हम जीत रहे थे, फिर हार रहे थे, फिर वापस जीत गए. Hello?
NRG will be kicking themselves, Kev. They put themselves in an excellent position there post timeout.
And they barely had any equipment. They came through with the lesser money, just came out of the timeout. Start with a 5 versus 3, ends up being a 2 versus 1. But unfortunately, NRG just didn't quite have eyes on where something was. So 2 players looking in opposite directions and no ability to trade something.
मोटाटो धरक मंत्री टिप्ड 50 रुपीस. खुद का नाम लेके आओ, मेरा नाम मत खराब करो नाम चोर. पर थरकी तो तू है.
Ahead of the others. And far ahead of NRG so far on this map.
Put a dent in the economy of PRX.
यार
That was only a
कैसे
half-life for
ठरकी
NRG, who
bro?
now have a follow-up gun round with some ults to work with. Out comes the C's there in combination with the orbital. I think that's just going to kill one player outright. Ethan following up super nicely. And again, it's a two-man
वो
advantage
बंदा
for NRG.
सीज में फंस गया था ब्रिमल्ट में फेड सीज
A little bit cleaner, but Devi is still alive. Something still alive as well. Two of the biggest fraggers so that we've seen in this particular map.
ब्रो यार इट वाज मिस्टेक ब्रो एक गलती एक इंसान से ही होती है ना ब्रो
You start seeing some clean rounds.
Jump spot.
Oh, holy bro.
Everything going the way of NRG until something steps into the limelight, which is a very similar story to what we saw in that
एक ही
last
स्मोक है इस पे
round.
बट
PRX volleyed off. Too much fire.
they're falling
They're
back.
going to pivot across the sand.
Andy bro 11-6
away
11-6
from NRG, but they themselves on the PRX side is still left wanting here. It's something going to cause a little bit of noise.
लड़ते लड़ते मुड़े हाँ ना भाई दोनों नाम के लिए लड़ रहे हो मेरे को फेल दिया
But for the time being, something wanting to sell this one. Won't sell it for very long because of the neural theft. As NRG themselves will start to make their way onto the opposite side of the map. Still got to get past this trip.
Forsaken. Still with the trip nicely. This is a winnable 2-on-3 for PRX. He's
Shit
in a great
happens.
position in a crossfire with Scuba over on Heaven's side. Ethan very low, but Scuba playing off him nicely. Out comes the runner back from Kiko,
anti-man.
but it's not even needed. Scuba getting it done himself, and NRG capitalizing on a two-man advantage that they weren't quite able to in the round previous.
Dangerous amount of players end up going down there for NRG. Just goes to say, you know, even with 3 for PRX, still very highly capable.
Motato please flash
5
your
versus 3 and 2 will survive for NRG, but they get the round importantly.
Yeah. Let's see what we're going to get here. NRG have got a lot of work to be doing, and you can see that the money's starting to get a little bit battered and bruised for PRX. Couple of rifles to mix on in here.
मैं बता रहा हूँ सोफी भाई
as well.
Rolling Thunder 1 away. It's a big round for
बट एडवांटेज आपको पैसा मिला और लड़ने को बोल अबे तुम्हें मधुरा पता नहीं है ये लड़ते 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 कहाँ पहुंच जाते हैं ना फिर तुम ही बोलोगे भाई ये क्या हो रहा है तुम्हारी स्ट्रीम पे समझे ऐसा हो जाता है इधर
Doors open. Kiko on the Jing first. A lot of pressure coming through from Robes, and looks like PRX still want to challenge this one. But they're just challenging into their own deaths. At least Envy is going to make his way over towards the site and get this plant. You'd imagine if he...
Oh, NRG comeback हो रहा है?
But currently 1 versus 4. NRG will be able to pick up another round.
You can see the elbow. One off the Rolling Thunder. Peppered away through those smokes on spawn side, and Saturate doesn't quite connect. That gives him an opportunity onto Ethan, but the crowd
NRG
is a little bit faster. That is 4 alive for NRG.
11
And 11-7.
मोटाटो ठरक मंत्री टिप्ड 50 रुपीस वैसे आज सच बोलता हूँ बौना नहीं है तू रियल है ये पेटिकोट हाउ टू ठरकी
Yeah, could have been a dangerous round as well. I mean, we saw the trap set up over towards Ropes, but an opportunity for PRX if they were able to make their way into sight. Well, they do nibble on that hook that was put out there, wanting to really challenge for Ropes as we get into the timeout here for PRX. Seeing what ways they can just buckle up for these last 2 rounds that they need to finish up map 1.
Feels like they're in very good form right now. Even the rounds where they're behind in numbers, they're keeping things kind of on a knife's edge. The individual players looking very sharp. I mean, that's a given when you get PRX. But still need to close here against the NRG. That can be quite troublesome once they get on a little bit of a roll, especially with this kind of comp. I feel like Keiko is in quite good form on the Phoenix. If he starts chaining the run it backs together, that's going to be a little bit of a
एक TTS में 3 बार चाटा मारा हाँ ना साला अबे ये इतना पॉज लेके बोलता है ना मेरे को लगा खत्म TTS फिर वापस लगा खत्म हो TTS फिर वापस लगा खत्म TTS
But the second half of that first half where NRG start to get it together, that time might just happen again now. 2 in a row here. Economy is starting to look a little bit safer. PRX were the ones that actually had a slightly broken economy, but those ultimates I talked about in that last round are still available now.
Absolutely. That's what I got my eyes on as well, and they're already prepping themselves for a
Holy flash! अबे वो swing क्यों किया?
And NRG are just bumping into each other. Curveball, as well as the Prowlers, just trying to zone PRX away. So a little bit of a standstill in the mid-round here as PRX look to pivot back to 8.
So a lot of youth were being thrown back and forth, plenty of flashes.
तो वे #1 की बात कर रहे हो माड़ा swing क्यों किया अगर वो full flash हुआ वापस जाना इस भाई swing
including the Seekers wants to really sell this one, but slowly Scuba's making his way over. Brox sniffing something through here as well. Not too sure where the direction is, but will just cover drop for the time being. Rolling Thunder clears the sight. Scuba's first down, trying to dodge away from the ult, but running to the hands of Divide.
Yeah, he felt like he had a
मोटाटो
timing
ठरक मंत्री टिप 50 रुपीज कुछ भी बोल पर चैट को कंटेंट तो देता हूँ मैं
भाई एक बात बताऊं
मानता है कि नहीं तू
नहीं मानता मैं
बोना
It could have been really dangerous if something was still alive here, but now A main control being taken away. NRG working their way up, still have
From depressed
मोटाटो मूथ मंत्री टिप 50 रुपीज ये ठरक मंत्री को ज्यादा ठरकता रही है मंत्री मूथ मार्डी इसके मुंह की
Can I watch match please?
Kiko versus Forsaken again, the player that was
ये क्या flash था? Wait, what?
Forsaken will run the clock down. He's going to start making some moves away, but as the spike starts to get diffused here, he's almost looking to just stick this one, but that's going to be half so far. Time is running out. Forsaken's just going to run down the clock and still gets a headshot anyway. Close, but the 12 is still found regardless.
Every single one of these rounds,
मैं
even if
मानता हूँ
it's like
ऐसा
a 3 on
TDS
5, every XVX is so incredibly close. Felt like Scuba definitely had a decent time. He dodged a rolling thunder so nicely, peeking through
तुम्हारे
the
जैसा
side
फ्लैश किया
smokes.
वो दर्शन भाई
I'm surprised he doesn't
जो
even
तुम
get
बाउंस
one there.
करवाने की ट्राई
And
करके
that's
हक देते हो
courtesy
ना
of
वो
Divide
किया
just
वो
being able to hold every angle, playing patiently exactly when it's needed. 22 kills for Divide. He's got a lot of help from the rest of the boys. I mean, whenever Jing is on the raise, that's who my eyes are on, but honestly, he's not needed to do a whole lot this game.
Yeah, I mean, when Divide's killing everybody, everyone else is just kind of scrambling to see what pieces they can still get in there. Speaking of which, Mata would like one of those pieces on his side of things, Operator on the defensive side.
Yeah, it's a similar kind of story here for Paper X. A lot of pressure in tower. What a util combo onto Ethan. Not much he could have done there. And that's an opening kick for
Anti, bro,
Paper X.
nah, I
Have a little
feel
bit
you,
of control
man.
towards
Anti.
A main. Kiko once again has to overturn this round in the favor of NRG, pushing Forsaken off the
there
line
it is.
straight into the open arms of Mata.
Mata's in there. Kiko's in a little bit deeper as well. Burns his ultimate, the runner back, nice and early, but guess what? PRX is
I
on.
feel
Nobody's
you,
home.
man.
On the other side of the
Anti.
map now is where we got to play.
Mata scaled in. Orbital won't catch Scuba if he's going to play in that little corner there. He's dodged it nicely. This has to be hard cleared here by Paper X.
Yeah, Scuba's in a great spot. Do they see him? They do, but they don't quite get the kill just yet. Jing, though, wants to send out the rocket. He'll find Scuba. Still, though, players looking down for PRX and NRG. 3 versus 1. Jing has a lot of work to do here.
Anti Jing, bro.
Like it should be a good round for
Save it.
NRG now.
Anticipating a flank on top side, but he won't be given any reward for his patience. It's one off the paint shells with a satchel to work with here,
30
and
seconds left.
this is very winnable. Both Brook and Mata are a
तो ये
little
क्या हो रहा है
bit
भाई तुम दोनों का
worse for wear. If anything, it looks like he's saving.
मधुरा टिप 100 रुपीज एल एल Julaksha head beat kend nef the faith have me prefer badef kat deep the nef gef jinar bb hashan मोटाटो ठरक मंत्री टिप्ड 50 रुपीज डू ऑप्शन है आज या तो तू मान तू थरकी है या तो मान की बौना
नहीं
है
हो।
कोई एक
यार 5-9 हो यार ठरकी भी नहीं हो यार
Mata's having a tough time getting into the game, though. I feel like he's taking this arcade line a lot of the time, and he's constantly getting pushed away.
Yeah.
I think this tower side play
What
has
is
been very
better?
successful for Paper X. Either they're catching the waylay.
तुम्हें
last
कोई
round they
बौना
caught
बोलेगा वो
Ethan
बेटर है
with
या
just
तुम्हें कोई
utility.
ठरकी बोलेगा वो
I'm surprised
बेटर
that,
है
honestly, NRG was able to recover from that. It was courtesy of a great hold from Scuba.
What was that,
Pixel
Madura,
perfect
by the way?
position. Doesn't get caught by the orbital. That's what you want to be seeing from your anchoring Cypher on defensive fracture.
Talk about arcade. I mean, that's where NRG want to put the pressure again. It's Mata once again on that line, but Tree is where PRX will start moving out from. That Prowler didn't get to see much.
बौना यार बौना बेटर कैसे ब्रो 5-9 हो गए तुम्हें कोई बौना क्यों बोलेगा
Straight on in towards
He's 1
Canteen. I'm
HP?
surprised he's even alive. Brook has found Envy in the meantime. This is just not going well for Paper X. And
Holy,
Kiko
holy, holy!
discovered. Nice reaction onto Divide, honestly, and Brook has got him back. This is just going
Bro,
nowhere
I
fast
think-
for Paper X.
Yeah, Jing had no HP to work with.
तुम्हें
there. Now
ban
Forsaken
देना
has to
ज़्यादा
do a
पसंद
lot,
करूंगा
and he
मैं।
can't, just couldn't land the shots or something. Doesn't have the gun. So he's here to just maybe get a couple of shots. in
खौफ
there.
देख रहे हो खौफ
He's jiggling in the corner.
समथिंग क्लासिक के साथ है
Nicely done for NR.
खौफ देखो समथिंग क्लासिक के साथ साइट में बैठा है स्टिल उसको कोई पीक नहीं कर रहा
3 more to go. NRG getting a string of an hours.
बहुत नाइंसाफियत है मोटेटो भाई हाँ ना यार
Final timeout. It does seem like it just keeps slipping away from them.
Yeah.
all 4 timeouts used in regulation. Giving NRG the respect that
अबे
they deserve, these two teams.
छोड़ भाई हाउस पार्टी वाला टॉपिक तो खत्म ही हो गया भाई वो कुछ और ही था
मोटाटो थरक मंत्री टिप्ड 100 rupees ABC
Just to show that NRG not out
band.
despite how
New
behind
is
they
hash
were on
book
the rounds.
viduyaf
Totally
vadibatched
fast.
sat j faduyast kust kutst gukst gm goy white quashed kashjakav dast.
What was that? Oh, बंद है thank god bro
Yeah, maybe. The I guess onus is on PRX to
सही
close
में
out this opening map of Fracture. It is their map
ये
pick.
मधुरा ने स्टार्ट किया ना
Left in the veto by NRG.
but better than
Will have known that PRX will be liable to be picking that, especially with how good. That will be the timeout elapsing. Let's see what PRX have.
चिप्स मांग रहा है पता नहीं यार
Do still think that they have the lockdown in the back pocket.
Yep.
So that's going to have to be something
किसी
that
का
they're considering
sponsorship
for
होता है
NRG. I
तेरा
mean, they have
DTS
the
with getting
order to
roasted है
potentially
मतलब
cancel that later on in the round. Don't think that's what
मोटाटो
something they
मूथ
necessarily
मंत्री
want to
टिप
have to do,
50
but if it comes
rupees
down to
ये
it,
सवाल का जवाब मोटाटो
Last time we saw the
आपको
lockdown
रैट
divide
एम
used to
अकेले
quite
एम
aggressively on
बताएगा
the B
मंत्री
side. Just from the tunnel.
थरकी या बौना
again, pressure on the bottom side of the map for NRG, and conversely for PRX, very much just trying to make some
What do you
noise
mean
over
by
towards
रात में
Arcade.
अकेले
Cypher Cam dealt with, and Forsaken going to make his way into unders.
Mata patiently waiting for Devi as well, who, as a reminder, Devi got a double kill here not too long ago. And in fact, a couple of pings going on towards A halls. This could get dangerous for PRX.
Aster bro energy better
At Asta Hayes 236 donated 199 rupees through Super Chat. NRG better.
Aster bhai
He's just being given nothing.
Yeah.
explain your super chat NRG is losing by the way 12-9 explain your super chat thanks for the W200 though
NRG on this defense overall as well being dropped into smoke.
Something in the meantime, the players in Sand are starting to get in the mix. Envy has cleared Mata out of the side. Scooper stepping through the smoke, checked nicely there by Forsaken. Even if something goes down, and this will be the lockdown, just trying to zone kick go away. Make sure he doesn't even have any chance in hell at closing out this round, and he'll have to respect it.
तुम्हारे super chat आते ही हार गए NRG by the way
I think he's got to clear absolutely everything. Turret in Sand. Alarm bot in Hall. Obviously, Kyo doesn't have to worry about that part. But he does have to worry about walking to the high-low. Envy and Forsaken ready to go. They know the positioning now. And 3 of them will swing at the same time. No chance for
3 बंदे ने एक साथ pick किया है PRX won yes that's my bro यार बंदुरा I really want to NRG win but they fumbled very hard starting के round में ही they fumbled 5-0 चल रहा था वही फंबल कर दिए थे वो एंटी दो मधुरा एंटी स्टिल एनर्जी बेटर ब्रो बोथ टीम आर गोटेड्स ब्रो both team are goateds
of NRG to keep that one competitive and really pushing it to a potential OTM, and we got close despite the deficit.
अच्छा वो सुपर जेट आई तभी जाके जीती मैच देख रही हो अस्तर ब्रो
Speak up, got me again. Come on, man. Got me again. Sneaky audio, man. Let's talk a little bit about this matchup from PRX's side of things. Smooth sailing bright and early. You're up 6-1, 6-2, and then all of a sudden NRG came back. Can we talk about that first half?
NRG
you see early on
was
from NRG
best till my goat Somnath was there.
I think it was a tack timeout. Like NRG is known to have really good leadership, not only in the IGL slot, but also in the coaching booth as well.
TTS karo. Ha, not true. Asarba, you can use TTS.
Made the adaptations that were needed to be able to do
Super
with
chat
PRX.
better.
They were able to slow the game down a lot, so I think that helped them out a lot.
Check pin message.
I mean, sort of talking about the fact that 2 first
उनको पहले भी बोला था
rounds was playing it slowly, punishing the aggression coming through from PRX, players wanting to take positioning, and then just playing the player advantage after
Bro,
that.
I want by joke aside, I really want to see Som वापस NRG में खेले ऐसे अब भी खेले पता नहीं ब्रो मैं फिर है ना नंगा होके एनर्जी को सपोर्ट करूंगा मतलब not literally.
What do you see?
I mean, this is a key round for sure. Yeah, Divide, this clutch definitely changed the trajectory of this game, especially because we talked about NRG having slow starts to both of these halves, and with how close this game was already. You know, a 13-10, I believe it was. That pistol definitely could have made the difference for NRG to get them going a little bit quicker on the defense.
I mean, it's a lot of pistol and then into
अब सॉम को आना चाहिए
PRX.
बट भाई यस है कि भाई जीत गए PRX, I know ये, बट अभी बाकी है सेकंड थर्ड मैप.
The deficit that NRG found themselves at, leading to
फिर निकलेगी क्लिप.
a 11-5 lead. I remember at one stage, so yeah, really tough to come back from.
Yeah, I think the NRG, honestly, if they had won even one pistol, could have definitely had a better shot at winning this game. PRX are no slouches on this map by any stretch of the imagination, but I think that the scoreline isn't really a good representation of just how good of a crack NRG gave this map.
I think one of the highlights for me is the Cypher knowing the perfect corner to hide in, avoiding the Brim ult, and of course, getting a big kill or two. As we close things out, though, we know NRG
PRX for the win. मैं तो पहले से कह रहा चैट वो गेम कहाँ गई? समथिंग का चल गया तो जी मार लेता है और माडा भी मार, तो बोथ आर गुड एट. अब बात तो वही है. इनका 10-6
मूठ मंत्री टिप्ड 50 रुपीज. एक तरफ शेर है और एक तरफ मेरा खड़ा लंग. किधर सबसे पहले भगोगे?
शेर 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 शेर. नो डाउट आंख बंद करके शेर के पास जाऊंगा. साले हंस क्यों रहे हो प्रत्यांश भाई तुम? देखो चैट, तुम हंसते हो ना तो इस साले को मजा आता है. वो एक और इससे भयंकर लिखता है, समझे? तो नहीं, प्लीज ऐसे इग्नोर. ऐसे बोलो हाँ क्या है अभी, ओ नाइस गेम, नाइस राउंड, ऐसा बोलो. ओ शिट, माय बैड.
That headhunter, Sayonara are going to go for the outlaw. In this corner, keeping this very quiet. Our vitality.
Tell me this, आपको जान से ज़्यादा.
Maybe they try to make a little noise on the way out. They can bait for that outlaw a little bit. Sayonara just going to do it himself. Sound. Seeing if anybody.
अबे यार.
Usual position, taking a risk.
मजा आया
on that position. Wow, speaking of which,
VIT सेकंड मैप जीत रही है.
मोटाटो मूठ मंत्री टिप्ड 50 रुपीज. MTLB दूसरी बार मेरे पास आओगे फुल टाइम फ्री होके. नाइस डिसीजन, आई लाइक इट.
Bro, do you really think कि तुम शेर हो? यही कहने का मतलब है ना तुम्हारा? नहीं ब्रो, शेर का भी खड़ा था दिन.
Play is in our DNA.
खुद को शेर बोल रहे हैं साड़े.
Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
थर्ड मैप भी जीतेंगे. सेकंड तो आने दो. तुम्हें लगता है सेकंड मैप एनर्जी जीतेगी? बहुत हरामी लोग हैं साले. हाँ ना यार. क्रंचीरोल. अबे चैट, मेरे को एओटी कहां देखने को मिलेगा? इधर ही ना, क्रंचीरोल पे ना. मुंह बंद कर दे साले, मैच के बारे में कुछ मत बोल. साथ भेजना मेरे को डीएम पे. एओटी नेटफ्लिक्स पे है, स्पॉटिफाई पर भी है. अबे पागल है, स्पॉटिफाई पर थोड़ी होगा. सही में Spotify पर थोड़ी होगा, पागल है। बट सही में ना नहीं होता, राइट? पोगो एंड हंगामा पर रोज आती है एनीमे। मेरा नेटफ्लिक्स आईडी पासवर्ड भेजा, देखो नेटफ्लिक्स पे है ओटी। दो यार साथ ब्रो। कैन यू रिव्यू माय चैनल लोटा भाई? भाई कोई चैट में लोटा करके कोई है क्या? इसका चैनल रिव्यू कर दो ब्रो। साढ़े सालो नहीं है नेटफ्लिक्स पर, क्या बोल रहे हो? एओटी नेटफ्लिक्स पर भाई, आधे लोग नेटफ्लिक्स पर बोल रहे हैं, ठीक है। ये लॉकटस गेमिंग भाई बोल रहे हैं, अभी 3-4 स्पॉटिफाई पे सही में।
Play is in our DNA.
Yo, what is this thumbnail?
It becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City.
Yo, what is this thumbnail?
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you.
पता है मोटेटो से पहले इस चैनल का नाम क्या था? चुप साले। अभी नहीं देखूंगा वो स्ट्रीम पे, तुम एओटी वाला भेजो ना, मैं दिखता हूँ। अभी स्ट्रीम पे नहीं देखूंगा वो, क्योंकि तुमने वो वाली लिंक भेजी होगी ना। कैन यू रिव्यू माय चैनल मोटा भाई? नहीं, अभी वॉच पार्टी में कैसे ब्रो?
I think it's crazy. Our fan base is like really huge.
क्रंची रोल नहीं है भाई, मैंने भी यही सोचकर लिया था, फिर देखा नेटफ्लिक्स पर है। एओटी नेटफ्लिक्स पे ही है बस। ओह, ने लिंक भेजा, आईडी पासवर्ड नहीं पता है, बट वो लिंक भी तो नहीं देख सकता ना मैं। वो पायरेट्स एंड कैरिबियन वाला नहीं चलता इधर स्ट्रीम पे, यूट्यूब पे नहीं चलता। डब्ल्यू ने बाय डार्क फ्यूचर गेमिंग में क्या बुरा है ये बताओ?
Feels good to play here, of course, because Vitality French org and we're in France now, so we'll be really
अबे ओ सालो, मेरा नेटफ्लिक्स अलग है क्या? नहीं है नेटफ्लिक्स पर। वे 10 लोग बोल रहे हैं नेटफ्लिक्स पे है। एक ने तो मेरे को आईडी पासवर्ड भी भेज दिया नेटफ्लिक्स का। भाई तुम लोग डिसाइड कर लो किधर है। Amazon प्राइम पे?
Our group is definitely the strongest, but I don't know. I feel like it's also probably the most exciting to watch.
प्राइम पे है? क्या बात कर रहे हो सही में? ओ प्राइम नहीं है मेरे पे। मोटा भाई मेरी मम्मी डांट रही है, क्यों? मेरी मम्मी डांट रही है, क्या करूं? क्यों डांट रही है ये बताओ, मैं आपको सॉल्यूशन देता हूँ। आई हैव वेरी क्रेजी एक्सपीरियंस।
But I wish there was a crowd because there's gonna be Vitality fans against KC fans. It would have been so good, but it's fine. Still.
What do you mean?
fall, but bring it close. Yeah. How can you blow out PRX on this map, Lotus? Is there a way to do such thing?
No chance, buddy. No chance. But I expect all three of the maps to be close. I gotta be honest, and I have faith NRG can turn this series around. I think.
आप सोचा कितना स्ट्रीम करेगा? अभी सेकंड मैप है, थर्ड मैप तक करेंगे अगर थर्ड गया तो. मॉड नहीं है, मेंबर है वो. हाँ, मॉड नहीं है वो.
Do you think we'll see the double duelist on both sides of the ball tonight?
नेटफ्लिक्स पे नहीं है भाई. तुम लोग डिसाइड करके मेरे को बताओ AOT किस पे है, प्लीज.
And double controller in this map as well, so this is not going to be double duelist from them.
इसके बाद किक होगी गाइस, इसके बाद किक होगी. अभी इसके बाद किक स्ट्रीम होगी.
What are you excited about coming into this one?
What am I excited about? I'm honestly
just I'm
किक बहुत लंबे टाइम तक नहीं करेंगे आज, बट करेंगे. ठीक है, 1-2 घंटा. किक पे क्या मैका किस किस को खेलना है? मैका आई थिंक मैका हो गया. पता है मेरे को नए मैप्स लाने पड़ेंगे फिर खेलेंगे, बट मैंने आज तो डाउनलोड कर नहीं पाया क्योंकि वॉच पार्टी अभी तक चली गई.
Just excited for this match in general, this group in general.
Yes,
and we got the
you heard
two
from
French
Vitality
teams
saying this is the group of death.
एक्टिव बैच क्यों है भाई? हेलो, 12 मंथ प्लस मेंबर बैच है वो, तुम्हारी तरह थोड़ी.
Of the left side of the screen, and I saw an 11 about 15 seconds ago. So I'm thinking they're in the final 2 rounds potentially here for Vitality.
भाई
Would that be an
बोल रही सोने कल एग्जाम है तो चमन है क्या तू? सो जा भाई. यस सर तनु, वॉच पार्टी स्ट्रीमर. किक क्या है वैसे? एस्टिमेशन में किक लिखो लकी भाई. वी आर आल्सो स्ट्रीमिंग ऑन क्विक. रात को हम वैराइटीज गेम वगैरह स्ट्रीम करते हैं. इफ यू वांट टू प्ले वैराइटी गेम्स वगैरह एस्टिमेशन में किक.
EWC VALORANT, so that really helps the region get a couple more of the boys.
यार प्राइम नहीं है यार मेरे पे.
What you have so far, it's just been one game, but are these your 2 teams to make it out of the group, or do you think it's the winner of this and the winner of that match?
Oh man, Vitality PRX on paper might end up being the 2 teams, but I think
या फिर आज रहने देते किक. मैं कल आज रात को मैप्स डाउनलोड कर लूं, कल करे. बताओ, कुकिंग स्ट्रीम भी सोच रहा हूं मैं. एक मस्त आइडिया मिला है, मतलब सोफी भाई ने भेजा है मेरे को कुकिंग के लिए. सभी फॉर यू. यस सर.
Honestly, I think Vitality, NRG, or PRX could all win EWC, to be honest.
That's pretty amazing, and we're going to see all of these matches. If you're just joining us, we are in.
जो जब पैसा कमाऊंगा सबसे पहले आपको सुपर चैट करूंगा.
मोटाटो मूथ मंत्री टिप्ड 50 रुपीज. ये ठरक मंत्री मूथ मरने चला गया क्या? डॉट बोल रैट एम मोटाटो की भी मूथ मरेगा.
Lotus is just a few moments away, and I'm sure we're going to be getting into this game. Agent selection, if you could prioritize 2, what are the most impactful agents you can bring onto this map? Starting with you, Pilsky.
I'm just going to say
चीज केक बहुत ज्यादा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड हो जाएगा ब्रो.
Which duelist in particular? Do you still have to run a Phoenix?
Raise Jet. Yeah, Raise Jet. I don't think you're going to see them running Phoenix. And this is just kind of their quintessential comp. This is what they play all the time.
गलत बंदे को चुम्मी दे दी.
Kev, the stylistic difference between these 2 teams is the double controller. NRG playing a bit slower of a.
ओए मौसम्बी आंटी नहीं दादी बोल. गाटिक फोन खेलते हैं ना, गाटिक फोन.
PRX side, but otherwise double duelist from PRX as expected. Just the 1 duelist coming through from NRG.
Yeah, I actually like the Fade better as a solo unit, to be honest. I think it gives you a little bit more flexibility in the sky. Of course, you're kind of going to be lacking flashes a little bit in the comp, and
यार खुद ही देख लूंगा. मेरे को ऐसे खेल के नहीं देखना भुवन भाई. मेरे को ऐसे फोटोज वगैरह में देख लूंगा ना. ऐसे वैलोरेंट के मैप्स वगैरह, वैलोरेंट के खेलेंगे मैप्स.
Quite at home on this particular map.
It is kind of the vintage duelist on this map. The sky is kind of the off pick. I think mixing flashes in, and I think in particular PRX is probably the kind of team that wants to play the sky a little bit more. They do like to play faster. Even back in the day, they loved playing the sky on this map. I remember screwing them on this map and just getting bombarded by guiding lights and things
Tanu,
like that.
you only.
But I think the Fade.
Tanu, you okay?
On the balance of probabilities for most teams, it's probably better in.
ज़्यादा मत बोल मोटेटो. तनु दी आपको बैन कर देगी. Sorry तनु. First round.
Lotus map 2, obviously lots of pressure over towards B as expected. NRG only attack.
Uchat, by the way, make sure you like the stream.
Oh, there are 8 people in front B right now. Prowler and Paranoia going forward. Marta straight into the side.
What do you mean?
But Jing able to at least trade back the raise. So no smokes now for the defense, and NRG will slow this one down.
Yeah, that was a crazy shot. I mean, I think a lot of the times you probably don't make that one. You just sort of die in that moment, but not here, not today. Mata, like I said in the pre-show for this map, he needs to step up here, and he has, at least for that opening pick. But what do we want to get over here with something versus 2, Kiko? And also Brock taking...
Yo, इतना फेमस है क्या अपने स्ट्रीम पे मोटेटो मंत्री मित वाला मंत्री
behind the double stack as something is just diving and dancing around the mound right now, trying to tap down some of these players with the ghost. Starting to run out of ammo here and dealt with by Kiko, but can Envy be the savior of this round here for PRX?
Yeah, he's hearing a lot of stuff right now. He's got
wait.
Catches Kiko out with his hands on the smokes, but it's Brock and Scuba with the door open, able to get those trades. Just Divide left alone now.
Smoke करने के लिए घुमा था पता है?
For Brock and also Scuba, so fairly winnable. We've seen Divide already get a clutch on that previous round, a map of Fracture rather.
You cannot lose another 1v3 pistol to Divide. He's just going to be living
तेरी
rent-free in
light
your
नहीं
head
गई तो
as
मेरी
NRG.
गई.
Two of these players are one tap to the Sheriff. Spike going down courtesy of Ethan. Yet Arcrose
भाई यहाँ सुबह से बारिश स्टार्ट है पता है अभी तक बारिश रुकी नहीं है चैट मतलब छींटे तो आ ही रहे हैं ऐसे रुकी तो है ही नहीं
He's been allowed to cross into the site, completely surrounded. You can see Brock wrapping around through waterfall side. It's probably not something to be expecting.
Brock 1 HP है but तीनों 1 bullet है इसके लिए तीनों 1 bullet है इसके लिए
surely should get caught on the cross here by Brock. Not quite.
He's still in it for now. First tap on the spike. Arc Rose already used. Positioning pretty open here. Double peek from NRG would be strong. Time running out is a problem, and double peek will...
Needed to start these halves a little bit quicker, and that's a good way to do it here.
Kind of bad for something there, as he saw a lot of heads, couldn't quite connect those shots over towards Mound, and Envy probably would have liked to have gotten one more kill than just to sort of... Rubble side, all 5 up for NRG. And PRX here to match as well, just about 4 members. The first kill onto Forsaken. Okay, Mata once again, first
दो
blood, 2
smoke में
rounds in a
बैठे
row.
हैं
Dealt with over on Rubble side, picking in with the Horde, similar to what you saw from Ethan in that last round, but none of these classics are having any impact. NRG doing a really good job just pushing this anti-eco away.
not a flawless bro come on not a flawless at least get one
Try to trim down the numbers.
Oh my god, you cannot be doing that. Okay, that's a problem. Especially if he gets another one here, but disgusting shots so far. And
is this winnable now?
Well. They've just turned this one around.
Oh no.
Good pick from Brock or something.
Timing.
That's ridiculous with the bandit. PRX are committing daylight robbery right now to complete an eco win in what? That was a 2-on-5.
Yep.
That was a 2-on-5, Kev.
I cannot believe that. Oh, the stars lined up. Couldn't have had a more perfect situation. Something receives the last 2 players who have no idea that he's there. I mean, he was about to get 1 freebie, and the second freebie was like, yeah, thank you, yes, I will.
That is just brutal, man. I feel bad for reacting because we're right in front of the players. I'm sure they probably...
Mate, we are the only audience they've got. I mean, I just about lost myself with Divine.
Holy
I almost fell to my knees, I'm not gonna lie. Regardless though, Forceblight does come in here for NRG. Prowler going forward, and PRX are very much fighting for this mount control.
2 casters falling to their knees in the EWC arena right now. The only audience that these 2 teams have got themselves. A nice TP in. Oh, Envy, you should
come on bro you can't whiff with a solar star bro
want that kill back. And Jing might just be able to get that kill back. Sees players, sees a spike on the floor, and Jing, okay, looking for number 3, and he's got it. Oh,
yo Jing, holy bro.
Look at it. Jing, Jing is now on for the A. Showstopper earned. Nico, who opened up this round so nicely with the little bit of a shrouded step, crouch jiggle into B, has got far too much work to do. Spike dropped outside of Mount. NRG trying to throw a little bit of a Hail Mary force buy into round number 3 after a shocking eco defeat. Or anti-eco defeat,
what is
rather.
happening?
But I just don't know if there's anything that Kiko can really get done here. PRX with a
He's
gorgeous
saving, bro.
shutdown, and
He's
this is
not
what we were
going for
talking about. We
ace.
wanted to see a little
W.
bit more from Jing on the race
We
compared
also
to
said
Fracture.
sensible Jing. He's not just running knee deep in to try and get the ace.
वही तो.
Respecting the fact that still early days here, I want to secure the economy, not do anything too silly.
Yeah.
Kiko just wants to save the rifle and
Never
on
mind.
for what it's worth.
Never
so maybe
mind.
Jing will in fact get the ace.
Never
See
mind.
if he's able to do
Oh, I
that.
think he no drop पे है. I think he
Making
no
a lot
drop
of
पे
noise
है.
coming over here towards Heavenside. He's the player in the position to do it. Kiko, this is just such a favorable angle for the Omen, though. There's no way you check this as Jing.
Okay.
Check no.
Kiko probably dies
बहुत
anyway,
obvious था कि drop.
Jing would have loved to have been the one
हो
getting that
सकता है.
kill.
Paranoia out, but Forsaken jumps straight on top of him. 2-1 for PRX. Another great start to a half here. Money will be broken for NRG.
Yeah.
I'm sure they will have had a sigh of relief after winning the pistol, but this is unfortunately going to be an emotional roller coaster for them.
Look at this again. The opening 3 coming on through. Mata just couldn't quite land it. And Jing ends up getting 4 off the back of this. Pretty gross, but also than that.
That was a gorgeous arc
playing
throw from Divide, by the way.
literally,
Blinds
yeah.
2 players after they make contact with Jing and sets him up so beautifully.
Bro क्यों कर रहे हैं NRG वाले? What the
Perfect.
fuck, भाई?
And instantly shutting down the pistol even more so. Okay, getting into a nice hot territory.
अच्छा मारा था बे उसने.
Something judge in hand. Plenty of NRG players in front. All on pistols, so see where the cleanup happens.
Aggressive dash on in.
हवाई ने crazy मारा था वो
Very
sheriff
much
shot
just kicking
bro.
his feet, running around with the judge, trying to get a bit of an anti-eco on. Envy inside of the site has a dark cover for safety. He knows that NRG are kind of halted up in tree for the time being, and the attackers once again will slow this one down. Not much to work with. Just classics and abandoned on Scuba.
Low HP on Martyr as well.
ना PRX can't lose this round. उसका एक बंदा लो है, एक बंदा मर गया
They're gonna
है,
do here share covering
और
over
बाकी सब
towards
पे
Mound.
पिस्तल है और ये वो
B
full
is
buy.
mostly open, but Devi will be checking that one in terms of his own contact.
A deep sheer wall over towards C Mount, as well as a
7-5
one-way
PRX.
Even if they don't have anyone
आज
invested
किक
over
नहीं
on
हो रहा
that side
chat.
of the map,
आज तो किक मुश्किल है. हाँ, I think किक नहीं हो रहा chat आज.
until it at least gets tripped
कल
here.
करेंगे. मैं
We'll
गेम
back up
वगैरह
for
भी वो
NRG.
करके रखूंगा. करेंगे आज. Okay.
Spamming his way in. And whereas you find one, you shall find more. You know, with all the classics in the eco, that all of NRG are just going to
Flawless.
be waiting around the corner. Forsaken gobbles all of them up. One away from the ultimate. And a nice clean round.
Yeah, PRX. Excellent position now, taking no economic damage on this defensive side.
अब वही ना मोटेटो को
Start
बूस्ट
running
करने
away
वाले
with
वेलो
things.
में कौन?
NRG once again going to have to take the hard road here. And just gun round by gun round, work their way into this attacking half of Lotus. This is their map pick though.
No, I enjoy watch party base. Same.
And the real
I'm
disappointing
enjoying
thing
watch
is, you know,
party.
You would have liked to have seen NRG get off to a bit of a rolling start, pistol, anti-eco. Maybe you lose the round 3. Maybe you don't. I know we've seen PRX on Fracture. Multiple rounds in a row to start things out with post-pistol and...
But कल थोड़ा जल्दी stream करेंगे. I want to stream Valorant
They
also.
want to try to sandwich Mount, but PRX are already playing around that towards front B. Prowler does confirm that the raise is over towards the door side. Rocket pulled out, not done well enough by Forsaken, who goes down and something pushed away. In goes Jing with his own rocket, looking for Ethan, but denied outright. Ethan doubling up nicely. And this is looking very good for NRG.
Jing doesn't even get a shot in there. That could have been at least one kill coming on through, a little something more for PRX to work with. NRG now should be able to get themselves onto site. Still something to deal with here as the paint shells will just push them off. Haven't even had a chance to talk about the fact that something is playing on the operator here, and at some stage with the numbers in 2 versus 5, how badly does PRX want this retake with the op?
Think you just want to min-max the money. It's only early days, a lot more legs left in this half. NRG's money hasn't built up too heavily just yet, but they're looking pretty good, honestly. Spikes down, Scuba on the off angle. Might have a good timing here onto something, and if he could take the operator away, that's going to make this one a little bit more expensive for PRX, honestly.
Yeah, I don't think something really wants to walk too far forward, though. Wants to hide away a little bit deeper on site if possible.
Someone has to stop something.
The two teams will
And
handshake this
Darshan.
one away, I believe, as you're not even really playing for exits here if you're PRX. You just want to hold on to what guns you hand. I say that,
Thank you,
but
I
Divide
love you,
Brock
yaar. मिलेगा यार एक
and Ethan will
दिन.
meet.
That trade
जरूर.
actually gives 2 ults over to NRG, both Brock and Ethan.
Guys,
will
कोई
run off.
chat में है
Brock
क्या
goes
अभी
down,
सूरत से
gets
या
into
ऐसा
Steel
कोई?
Garden. Ethan earns himself the Nightfall and will unfortunately fall to the spike at the end of that round. Not ideal, but still good enough from NRG who now go into yet another gun round, knowing that they put a pretty big dent in PRX's economy, and they've got great ults to work with.
It's a showstopper trade that goes in the favor of Mata and not quite in the favor of Jingers. Ethan will be able to get 3 kills in that particular round. Really put the pain on to PRX. I mean, that's the 3 kills that puts PRX on just the 2 members, including Op, which is something this time around.
पुणे से नहीं कोई सूरत रहता है ऐसा कोई है क्या?
Yeah, over on front B, that has been a pretty big point of contention here. You're going to have to
Bardoli
have a Prowler and a Paranoid to push something off the line here. Rubble has been kind of soft cleared by PRX, who will play the Vice over with a deep wall on 8. Something on the line here.
बारडोली में कितनी बार है हम यहीं से कहीं जाते हैं बारडोली आता ही है.
Towards main, so they don't actually have a Prowler to push him away. They're trying to throw out a dark cover. A Prowler will set him up on the line, courtesy of Envy, and NRG just going to respect it.
Heading over towards the A side of things. Only Divide here. Sheer wall being played in as well. As it's a big group up for PRX over towards Mound. Still yet to see where NRG want to really seriously start to make some moves.
Yeah, just playing retake A here. They still have the sheer wall, so they're quite happy to lean towards C and the front B info line. Door gets tickled by NRG. Does that give PRX a little bit of pause for thought?
I think वो B split का try कर रहे हैं पता है ये देखो door खोला but still मेरे को B split
misses from something. He's able to pick up Brook, hit by the Paranoia and traded out by Kiko.
Would have been gross if you got Kiko, but Kiko is happy with that kill. 4 versus 4 now. B is going to be the ending of where the site plant is going to take place. The rest of PRX coming through the door. And a big TP as well. Forsaken gonna have the off-angle potential here. Now he doesn't actually commit to the TP. Ethan onto Forsaken as he gets taken down from that door location. And it's been difficult for PRX to buy themselves into the retake so far.
Yeah, Divide needs to get involved in this round over from Heaven side. Only marked by Ethan. Kiko continues to jiggle here. Jing gonna find a pick onto Scuba, and they're taking a long time to get back into the side. PRX at least got some trades on in.
Well, jingle, if we hear the sound of victory, and we do for Mata.
भाई मैं 7-5 बोला था PRX और उससे बाद एक राउंड में ही जीती. I'm the real curse.
3 now. Finding some real success on to B, where hey, PRX have also been wanting to place more of their own resources on that side of the map. Something trying really hard to find value in this operator. And the no-scope just is, unfortunately not, it still gets the kill, mind you.
It's just a bit of an awkward exchange.
पनौती है तू भाई सच में bro. एक राउंड नहीं जीती उसके बाद.
1-for-1 onto something, especially because you've already been able to dump the steel garden. Wrap around from Mata was perfection. PRX, it just felt like they had too many different angles to deal with running back into that B side on the post plant.
See if this ends up being a timeout here, but not getting into the next round too quickly yet. But NRG not feeling too rough from that second round so far has been the one to talk about, with the eco win coming through from PRX really setting the table. NRG saying, it's fine, lose that one. On our way back on the future rounds and not going to let this one go as far into a deficit.
पाकिस्तान border के पास रहते हैं.
Or deficit at all compared to where Fracture was.
I think they're doing quite well for themselves, working their way through this attacking side despite a massive slip-up in round 2. Honestly, they've just picked themselves back up by their bootstraps, and it's only courtesy of the eco being one that PRX can even continue to buy here on the defense.
They can't afford an operator for something. That'll be one thing gone off the table. Brock Odin is back in play. A lot of util being exchanged here. Forsaken tucked away. Has to get, unfortunately, revealed the fact that he shoots the Haunt, but Jing's the one that actually gets the kill through the smoke. Mata down.
Great open up for PRX, who dominate that mount control. PRX going to be put through, oh sorry, NRG going to be put through their paces. They don't have any more Prowlers to deal with any of these aggressive plays for PRX. Box spam onto something. Does at least equalize the numbers.
Holy Scuba!
It's a crazy read, Ethan. Understanding that something or somebody will be behind that box and rewarded. But now look at this, Forsaken nearly had the second to bring Ethan open to shot. PRX, Envy still in play though, 2 versus 2, Nightfall ready to go.
WC's W ult.
Rip that one through, no issues behind that same box.
Oh, she got.
By Divide and Envy. Doubling up.
What a crazy round!
Recovery from PRX.
Bro, कैसे इतना था ये Envy उधर?
NRG not quite able to keep the streak of rounds going there.
What is even happening?
Well, navigated by PRX, had a lot of cheeky positions. You saw Forsaken up close towards that dark cover. Good turnaround for Ethan and Scuba when they were down in a 4-on-5. They were ready for that mid-round aggression. Honestly, if Forsaken doubles up there, the round would have been done outright. But the rest of PRX pick up the pieces.
अब मैं कुछ नहीं बोलूंगा.
Very back and forth game of Lotus here.
ये ब्रॉक मेरी जैसे ओडिन चलाता है. चुप भाई, तुम्हारा देखा था मैंने क्रियो के टूर्नामेंट में ओडिन गेम प्ले. Only something.
Doesn't get anything with the blades. Very unfortunate there.
Not ideal. Envy pushed off by the Viper wall. Well aware that he does have Odin in hand, and I don't think NRG are scared of it. Maybe they should be. Nice off angle. Pain shells and the paranoia.
Oh my
really
god,
too much,
bro.
but at least making Envy uncomfortable enough for NRG to claim
नेड
the
में वो
side.
खड़ा होके फायर कर रहा था.
Not quite there as Mata converts onto Forsaken, 2 left alive. Now look, we've seen PRX win a 2v5 before, but Divine Jing gonna have to do a little bit more than that. It's only Divine left, 1v4 ultimate in hand, but what can he really do here? We know he can certainly get some shots in, but look at the money situation.
होली इमेजिन वो आके एक गोली में तीनों को, एक स्प्रे में तीनों को मारे. Imagine.
Any chances of completing this clutch, let alone taking more guns here.
Does Divine even want to go for? That's my question, because he
Nah,
just
save
doesn't have the
करने जा
money
रहा
to
है.
play with.
Fall back into spawn side.
Going for save.
Hold on to the Vandal, but consequently, NRG, who are also quite light on the cash, will get through this round with 4 guns surviving. It's a very nice clap back to even things up 4 apiece.
Early shut down against Something's Blade Storm. Everyone winning their ones. Well handled. 4 versus 2 there, making sure another clutch is not going to be possible. So once again, we find ourselves all evened up 4-4 on Lotus. By the only gun in the hand. See what the rest of the economy looks like for PRX after this.
Too much for Envy to do that. Especially after something goes down right at the start of the round.
Oh, that is not the economy look you want to see for PRX.
Yeah.
Quite a bit better for NRG. No blades for something.
में बोल के VC से play लाओगे तो casual gamer क्या करेगा?
End up still being a death for Forsaken.
Yeah, I mean, he wanted to go for the progression smoke play with the Hort to try to scan somebody going across to Rebel. It is a PRX classic to throw out those dark covers and try to dive into them with the Omen or the Raze. In this case, though, as mentioned before, NRG very, very familiar with PRX and all of their antics and quite happy to play around them.
Ching desperate to find that gun there, dropped by Forsaken. And the hand-me-down will not be passed over.
This is going to be a very, very good half for NRG, especially after they get E-Code round 2. Like, they're going to go up 5-4 with massive economy. A lot of ults coming off online here towards the tail end of the half. Like, I'm very, very impressed that they've been able to actually put themselves in a winning position on this attacking side of Lotus, given how this
एक टाइम था जब मोटेटो को टीवी पे देखता था. यार अभी भी मैं तो family friendly stream ही करता हूँ bro.
Find the 5-4 here, especially with that kill to Envy, and still 1 gun left in the hands of Divine at the end of this one.
I'm a family friendly streamer.
Does he just go for the save?
30 seconds left.
Potentially
so. Imagine वो walker की out आता तो शायद वो देखते नहीं ना इसको.
Condition this A side, they've been kind of battering
down the door
in this part of the map a couple of rounds in the row here. Seen PRX with a very, very quick opening towards A that has been pretty unsuccessful 2 rounds in a row. Something's Blade Storm, and then you saw that cheeky little play trying to go for the Haunt scan. Have to maybe try to rethink the approach, maybe.
अगर मोटेटो के 1 के वॉचिंग होता तो मस्त जीटी आरपी हो जाता 200 लोगों का मतलब.
PRX have had a fair bit of success kind of fighting in
the middle. Chat, by the way, poll में देखो PRX का vote 6-7
as well, as they will recover some of their economy for that next round, and a couple of ultimates to play in there. Showstopper I'm looking at. Both of Vices looking at Steel Garden here. Contact found Divide.
वैसे मोटा मैं वो जिम वाले बंदे की रील फॉलो करे हो मतलब.
Chase the NRG want to go on.
They've got really great money, so honestly they can throw as many guns at this as they want to. So as it stands, don't want to go through all of the effort and the trouble of digging for Divide out of a fully set up C site. And NRG claimed the lead here, 5-4. Only a couple of rounds left to play.
23 years
got plenty of money, they got plenty of ults to play with. Really, the onus is back on PRX to try to conjure a little bit more magic, because they've been falling flat in the last couple.
Yeah, a couple of opportunities there.
Easy win for PRX.
Like you said, not much to do, but maybe a cheeky headshot would have landed in a kill.
4-5 चल रहा है by the way.
PRX still
4-5 चल रहा है by the way.
Out of this, our economy is in the dumps and something back on the up. Half armors across the board for everybody. Can't even quite afford everything now. There's something would like a shot here. Dash ready to go, but NRG do not bite on the hook.
Forsaken peppering down at least one player outside of A there. Scuba a little worse for air, but the regen shield will help him come back up to a little bit more.
अबे हाँ ना, तुम्हें कैसे पता striker भाई?
NRG looking to pick up the pace towards C here with the Nightfall.
Haven't seen much out of C for NRG so far, so this time they're going to really commit into it. Shit will slow
मेरे को
things
रील आया
down.
था, अच्छा लगा पता है मेरे को, मैंने ट्राई करूंगा इसलिए
Fully respecting something is ready once again. Paranoia will be pushing players off slightly, but just no one in the sidelines. He will reveal the operator once more.
Yeah, still Garden's getting traded, waiting for the Raze ult to kick this one off in combination with the Paranoia. In goes the Viper's Pit from NRG. Waterfall away and make things
मजबूरी थी यार, वो कहीं भी चढ़ जाता था.
Here we go, showstopper Jing. That's the opening he was looking for. But doesn't see
Mara!
Despite being flashed out,
Flash
Mara gets the kill.
Mara!
Divine gets the trade, so there is still a 4 versus 4 and against something. He wanted that operator kill for so long. Gets on to Kiko. Opportunity now. Envy onto Brock. 2 left. Scuba and Ethan to hold on, and they can't do it. Scuba needs to do a lot of work here. But something's got his number. We're back to evens. 5 and 5.
Holy retake!
PRX was able to put that retake together, given that the showstopper had 0 impact.
तो उसमें बुरी बात थोड़ी है, ये broken rows की बीच रहे हो.
NRG. I understand they were really trying to dig their heels into
No
Waterfall
Din, no win,
and
Brock.
give themselves
Odin
an
कर ही रहा था
avenue
अभी
to
तक.
play towards long, but unfortunately, it just ends up being a
आप
big
पे कभी
smoke
चढ़ता है
to
ना फिर नहीं?
obscure the fact that PRX
उसका
are on the
कटवा,
spike.
उससे पहले ही कटवा, उसकी एज हुई उससे पहले उसने कटवा दिया था.
Not a flash here is on, makes it easy for Divide to be able to get
फ्लैश में मारा बे वो, मतलब हाँ पहले स्पॉट कर लिया था, बट फ्लैश में मारा.
It's not easy to retake into a pit with an operator, I'll tell you that.
Like I said earlier, PRX needed to make that one work, and okay, let's just get this one underway because Jing already wants to take some early control, playing off that smoke.
वापस आ गया गाली खा के. मैं कल एग्जाम का कैसे है तुम्हारी, कल कौन सी एग्जाम है ब्रो? एक भाई.
Looking outside of A here. Has Defiant something to contend with?
Oh, वो पिक लेता और मरता ना.
Indeed, you see the ping come out, but with the wall going up for Scuba, he's going to be able to skulk away as NRG start to work mount control.
Okay, here, clearing rather, and Forsaken doesn't TP out in time.
TP
PRX
मर
dropping
गया
their
वो.
members over towards C. Now the wrong rotate has to happen, Jing. Late to the party, unfortunately. All this Vice Util stuck on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah. PRX are so far out of position here. Have to take a long way back on into it. That is ridiculous from Jing.
Don't disrespect Boombot, man!
The Boombot.
Yeah, if he shoots the Boombot, unfortunately he just dies to Jing's swing there. So lose-lose scenario, and perfectly played by Jing. Makes the retake a little bit easier now. 4 versus 4, no ultimates though. On either side, Prowler in first. CT clear so far. And Scuba, like you said, on for the long flank. Wait for that activation, but he needs to get in position. Something big shot onto Ethan. Divide gets a kill to Brock as well. Okay, 1 versus 1. Does he have the shot? Oh, Scuba's got to come in.
गिर गया यार, अभी ऊपर चढ़ना पड़ेगा उसको.
No, he's just got to give that one up. I'm afraid he's gone. Can't even leave the site.
यार I think दवाई stick कर सकता था, right? At least half करके
just endlessly waiting for him to peak.
Wait करता उसका.
Gets the peak that he was looking for. And NRG, nice open plant for them. I think Scuba was so far away, I was getting a little bit concerned he wouldn't have a chance to get involved in the round, but plays it perfectly in the 1v1.
Chat, question of the day रह गया. Motato is Bona or Turkey? None of them, bro. मैं उसको ban कर रहा हूँ. जिसने पूछा था.
That was fantastic from Jing. Honestly, PRX, it's crazy that they keep making some of these rounds so competitive because they were so far behind positionally after they lost Forsaken there. NRG was basically given a free C site.
There we go, once again, making similar plays here, but this time it's Mara going in on the 1 HP, he survives.
Satchel, but nade से मरेगा.
Forsaken once again, big trades happening still on Mount, 3 versus 4. Paranoia doesn't get as much as he would have liked, but Kiko will find Divide regardless. Now something has to find this next shot. Dash is about to fade away, and 3 members from NRG is too many for him to handle.
Not much for MB to do there.
The Odin gang, 7-5 chat, 7-5 as I told you. But oh wait,
given the fact that they get ecoed after the
I said PRX 7-5 और exactly उल्टा हुआ है.
Mound side of things as well. These last 2 rounds.
It's 5-7.
Winning these controls.
Exactly. I said PRX 7-5 and NRG 7-5 right now.
Kills, but not really dominating the map or controlling the spaces he would have wanted to. Like you said, the big recovery from that second round is really the story for NRG. And we already saw their ability to recover on Fracture. Unfortunately, the deficit ended up being a little bit too big for them, despite the fact that it took a couple extra timeouts from the PRX side to even dig in for that 13th round here on Lotus. Finished that first half with the lead, feeling a lot better about their chances. Feeling like we can definitely go to a map 3.
It's up to PRX here. Another pretty close half. More than serviceable, swapping back over onto this attacking side. But they have had a change of Enit. I think that does kind of help them in some regard. The
Keep
fade
watching the
over the sky will help
about
them, as I mentioned before, kind of
who
work
is
the map.
about
It's
to
why it's a
cook
very, very
attack
popular choice
side.
of initiator on Lotus in particular, on a lot of 3-lane maps, because you can just solve any question mark that you need to by throwing a Prowler. You need to take B main, throw a Prowler. You need to take C mount, throw a Prowler. Clear rubble, throw a Prowler at it. Use the Haunt on cooldown. The Sky will allow you to be a little bit more explosive, you know, which is how often, I mean, PRX do like to play. And I think a lot of teams like to play that mimic this kind of Raze Jet burst comp, because the Guiding Light just gives you more burst potential. You go from contacting, making no noise at all, to Guiding Light, Satchel Dash straight into the site. It's very much faster than a Fade will actually offer you.
Sounds a lot more like PRX's traditional playstyle as well. Double duelist, explode on with some flashes coming through from your Sky.
I mean, the problem is, though, that as you kind of mentioned before, they're playing into a slower comp from NRG that has a lot more stall and a lot more util. You're fighting into a Vice that's going to give you some problems on the dive, less problems than if you're running something like a Neon. But even, going to be troublesome regardless, though. We're going to have fisticuffs here over A Rubble right off the bat.
We'll see how PRX manages this situation. 4 members for NRG on their side.
ये music off करो.
Scan already out onto Martis. That location has been revealed.
OW net मरेगा
slow things down somewhat, and Martis is taking util damage from all angles. So is Brock.
But wait, it's me. अरे यार smoke कर दिया ना.
They've taken a little bit of a chunk out of Brock and Marta, as
भाई
mentioned.
सी पूरा खाली छोड़ा है बे.
Exchange to some regard. Marta taking a little bit of
What
a
is
risk,
she thought,
looking for
Albert?
information, punished by something to give PRX the opener.
And PRX slowed down, walked back a little bit, then re-entered. Now NRG are interested once more again, so like a wall to play off. Door tagged as well. Brock, reminder, one of the low HP members.
All of NRG are here, though. PRX ready for the swing with the Paranoia is excellent to make them very uncomfortable. Paranoia back in response for PRX. Very much fighting for control of Rubble here. This will definitely decide the pistol round. Scuba with 2 into a 1v1. Can Divide clutch yet another pistol for PRX?
Scuba, come on.
Swing in from Scuba.
Let's
is
go,
beautiful.
Scuba!
And a 3K to give NRG yet another great start to a half.
A big celebration from NRG as well from their side of the stage. Second pistol picked up in this map, and question now will be, can they actually convert that into a string of wins? That second round eco from the first half still in the back of everyone's mind here. But obviously, massive trades back and forth over towards Rubble, the re-entry from PRX as well. But a 1v1, Scuba takes away from Divine, who's been so sharp today in the series, and Scuba showing, okay, I'm still good.
PRX with a couple of upgraded pistols here on the
ये
eco.
problem से कैसे बच गया?
Can't do much against an outlaw on an angle like that. Up inside of the progression dark cover here. PRX wait for the door to close before they make their next move.
Yeah, Marta's already basically cleared over towards Mound, relieves pressure away. NRG starting to rotate. Now the opening coming through. That is going to be Paranoia. Dodged out. Kiko would like to hit some of these shots, get some damage in there. Forsaken on 1 HP. And now they're just waiting for Kiko to see if that can be a kill. Ethan looking over towards the left, but doesn't quite manage to get a shot into play.
I think चल third map जाएगा.
Scuba gets shinged down, and now over towards the
NRG
drop.
winning, bro.
Just back and forth, 2 versus 3 now. Still plenty of damage, even if PRX lose the round. But will they lose the round?
Player standing.
Now they probably will.
Yeah, brute flank from Brock and Scuba. It's coming in tandem. I mean, the Lemmings made it into the site, and they had teeth, man. Actually took a couple of guns away from NRG. They were in pretty good positions to just shut that down outright, especially with the easy opening peek over on Mount side. But
bro,
PRX do a good.
This is like my subscriber count, ठीक है? Daily. Or this is my hater count. Daily. Oh, round start?
Multiple players caught on the side of NRG. They dodge it nicely up behind their Viper wall, and now an immediate pivot back towards Mount for PRX, but that's where I'm having a look at this Vice wall. Going to be a little bit harder to break through that.
So Boombot Prowler Claire coming through from NRG. Make sure no one was it on rubble. That allows now Kiko to move over.
Nice graph, but actually ऐसा ही है तनु पता है.
They're in the right position here, but Brock's only got a Spectre and a lot of work to do. There's the burst into the site that I was talking about, the TP up on top. Not necessarily ideal for Forsaken, and these are some awkward duels being taken. A lot of players here for NRG, but PRX finally break through.
Okay, Ethan Amada. Okay, they're really getting some good damage in. There's something on basically 1 HP here. Just a big flank. PRX weren't ready for it. Now something is just going to end
door open करेगा दोनों
saving this one. He's just
going
it's a 1 versus
main.
2, but the HP situation is rough. He's going to go for a potential long flank, but just barely enough time.
I mean, that could
Wait a minute!
Oh,
but
ये
ये देख रहा है.
tucked behind the box Mata is.
Ethan's
Ethan's ready for it though. Very much clued on. And that's a 10th round for NRG. Bonus converted. They are running away with Lotus right now.
Yeah, this is looking fantastic for NRG.
I'm telling you, Chad, third map
Honestly,
is on the way.
before the flank from Mata and Co came on through onto door, it was looking PRX's way for quite some time.
But that's why, that's where
तो
you
फिर
look at
boost कर दूंगा मैं
NRG,
तुम्हारी,
not
हाँ?
only the Vice tech with the wall, but also just how annoying they were being.
तो आप मेरे को मैसेज कर रहा है हाउस पार्टी से वॉच पार्टी का तरफ सफर.
For that door open to be so impactful on the flank. If PRX had
लिख
made
दो
it
यार,
safely
सब
into the
चले
site
ऐसे
like
scene
5
है.
seconds sooner, that's probably their round.
Well, PRX facing the pressure now will be taking a timeout. They are quite in the hole in terms of
I love you, Moto bhai.
so
Love you, मेरे भाई.
1v2, that's something really would have taken a lot
यार
for
बस
him to
अभी
win that one, and
ऑफिशियल वॉच पार्टी
heads up
एक्सेस
play
भी
by
मिल जाए
Ethan to
वैलोरेंट का.
consider
ओए
the fact
ओए
that he
ओए
might
ओए
be
ओए
getting
ओए
one
ओए
fight.
ओए चेक करो भाभीओ.
And
ऐसे
as the
करूंगा
rounds
मैं.
go by, it's looking more and more comfortable for NRG, and the likelihood of us going to a map 3 is starting to look really real.
मेरा मैसेज दिख रहा है क्या? नहीं तो मोटेटो इज कुक्ड ऐसा लिखा है तुमने.
PRX have very much dug themselves a hole here though.
मोटेटो नाइट बोर्ड का कुछ करो. येड़ा है वो
This
भाई.
timeout will be on a half buy on this attacking side where it feels like they're getting shot down more often than not by NRG. We'll play in an
जरा ये
excellent
मेरी
game
फ्लिक
here.
फाइंडर में आइडल सेंसी
Very
क्या
well
करूं
rounded,
फाइनल अब.
performance from pretty much everyone
देखो
on the server as
जो
well.
फ्लिक
Like, no
फाइंडर
one
में
is
सेंसी आती है ना, इट्स नॉट योर परफेक्ट सेंसी, ठीक है. उसमें जो आती है उसमें आसपास की सेंसी है तुम्हारी.
Running super far ahead like Devi was
समझ
on
रहे हो?
Fracture. Odin out for Brock this time around. Something feeling himself on the Marshall.
So don't find your perfect sensi.
First and foremost, does that Prowl actually?
उसके आसपास जिसमें तुम कंफर्टेबल लगता है उस पे खेलो, ऑटोमेटिक वो तुम्हारी सेंसी बन जाएगी. Don't think too much. Just play.
Disgusting off angle here from Brock. This is what we know him for.
And that Prowler certainly will be able to see Devi revealing the Odin through that wall as well. Bit of a clear coming through. The rubble side from Envy.
तुमने ढंग से किया था ना वो, उसमें ट्राई करा था ना, कितनी भी अलग-अलग सेंसी पे ट्राई किया था ना, 100 तुम्हारा की % ट्राई किया था ना कि इस पे मारूंगा. शॉट मारा.
In getting a rocket going a little earlier on, something over on the other side of the map. Sees the sheer wall. Dash active.
You can tell that shot put the fear into PRX as well. Okay, tap the wall.
I have the spike.
Trigger the orb as well. Just wait this one out, slow things down. 40 seconds left to play through. End on C. Playing pretty far back is going to be Scuba and Rock.
Yeah, quite happy to let PRX come to them.
What
a
Sophie by aha chat. ये pure Sophie by aha chat है.
To the site and maybe even get a plant here, but how much more success can you really conjure as PRX?
Well, they got to go for that plant sooner rather than later. Big damage.
क्यों तनु तुम लिखना है इसलिए विश्वा फोटो.
There's something inside the smoke. No problem.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Dubai as well. Now Jing. Yeah.
1v5 में Jing. Imagine.
Help the economy.
If Jing clutch this, I'm going gym tomorrow.
Also building himself up a shot.
Thank God, bro.
Now, courtesy of those 2 sheriff shots, but
I mean,
the retake nonetheless.
Nice anti.
11 found. Remember that 11-5 that we saw on Fracture the other way around? Well, PRX on the 5 end of things. NRG was able to make a little bit of a comeback. PRX.
Bro, holy auto miss there.
Now we'll need to think about where this
whatever, bro.
Go.
Going into their attack timeout, there definitely would have been more so chatting about the adaptation and heading into this gun round. So let's see what they've prepped up here. The half buy is one thing. Plans may have changed, especially when you're considering
Gentry
the ult
बताए
control.
फिर
You're
Gentry
now
क्या होता है?
one off two pretty big ults here for Paper X.
Yeah.
It's up to NRG to kind of deny
No,
those
bro said
ults.
thank God. No, bro.
Operator in hand. Something.
I said thank God for NRG.
Kiko a little bit more. Good spot on a full
TP कर रहा था ना वो?
Knows his tricks. Knows where he's going to end up being with that TP.
It's just a flick one tap. Devastating to lose your smokes on the attacking side 5 seconds into the round.
They're investing
disgusting shot from
both
Kiko.
Omen smoke and one
And
way
anything that you
to hold
discuss on
C.
Paper X is very quickly getting much more difficult for you.
Yeah, it's going to have to end up being relying on the cloud.
And अभी third smoke भी आएगा, right?
Now his device is under pressure.
But वो Boombird से clear
he's
किया
lucky to
C में.
survive that scenario. In fact, he was looking for that kill.
I'm surprised he almost got Mana there. Honestly, had no business doing anything at that point. 3 on 5 here for Paper X. Off angle from Scuba is looking pretty dirty.
This round is
a dumpster
hate to
fire.
say it, but kind of in the bin at the moment. It's Scuba just dropped
Mikey,
something from
friend,
behind
yeah.
his neck.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you do here now? 2 versus
एक
5.
तो ये दर्शन तेरे को इतना hate क्यों करता
Feel
है?
good about giving up the round.
मैं भी करता हूँ,
It's
but
about to be
दर्शन
12
क्यों
for
करता है?
NRG. PRX kind of in the bin at the moment. This was terrible for them.
Yep. Only thinking about Breeze at this point. Picked up by Envy. 30 seconds on the clock.
Chat, we are going third map.
Grand final all over again. Like
Third map कौन सा है chat? Heaven ना?
Oh no, we're so back. We're so done.
Decide the Breeze है
Hopefully
okay,
on Breeze,
okay.
We just speed ran Fracture straight to Lotus from that grand final. Really, we skipped the other 3 maps in the middle. Time this one out. PRX. It sucks to be in a position where you got to save on this round to give the 12 over to NRG.
Especially after the attack timeout. Brock entering with the Odin. A little bit of a jiggle for Ethan there. They're well aware of where Envy is, and he won't make it away with the operator, so something will be a little bit more empty-handed. And Paper X, they've got all of the ults, but none of the money up against map point here for NRG.
That round went from bad to worse with no recovery on the op. It just starts, like you said, you lose Forsaken like 5 seconds in, smoke's gone, something trying to make something happen over on towards B and just gets dropped from behind, no chance to recover there. And they're basically on 5 ults.
What do you mean by me too?
I remember that America's like lower final, I think it was, against MIBR, where every round just feels hopeless. You get spammed.
Okay.
In goes that showstopper for Jing.
Let's see if we can find some
Holy
hope. Jing really looking for it. Just gonna have to throw that
कोई
rocket
नहीं है
out.
B पे. I think बरेगा Viper उससे. नहीं.
Something again just
throw
doesn't
किया.
really add anything as Ethan drops him almost immediately. Brock on the other side of that door, spamming on through Jing. Made his way onto site, but they're just losing members. They're just continually losing more. NRG are gonna make this one look easy. 2 left. Down to 1 for second versus the world.
Wait, how?
And despite the rocket going sideways, NRG is the world. Forsaken can't even run 13 and 5. NRG clap back.
Yeah, really nice recovery from NRG. I felt like they were definitely competitive in that first map, but rough starts to both of the halves. I think they very much showed their quality.
GG's man. GG's man. ये जा कहाँ रहे हो? थर्ड मैप खेलना है। ओए रुको। ये जा कहाँ रहे ब्रो?
Where they're trying to find anything to work with.
Guys, do you have Susukambre, Dumber Dola, Bumber Bol? Dugmug Dola. What is Dugmug Dola, bro? But bhai, Motato has very soft. विकेट क्यों खेल रही है? ये देखो.
Sign language.
ये.
Yeah. I'm just enjoying this, honestly.
Hey, game worker, bro. Go to some highlights. Let's take a look at some of the best moments from this game, shall we, gentlemen? Because you told me you cannot blow out Paper X on Lotus.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
I just witnessed a blowout.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm a fraud.
Yeah, let's take a look at why my guys were able to step up for the great USA.
Oh, the pistol.
The raises out
the
of
right
the
click,
gates.
bro.
Love to see the satchel fights, the team shots were able to go in
NRG's
direction. This was a crazy round, though.
This was like
यो किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो दोनों को?
Just gets bad for PRX. You start out
Love
so
PRX
strong,
and NRG.
Insane divide plus something.
So I love PRX because of players. I love NRG because of NRG and SOM.
Now, headshots galore. Who had the biggest impact as this game swung back in favor of NRG?
Literally everyone. Like they might have had like one.
Hello,
or
watch
two
my
kills between them.
receiver!
It was a very well-rounded performance for NRG. Honestly, I felt like everyone had their moments. Everyone had a fair degree of impact. And like I said, like NRG, when they're this well drilled. On their defense in particular, they make your life a nightmare. We saw it in that second to last round for PRX, where you're just losing one or two players before you've even kind of
Mota bhai, can I join 1 year 7 month? God damn, man.
Plays there, able to just sniff out members, not losing to random flanks. 2 versus 1 against something, just understanding, okay, big flank is going to be there, finding him behind the box.
Esports World Club, yeah, World Club, yeah, World Club. तोतला हो गया हूँ मैं. World Club. Cup, yeah, World Cup.
Yeah, you bring her out every map.
Yeah,
esports
map. You know,
World
good
Cup.
on some maps. She's you'll play other things on other maps, but Fade. I mean, they're pretty good on the Fade. Ethan is a very flexible player. He can kind of play any initiator that you really need to be playing. And I think honestly. I was surprised.
Damn, 7 AM was stream. Yes, sir.
Particularly well for them, particularly on that attacking side. Like, I understand why they went for that, especially against double controller Vice.
And
like, they really
one more map to go.
Kind of answers to just simplify the map control, but.
कल से जल्दी स्ट्रीम करेंगे चैट. कल से so my plan is I don't want to just do watch party. सुबह we gonna play Valo. After that we gonna do watch party and रात को kick. आज किक नहीं हो रहा क्योंकि आज थोड़ा ज्यादा ही लेट हो गया क्योंकि 2 घंटे इनका टेक पॉज चला. तो या कल से अराउंड 12-1 बजे वी गोना डू वैलोरेंट गेमिंग देन वॉच पार्टी. कल हाँ कल जी वर्सेस MIBR भी है. उसके बाद वी आर डूइंग वॉच पार्टी गेमिंग के बाद देन वी गो किक. उस पर सब गेम्स वगैरह खेलेंगे. सब गेम दिखूंगा मैं. 4 बजे स्टार्ट होता है डिमन भाई. मैं 1 बजे लाइव आऊंगा ना. 4 बजे वॉच पार्टी. सेकंड में PRX जीत गई. पहली मैप ही PRX जीती थी. सेकंड ने NRG जीती ब्रो. अभी थर्ड चलेगा.
I feel like it's an up and down map.
I know डिमन भाई. नो वरीज. और 9 बजे के बाद किक भी तो करेंगे बाद में बाबे. किक भी तो करना है अपन को. कल क्या हुआ मोटा भाई बस पूछो यार तुम कल का.
Getting the opportunity for him to take over the map would be pretty big for PRX.
थर्ड PRX जीतेगी.
Both teams taking one map. We've got a third map potentially loading up, and as you can see, the players are not on the stage. So we're going to go to
कल नहीं दे डिमन भाई. जब तक वॉच पार्टी EWC चल रहा है तब तक यही शेड्यूल रखेंगे अपन.
Stay tuned. It's EWC.
जब तक चैट वॉच पार्टीज वगैरह चल रहे हैं तब तक हम यही शेड्यूल रखेंगे. होप्स और कंटिन्यू कर पाए. चैट वी आर नॉट डन येट. वी विल ट्राई टू डू LC की वॉच पार्टी टू. यप ऑफिशियल भी चाहिए यार. अभी तभी तक हमें ऑफिशियल नहीं मिले ये वॉच पार्टी. हमें मिली है ये EWC की तरफ से मिली है. एंड हमें मिली है ये भूल गया नाम मैं. उसकी तरफ से मिली है. ऑफिशियल अभी तक हमें नहीं मिली है. नॉटविन की तरफ से मिली थी. तो हमें नॉटविन और EWC की तरफ ऑफिशियल अभी तक हमें मिली नहीं है. लेट्स सी. चेक व्हाट्स योर प्रेडिक्शन. लास्ट मैप प्रेडिक्शन PRX और NRG. टाइप इट. कल कौन से गेम्स है मैं दिखाऊं. देखो ये तो पहले यही है. ये सेकंड मैप है. ये सेकंड मैच होगा. ये सेकंड मैच है. ये एनर्जी पे चल रहा है एम, नहीं पहला ही है 4:30 को चैट, ये MIBR जी, फिर ओ कल नोंगशिम G2 भी है। ये 4 मैच है कल। बट यार दिक्कत ये है ना, ये दोनों पता नहीं साथ साथ में क्यों रखते हैं। आज आज ये EDG वाला मैच भी क्रेजी गया था, बहुत क्रेजी मैच गया था वो EDG वाला, बहुत ही क्रेजी मैच था। यार क्रेडिट कार्ड का बिल भरना है यार। यार हर्षद भाई तुमने भेजा ये? किक पे कौन कौन से गेम अभी रिसेंट हम मैकामेलन खेल रहे हैं, मैकामेलियन। इफ यू वांट टू प्ले यू कैन ज्वाइन ब्रो, बट अभी नए गेम्स खेलेंगे हम। यूजुअली किक पे ट्राई करते हैं कि मल्टीप्लेयर्स गेम्स खेल पाए ताकि तुम लोग भी ज्वाइन कर पाओ, हम यूजुअली ये ट्राई करते हैं। किक पे करो ना वॉच पार्टी, मेरे को किक पे मिला नहीं है, मेरे को कल एक बार कंफर्मेशन ले दो, मैं कल तुम्हें बताता हूँ किक पे। यार चैट एक सीन है थोड़ा सा, पता नहीं। रिपो खोलेंगे, इट्स फन, यू कैन प्ले रिपो दो, वो भी खेल सकते हैं, वो भी खेल सकते हैं, वो भी खेल सकते हैं।
We will do our best.
You are you in chat?
Main roster player cannot be here because of some surgery he had. So I'm not sure.
हाँ इवन हम यही देखते हैं ना
really
डीमन भाई, मैं
good.
खुद यही
We
देखता
will
हूँ।
do our best.
अरे नहीं अच्छा तुम वॉच पार्टी कर रहे हो तो अगर मेरे को किक पे मिला ना, अगर मेरे को किक पे शायद अभी तक मिला नहीं है डीमन भाई, या तो मिला है बट मेरे को आइडिया नहीं, मेरे को एक बार चेक करना है। तो अगर मिला है ना किक पे भी तो मैं मल्टी स्ट्रीम करूंगा, और मल्टी स्ट्रीम का एक जुगाड़ करा है सोफी भाई ने मेरे को दिया है, डब्लू सोफी भाई, तो मेरे पे पीसी पे इतना लोड भी नहीं आ रहा।
教练组的分工其实也比较不明确，就大家团队那边都比较混乱，感觉最后还是差一点吧。尤其是打 Leviathan，就是第3张图的时候，指挥的时候
8% कट रहता है फ्रॉस्टी,
我觉得可能会有点难。
बट बेटर देन यूट्यूब 40%। 8% is nothing by compared to other. By the way, kick 5% ही लेता है guys. By the way, kick पे तुम you can buy membership and kick वाले वो points भी use कर सकते हो।
Of course, they're insane teams, but if you manage to get out of this group, then we have.
और अच्छे से पप्पी तो किक करूँगा नहीं।
He's got a teammate. It was 2v5. It was Nareth and Lewan. They were alive.
8 क्या 10 is also nothing ना, 10 is something but 10 8 is nothing। 40% is too much। I mean बोलता YouTube 30 है but 10% टैक्स लगता है, फिर प्लेटफॉर्म फीस भी लगाते हैं वो लोग।
There was 30k people just rooting for us playing against Koi. It was the best moment of my life. No matter how good is the specs of the headset, you're still gonna hear if it's a big crowd. So they're gonna give us other momentum for sure. During stage 1.
अबे चैट हाँ बे, ये क्या है बे, आजकल ये फोन से ई रिक्शा बंद करने वाला क्या सीन है बे, मेरी रील पे कितना आया ये। हाँ बट फ्रॉस्टी 8% का एडवांस पे करना पड़ता है, मेरे को 100-200 एडवांस पे करके रखना पड़ता है। तेरे को क्या करना है, तेरे को सेटअप करवाना है तो मेरे को बताना, मैं तुझे हेल्प कर दूंगा। तेरे को क्यों करवाना है बट हमने किया था, आज शर्म है तेरे को? क्या है चैट वो? मतलब कोई भी इलेक्ट्रिक बंद हो जाती है, कैसे बंद हो जाती है? मतलब वो सॉफ्टवेयर से कैसे बंद होती है? सोफी पानी पी लो यार, गाइस पानी पी लो, ड्रिंक वाटर, शेयर ट्रैफिक। ये कैसा रिमोट जैसा है? हाउ? गरीब की जी मारने का तरीका। एक ऐप है उसका, एक ऐप है उससे, मतलब ये रियली वर्क करता है? Bad
The
BMS.
final fight of the night. PRX taking on NRG. And as these two predicted, we're going to a game 3. Last map though,
तो
much
एक ऐप है उससे सीधा बंद, फिर बंद ऑटो, फिर उसको सर्विस स्टेशन जाके चालू करो। मतलब कोई अगर रैंडम बंदा तुम्हारा बाजू से निकल के तुम्हारी ऑटो बंद कर सकता है और फिर तुम्हें सर्विस स्टेशन जाके ही चालू करना पड़ता है। अगर अगर सोचो मैं रिक्शा चला रहा हूं और किसी ने मेरी रिक्शा बंद कर दी, तो मेरे पास अगर वो ऐप है तो मैं उससे वापस ऑन कर सकता हूं।
Massive punishes on
Any electricity battery which has been developed by BAT BMS Chinese company can be shut down is authorized stuff, but it's paid so people don't use security and use it openly. Yes, कर सकते हो। ओ ऑटो की बजा देते हैं ये। हाँ कर सकते हो। ऐसा नहीं होता, ऐप से वापस चालू हो जाती है। नहीं, 2-3 घंटे बाद खुद चल जाता है, लेकिन आप फिर से तभी के तभी अनलॉक हो जाती है ऐप से तब। ओ बट ऑफ कोर्स यार, रिक्शा वाले वगैरह को ये ऐप के बारे में और ये सब कैसे आइडिया होगा, राइट?
I live with him for the last 2
in bunk
years.
beds.
तो फिर टीटीएस बंद हो जाता है सॉफ्टवेयर, तुम कर नहीं सकते हो फ्रॉस्टी। मैं रिचार्ज अगर खत्म होने आता है ना, तो मेरे को इधर अलर्ट आ जाता है कि तुम्हारा खत्म होने आया है।
You're good. You're good. Yeah. Sure. We take a look here at that man, though. I would not feel comfortable with Mata above me.
और खत्म हो गया तो तुम टीटीएस वर्क ही नहीं करेगा, तुम पे ही नहीं कर पाओगे।
Gentlemen, I am going to exit. Take it away. This is the decider. Who is going to jump to the top of the group? NRG or PRX?
I'll tell you what, Pilsky, the Harbour map comes on through for Breeze and NRG. I think one of the only teams that's still really keen to play this KO in there. Most teams I'm seeing are not really that down for it anymore. Double Enix coming on through for NRG versus the double duelist look of PRX.
मैं तो फ्रॉस्टी 50-50 100 का रिचार्ज करवाता हूँ, ज्यादा नहीं करता।
T1 and RRQ had been running this during the regular Pacific season, so I think that this is going to be a comp that PRX are very familiar with. I know it says RRQ down there, but this is the third map between PRX and NRG, and stylistically this is going to be double Enit versus double duelist. The Something Jet and Forsaken Neon that they have been running a lot on this
Oh,
map.
Neon! Let's go!
But their last streak of maps, you look at them cutting their teeth on the very best teams in the world, and you can feel some degree of confidence here for PRX that they can close out this series. On the other side
भाई
of things,
कौन बोलता है नर्फ नियॉन बेकार हो गया, नियॉन अभी पे नॉट प्लेएबल, ये प्लेएबल। वीसीटी में अभी भी लोग नियॉन खेलते तो है।
Yeah, but overall, I mean, still looking at the things here, like Breeze has been a reasonable good map.
इसका रिचार्ज है वो अलग बात।
Breeze was, unfortunately, one of the maps that NRG dropped allowed in the qualifier coming into this one. As we also remember the PRX side of things, Breeze was a map that
This is the real name on international stage, मतलब
bit of rough waters on that actually. Not a very clear-cut victory for them.
4 second नियॉन खेल रहा है चैट।
A lot more clear-cut now. Again, don't mind the fact that it says RRQ on the top. And it's in fact PRX defensive side first, NRG attacking. Kick it off over towards shops.
Is it the third and decider map here, opening up the group? Winner will go on to take Vitality.
हाँ तो वेस्ट तो होगा, वो तुम पे है फ्रॉस्टी।
Playoffs loser will play Carmine Core in the elimination. NRG
लाइफ टाइम रहता है मतलब मैं एक बार रिचार्ज किया वो लाइफ टाइम रहेगा जब तक मैं यूज नहीं करता बट उसमें करने के बाद मैं वापस ले नहीं सकता ओ द पूरा मैप कंट्रोल विदाउट एनी फाइट्स
on the opposite end as well. The rest of NRG, rather, PRX finally arrive.
Kiko up close and personal here. Not too much utility left over. Just the pistols here for NRG as PRX start to make their moves.
Envy took a little bit of damage early on. Hiding away.
Holy.
It's going to be Kiko, and he's completely shuts down two members of PRX. As soon as they spot in. 4 versus 3 now, Brock. All the way in the back. Forsaken doesn't even get the
backstep का info क्यों नहीं है?
Response either. Falling apart as PRX NRG. Another pistol. 3 pistols in a
NT
row.
man.
Yeah, really nicely worked there from NRG. Just keeping things simple. Creep up in towards A main, throw up the Viper wall, Sova Dart, and the dash on in. And when they recognize that it's a retake setup for PRX, they choose to even take a step forward.
ये RRQ किधर से आया?
In combination with the Viper. Originally, we used to see this over on Icebox, where you're kind of segmenting the walls. But the Harbor gives you a little bit more flexibility in terms of where you actually want to control in terms of the site. So being able to kind of further extend that control.
ये UI को क्या हुआ?
PRX a few more troubles on the retake going forward.
Well, Nightfall probably getting for on 2 players. Forsaken and something is potentially got the sniper out actually.
Yeah, 2 marshals. I mean, this is pretty common on Breeze, but PRX in particular here do have a couple of upgrades to try to keep this one interesting.
Okay, Kiko there as well. Moving up through mid, walking into something. He's been waiting for this opportunity.
Yep.
Buying up as well, given that what was the pistol going towards the NRG side of things? This is a very slow round. Look at the trappers well on the door side of things. Jing and Envy dodging out from the Viper molly as well. This could be very interesting. Should get checked though. 2 players there. Envy is the only one that actually gets somebody.
We still got 1. Hello?
Both of the marshals here to buy on the rotation over. Something not really able to do too much as the Viper wall goes up. Takes a chunk out of Kiko.
Unfortunate.
But look, not much to be done here as the wall gets dropped on PRX. And Divai not even able to take one more with him. Only Mata to go down here.
The Marathi chat.
Pretty nice anti-eco.
मतलब?
But PRX would have liked to see a little bit more coming through from the marshals. No one really biting over towards mid. The trap setup. Now the mid doors.
यार इसी RRQ लिखा था ना UI fucked up था.
That's after the fact that they dodged out from that molly as well. Once more.
अबे RRQ तो अलग ही जगह हो रही थी ना? ओ नहीं इधर ही था ना भाई वाह. इतनी वॉच दोनों जगह देख रहा हूँ मैं खुद कंफ्यूज हो गया.
The opening gun round a little bit. Couple of sets of light armor. Full buy up for NRG, who were kind of cutting corners there. Initial contact. Going the way of either one of these teams. Forsaken well aware there's a couple players over
जंपिंग
towards
में
B
मारा.
lane. It's the second time
बट यार जंपिंग अभी बेकार हो गया है वो नियॉन का तुम्हारा
landslide for NRG.
Yeah, Forsaken's first death just
ई दबा के वो जंपिंग वाला स्लो हो गया है ना.
It's a little bit lighter now, not in a good way for PRX. 5 versus 2.
Your PRX 0-3.
Still winnable for PRX. Divide can certainly do it, but now the way this is going, looking like 3 in a row for NRG.
Yeah, they are all over this. Just keeping things pretty simple here, using the double E net just to be able to
एक दिन स्ट्रीम खोलूंगा फिर टाइटल में होगा मार्शल ओनली.
Having a really tough time dealing with it.
So it's first deaths, man. No trades either. Heavy investment on that second round. Double marshals being brought in. Doesn't allow every single member in the team to have a full buy on this round.
मराठी मादे बोईचा क्या होता है?
Walk out. Tail tucked between your legs for PRX. They even hold on to a couple of rifles here.
It's the best possible start for NRG, honestly. Like, the cash is already like 2+K on all of these players. They're about to win the bonus round up 3-0 on the attacking side of Breeze. This is going to be a bit of a nightmare to navigate for PRX.
Similar to what we saw in Fracture, but the opposite side around, right? I mean, we just saw the fact that you get those 5 in a row. Bonus converted as well after PRX wins the pistol. They got both the pistols on Fracture now. 3 pistols in a row. Haven't seen anything come through from PRX's.
मैं फिर से वापस आ गया.
Super early.
See what they want to kind of construct around these 2 rifles.
38 goats watching the stream. Let's go! But guys, make sure to like the stream.
Marshals or sheriffs to be invested in. Maybe throw a shotty in the mix, especially if they want to contest a main or something like that. Up to PRX to kind of pick themselves up. This has been a false start here on Breeze so far. NRG are looking pretty locked in, really running through with all of the momentum they garnered from stomping Paper X on Lotus, and Breeze looks like it's heading in much the same direction.
I mean, it really did say it earlier on, but it kind of feels like we're speed running.
भाई कितना wire, कितना management होगा बे उधर?
Get a very resounding win on Fracture that this time around actually kind of gets a lot more competitive, and then slowly but surely throughout the rest of the series, and this time just in a BO3, losing momentum from PRX. Confidence seems down as well.
Sophie, me and Jing should be stopped.
Fracture, you're just not getting anymore.
Let's see what they come up with here. Got a lot of work to do. I think the objective starts to move, especially when you have people to start on the attacking side from, you know, being able to string rounds together, being able to break the money to how many can you kind of chip in early on here.
गाली दे रहे?
You got to kind of adjust your expectations. Forsaken really going to go for a Guardian here.
बंगाली में गाली दे रहा है?
$400. Indeed, he is investing quite a lot in this round. He feels like Paper X have a good chance to win it.
2 players with just the pistols out there as well, including something who's super far away from the Blade Storm, and PRX getting nice and active early on. Couple players wanting to move a little bit deeper into the mid. As NRG, full respect, they want to be prepared for the potential PRX doing something here.
Yeah, something very much saving for an operator heading in towards the next round. Ethan jiggling for the mid push, and he it's courtesy really of this deep wall from Paper X. Makes NRG a little bit nervous that they will be taking some space over there, and sometimes they even just throw down that wall and then just play towards the mains. In this case, NRG really doing their due diligence, working their way through the map up. Elbow drone goes into middle.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Drone sees nothing. Smoke ends up being
Zero
useful
info
there
मिला
for PRX just to hide inside the cove. They don't see anything on the opposite end either. Time is running out. NRG have barely made moves. It's confusing Paper X a little bit.
I think they're making the right call here, though. Just dropping off Scooper in middle for the late lurk. He's able to play in front of this Viper wall, so it's not really troubling NRG too much as they group back up towards this A site. Similar to the pistol, it's just going to be Devi retake. The rest of Paper X have cleared all of B, but the Execute's going to get in a little bit faster.
Oh, full flash, and Devi isn't able to get anything. Forsaken once again, first death. Very unfortunate.
Side मिला है, but
to that lone player, Devi, who can't respond at all. Devi had one of the only rifles.
Yeah. Something with naught but a
Oh,
classic. He's picked up the Vandal. Wants to try to make this one a little bit more interesting. 2 players cripplingly low on the side of NRG.
3 players off-site here as well. They do get smoked off. Gives a little bit of opportunity for PRX.
Possible है.
With their guns available,
3-5 possible है, 2 guns है.
Something, it's playable, but it's not anymore. They're just leaving, aren't they?
Yeah, they got to save. You really got to min-max your money when NRG has this much cash. Like,
अबे तुम्हारा eco ही तो था ना? Why are you saving?
As many gun rounds as you can get access to, because there's no breaking the attacking side economy anymore. Forsaken looking for some damage here at the end. Oh, sorry, Jing. Some damage here at the end of the round.
पढ़ लो मैसेज Motato private access मतलब Discord का.
Probably just going to go down to the spike. Doesn't feel the need to force the issues. Trying to keep NRG.
मेरे को लगा jinx कर दे खुद का पीसी खराब ना कर दे. Jinx करके खुद का पीसी खराब ना कर दे. भाई मैंने बोला they can win. तो उन लोगों ने सेव ही करने चले गए भाई.
Something like that. It's going to be a ridiculous amount of cash for the attackers.
And they played that round so
हाँ दे दो
slowly
भाई
as well,
आता
that
भी है तो
PRX, like I
Discord.
mentioned, they got really confused towards the end. Didn't really know where to go. Leaving Devi just to anchor A alone, and we'll see what happens with that. And just couldn't even trade 1-for-1 there. Leaves Marta, I believe, on 5 HP.
I think this changes plans for Paper X as well. I was pretty sure that something was saving for an operator, but as he picks up a Vandal to save into the next round, instead it's going to be rifle-centric gameplay for Paper X.
Oh, okay, hang on.
Oh, the recon lineup.
Here, Keiko gets sent in, then wrapped back into middle here for NRG. Not going particularly well so far. They've really tried to cause a little bit of a reaction and a rotation in the early round for Paper X, but they still end up a man down.
Haven't seen PRX get in the first spot in some time now over the course of these rounds. It's Kiko trying to dive on in on A and being punished for it. Devi onto Brock as well. Okay, numbers starting to look really comfortable.
B plant, B side खाली, but 2v4 थोड़ा diabolical सा है.
Plenty of money though, so NRG happy to get it done.
Scuba on the front foot.
PRX needed this round, bro.
Here. Ethan could set him up with a nicely timed flash to try to
Oh, the timing, bro.
Scuba going for a little bit of a play here. Something well and truly ready for it. Just down to Ethan. Trying to do some damage to the economy of Paper X. Fragment. Got to keep something at arm's length. Forsaken's made it up onto the site, and Forsaken just pushing straight into the fragment. Paper X.
चलो भाई guys गाली पड़ी है कि भाई गाली पड़ी.
Many that'll be needed.
You're welcome.
Until Ethan wasn't ready
हमारी
for that,
चैट
something
भाई
pushing into the
आइजाई
fragment. Leaves with 6 HP.
भाई तुम्हें ना हेलो आदित्य भाई दिखा दिखा अभी तुम गाली दोगे उससे पहले मैंने हेलो बोल दिया
Converting onto secondary kill, getting really heavy numbers in their favor.
भाई तुम ये पंजाबी लिख रहे हो
Bite their way back into this map a little bit.
ओए माँ का सबके साथ यार डेली खेलता हूँ मैं मतलब 2-3 दिन से खेल रहे हैं आज नहीं खेलने वाले कल ट्राई करेंगे एक्सक्लेमेशन मार्क किक स्ट्राइकर बाय किक पे खेलते हैं हम
have a wrap into middle in the mid round to catch some of those rotations.
Well, you want to see the op come through for something.
अबे बहुत जोर से पड़ी गाली नहीं डांट
has to be a little bit concerned about the dart.
Deserving हो यार तुम
Same for Keiko.
Office is off but peak advantage. Yep.
PRX punished in the opening kills department yet again, and NRG with a man advantage.
Really expensive there, unfortunately for PRX.
Auto guard run पे.
Playing off a Forsaken together. Hey, main's good. Null command is going to cause a little bit of issues here. Jing really would like a kill. He's got one, but instantly Kiko responds.
भाई Kiko ऊपर ही देख रहा था तुमने देखा?
That's going to be A taken care of. 4 versus 2 again. Once again, you have to look at the money side. Divai and Envy. How much do they want this?
वो ऊपर चढ़ा होगा.
Locked out of it, really. The high tide only just went down. Envy's going to give it a little bit of a sniff, but Divai is just sitting in nest. I don't think he's interested in this 2-on-4 at all.
Just got around for PRX. It's already gone the wrong way now.
Oh.
Not a bad shot from Envy.
What do you mean not a bad shot? Crazy shot मारा भाई.
I don't think he's particularly interested. Dart on in to keep NRG at arm's
yeah.
length.
He's saving off.
That's what he was going for the whole time. Really, really well worked. Heads up play from Envy. He'll be able to hand that to something in the next round. And with 2 guns saved over, PRX will be able to put together another buy here.
It's well played by Kiko at the start of that one. Now dueling something and then converting a little bit later on as well.
Wouldn't be surprised to see NRG go for this quick mid to A yet again here. They do have some good ults to be doing it. You see often Keiko has been wielding the operator in the last round or so.
Utrala khao gatla taki pe pantu khao gatla क्या लिख रहा है भाई?
Just condition the mid to A though with the pick on mid doors and then
At this point कुछ भी टाइप कर रहा है भाई.
What they want to go going for here. It does seem like they're going to choose to go to the other side of things. Back to B.
B's open. Nobody home. Late Storm, you called it. Will be popped this round as well.
मेरा टीम ज़्यादा important exam से चमन exam ज़्यादा important है focus कर ले.
Something might catch.
फिर exam के बाद stream ही देखियो भाई पूरे दिन.
Oh, it doesn't quite land the shot though. That would have been a hard one to land for sure. Kiko on the other side will just completely rip away Envy. 5v4.
Yeah, awkward exchange. Tried to go for the drone. Envy under a little bit too much pressure.
Oh, इसको spot हो गए तीनों. Jet नहीं spot हुआ, बाकी तीनों spot हो गए.
Meets up with the rest of the team on site and NRG.
उसको पता था वो cooked होगा, तो इसलिए देखो वो छोड़ के चला ही गया.
Difficult retake for PRX.
PRX now got to execute like they're the attacking side instead. At least their smokes are still online. Rock has a decent line, a decent shot onto Divaya. Numbers are now looking sad.
1-6 chat, 1-6.
Something is just going to peel off in a 1v1. Mata, nice, okay. Makes things slightly better for them. Maybe just playing for the exits now.
Time नहीं है.
Trying to hold on to these 3 rifles, but at some point you've got to stop saving and start getting some rounds. Jing covers that smoke push from Scuba well, but that's where the good news really ends. 6-1 for NRG. What a brutal start to this map for the Pacific fans.
Yeah. NRG can just close out the one more round. They get the 7. And I think for PRX, recovering up to 4 would be pretty good for them at this stage. Because this kind of deficit is rough to make a comeback from. They are still going to have the weapons to play through. But I hear you, man. At some stage, you got to stop saving. And I think this next round coming up might
PRX
just be that
literally,
one. Timeout coming on.
That PRX literally
to recover
4th round के बाद 5th round से save कर रही है.
Just as many rounds here on Breeze have not had
last
an answer for what NRG's
4 rounds से save कर रही है.
This has been a very well constructed attacking side of Breeze. The double E-Nit Harbor is something that can be really difficult to play around, especially when the other team is so well organized. The attacking side op has been having some pretty serious impact. Like Keiko has been finding opening picks like it's nothing on the jet, causing a big problem for PRX thus far. Needs Forsaken to start to turn things around here. He hasn't had any impact on the Neon. It's usually a pretty good agent, pretty good map for him.
It's been a rough couple of maps. Like I said, that first death stat line is a bit haunting. When you look at a guy like Forsaken, you certainly expect more. And a massive turnaround for everyone on NRG. I mean, Mata had a rough go of Fracture, but now that's feels like such a long time ago. For NRG winning this the way they are is pretty shocking for PRX and a shocking day for Pacific in general if they can't pull through.
Deep ball on mid here once again for PRX. One way thrown into A main, very much trying to play disruptive, and there you go, wall dropped on Kiko, and something gets the opener. Mata replying with the operator, picked up from the Jet though. He is pretty good at wielding this gun himself.
Yep, I've seen him on the Jet before. Familiar territory, the op for Mata. Reckoning available here as NRG will play this one quietly. Let's take a look at Elbow. How much does PRX want to move up?
1-6 is crazy,
He knows
actually.
he's kind of just in the Goldilocks spot. Not too hot, not
but
too
I
cold,
feel
he's just sitting tight.
He
to disrupt this pivot to B if necessary. Something on the other side of things has still got this A main info line with the operator. And Ethan got to spot that out. Well aware that the Jet is sitting right there. Drone goes into middle here for NRG. Courtesy of that wall being put up by Devi, it's drawing out a lot of utility, but NRG just kind of simplifying things back towards A main.
Well, they got info that something is
something
there.
ऑफ लेके होल्ड कर रहा है उधर ही है तो मतलब वो एटलीस्ट एक पिक निकालेगा वापस जाएगा दूसरा निकालेगा and his scope.
Box got recon in there as well. Okay,
never mind.
Just play the ultimate. That'll be enough, more than enough to push off our Jet from the line. But Devi will so clean Ethan up. Something wanted more of that Blade Storm. Smarter and Brock. The operator changes hands once again. High Tide coming on in. 3 versus 2. 17 seconds left to play through 2v1. Envy. He's not been spotted just yet. Might have brilliant timing here, but needs to be able to get through undetected. And he can't do so. NRG again. Big celebration from their side of the stage. Collecting that 2v1 victory, extending their lead even further.
Yeah, nicely worked there for NRG. Finally, when PRX are able to find an opener, immediate reply from Mata. And NRG just able to simplify a lot of these rounds and use the double E to the best of its abilities. The KO knife spotting out where the operator is, and then they're just placing the utility right where it's needed. They got to put themselves into a winnable post plant.
7-1, massive difference in rounds, and PRX have already burned through their timeouts as well. All alone now. They got to figure this one out. Back over towards mid.
My bad.
Something and Devi playing together. That is big information. Ethan, they're looking for him. They want him. Devi's got it. Secondary as well. Onto Scuba. Not too bad. And the Sphere was used in that exchange as well. Kiko onto Devi for the exchange.
ये round NRG जीत रही है.
Rifle will be recovered by Kiko.
Just checking.
Thrown out onto the middle line. Hunter's Fury ripped by Envy, looking to try to further extend the numbers, but dodged out nicely there by NRG. The rest of PRX all swinging into middle. Kiko and Brock hitting the deck. It's all on Mata. Spike in hand. Gonna throw out a cove towards B to try to draw attention away from PRX. Jing cutting the map in half.
Jing onto Mata. Yeah, he sees him, but he doesn't land the shots. Mata cleans him up. Well, at least they know where Mata is now. That's the good news. 30 HP as well. Something up next. Doesn't get the opportunity to make the shot happen, and this is unbelievable. Mata is still able to get 2.
He's in the
There
Matrix.
is no way, right?
So perfectly onto Forsaken.
Bro, there is no way, right?
Avoided something with the perfect high tide.
Yep.
Bro, I am him, yeah.
I thought he would have put together a 1v4 there.
Starting to look dangerous, that's for sure. I mean, he hit low HP, but just the ability to get past the early 2 players and get those kills.
I mean, we're past dangerous for PRX. They're getting cooked here.
Considering that was a 4v1, that's still
no
rough for
way,
PRX.
right?
Dropping 2 members in that 4v1.
Yeah. Makes their money
Bro,
quite breakable here.
PRX 2 round जीती है जब भी मैंने बोला NRG जीतेगी. वही 2 round जीती है.
2-1-2 here for NRG. Deep
Bro, I double check every time और वो double check भी work करता है.
Something has been playing through mid multiple times now, using that Viper's wall to tuck himself in, and I lied about Forsaken. He does want to do something here, or perhaps that's actually just Kiko pushing in himself. In either case, first death for Forsaken doesn't help PRX here.
Something's pretty deep in middle though. Could be a great position to be leveraging in towards the mid to late round, but with that deep wall again, I mean, you just continue using the initiator utility. Something able to actually dash out nicely. Updraft dash with the cloudburst, keeps himself alive.
Might have pulled that through a little early. Didn't even see the drone yet, just kind of preempted the drone. Assumed the drone was going to spot him, but in the case, the drone did its job. As the rest of NRG group together, ready to finish on B. It's going to be essentially playing for a retake here. Envy Pretty back.
PRX से जीतना साथ में मत बोलो. I'm sorry. अभी मैं कुछ नहीं बोलूँगा.
At the end of the day,
दिखते हैं मैच.
he's over by himself against an entirety of a B execute, and they're really kind of narrowing down the options. They know his front side sight, flash flying on through, and he only goes 1-for-1. TP towards the backside of the site. Paranoia out from Jing, but they're more than ready for it.
I saw the lineup there for Envy, but unfortunately just couldn't land the second kill. Would have been pretty insane. 4 versus 2 pit down. PRX's chances dwindling here as something sees.
भाई वो लोग राउंड सिक्योर करने में ही है ब्रो.
Shoulder converts into a Brock kill. Divide will be
ऐसे दो बार सोचते भी नहीं है कि अल्ट करूं. Fuck it bro, just secure the round.
3K having a blinder of a game on the jet. Fantastic attacking side here for NRG. Really putting PRX under the pump. If they want any chance of picking up Breeze here, they need probably both of the next 2 rounds, let's be honest.
Don't need that. No need to win the pistol anti-eco in the second half.
या हाफ के बाद अगर PRX को जीतना है तो उसको पिस्टल भी जीतना पड़ेगा. उसको वो वाई तो जीतना ही पड़ेगा और बोनस भी जीतना पड़ेगा.
Look at the double outlaw into the operator here as well. Just trying to clean up these low HP.
Holy
Sheriff players coming through PRX.
Holy
Forsaken overdriving his way through to victory. That'll make things hurt a little bit for NRG. Who, okay, numbers actually going the way of PRX here, and they've recovered at least one outlaw.
Brock still on the line here. If the wall gets dropped, something would have gone down, but he's able to slip back through onto that nice off angle. Drone through towards elbow, confirming that NRG are still kind of hanging around in spawn side. PRX definitely want to be slowing this round down, not giving away this man advantage.
Time देखो. 1
NRG
minute.
need to get a bit of a wriggle on.
The other thing is, like, if you abandon this position, start giving away the guns, something Divide looking for those pickups. Oh, and Brock eats a shot. That is gross. 10 HP left.
Yeah, something sliding out onto the line.
Cooked.
1 share of shots, all that's needed to catch him on the cross, and down goes the spike. Ethan now trying to pick up the pieces, and something completes the thrifty from PRX. That is a classic from them. The elbow play with the paranoia overdrive ripped. It's a recipe for success when you have no money to work with. Now if they could just pick up this gun round towards the end of the half, it's at least doable.
So Sheriff's in charge of this town. Forsaken overdriving through, delivering a couple of nice early kills, starting to give some weapons over, putting Brock on 10 HP, and no numbers at all for NRG to play. That is a well put together round for PRX to start this campaign of a potential comeback back in again, but really shot now. By the way, something did steal away that operator, but it's pushed off the line.
He missed the shot.
He's spotting out where the op is playing. In goes the harbor roll, as well as the null command, but something still kicks around the cross straight through the Viper wall. That is illegal. Divide out, waiting for further aggression, and he's going to find it as well. Nice multi-frag on in. Ethan trading one back. The high tide zoning PRX away for now.
Ethan looking for more with this null command, but Marta's the one that will actually find this kill. There's not a lot of members left to play through. Just one, just Ethan. Taps the spike. Reels in the last 3 members.
Anti-Ethan, bro, anti.
But Jing is the one that actually gets to chew up the last player. And now suddenly 2 rounds in a row, PRX building back the confidence, building back the economy, building up the potential of a comeback.
Big whiff of the Hong Tai at the end of things there. For Envy, that's the SEA power right there.
9-3 na.
So we head into half-time. He's going to need
so now PRX,
possible.
if we want to win this,
that's a really nice hold from PRX.
need to win.
Despite 2 ults being
Pistol
thrown at him.
and bonus.
Still fights a pick and Divide.
Both.
Who has only had a couple
Buy
of
round to
little
jeetna hi
moments
padega.
so far in this game of Breeze. That's a very key multi-frag. Like I said, PRX needed both of those rounds towards the end of the half.
Yep.
And now it's at least doable.
अबे 4-8 ना 4-8 ना वो भी तो जीते. Yeah. Jinx नहीं कर रहा. I'm just saying.
PRX still in it to win it.
I'm not jinxing.
Need to see those magical
Chat में
moments.
जरा drinking water
Saw
करके
the kind
आया.
of insane rounds, insane kills that Divide got in the first 2 maps. Clutches he had on Fracture. Insane sheriff shots he had. Top of A on Lotus as well. And now late in the day, what an incredible eco they win with only a couple rounds left to play through. Forsaken showing up when it counts as well.
Now
overdrive and play to sort of deliver that one over. But otherwise, NRG in full control of this map and in the position to win the entire series.
A little bit of momentum in towards the tail end of that last half, though, for PRX. They need to really embody that. They'd love a pistol here. Start to close the gap in towards this second half. Start kicking things off on the attacking side. This is where, particularly playing into the comp that NRG is piloting here on Breeze,
Yep.
you're really going to be put through your paces. Harbor, KO, very disruptive comp. It's going to be coves, you know, one-ways, things like that. The Storm Surge to try to deny that kind of A main space.
Who's your favorite player? Jing, baby, Jing.
Directing the flow of traffic and gathering information. Ethan is
Bro,
a bit
Jing
of a
is
master on
vibe.
this agent.
He's thinking deep. Man, the screen there, leading the charge for NRG.
Me
For a
as
rough
bhai.
start in the series. Game is in their hands. Ball is in their court. Did say, though, for PRX, they would like to finish the first half with at least 4. They got that, and now I think pistol basically required here.
Yeah, here on the B stream, we've already had one victory for Americas over Pacific. We are staring down the barrel of another. It's up to PRX to change that narrative. Both teams kind of peppering shots down range in middle, and I'm surprised no
PRX,
one walks
come
away
on.
dead from that.
NRG, come on. दोनों come on.
PRX pick up the pace into A.
गाली दोगे
Some
मेरे को.
damage done to players, something,
इससे
and Mara
अच्छा.
are the ones that actually get shot there, and Brock. See if he can find somebody through that smoke. Not going to be the case, but everyone's basically arriving now. Just waiting for Scuba to come through from spawn as well. Something up first. He's half HP, but it's Envy and Jing on Tamada and Brock. Numbers good for PRX. Spike plant to come on through. Now NRG. Let's see what else they can do. Nothing so far. 5 versus 2 now. Kiko doesn't even get to
Holy flawless.
Scuba. A little bit late to the party here. Never even got a chance to get involved. A flawless pistol for PRX. Full momentum coming in from the end of that last half, and they are very much in this game of Breeze now.
है possible है. क्या वो नहीं पलूंगा, but है possible है.
Get that anti-eco in there.
Possible है chat. Possible है.
6 and 8 now starts to
Possible
feel
है.
if they get that round.
Possible है.
A lot more doable. Then we're seeing the danger they can have on the bonus as well based on what Fracture is. Let's see if NRG has anything to say about it though. This round though, happy to just let it go economy-wise. Classics abroad. Something is potentially also making that save towards the op as well. Let's see what that looks like.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it is just pistols with the Outlaw Divide. Knows that NRG have taken that A main space courtesy of the KO knife from early.
Holy bro.
Around. Scuba maybe found the side of Forsaken for a moment,
Flawless.
but it's all down to Mata to see if he can fashion even one kill. Nicely timed Storm Surge, but that's where it ends. Another flawless back-to-back for PRX as they win their 4th round in a row.
अबे मैं कुछ बोल ही नहीं रहा bro.
Walks in.
अबे यूवी भाई क्या क्रेजी चल रहा है. पता है मैं बोल रहा हूँ ये राउंड हारेगी, वही राउंड जीत रहे. ये राउंड ये होगा, ये उल्टा ही हो रहा है.
Given the amount of players on PRX that still had pistols for that
ये
round.
हाफ के बाद at this side में कुछ नहीं बोलूँगा.
Dangerous looking bonus coming on through in terms of economy.
अबे यूवी भाई आपने जो गेम भेजी है ना उसमें रिपो भी लिख दो ना, रिपो भी खेलेंगे एक दिन.
Cannot afford to let a team of PRX's caliber back into a game. It's going to be the flash to set up the jet for the pick here early on in combination with a little bit of a shocky onto door. PRX just pinging out the map. Triple swing to try to re-clear that mid space. And it seems like they want to group up back towards A. They're in two minds about what they want to be doing this round. I guess it's back to B here.
It's double rifle plus Guardian. Double Bulldog, so somewhat reasonably competitive buy in terms of this bonus.
For sure.
A little bit of exploration coming through, mid under control for NRG. As NRG start to sniff the fact that it could be a B, and that's exactly what it looks like under pressure now. Scuba, he's paranoid out, but hiding behind a box. There's no contact just yet to be found. I mean, this is a scary moment for Scuba. The rest of the troops are still yet to arrive. Starting to come through from spawn now. As Mardig and Brock will be up. A couple of kills here looking good so far, and Brock is really delivering now. PRX not getting as much out of this push as they would have liked. But Divide into 1v1. Viper versus Viper. It's Phantom versus Outlaw, but Scuba's already tagged down. See if Divide can find that shot.
दवाई के लिए मुश्किल है. उस पे शेरिफ है, आउटलो है. अभी वो आउटलो रिलोड नहीं करेगा क्योंकि उधर साउंड आएगा. So he have to play with only शेरिफ. और अगर गन मिली तो, but मिड पे कोई मरा ही नहीं है. You have to play Sheriff versus Phantom.
Primary weapon to be using. 15 seconds on the clock, and Scuba is all over this tunnel flank. Reading this one very well.
Yes.
Oh,
Managed to
imagine.
get back in their timing extremely well, as mentioned. Thought for a second there that he might have turned away at the wrong time, but Divine just had not even a single shot to say in that round. But like I said, a dangerous bonus coming through that could be very competitive. Ends up at a 1 versus 1, so despite winning that one, very curious about the money situation for NRG.
Yeah, definitely a lot of guns taken away from them. But, able to at least deny that bonus. You have a judge on in here for Kiko. So just trying to scrap together a buy. Both teams starting to run out of money early on. As once again, you have a similar opening to the round here. Shock Dart in towards doors, got a lot of damage there to open things up. Something looking for a pick with the Outlaw over towards this B side of the map. And indeed, Scuba is low on armor. There it is.
Shot.
Shot something.
Scuba down. That is B almost open. Still player there in Brock. Just putting the pressure on numbers-wise to keep things interesting here as we go back over towards mid for PRX.
He'd be taking space on B, causing a lot of problems. The judge is still here towards mid doors. That should be an easy opener for Kiko, who's under a little bit of pressure. Tentative now from Jing, pushed away by the fragment.
Paranoia. But Amada still gets Jing, and now Brock as well. Envy, you talked about it.
Bro, by the way,
6-9 that might be the opening now to play on through. And NRG know it as well. Trying to cut off something here, and not going to get the time to get that cut off, actually.
Yeah, NRG on the wraparound through elbow. Spike has not gone down yet for PRX. Envy is on the push all the way through spawn. Something planting in a safe location here as Marta creeps up on him by Kiko as well. Ethan is ready for this flank from Divide.
Rotation थोड़ा late है और एक city, but harbor curve है anti bro.
Cove onto the spike. Marta tap.
बन गए भाई cool. है भाई बन गए cool. बन गए cool. तो कैसा लगा भाई आपको cool बन के?
From helping something unfortunately.
Proud feel कर रहे हो थोड़ा सा?
Deep exploration all the way in enemy spawn, but doesn't quite
Proud
have the
feel हो रहा है थोड़ा सा?
to do much more.
होना तो चाहिए.
And it starts out okay.
गाली दे दी भाई बड़ी बात है.
Something onto Scuba, but beyond that, that mid doors causing issues for PRX as they couldn't make their way through that at all.
The NRG very much on top of the rotations here, especially in a pretty complex round.
Bolo
PRX with a little bit of a mixed bag by here. Divide feeling like a hero with the hero Vandal.
I have the spike.
देखो 4 सेकंड ने बकी बाई की है तो ये राउंड मुश्किल है.
Problems for an NRG whose money is still very much
Actually क्योंकि बकी
which means that maybe the low buy of PRX can still find some value here. Forsaken on the shotgun neon. He's on the wrong patch of that, but he's doing what he can.
चमन है ना भाई वो भी.
Very dangerous buy for NRG to be dealing with here.
बोल दो PRX भाई PRX बोलोगा तो NRG वाले गाली दोगे, NRG बोलोगा PRX वाली गाली दोगे.
This is a fantastic angle for Keiko.
See if PRX are ready for that one. No, not quite. Oh my god. Doubling up. Exactly what you want to see out of the Outlaw player, and now PRX left hurting. Didn't even fast lane, didn't even really do too much in terms of utility, or otherwise I guess Kiko just sees over the top of everything either way.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a dirty off angle over the top of the Viper wall. Not much really to be done. These are great positions for NRG. Like, they're really just out-positioning PRX, preempting any kind of aggression. Spike dropped out in the open. Outlaw is still on the line if it's even needed. And something on double doors, cleaned up by Marta. As well for NRG. And it's looking like back-to-back stomps to reverse sweep this series here.
And we're looking at an okay early half for PRX. Double flawless. Really closing
By the
the
way,
gap slightly,
34% लोग NRG को support कर रहे हैं, just saying.
Third round bonus of the half.
Oh guys, by the way, make sure you like the stream.
Lied about the fast lane, but in either case, doesn't really help. Forsaken towards the end there. Finally, you get to see 5-4 rifles on PRX.
See what they come up with here. Very much starting to run out of time. 2 players on light armor. It's a glass cannon Vandal here.
ये round को explain
करता
हूँ
BTD भाई. Backed up by a little bit of elbow control.
It's fully taken here. Drone to re-clear potentially. That gets removed with the information gained. Now Jing on the line here. Brock trying to get flashed out, and something just takes him off the table. As we set the table now for A as well. It's going to be Scuba up first. Double poison orbs being played on in, but something has already made its way on site. He snuck away and
Oh my
finds an
God, bro.
opportunity to
दोस्त
just
ने
shut
mid
Kiko
से जो
down.
timing
5
निकाली
versus
है,
3 now. Seems like NRG are not quite ready for this one. Scuba
स्पेस बना के गया
has
है
to drop
वो.
off.
It's a bit of individual brilliance
Kiko
from
को
something.
मारने.
Finds a really nice timing for those two openers. Open plant for Paper X, who are playing this from yellow side, and I think NRG are just forced to save.
भेजता हूँ दर्शन भाई स्ट्रीम के बाद. मेरे को DM करके रख दो ना
They
कि
have the
भेज दो
money
ऐसा.
for it, but the numbers don't look good. Mata's already on the other side of the map.
टेंडर वाला या फिर
Paper X clinging
माइल्ड
on.
वाला?
And this map in the series so far, 7-11. NRG still though in control. 2 more rounds required. Still
देखो
got 3
सेव ही कर रहे हैं
guns.
तो मैं बताता हूँ, ठीक है? तो देखो, there is 2 Valorant में, there is 2 tournament going around. EWC and ENC. Esports World Cup and Esports National Cup. वर्ल्ड कप में जो भी EWC चल रहा है, इसमें रीजन वाइज होती है, जैसे एपैक हो गया, ये रीजन वाइज टूर्नीज चलती है, ठीक है, जिसमें जो तुम VCT वगैरह में देखते हो रीजन वाइज ऐसे ही. एंड ENC नेशनल कप में कंट्री वाइज होता है, तो उसमें जो अभी रिसेंटली इंडिया की टीम सिलेक्ट हुई है वो ENC में हुई है. तो ENC अभी चलेगी, ENC का अभी चलेगा, वो आएगी नवंबर में. अभी क्वालिफाई हो गई इंडियन टीम, बट वो अभी टूर्नामेंट अभी चलेगी, अभी स्टार्ट नहीं हो रही, वो नवंबर में स्टार्ट होगी. बट EWC में इस रीजन में हमारी लाइक जी टीम भी सिलेक्ट हुई, भले उसमें इंडियन प्लेयर्स नहीं है, बट जी भी सिलेक्ट हुई है. तो कल जी का मैच है.
From the side of NRG. And something got some magic to play with a what? Yes, sir, he does. Brock to respond. Don't even know if he gets a tag there. Doesn't look like it so far. Just completely whiffs on the
टाइगर भाई मेरे को DM करो, एक क्रेजी शैम्पू बताओ, एक वॉश में चला जाता है, बट वो मेडिकल शैम्पू है, मतलब उसको डेली यूज नहीं करना चाहिए, वीक में एक बार कर सकते हो, उससे हेयर फॉल भी होता है अगर ज्यादा यूज करते हो. मेरे को फंगल इन्फेक्शन है ना, मैं यूज करता हूँ.
That's 2 rounds in a row where something just multi-frags for Paper X and puts a round together. Kiko come in on the lurk, but that is a gorgeous little high-low for Paper X.
समझे BTD भाई?
Who are very much on the warpath here. Still a lot of work to be done though. You can see the
do they
money.
want to run after Ethan?
No.
Again?
Probably not.
ये राउंड मैंने पूरा
The money's
देखा
a
ही
little
नहीं
bit
है,
better this time around.
और एनर्जी आ रही है.
PRX recovering.
शैम्पू डाले कह रहे, ठीक है मैं जनरल में डाल देता हूँ अभी थोड़ी देर में, रुको मैं अभी डाल देता हूँ मोबाइल से जनरल में, बहुत अच्छा है. दर्शन भाई को भी भेज देता हूँ. बट गाइज अगेन वो यूज करने से पहले वो मेडिकल शैम्पू है, ठीक है, नॉर्मल रेगुलर यूज वाला नहीं है, बहुत हार्ड शैम्पू है वो. बट तुम अगर कभी कभी यूज करोगे तो कर सकते हो.
Could definitely help them out quite a bit. But their biggest issue right now is this man. Something has been phenomenal at just self-sufficiently finding these openers for Paper X, and this is exactly the player that you need to start to get warmed up here. He's going to make a comeback on attack.
Look at the confidence. Well, he doesn't care. He's just going to run after Ethan. He needs the money as well in terms of not dying, but whatever. Run after him. Drop that rifle away from Ethan. He's beaten the timing for some of the U-tools as well, and we saw that 2 rounds ago. Given that insane timing versus Kiko, and then it felt like on that last round, kind of a similar story.
Discord general में भी डाला है chat.
PRX. It's kind of night and day to the PRX we were seeing on the rest of this map for the majority of these rounds.
क्या सोच चल रहा है? 7-11.
Way back into things now. Still more work to be done. This is where all eyes are on NRG post their timeout to make a nice little adjustment. A couple of times this series, they've already been in some
8-11
positions, and at least this time they're front running before the timeout's needed. 2 very big ultimates here. Both Mata and Ethan.
Got that मोटा भाई, पता चला बट नहीं, बट मैं सच कह रहा हूँ, मेरे को फंगल इन्फेक्शन है, मेरे पास इतनी दवाई पड़ी है बालों की, बट इसलिए मैं बता रहा हूँ कि तुम यूज कर सकते हो, बट वीक में 1 से ऊपर मत करना. वैसे 2 कर सकते हो, बट 1 ही करो तुम सेफ्टी के लिए, तो दिक्कत नहीं होगा. डैंड्रफ बिल्कुल चला जाएगा, एक ही वॉश में चला जाएगा। अगर ज्यादा है ना तो जब पहली बार यूज कर रहे हो ना तब एक दो बार यूज कर लो, एक दो दिन, उसके बाद फिर वीक में कर लो। एक बार चला जाए ना तो वीक में कर लो। और ईट ओमेगा की टेबलेट्स, विटामिन और विटामिन डी रेगुलरली मतलब जैसे वो भी तुम वीक में एक दो बार लोगे चलेगा, बट लो गुड फॉर हेयर
See the rotation just through yet.
Growth
Jing's
के
gonna
लिए
rip his ultimate out just to reposition on site itself.
Should be the pit going down here, and indeed it is. It's a pit for Brickside though, not actually on the site. I think
डिपेंड करता है वो भी लोगों में, बट विटामिन डी लोगों में बहुत कम रहता है यूजुअली। मेरे में तो एक्चुअली कम ही रहता है, मैं जाता ही नहीं हूँ बाहर।
Hunter's Fury coming in.
Usually घर वर में रहता है,
shoving
उसको
away
need vitamin
NRG ever so slightly, and I don't think he actually got a tag there. Unfortunately, here it comes now. Reckoning push
वापस
in.
बता, मुझे भी करना है कुछ।
Squad
अबे चुप साड़े।
right behind it. Jing goes down for second trays on the Brock, and Envy as well on the Scuba. It's looking fine for Paper X so far, but Ethan has something to say about it. 2 versus 2 now. Ethan low HP, Kiko.
जेन्युइन कर रहा हूँ, मजाक नहीं, जेन्युइन ये
PRX together.
I know ना, मैं डर्मोलॉजिस्ट को भी बताया, सब किया था। Holy envy.
Will deliver the 9th for Paper X.
Yeah, that's very clever.
Bro,
Pit
the
placement there
comeback.
from Divide, making all the difference. Both of the ults burned through for NRG there. Post timeout, still not able to walk away with the gun round, even after something gets picked early on. It's been a big difference maker in a couple of these gun rounds. They're still able to navigate their way into a 4-on-5 where NRG had all the numbers advantage, all the ults post-tack timeout, and they still
मैंने
lose
डिस्कॉर्ड
the
में
follow-up gun
डैंड्रफ के
round.
लिए डाला वो शैम्पू, बहुत
rough.
क्रेजी वाला।
5v4 as mentioned, but
बोल का
they
बोल को
gave up
तेज
site
लगेगा।
full retake. You'll say they've got ultimates for the retake, but they ended up
Please
not
चुप रहे
really
भाई,
getting
कुछ
rid
मत
of the
बोल।
pit at all, and Hunter's Fury from
Sorry.
Envy as well slowed down that retake. And at the end
भूल
of the
जाओ
day,
कि मैंने PRX के बारे में कुछ
2v2
बोला था।
goes the way of
डैंड्रफ का ही
Paper
जनरल में
X
लिंक
and
दो,
NRG.
बहुत क्रेजी है पॉल भाई।
Feel the pressure of
एक वॉश
Paper
में
X
पूरा
and
सब
the
कुछ
heels
डैंड्रफ
now.
वैंड्रफ सब
Yeah, this is
खत्म।
another timeout here for NRG. 2 rounds in a row.
मेरे को फंगल
This is
इन्फेक्शन
very
है ना, मेरे को
problematic
पता है
indeed.
पॉल
I think
भाई, मैं
whatever was
यूज
said
कर
in
रहा था।
the initial timeout hasn't really come to pass, and the coaching staff of NRG
4.5 है उसका रिव्यू। अरे रिव्यू मैं बता रहा हूँ, तुम रिव्यू पे क्यों जा रहे हो? यूज इट ब्रो।
honestly,
मेरी वजह से वो कितने लोग ने यूज किया होगा पता है? केव भी यूज करता था, फिर केव का वो श्रेयस भी यूज, श्रेयस को भी मेरे जैसा प्रॉब्लम था, वो भी यूज करता है, अभी भी यूज करते हैं वो लोग।
but you definitely want to make your life easier by not going into the lowers here against KC on home turf.
Lack of an armor buy for NRG as their money situation has finally dwindled down. They still can afford weapons. Notably, you do have that up on the Kiko.
By 5 होता है ना, 4.5 by 5 होता है ना, of course.
Already destroyed.
Yeah, great shock there from Envy to kick things off. Scuba very much on his
9-11 by the way.
set up heavily inside a middle. Have to wait for the mid to late round to try to go for a flood here. How much work can Scuba get done? If he does get a pick and
ठीक है,
cleanly is
मंगाता हूँ,
able to
रुको
get
पॉल
away,
भाई
he
बीसी आना,
can
मैं तुम्हें
potentially
बताता
drop
हूँ।
a pit and buy some time. But Paper X diving into the site.
Yeah, high tide coming in. Good timing coming through Ramada as well. That'll buy time for Brock to arrive as well.
टीम के बाद अब ये लास्ट मैच ही है।
Soon, maybe Kiko to follow through. Slow going Paper X is trying to make their way through the back left side. Still haven't found Scuba yet, by the way. Forsaken though gets Marta out of the way, and Scuba finally activates alongside Brock. Bring this one down to a 4 versus 3. Still no plant to be heard of at the moment. 50 seconds left to play through, and PRX, are they committed to this?
Yeah, for sure they are. This is a localized 3-on-3.
Whoa.
Envy gives them the advantage, at least on the B side for the time being. Kiko.
बस उसको क्या टाइमिंग में गैप मिला, तुमने देखा? वाइपर का वो हटा। Oh shit, no way bro.
Kiko trading one back. Scuba hiding inside of his poison orb here. He's trying to be a little bit cheeky.
30 seconds left.
And Kiko sliding through that dark cover. Paper X with 2 frags in quick succession to get themselves double digits. How many rounds?
मैं नहीं बोल रहा कुछ, but
was starting to look like a nightmare for Paper X before, but in the last
मैं
5 or so
जडेजा,
rounds,
भाई दवाई मैं अभी देखा भाई, धवल भाई जडेजा हो तुम? हाँ bro, my name is Om Jadeja.
As they just get both the last 2 plays and the 2v2s. I mean, this is like the magical number.
Yeah.
2v2.
क्या दिशो धवल भाई?
PRX winning those.
I mean,
handedly.
pretty consistently, NRG are up in numbers, but then when we head into these awkward post-plant situations, Paper X are just making the right moves in the mid-round.
WPRX जीत गई तो डिले में, shut up.
You are now out of cash.
That's it. This is like the first time NRG are really out of cash for this side as well.
सच में तो
They're
नहीं
making
check
some
कर रहा
moves
था।
now, led by the flash coming through from Ethan in mid. Forsaken and Envy.
मोटाटो
Ready
मूथ
for anything.
मंत्री टिप्ट
आ
50
गया तू!
रुपीज रोज दिन एम टू बार मूथ मार सिर पी लगाओ सारे डैंड्रफ खत्म हो जाएंगे.
Yeah, not much to be done. They've been kind of hammering his sights more often than not. I think he's probably getting pretty sick of it at this point. Phantom in hand. As the drone goes forward for PRX, he's going to tuck himself into the site. Forsaken, very much hot on his heels. Oh my god, okay with two. But there's really not much left in this buy here for NRG, despite yet another man advantage.
It's about as well as you can do. Getting the double up there is pretty nice. And overdrive for Forsaken now to clean things up. Something on Takiko, 3 versus 3, but again, the
level
money
11
and
chat
also the
definitely
guns
कोई
all the
उनका
way in
time भी नहीं है
PRX.
उतना.
That's not a bad shot from Ethan, though. You respect it. Now you're on for the retake for real. 3 versus 2. And Vic still has an ultimate to play through, but not positioned for it at the moment. Despite the lack of guns here, NRG moving together as a team, and Envy doesn't quite land the shot. Bit of a whiff here, Envy another opportunity, and Brock finds them. Gets a double, and NRG, despite having like no money at all, they get 12.
Yeah, both of the rounds you expect them to be putting together, they're not quite able to do it, but apparently they don't need coach intervention. Retake complete, and that series point here for NRG. PRX very much under the pump now. Need 2 in a row to push us through into OT, and that's where the comeback is just going to need to continue chugging along. Much better looking buy here for NRG heading into the last. The pit wasn't even needed. Good double up from Scuba. Just sliding into the pocket with the Phantom.
I mean, it really does a lot. I mean, that shot was gross.
Yeah,
Ethan hitting that one is probably the round winner, but I think that
sure.
wouldn't have mattered as much if Scuba didn't get that first 2. So the combination of their efforts.
Bro, the presence of mind to know that he's on the off angle up on top of Bricks. Quick one to start here for PRX. Trying to be shut down by Ethan's KO knife, but PRX going to push
I'm sorry,
the issue
bro.
into 8.
Yep. Flashing on through. What can we find here? Mata onto Jing, but not really seeing much else from Ethan's POV. Doesn't matter, though, because it's still a 5v3. Mata's making good work of this defensive so far. My God, Mata. Making a triple here. Envy taken down as well. This might be the end. PRX have got 1 left. 1 versus 5. Divide with all of the work to do. But NRG will not be undone here. You feel like the 13 is there. He's revealed. Divide with the secondary. And a 1v3 here. This has to be an ace clutch, buddy. It's not going to be anything less than that. NRG can taste the victory. But can they get this one cleanly here without Divide walking out?
He's trying to slip away. Putting the wall up and down to keep them interested. He's been able to pinch the spike, but Scuba trying to stay 1 step ahead of this pivot back over to the B site. Tucks himself nice and safely into elbow with 40 seconds on the clock.
Viper versus Viper. Might have just made a little bit of noise there. Scuba calls the troops into action. Here's the footsteps for sure by now. Plan has got to come on through, and the timing should be good. 1 HP goes down as zero, and NRG clean things up. Puckett saw it coming. He handed me the USA card, and that is indeed the victor today. PRX falling, Pacific falling in general, and NRG move through.
Yeah, it's a sad day on the B stream for the Pacific teams, both RRQ and PRX going down to NRG and 100 Thieves respectively. I mean, there's something in the water here in Paris for the teams from the Americas. They're doing pretty damn well for themselves.
Something in the water, maybe the bad side as well, unfortunately, for both PRX and RRQ. PRX, fantastic start on the Fracture. Pretty okay to start things out with on Lotus as well, but lost momentum towards the end. Didn't have much momentum to start with on this final map of Breeze, and despite the small comeback towards the end, just couldn't close it.
Check, check. We're here? Yeah. All right. Gentlemen, let's talk a little bit about what we just witnessed, because you promised me 3 games. I was celebrating way early. I was making little flags out here, handing them to Avril. Instead, PRX doesn't go down without a fight. But how do you give up the 1 round when you finally have your opponent broke? How did NRG get that job done?
Bro, I mean,
मोटाटो मूथ मंत्री टिप्ड 50 रुपीज ऑल के डैंड्रफ के लिए मेरा और मोटाटो का मूथ लगेगा, उनके एम प्रोटीन नहीं।
प्रोटीन की कमी है पॉल भाई शायद। आपकी ब्रो सही में ब्रो देखो, एक्सप्लेन मी हाउ मेरी गलती है। उनका इको राउंड है, मैन एडवांटेज है, स्टिल ब्रो स्टिल एग्जैक्टली आई सेड 11-11 होगा और सीधा 0-12 वन साइड वो भी।
And I think they've
Bro, nah, bro. I think I'm the curse today, bro, for PRX. PRX नहीं भाई, एक एक MI वो EDG वाले मैच में भी एक एक इसका तो रील काट के बनाऊंगा भाई मैं। What do you mean? No way, like 1 सेकंड में खत्म हो गया। अभी कोई 1 सेकंड लिखा है ना चैट में। 20 गिफ्टेड दो अब। ओए PRX की बात हुई थी पहली बात तो, फिर भी NRG जीता है और फिर भी तू 20 गिफ्टेड मांग रहा है। हर दिन स्ट्रीम पे कुछ ना कुछ कर रहे। अबे डेली भाई, ओह माय गॉड ब्रो, होली कर्स। जी के लिए ऐसा नहीं, कल चैट कल क्रेजी मैचेस है बाय द वे, कल क्रेजी मैचेस है। जी विसेस MIBR, कल क्रेजी मैचेस है। दोनों दोनों G2 का भी मैच है। कल चैट MIBR वर्सेस जी एंड नोक्शिम वर्सेस G2 क्रेजी मैचेस। कल के मैचेस भी बहुत फन है। कल कब आओगे सुबह? हाँ मैं सोच रहा हूँ, ट्राई करूंगा मैं कि 12-1 बजे आऊं, वैलोरेंट गेमिंग करे 1 से 3, या फिर 2 से 4 भी कर सकते हैं। 4:30 है ना, 2 से 4:30 भी कर सकते हैं। ऐसे टाइम करेंगे कि 2-3 घंटे हम वैलोरेंट गेमिंग करें, उसके बाद वॉच पार्टी शाम तक। यूजुअली 9 बजे खत्म हो जानी चाहिए वॉच पार्टी, 9 9:30। देन हम 9 9:30 से कंटिन्यू करें किक। दैट्स द प्लान फॉर टुमारो। और टुमारो नहीं, जब तक ये वॉच पार्टीज वगैरह चलेगी तब तक सेम यही प्लान रहेगा। सैटरडे संडे मंडे ट्यूसडे है अभी वॉच पार्टीज काफी दिन के लिए, यही टाइम यही शेड्यूल रहेगा आई फील। तो डब्ल्यूज नियॉन के साथ, मोटेटो नियॉन खेलता है, नियॉन के साथ बुरा हुआ। PRX भी बुटा भाई रहने दो यार। अरे यार ब्रो, आई डिडंट एक्सपेक्ट कि ये राउंड हारेगी। मैं नहीं बोल रहा था ना पूरे गेम, आई डिडंट एक्सपेक्ट कि ये राउंड हारेगी ब्रो। दोस्त ब्रो चल देखो रुको। अब मेरे को 50 DM क्यों आ रखे हैं ब्रो? बोल रहे और भाई वॉच पार्टी चल रही है, खत्म हो गया यार अभी तो। PG 45 मंथ, गॉड डैम PG, गॉड डैम ब्रो। 4 साल हो गए ब्रो, ऑलमोस्ट नहीं हो ही गए ना, 4 साल हो गए ब्रो। PG क्रेजी ब्रो। बाय द वे लिख रहा है 10 का, कोई बता दो। चेस्ट के ऊपर, नेक से लेकर फोरहेड तक पूरा। सैड ब्रो, इसका नो आइडिया मेरे को। अबे यार मेरे को इतने DMs आ रहे को भाई, मेरे को मेल का रिप्लाई भी करना है ब्रो, टू मच ब्रो। क्या हो रहा है ये? Chat, I think this is the time. Alright guys, कल करते हैं, कल वापस मिलते हैं डब्लो वॉच पार्टी स्ट्रीम में। तब तक के लिए बाय बाय, थैंक यू, सायोनारा। तो आज किक नहीं कर रहे, कल से किक भी करेंगे क्योंकि आज ज्यादा लेट हो गया वॉच पार्टी में, 12 तो बज गए। चलो मैं चला, बाय बाय चैट। 3 मंथ लेफ्ट इन 4 साल में यार, लव यू यार पीजी। बोल मैं वीसी आओ, मैं थोड़ी देर में खाना लेके आता हूँ। मैं अभी डिनर भी नहीं किया हूँ, डिनर लेके आता हूँ। आई गाइस, चाचा।